Clearly, this is a terrifying and eerie game. While other contestants are struggling to survive, you're actually in a sweet romance with an SS-ranked eerie school beauty. The eerie game descended upon Blue Star, randomly selecting one lucky individual from each country to represent their nation in the eerie survival space. Xu Fei was forced to be chosen, but he could see hidden hints. In the first Horror University instance, to survive the 44 days, contestants from other countries huddled in the safety of their dorm rooms, trembling in fear. But Xu Fei charged straight into the female ghost dormitory and kissed the SS-ranked eerie school beauty. The entire Dragon Nation was in despair, while other countries mocked them mercilessly. Yet in the very next second, the eerie school beauty blushed and gazed at Xu Fei. How'd it feel? Cool and a little sweet. Want to continue? Sure. Instantly, the world erupted. Dragon Nation. Other countries. From then on, the 44-day eerie survival gradually turned into 44 days of doom for single dogs. Just as all the contestants thought the nightmare was finally over, in the next instance, Xu Fei's actions left the entire world utterly shattered. Chapter 1. Hidden hints. Starting off by entering the girls' dorm. The eerie rules game is about to begin. All chosen ones, please temporarily deposit your brains here. Player list for each country will be announced in 2.5 minutes. Dragon Nation. Official live broadcast room. Nearly 100 of the nation's core figures had gathered, their palms slick with sweat as they stared at the 2 lines of eerie crimson text on the massive screen. We can't afford to lose again. This is already the 4th time. If we fail now, the Dragon Nation will be completely wiped out. The main issue is the random selection of players. If we had even a little luck, we wouldn't have lost 3 times in a row. It's not just the players. Hopefully, this time scenario will be simpler too. Sigh. Forget rewards. I just hope our territory remains intact. Please let the heavens bless the Dragon Nation just this once. The eerie rules game appeared every 4 years. Each time, it randomly selected one contestant from every nation to participate. Only countries that successfully cleared all rule-based scenarios would receive rewards. Conversely, failure meant temporarily freezing 1/4 of the nation's territory. In short, every country had only 4 chances to fail. Once an entire nation was frozen, the eerie forces would descend upon it. By now, the Dragon Nation had already suffered 3 consecutive defeats. If they lost this time, the entire country would vanish from history, swallowed by the eerie. With the fate of the nation at stake, every citizen was on edge. 14 billion people crowded the livestream, praying that this time's player could turn the tide. 3, 2, 1 as the countdown ticked away, nerves stretched thin, hearts pounding with dread. Player list will now be announced. Dragon Nation's contestant. Name, Xu Fei. Age, 18. Identity, college student. Estimated clear rate. The moment Xu Fei's details appeared, a young man in casual wear, short cropped hair. The Dragon Nation's live stream exploded. TCH, this guy's kinda handsome. Who cares about looks at a time like this? What's he gonna do, seduce a ghost? Hey, you never know. Maybe there's a dating scenario this time. 1 clear rate, the lowest in history. No contest. At least the last few times we got players with a 10 chance. Why 1 now? Did you see? The US got a detective, 70 clear rate. Even Little Han got a police officer, 60. And Sakura's player is a ninja, highest ever at 80. This isn't fair. The game's rigged against us. The entire nation wailed in despair. Meanwhile, foreign viewers flooded the Dragon Nation stream. No. The game is very fair, I think. Dragon Nation has a saying, what's yours will come to you, what's not can't be forced. Very good. We must thank Mr. Xu Fei. Cybele. Amid the chaotic barrage of comments, Xu Fei stood in the eerie waiting room, his mind a whirlwind. 1 moment he was at home, the next transmigrated into this parallel world. And now, randomly selected for the eerie rules game. But as memories merged, he grasped his predicament. The eerie rules game forced contestants to survive in different horror-themed scenarios. Each had its own set of deadly rules. Breaking them meant immediate execution by the eerie entities. And death in the game? Real death. Xu Fei exhaled deeply. 3 words summed it up. Survive. At all costs. Definitely unfair. Other transmigrators became billionaires or martial gods. Him, thrown straight into a horror survival game. With a 1 clear rate, no less. But since he was here, he had no choice but to fight for his life. Scenario loading. All players must read the rules carefully. First scenario. Horror University difficulty. SSS Rule 1. Horror University has no sunlight. From 00:000:8:00, you must stay in your dorm. Rule 2. Different locations have different rules. Follow them. Rule 3. Besides scenario rules, the eerie entities can set their own. Violators will be killed. Rule 4. Players cannot harm each other. Rule 5. Complete daily check-ins as per dorm rules. Survive 44 days to clear. Note: the entire world will watch via live stream, except in special cases. Horror University scenario begins. All players transported. BZZT, the world twisted. Xu Fei and nearly 200 other contestants appeared between two dorm buildings. A blood moon hung in the sky. The dorm's crumbling red brick. Ivy crawling up the walls stood like silent sentinels. A cold wind howled, rustling dead leaves. Then creak. The left dorm's iron gate swung open. A twisted dorm supervisor stepped out, gripping a blood-dripping baton. His neck bent at an unnatural angle. His teeth gnashed as he spoke in a guttural rasp. Left boy's dorm. Right girl's dorm. Choose your room. Each room holds only one. Half are already occupied. If you picked the wrong one, he licked the blood off his baton. The contestants shuddered. Xu Fei's stomach churned. This was basically Russian roulette with ghosts. The eerie entities were hungry, waiting behind closed doors. One wrong choice, instant death. Already, players rushed into both dorms. Yet Xu Fei remained frozen, because floating above the girl's dorm gate were shimmering silver words only he could see. A hidden hint? He squinted. Too small to read from here. I'd have to step inside the girl's dorm to see clearly. But would that break the rules? If male players weren't allowed in the girl's dorm, would the supervisor kill him on the spot? Xu Fei glanced at the grinning dorm supervisor, took a deep breath. Screw it. With a 1 clear rate, he was dead anyway. He stepped forward straight toward the girl's dorm. The Dragon Nation's live stream erupted. He's lost his mind. Chapter 2. Don't speak, just kiss her? Is this hint for real? Why isn't he going to the boys' dorm? Why the girls? Oh my god. I thought he was analyzing the situation, but he's just rushing to his death. Truly a player with a less than 1 clear rate. If the dorm supervisor doesn't take him out, he'll eat my hat. Xu Fei might not just be the player with the lowest clear rate in history, might also be the fastest to get eliminated. It's over. Our Dragon Nation is doomed. Stop yelling. Xu Fei's just a student. If it were you, could you save a Dragon Nation? Exactly. Don't blame Xu Fei. He probably didn't want to be part of this eerie game either. Sigh. I've been expecting this day. Spend more time with your family before the eerie descends. 14 billion Dragon Nation citizens watched in despair. While some were frantic, most understood the situation. Soon, the live stream began broadcasting other country successes. U.S. player successfully settled in Sakura, player successfully settled in Han, player successfully settled in Bear, player successfully settled in. Hearing these announcements, the Dragon Nation's mood sank even lower, while foreign viewers flooded the chat with taunts. Oh, the world record for fastest elimination is about to be broken by Xu Fei. Yes, eliminated right at the start. No one's better than Xu Fei. His decision is correct. What if the female ghost inside likes this kind of guy? Laughs faced with mockery, Dragon Nation viewers were furious. Some even closed the live stream, preferring not to watch. In the broadcast, Xu Fei's heart pounded as he took each step, his movements slow and deliberate. Wait, the dorm supervisor's voice halted Xu Fei. His heart skipped a beat as the supervisor approached, the stench of blood growing stronger. The supervisor tilted his head unnaturally. You want to enter the girls' dorm? Yes. Glancing at the shimmering silver words, Xu Fei swallowed hard but nodded firmly. The supervisor paused, then warned, there's no rule against you entering the girls' dorm, but you can only choose once. Final question. Are you sure? I'm sure. Xu Fei's eyes burned with determination. Fine. But I'll warn you, this is unwise. Something far more terrifying awaits inside. The supervisor trailed off, as if afraid, and even took a step back. Got it. Though Xu Fei had gambled correctly, his expression remained grim. It was too early to celebrate. He still didn't know what the silver words said, and whatever lurked inside was clearly terrifying. Still, seeing Xu Fei unharmed, the Dragon Nation's live stream erupted in shock. Holy crap. The supervisor let him pass. Am I seeing this right? A guy can choose the girls' dorm? No rules about gender-specific dorms. It's the eerie game. Human logic doesn't apply. Who was talking about eating their hat earlier? Don't forget to post the video. Don't get too excited. The supervisor said it's unwise. Exactly. No rule violation, but something scarier inside. Something even the eerie fears. Could it be an SS-level entity? The chat buzzed as all eyes returned to Xu Fei. Though the situation was dire, there was no choice but to keep watching. Meanwhile, as Xu Fei reached the girls' dorm entrance, a soft, ethereal voice echoed in his ears. Human courage is the song of life. Congratulations, you've discovered a hidden hint. Follow it without question. It really was a hidden hint, and only he could see and hear it. Xu Fei surveyed the dorm's dimly lit hallways. Flickering fluorescent lights, dripping water from the restroom, everything screamed eerie and terrifying. The staircase to the upper floors stood in the center. Head to the 6th floor. Xu Fei took a deep breath and sprinted up the stairs, taking multiple steps at a time. On the 2nd floor, eerie wails echoed around him. Don't stop. Xu Fei pushed himself harder, feeling as if something was chasing him. Finally, he reached the 6th floor, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, his legs trembling. But strangely, the eerie sounds vanished, and the stench of blood was far weaker than downstairs. Ding ding, the ethereal voice returned. Xu Fei looked around and spotted the shimmering silver light at the end of the hallway. He walked over and read the words on the door. Hidden hint. Once inside, close your eyes, don't speak, and kiss her. Was this hint for real? If this was a hidden rule, it was beyond absurd. Regret washed over Xu Fei. Don't speak, just kiss her? Meaning the room definitely had a ghost inside. And according to the supervisor, entering a haunted room meant certain death. Could this be the terrifying presence the supervisor mentioned? He glanced at the room number, 614. Swallowing hard, Xu Fei's mind conjured images of hellish horrors, split-mouthed women, long-tongued ghosts, every terrifying entity he could imagine. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a room across the hall. Someone had chosen wrong and been erased. The pressure mounted. Meanwhile, Dragon Nation viewers held their breath, eyes glued to the screen. Xu Fei's not the first to be eliminated, no matter what happens. But is this really our only option? Can't he just pick an empty room? Stop pressuring him. Good thing Xu Fei can't see your comments. With the lowest clear rate, not being the first eliminated is already a win. Come on, moment of truth. You can do this, Xu Fei. Most Dragon Nation viewers began cheering for Xu Fei. After all, his clear rate was abysmal, and making it this far already surpassed the player who had just been erased. Suddenly, a broadcast echoed through the school, the eerie voice announcing, 30 seconds until midnight. Players not in their rooms will be eliminated. This was Rule 1. From midnight to 8 o'clock, you must stay in your room. Tick-tock, tick-tock, I'm already here. If I don't choose, I'm dead anyway. Who cares what's inside? Just imagine her as a sweet, soft girl. What if this really is a hidden rule to clear the game? Xu Fei tightly shut his eyes. Summoning all his strength, he kicked open the door. Bang! The door flew open. Inside stood a girl in a red dress, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her crimson eyes glowed like the blood moon outside. Seeing the red dress ghost, the Dragon Nation's live stream lost all hope. Holy crap, a ghost. And a red-dressed one at that. Red dress ghosts are among the most powerful in rule-based scenarios. Globally recognized as SS-level entity thief skinned countless players alive. It's over. Not only have we lost, but Xu Fei's going to die horribly. Sorry, the next scene's going to be too bloody. I can't watch. On screen, Xu Fei's eyes remained tightly shut, unaware of the red-dressed ghost before him. Following the hint, he fumbled blindly. After 2 steps, his fingertips brushed against something cold yet smooth. So delicate, not like human skin at all. Her face is here, so she's about 1.6 meters tall. Definitely a heart-shaped face, slim figure. Close enough, done. Feeling me up? Xu Fei almost spoke, but swallowed his words. The hint said, don't speak, just kiss her. No turning back now. In for a penny, in for a pound. Xu Fei abruptly pulled the ghost into his arms and, relying on muscle memory, kissed her. The ghost shuddered in his embrace, her crimson eyes widening in shock at the human kissing her. At that moment, the Dragon Nation's live stream exploded. Chapter 3. Blushing 8 times in 5 minutes. Is this an SSS rank female ghost? Holy shit. Holy shit. Absolute legend. This guy's a straight-up legend. Wait, what the hell is Xu Fei doing? Even though Xu Fei lost, it feels like he won. No kidding. Sure, she's a terrifying ghost, but she's hotter than our school's beauty queen. Confirmed. The first man in history to straight-up kiss a red-dressed ghost. If you've got the guts, Even a ghost will take maternity leave. Xu Fei actually went for it. I'm so jealous. If I'd known the ghost was this pretty, I'd have taken a risk too. Didn't you notice Xu Fei kept his eyes closed the whole time? He had no idea what he was kissing. Damn, so no matter what it was, Xu Fei would have gone for it. The live chat in Dragon Nation stream exploded in disbelief. Compared to winning or losing, Xu Fei's actions were the real shocker. Since the supernatural survival game began, no contestant had ever dared to kiss a red-dressed ghost hell. Most avoided even touching regular ghosts. Households across Dragon Nation erupted in heated discussions. Soon, news of Xu Fei's bold move spread to other country streams. Oh, my God. Dragon Nation's contestant just kissed an SS rank ghost. Nanny, I've only seen this kind of plot in special films. Is Dragon Nation's guy trying to pull off a ghost-style romance? Listen, folks, stay calm's about to get ripped apart. Exactly. Dragon Nation's about to be wiped off the map. Just watch. The international buzz grew rapidly. Countless foreign netizens flooded Dragon Nation stream, waiting to see Xu Fei get torn to shreds. But minutes passed, and the screen remained unchanged. If not for Xu Fei's subtle movements, viewers might have thought the stream had frozen. Even Xu Fei himself was stunned, mostly because it was freezing, like making out with a human-shaped ice block. The whole thing lasted a full 5 minutes. But weirdly, the ice block in his arms seemed to be warming up. Hidden hint, let go. You can speak now. A pleasant chime rang in his ear, and Xu Fei finally released her. He took a deep breath, still refusing to open his eyes. Right now, being blind felt like a blessing. At least he wouldn't risk seeing something that haunted him for life. But then the red-dressed ghost now with slightly flushed cheeks asked, "How did it feel?" "Cold. A little sweet. Want to keep going?" "Sure." Xu Fei nodded. But before he could reach out, she lunged into his arms and kissed him again, her face burning red. Watching this, every viewer felt like lightning had struck their souls, especially the single men in front of their screens. Their last shred of sanity crumbled. Wait, what is this? What are they doing? Bro, slap me. Tell me this isn't real. So is this still a supernatural survival stream? Or some romance movie? At this point, I almost forgot this was Dragon Nation's last chance. Does it matter? Does that ghost look like she's about to kill Xu Fei? Alright, he hasn't been eliminated yet. Who said good looks were useless earlier? Step forward. Hold up blushing 8 times in 5 minutes. And this is an SS rank ghost. The disbelief wasn't limited to the public. Even in Dragon Nation's official broadcast center, nearly 100 high-ranking officials were utterly stunned. Young people these days, their minds work in mysterious ways. It's insane, but at least he's still alive. What if things get weird later? Who cares? As long as it's broadcastable, well, watch. Dragon Nation's fate rests on Xu Fei now. While Dragon Nation celebrated, international viewers grew restless. Unbelievable. Dragon Nation's contestant survived by pulling this stunt? Survived? Maybe the ghost just toying with him under the rules. Other good-looking contestants weren't this lucky, just got a fluke. Even if he's safe now, SS rank ghosts aren't that easy to handle. Don't celebrate too soon, Dragon Nation. You need to survive 44 days in the school to clear this. Several more minutes passed before the red-dressed ghost finally released Xu Fei. But she noticed his eyes were still tightly shut. "You're afraid to look at me? How do I say I'm scared you'll be ugly without getting murdered?" He didn't know why she was acting like this. But if he pissed her off, he was dead. Hidden hint, tell the truth. Seriously? Xu Fei recalled the earlier hints they had been accurate, just unconventional. The red-dressed ghost's voice turned icy. "Speak." Dragon Nation's viewers collectively held their breath. "Bro Xu, compliment her. I'm begging you, I'm 30 and calling you bro. Zus smooth with girls, right? He's got to have some sweet lines. Just describe her. She's literally a top-tier beauty. Trust Sun away, he screws this up now." Dragon Nation panicked, while foreign viewers rejoiced. Told you, the ghost was just playing around. Seems like he survived, but ghosts have way more dangerous rules. All eyes locked on Xu Fei. Following the hint, he blurted out his earlier thoughts. "When I came in, I was worried you'd be ugly. Like a slit-mouthed woman, a long-tongued ghost, or maggots crawling out of your face. That's why I kept my eyes shut." Oh, and also with every word, Dragon Nation's viewers winced harder. "Xu, Grandpa Xu, stop with the brutal honesty. Just open your eyes. She's literally a goddess. You kissed her. Throw her a bone here." Foreign viewers, meanwhile, grinned. Dragon Nation's contestant is just a dumb pervert. My 8-year-old has better game. And this guy's a college student? I can already hear the elimination announcement. Back in the supernatural realm, hearing Xu Fei's unfiltered thoughts, the red-dressed ghost giggled. Good. I like honest people. My name is Luo Yao. Welcome to Dorm 614. The moment she finished, the supernatural world's announcement echoed. Dragon Nation's contestant has successfully moved in. Dragon Nation? Foreign viewers. Cheating. Investigate this. This has to be rigged. Instantly, question marks flooded every stream. Xu Fei himself was skeptical. So I'm living with you? Chapter 4 primarily revolves around the concern that your bed might not be sturdy enough. What, are you displeased? Luo Yao's voice gradually turned icy as she fixed her gaze intently on Xu Fei. Of course not. Xu Fei, Unfa, continued to articulate his inner doubts. It is primarily because the dormitory supervisor downstairs mentioned that each room can only accommodate one occupant. Huh. Luo Yao's laughter dripped with disdain as she retorted, Remember, my rules supersede his. Very well. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei felt no inkling of doubt. The strange supervisor's evident fear of the female ghost dormitory, coupled with the ominous hints he had encountered, sufficiently attested to the fact that the peculiarities he faced were of a notably high level. Hidden hint. Open your eyes and read the school regulations. All right, I must also consult the school regulations. This time, it truly necessitated the opening of his eyes. Moreover, keeping his eyes closed was immensely uncomfortable for Xu Fei. Thus, he slowly opened his eyes, coming into focus with the visage of the girl before him. In an instant, Xu Fei found himself momentarily dazed. After enduring so much trepidation, he was astonished to discover that the other party possessed such a countenance. What a far cry from the grotesque image of slit-mouthed woman or a long-tongued specter. She was, in fact, the ethereal dream of countless men, an embodiment of both beauty and allure. The female apparition before him was incomparably more exquisite than the soft, sweet fantasies he had conjured before entering. This experience affirmed that the hidden hints had not led him astray. He was now entirely convinced that these hidden hints served as his guiding compass. Noticing Xu Fei's dazed expression, Luo Yao leaned closer to him. Look closely, she urged. Do I truly resemble a low-tier ghost, such as a slit-mouthed woman? Xu Fei could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Yet, this was indeed a realm of the uncanny, and she was a formidable red-clad specter, far removed from any ordinary reality. Such apparitions were not simply playful or charming. A sweet, soft girl could merely inflict minor harm, but a red-clad specter was genuinely lethal. Speaking of which, the school regulations? He had assumed the dormitory would be akin to his own school, a compact room with a bed and desk. Instead, he found this dormitory furnished solely with a grand princess bed, occupying at least 20 square meters. Aside from the blood-stained mosquito net and the peeling walls that exuded an eerie aura, it was far superior to his own accommodation. The school regulations were affixed to the door. Luo Yao raised her hand, seemingly invoking an invisible force to close the dormitory door once more. Behind it was a sheet of white paper inscribed with numerous lines of text. Xu Fei stepped forward, utilizing the light of the blood moon streaming through the window to read the regulations. 830-1200. Sign in at the playground. Engage in death exercises. 1201-400. Sign in at the canteen for meals. 140-000. Free activity time, but one must sign in at any location within the school. 0. Must remain in the dormitory. No noise allowed. Note: at each location, participants must adhere to the specific rules. Failure to do so will trigger peculiar supernatural events. Do not be late. Do not be late. Do not be late. The regulations were not extensive, aside from the initial rule prompts encountered upon entering this uncanny world. The primary focus was on the sign-in requirements. In essence, each day began with death exercises in the morning, followed by a midday meal. After dining, one was required to sign in at another location, such as the library. It appeared that danger lurked at every corner in this bizarre realm. Not to mention, the mere concept of death exercises was enough to instill fear. The very term death exercises implied that those who did not perish would not be so ominously named. It was growing late. Let us rest. Luo Yao turned and waved her hand, the bloodied mosquito net parting as she glanced at Xu Fei. Shall we sleep together? What? A playful smile curled at the corners of Luo Yao's mouth as she teased. Are you afraid I might devour you? You wish to consume me. That will be simple enough. Xu Fei chuckled helplessly. I am primarily concerned that your bed may not be sturdy. Luo Yao's cheeks flushed a delicate hue as she responded. If you wish to find out whether it is sturdy, why not give it a try? No sooner had she spoken than Xu Fei felt an unseen force seize him, propelling him towards the princess bed. The mosquito net descended, enveloping him. Simultaneously, the screen of the Longhua livestream plunged into darkness. What does this mean? Are the subsequent contents obscured? Where is the payment portal? I have plenty of money. Let me see. Longhua officials, come forth and explain. I care deeply for the safety of Longhua. Why is the screen black? Your calculations are striking my face. Is that truly concern for Longhua's security? Since Su Yi kissed the red-clad specter, I sensed the nature of this live stream had completely transformed. Officials, please clarify. I want to know if Su Yi can successfully complete the challenge. Observing the public's inquiries, it was evident that the Longhua official broadcasting room was equally shrouded in darkness. Shortly thereafter, several technicians proceeded to relay the broadcast room's image. Look, we too cannot see the live stream. The broadcast is a projection from the uncanny world, and it is not a technical issue on our part. Trust us, we are just as eager to discover if Xu Fei can successfully complete the challenge. However, for now, we can only wait for the system's announcement or the reopening of the live stream. The Longhua officials personally addressing the audience began to pacify the public's unease. Yet, viewers from other nations grew increasingly restless. Why do the contestants from our nation still have footage? Axie, why does Xu Fei have a bed to sleep in while our contestant dormitory contains only a stool? Although our contestant has a bed, why is there no specter accompanying them? Everyone, do not rush. I suspect the Longhua contestant may not survive until dawn. As time passed, although the Longhua livestream had lost Xu Fei's footage, various clips and news regarding him began to circulate wildly across the internet. The fervor reached unprecedented heights throughout Longhua. After all, the stakes involved Longhua's fate, and coupled with Xu Fei's actions, it was truly astonishing. Is it luck? Or is it intellect? How did Xu Fei achieve this? A brief overview. The red-clad specter is not as delightful as one might imagine. Longhua contestant Xu Fei carries the hopes of the entire nation. If one is daring, can Xu Fei accomplish the remarkable feat of allowing the female specter to take a break? Whether on social forums or various news outlets, a plethora of headlines concerning Xu Fei surged forth. In light of the emergence of this uncanny game, each nation had established distinct departments dedicated to studying the rules of uncanny realms. Due to Xu Fei's uniqueness, key figures from several other nations' departments began to analyze his actions overnight. There were scholars engaged in the study of uncanny realms. I have studied the rules of these realms for a decade, and I never anticipated such an occurrence. Indeed, every move he made was extraordinary. For instance, how did he know he could enter the female ghost dormitory? Setting Xu Fei aside, how did that grade A red-clad specter behave so differently from previous encounters? I can conceive of no rationale for why a Longhua contestant could achieve such a level. Is it truly just luck? Ultimately, they could only attribute everything to sheer fortune. Beyond that, they found no other explanation. Before long, amidst the fervent anticipation of the Longhua populace and the jealousy of viewers from other countries, a night swiftly passed. At 8 in the morning, the signal of the Longhua live stream began to flicker. Instantly, the entire populace of Longhua erupted, their eyes locking onto the screen. After eagerly waiting, they had finally received the long-awaited news. My wife and I debated fiercely throughout the night without sleep, fearing we might miss Su Yi. I was on edge, terrified of suddenly hearing news of Su Ye's failure. As much as we yearned to see, we remained concerned about whether Su Yi could lead us to triumph. They say that accompanying a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger, especially in this uncanny realm. One must not merely judge by appearances. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them this time, yet one must wonder if such luck will persist in the future. The scene has unfolded. Chapter 5. The Death Games. An eerie pairing? Indeed, sleeping with the strange could lead to demise. Xu Fei, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes, rose from his bed, appearing exceedingly fatigued. Through a night of communication, he grasped that, despite its eerie nature, the other party was profoundly lonely. Its presence resembled a key, unlocking a lock that seemed impossible to open. As Rule 3 of the guidelines indicated, aside from the original rules of the scenario, the strange entities therein would establish their own regulations. The hidden rule set by Luo Yao was essentially to provide love and warmth, regardless of one's appearance. Upon reflection, had it not been for the concealed hints, no one would have contemplated such a step. Firstly, no man would choose a female dormitory. Secondly, even if one did, they would need to find the correct room and shut their eyes, unless they were blind. It appears the hints offered were indeed accurate. Xu Fei glanced at the still, slumbering Luo Yao, who lay on her side. Her once sleek black hair, now a disheveled mess. "Xu Fei, please refrain from crushing my hair," she murmured. Even Xu Fei was startled, yet upon realizing she remained asleep, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Did the strange also speak in their dreams? Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's live stream erupted with excitement. Incredible. Although we do not comprehend the events, at least he survived. Su Yi is our hope. He can even handle the strange. Yet, this was merely the first night, and the death games were still to come. Would Xu Fei be able to endure the continuous trials? As the viewers from the Dragon Nation discussed this, their initial excitement began to wane. Audiences from other countries commenced mocking. It seems he is comfortable now, but in reality, he is not far from death. How naive to believe one could romance the strange. Do you think it is possible that the strange intentionally exploits the rules of the death games to eliminate him? The barrage of comments buzzed with fervor while announcements echoed through the eerie campus. Only 10 minutes remain until 8:30. All students, please gather on the playground to participate in the death games. At that moment, Luo Yao opened her eyes. Xu Fei looked at her with curiosity and inquired, "Are you going to the death games?" "You may go, or you may choose not to," Luo Yao replied, adding, "Just remember, any rules are directed at you humans. We, the strange, have the freedom to establish our own regulations based on the scenario's rules." Xu Fei nodded in understanding. Luo Yao waved him off, saying go. "All right," he responded, retrieving his coat from the bed and heading towards the dormitory exit. Upon seeing Xu Fei emerge from the female dormitory, the foreign competitors looked on in astonishment, yet hesitated to approach him. Even the strange dormitory supervisor could not resist the urge to question Xu Fei. "Young man, you seem to have had good fortune." "Not bad." Xu Fei nodded. "Could you tell me which dormitory you chose?" 614. The strange supervisor gasped, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. His voice boomed, startling the human competitors behind him. Xu Fei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I must depart for the playground to clock in." "How is that possible?" The strange supervisor was utterly taken aback by this outcome. He instinctively glanced towards the corner of the 6th floor. How could it be? If it was 614, how is he still alive? Its rules are so obscure that even many strange beings are unaware of them. How could they be easily broken by a mere human? The dormitory was not far from the playground. By the time Xu Fei arrived, only 2 minutes remained. A crowd of over 100 humans had already gathered on the playground, all casting peculiar glances at Xu Fei. There were expressions of confusion, shock, and disdain. After all, they could not watch the live stream and were oblivious to Xu Fei's ordeals. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps reverberated through the air. From a distance approached a tall, strange entity, seemingly a grotesque amalgamation of various bodies. As it drew near, a foul odor permeated the air, reminiscent of a corpse. "I am your instructor. From now on, the rules for each death game will be set by me." The strange instructor bellowed, "Everyone, line up according to height." The crowd began to search for appropriate positions. Xu Fei, standing at 183 meters, found himself positioned towards the back of the line. "Wait for me." A figure rushed toward him. It was a blonde man, and Xu Fei could not discern which country he represented. "I'm sorry, I'm late." The blonde man pleaded with the strange instructor, his eyes filled with desperation. However, the strange instructor suddenly revealed a sinister smile. In the next instant, he seized the blonde man's shoulder and bit into his neck. A scream pierced the air, followed by a spray of blood. The horrific sound of chewing filled the space as the strange instructor devoured the blonde man. Simultaneously, the campus reverberated with elimination announcements. Kangaroo contestant eliminated. Witnessing this gruesome scene, everyone's hearts raced, some nearly fainting on the spot. Even Xu Fei felt his stomach churn, though it was simply due to hunger, leading to dry heaves. You all witnessed that. If anyone is late, this is the consequence. The strange instructor carelessly discarded the remains of the unfortunate soul. The death games commence now. However, you must collaborate with your strange classmates. Of course, it is not you who chooses them, but rather they who select you. The strange instructor clapped his hands, and a multitude of diverse, strange entities swarmed onto the playground. They were male and female, humanoid and spectral, as well as irregularly shaped abominations. With sharp fangs, claws, and half-eaten heads, they embodied every conceivable horror. Feeling the weight of their gazes, the contestants felt their spirits nearly shatter. The strange instructor roared now. The pairing begins. Hee hee. At last, the day has come. Hiss. Let's hope this process is not tedious. It would be dull for humans to play with the uninteresting. One by one, the strange entities circled around the contestants, as though selecting a delectable treat. Just then, a female strange entity clad in pajamas, resembling a Barbie doll, approached Xu Fei. Observing this scene, nearby contestants cast envious glances at Xu Fei. A great strange entity, the terrifying Barbie, despite her bloodied appearance, shattered teeth, and body riddled with needle holes. She was a celestial beauty compared to the grotesque forms of other entities. Though all were fraught with danger, no one wished to be paired with those that looked repulsive. However, just as everyone believed the Death Barbie would choose Xu Fei, she suddenly turned her head to the uniformed man beside him. It was the police officer from Xiaohan's country. The Death Barbie approached the contestant from Xiaohan's nation, extending her hand. Delighted to meet you, my dear. To everyone's astonishment, the contestant from Xiaohan beamed and willingly took her hand. Xiaohan cast a glance at Xu Fei, his eyes brimming with arrogance. He then tilted his chin defiantly and departed from the group. The other contestants, who had yet to be successfully chosen, turned their gazes towards Xu Fei, reveling in his misfortune. The contestants from Longhua were indeed pitiable. If it were me, my mental state would be utterly shattered. It would be better to keep 1's distance than to endure such a profound disappointment. The best opportunity was clearly approaching, only to vanish at the critical moment. Many individuals were gradually being paired successfully, although they could not compare to Xiaohan's terrifying Death Barbie. Some were within an acceptable range. The remaining unselected contestants were primarily low-level anomalies, none resembling humans. At that moment, a bizarre figure, entirely wrapped in bandages with a knife protruding from its back, crawled before Xu Fei. Hee. No need to look further. No anomaly will choose you. You ought to thank me. It crawled on all fours, emitting a foul odor. Just then, a crimson figure approached the playground at a leisurely pace. Chapter 6. We struggle to survive while you are in love? The appearance of the red figure instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Luo Yao. At that moment, Luo Yao had swapped her red gown for a tailored red blazer, complemented by a white inner lining. Her lower half was adorned with a red plaid skirt and knee-high socks, presenting a distinctly student-like attire. Was anyone truly late? She is stunning. Do we have such an existence among the contestants? No, she cannot be human. There are only a few female participants, and she is not one of them. It is well known that in the realm of anomalies, a red attire signifies something extraordinary. A red outfit? Could she be a high-level red-clothed anomaly? Such anomalies are rarely seen, and here we are witnessing one on the very first day. Indeed, look at how the other anomalies appear. They are all fearful of her. Is she here to select participants? But there are few contestants left. All the participants observe the scene with a mixture of fear and regret. If terrifying Barbie was the most acceptable among the myriad of anomalies, Luo Yao's emergence undoubtedly shattered their understanding. They harbored no doubts. Even in the human world, Luo Yao's beauty is undeniably top tier, let alone in the realm of anomalies, where their aesthetic has long been dictated by grotesque forms. As Luo Yao drew closer, the surrounding anomalies hastily made way. The anomaly instructor even approached with a smile, bowing slightly. You have come as well? Am I not allowed? Luo Yao shot a glance at the anomaly instructor. He promptly knelt, exclaiming, No, that is not what I meant. What I meant was... Luo Yao paid him no mind and continued toward the group. A dozen or so unpaired contestants felt a surge of excitement within themselves, fervently praying. High-level anomalies may be terrifying, but at least they possess undeniable beauty. Those who had already been successfully paired cast envious glances this way. Even if death loomed ahead, to perish at the hands of such a lovely anomaly was far preferable to facing those that bore no resemblance to humans. At that moment, both anomalies and humans fixed their gazes intently on Luo Yao, eager to discern who among them would be chosen by this enchanting anomaly. Finally, Luo Yao traversed the crowd and approached Xu Fei. The earlier anomaly, a centipede that had chosen Xu Fei, immediately recoiled several meters in terror. A smile graced Luo Yao's lips as she took Xu Fei's hand, declaring, "It's you." With those words, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Both anomalies and humans focused their attention on Xu Fei, seemingly attempting to unravel the mystery of what charm he possessed that warranted the personal selection of a high-level anomaly. Although Xu Fei was indeed quite handsome, was it truly sufficient? In the realm of anomalies, rules reigned supreme, not mere appearances. Many contestants glanced at their chosen anomalies, then back at Xu Fei. Indeed, one could only feel pain in comparison. Do not rejoice too early. Being selected by a red-clothed anomaly is certainly not a good omen. This is the realm of anomalies. Do not assume they will spare the opportunity to slaughter humans. Yes, previously, humans who encountered high-level anomalies met gruesome fates. Let us wait and see how he meets his end. Although they spoke thus, their hearts churned with envy. Meanwhile, Xu Fei appeared significantly more relaxed. Thankfully, Luo Yao arrived. He had not been paired with that dreadful centipede. Otherwise, all his effort from last night would have been in vain. "Instructor, we may begin now." I know. Sensing the oppressive gaze upon him, the anomaly instructor hastily rose from the ground. "Since all participants have successfully paired, the death games shall commence." As the anomaly instructor spoke, he glanced at Luo Yao and announced, "Now I shall declare the first event, death sit-ups." Indeed, it is the familiar sit-up exercise in conjunction with your paired anomaly. The first human to exhaust themselves will face a death penalty, and their paired anomaly is strictly prohibited from interfering. When the first person falters, the remaining humans shall successfully advance. Sit-ups? Upon hearing this event, everyone looked at the anomaly instructor with skepticism. They began to suspect whether this instructor had deliberately arranged such a rule. To have these anomalies restrain their legs while performing sit-ups was nothing short of a nightmare. However, upon hearing the rules, they understood well. As long as one person fell first, the others could proceed without hindrance. In simple terms, one person would be eliminated daily due to the death games. Find your positions. Upon the instructor's command, many successfully paired contestants began to lie down neatly along the lines on the ground. The anomalies cooperatively utilized various methods to secure their legs. Although the rules forbade anomalies from physically manipulating humans, the very sight of their horrific forms and the noxious odors served as a considerable distraction. Noticing their respective anomaly partners, all contestants turned their gazes towards Xu Fei, and a palpable envy permeated the atmosphere of the playground. The other anomalies either pressed their grotesque limbs against their legs or employed bizarre abilities to immobilize them. Yet, the scene at Xu Fei's end was entirely different. Luo Yao had directly seated herself on his lap, and there was no doubt that should Xu Fei attempt even a single sit-up, their faces would be nearly touching. "I sense your physical stamina may not be up to par," Luo Yao remarked with a hint of provocation in her tone. "Not capable?" As a man, Xu Fei could accept much, but he could not abide a woman challenging his abilities. Though she was an anomaly, she was still female. After all, it had been verified, merely inconvenient to articulate. "Do your best. Just don't be the first to be eliminated," Luo Yao teased, gently flicking Xu Fei's nose. At that moment, Xu Fei felt countless murderous glances directed toward him. A brief sweep of his eyes confirmed it. All the contestants were glaring at him intently. Were it not for the anomaly world, he might have already been besieged by them. "All right, take your positions. We shall begin now." The instructor's sudden call snapped everyone back to attention. Jealousy may linger, yet none wished to be eliminated. Thus, they earnestly commenced their sit-ups. The rule dictates that the first contestant to exhaust their strength shall be the one to falter. Consequently, regardless of their physical condition, they deliberately slow their movements, striving to prolong their time and minimize their exertion. However, when all contestants share this mindset, the ultimate competition remains one of individual endurance, unable to alter the outcome. In this peculiar realm devoid of daylight, just a few minutes have passed, and many are already drenched in sweat. The enigmatic instructor weaves through the crowd, meticulously observing the contestants' actions. Should he catch anyone attempting to slack off, he will promptly urge them on. Yet, he has urged nearly all the contestants, save for Xu Fei, whom he hasn't even glanced at. Eventually, the peculiar instructor halts before a man clad in overalls. Hurry up, faster, quicker. Why are you so slow, like a woman? The instructor incessantly prods, nearly bringing tears to the man in overalls. After a valiant effort of completing 5 more sit-ups, he collapses to the ground. I can't go on. I truly cannot. Is that so? The instructor seems to revel in his triumph, immediately announcing, one has reached exhaustion, all others rest. Unfair, unjust. Why is it that while we struggle for survival, he is over there kissing? Chapter 7. The Abhorrence of the Butcher. Another level of peculiarity? Upon hearing these words, all contestants turn their gazes towards Xu Fei, their mental state shattering in an instant. They witness Luo Yao resting her hands on Xu Fei's shoulders, kissing him fervently. Shall we take a break? Feeling the weight of the surrounding stares, Xu Fei himself begins to feel a bit embarrassed. Did I tell you to stop? What are you all staring at? The enigmatic instructor bellows, raising his foot to stomp down upon the head of the man in overalls. The head bursts like a watermelon, splattering messily. However, the werewolf-like peculiar entity paired with the unfortunate man lets out an ecstatic cry, immediately pouncing upon the corpse to feast. The contestant in the white flag has been eliminated. Upon hearing the announcement of elimination, the global live audience is left astounded by the scene. Countless viewers from other nations flood into the Longwa live stream, particularly the audience from the Kangaroo Nation, who are seething with indignation. Cheating, this is undoubtedly cheating. Why is it that your contestants in Longwa can kiss without consequence? Although I am not a viewer from the Kangaroo Nation, I feel the injustice on behalf of my kangaroo friends. Today it is not us, but who can guarantee it won't be us tomorrow? We must report the contestants from Longwa. While others strive for survival, why do your contestants not put in the effort? Contestants from Longwa rely solely on women, possessing no real strength. As the audience from their nation becomes increasingly agitated, the viewers from Longwa are filled with excitement. What are you barking about? What constitutes cheating? Can you influence this peculiar world? If reporting were effective, we in Longwa would have reported long ago. Would have come to you? Relying on women? Why don't you try selecting a level of peculiarity? Your contestants would likely be too frightened to even stand before a level of peculiarity. Indeed, Xu Ye's prowess is something you cannot envy. However, it must be said, I envy Xu Ye's treatment immensely. The counterattack from the populace of Longwa incites further outrage from other nations. Yet, as the comments from Longwa suggest, if reporting were of any use, which nation that has lost thrice would not want to report? Alas, all they can do is hope that their contestants can navigate the dungeon through various means. As long as they can succeed, any method is permissible. Naturally, this includes outrageous tactics, such as those employed by Xu Fei. In the footage, the enigmatic instructor casts his gaze upon all, reiterating, on this playground, my rules are absolute. No one may dispute them. Now, are there any among you who remain unconvinced? With his words, everyone wilted, scarcely daring to breathe. Indeed, in this peculiar realm, apart from the inherent rules of the dungeon, most regulations are dictated by the enigmatic forces at play. The greatest challenge in overcoming the dungeon lies in this fact. After all, no one knows what bizarre rules these entities might devise to annihilate or toy with humanity. The session of deathly exertion comes to an end. You may choose to engage in free activities on the playground until noon, at which time your meal will be served. Upon finishing, the enigmatic instructor promptly bows and scurries over to Xu Fei. Xu Fei, panting from the exertion, despite having only completed a single sit-up before being seized and kissed by Luo Yao, finds that kissing is itself a taxing endeavor, especially in such a posture. Luo Yao struggles to divert her gaze from Xu Fei, casting a glance at the enigmatic instructor. You performed quite well. The instructor, receiving praise, beams with delight. Ah, splendid. I shall take my leave. Go on. Luo Yao waves him off, returning her gaze to Xu Fei, her crimson eyes gleaming like radiant rubies. Witnessing this scene, the enigmatic instructor feels a shiver run down his spine and hastily turns away. As he walks, he mutters to himself, perplexed. Even he cannot fathom how Xu Fei has managed this feat after all. She is the level of peculiarity that strikes fear into the hearts of all. How is Xu Fei not afraid? He cannot comprehend. Am I truly more terrifying than Lord Luo Yao? As the enigmatic instructor departs, the other entities gradually leave the playground. Though they are peculiar beings impervious to harm from humans, Luo Yao poses a different threat. Thus, even they dare not linger, fearful of incurring her wrath. The hour has not yet struck noon, so contestants from other nations remain on the playground. Why should contestants from Long be selected? Indeed, why does he have such an advantage? I witnessed him emerge from the female peculiar dormitory this morning. I was utterly stunned. It is merely luck, not a breach of rules. Indeed, do you truly wish to court a peculiar being? You might very well meet a gruesome end. As Xu Fei and Luo Yao share an intimate moment, the other contestants can barely contain their frustration. Not far away, Xu Fei senses the overwhelming malice directed at him from behind. Yet, as the rules dictate, humans are forbidden from causing harm to one another. Even if he were to act somewhat excessively, it would not matter. Xu Fei brushes a strand of Luo Yao's hair behind her ear. By the way, I have some questions I wish to ask you. Ask away. Why did you establish such rules? You mean, why did I accept you? Precisely. Because I believed no one could possibly fulfill this rule, yet you have proven me wrong. At this, Luo Yao, intrigued, inquires, I would also like to ask you, how did you enter the female peculiar dormitory and find me so directly? Upon hearing this question, Xu Fei pauses momentarily. Regardless, he cannot simply reveal his ability to see hints. Xu Fei smiles. Just a hunch. I hope your intuition remains this accurate. Luo Yao chuckles before adding, however, my ability to assist you is limited, as there are some areas where you must rely solely on yourself, such as in the upcoming cafeteria. Understood, Xu Fei not? Not disputing this fact. The cafeteria in the peculiar realm, even a child could surmise that the food offered would be far from appetizing. Yet, the specific rules remain unknown to Xu Fei. A soft breeze whispers through the air, and the hours of respite draw to a close as the clock approaches noon. Including Xu Fei, the individuals on the playground begin to rise and prepare to head toward the cafeteria. As they journeyed onward, not only humans were present, but also numerous anomalies. Upon entering the dining hall, the human contestants and the anomalies instinctively separated themselves, occupying the left and right sides, respectively, leaving a spacious passage in the center. Even Luo Yao had to temporarily part ways with Xu Fei. Perhaps this was what Luo Yao had previously mentioned, that even the most formidable anomalies could not disrupt this existence. At that moment, the heavy sound of footsteps drew everyone's attention. A large figure, donned in a chef's hat and wielding a hefty cleaver, made his way to the center of the dining hall. The instant the rotund man appeared, an air of dread enveloped all the anomalies, reminiscent of the fear they had felt upon encountering Luo Yao. A formidable being, the loathsome butcher instilled a deep-seated aversion. Only Luo Yao maintained her composure, her gaze fixed on Xu Fei across the way. Welcome to the anomalous dining hall. I have prepared a feast for you. But before we begin, let me outline the rules. Chapter 8. The Anomalous Dining Hall. Terrifying Dining Regulations. My rules are simple. I will randomly select a contestant. The chosen one must select a dish and consume it entirely. Failure to do so will result in a supplementary meal for the anomalies behind me. The loathsome butcher caressed the giant cleaver in his hand. Soon, a series of dining carts were propelled to the center by an unseen force. The food on the carts was concealed beneath stainless steel covers, obscuring the content from view. The only visible aspect was the names of the dishes written above. Featuring various culinary delights from around the globe, hamburgers, foie gras, noodles, and more, all familiar to the contestants. However, alongside, these were some exceedingly horrifying dishes, such as stir-fried anomalous liver and spicy anomalous head. Despite having gone hungry throughout the night, the mere sight of these names instilled a sense of revulsion. At that moment, the audience watching the live broadcast began to murmur among themselves. The rules could not be this straightforward. Indeed, just because it's labeled as a hamburger, who knows what grotesque concoction might lie beneath the cover? The name and packaging do not guarantee the quality of the food. If someone inadvertently selects a terrifying dish, will they dare to eat it? Such a question yielded no brave souls, for refusal meant being devoured instead. It truly came down to sheer luck, and it seemed that even the red-cloaked anomaly could not assist Xu Fei. Not only the viewers in the comment section, but all humans present in this anomalous realm understood the gravity of the situation. Yet the dilemma of choice left everyone perplexed. Dining time is upon us. The loathsome butcher approached the side of the human contestants. He pointed to a dark-skinned contestant from the land of Baixiang seated in the back row. Come, you shall choose first. Me? The Baixiang contestant trembled as he walked to the center, gazing at the array of dining carts, fear causing his body to quiver uncontrollably. He approached the carts, beginning to sniff at each one. Ultimately, he halted in front of a cart labeled curry lamb. Are you sure you want to choose this? The loathsome butcher confirmed. I am certain. The Baixiang contestant nodded resolutely. Very well. The loathsome butcher approached the cart. At that moment, not only the audience present, but also those in various live streams focused their attention on the cart. The loathsome butcher lifted the cover, releasing a potent aroma of curry. The platter was piled high with slices of meat. Hurry, dine. As soon as the butcher's words were uttered, the Baixiang contestant began to devour the meal ravenously. Observers could hardly contain their envy, their mouths watering. Yet, to speak candidly, although the dish was labeled as curry lamb and appeared to resemble it, the true nature of the meat remained a mystery. For the famished Baixiang contestant, however, there was no alternative. In a mere 2 minutes, he had licked the plate clean. Excellent. Next, the loathsome butcher resumed his search among the crowd, quickly stopping in front of a female contestant. Among the competitors, there were only a handful of female participants. This particular contestant had no discernible features that revealed her origins. Similar to the Baixiang contestant, she approached the dining cart, inhaling the aromas within. To her surprise, most of the scents were quite normal, embodying the essence of the dishes they were meant to represent. In that moment, she found herself in a quandary. The loathsome butcher interjected, "Each person has only 30 seconds to choose. You have 5 seconds remaining." 5 seconds. The female contestant felt a tightness in her chest and ultimately pointed at a cart before her. Sweetmeat sauce noodles. The loathsome butcher lifted the lid, and in an instant, the audience recoiled, their faces contorting in revulsion. Inside the platter wriggled hundreds of worms, resembling a ghastly amalgamation of centipedes and earthworms. Each had a mouth lined with jagged teeth, occasionally spewing brown sauce. Quickly, dine, commanded the loathsome butcher. The female contestant covered her mouth and nose, her legs quaking in terror. To consume these unknown, writhing creatures was a fate worse than death. Eat now, the loathsome butcher urged again, tightening his grip on the cleaver. Faced with this threat, the female contestant finally took a hesitant step forward. She grasped one of the worms, closing her eyes as she aimed to swallow it whole. However, the creature was alive and exceedingly lengthy, with one end still writhing outside her mouth, producing an unsettling, crunching sound. The onlookers were overcome with disgust, and many viewers in the live broadcast were compelled to vomit. Unable to confront her inner dread, the female contestant immediately expelled the worm from her mouth. Food wasted. The loathsome butcher bellowed furiously, summoning 2 anomalies to seize the trembling contestant and drag her to the kitchen for a supplementary meal. No, please. The woman's pleas garnered no sympathy from the anomalies, only heightening the panic among those yet to choose. Moments later, a scream echoed throughout the dining hall. Windmill contestant eliminated next. The loathsome butcher's gaze swept over the crowd once more, finally landing on Xu Fei. It is your turn now. Though fear gripped Xu Fei, he rose, casting a glance at Luo Yao seated opposite him. The loathsome butcher seemed to grasp something and warned, "Here, she cannot disrupt my rules." This revelation brought a sense of balance to the other contestants' minds. The audience from Longgu felt their hearts race. This butcher was indeed a formidable anomaly. thus incapable of being undermined. Truly, in this challenging scenario, two formidable anomalies had already revealed themselves. We hope Su Ge selects a suitable dish and consumes it entirely. Regardless of what it is, Su Ge, you must finish it, otherwise Long Gu may face peril. Do you truly believe this is a mere, trivial matter, that one can simply eat it? Well, alas, we can only wish for Su Gu's fortune to favor him. The audience from Long Gu was filled with trepidation. Similarly, Xu Fei, the protagonist of this ordeal, found his palms drenched in sweat. To be fair, had he selected that unknown worm, he might have attempted to endure it. Yet, whether he could manage to consume, it all remained uncertain. Even with a steadfast will, it was challenging to withstand the physiological trial. The tension among the audience was palpable. Seated across from him, Luo Yao was equally anxious for Xu Fei. However, the one most anxious of all was undoubtedly Xu Fei himself. You have but 5 seconds remaining. The voice of the repugnant butcher rumbled as he counted down. 5, 4, 3. Xu Fei's heart raced with anticipation. Yet in the final 3 seconds, a hidden prompt suddenly echoed in his ear. Hidden prompt. First row, first one. Without hesitation, Xu Fei rushed towards the leftmost food cart, declaring, "I choose this." The repugnant butcher's expression darkened upon witnessing Xu Fei's choice. The other eerie beings stared at Xu Fei with palpable terror etched upon their faces. Even Luo Yao's heart skipped a beat, her gaze towards Xu Fei brimming with despair. The repugnant butcher fixed his penetrating gaze on Xu Fei and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to select this?" "I am certain." Chapter 9. Xu Fei's Choice. The Devil's Egg. Xu Fei's conviction astonished all the eerie entities present. The Devil's Egg. A mere human dared to choose the Devil's Egg? Even we cannot fathom consuming such a dreadful delicacy. Compared to the Devil's Egg, the bizarre worm from earlier was positively delectable. In the entire eerie campus, only the repugnant lord could possibly handle such a thing. The eerie beings murmured amongst themselves, for the fear they felt emanating from a human was unprecedented. Observing this scene, the other contestants behind Xu Fei began to mock him, cruel smiles adorning their faces. Clearly, he was not the fated one. The name Devil's Egg alone indicated it was no good. Such a terrifying entity would surely lead the Dragon Kingdom contestant to his doom. I have long asserted that flaunting love leads to swift demise. Let us see how he fares. Meanwhile, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom watching the live broadcast fell into despair once more, their palms clammy with anxiety. Why did Su Yi choose food with such a name? Surely, he must be attempting to defy expectations. But witnessing the eerie reactions, it was undoubtedly something sinister. Indeed, though labeled as the Devil's Egg, it could very well be something else altogether. Impossible. Just look at the reactions of those eerie beings. It is highly likely that it is the true Devil's Egg. If even the eerie beings are afraid of this food, how could a human possibly consume it? Was Su Ye's legendary journey to end in such a manner? Arriving at this juncture, Su Ye has truly performed admirably. Other nations' viewers seized the opportunity, flooding the Dragon Kingdom's live stream with derision. The cheating contestant from the Dragon Kingdom has finally faced retribution. Without the aid of women, he is nothing. There's an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom: retribution is inevitable, just not yet. In an instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was engulfed in turmoil. 14 billion viewers anxiously fixated on Xu Fei. At this moment, even Luo Yao was taken aback by Xu Fei's choice, unable to restrain herself as she urged, "Xu Fei, you can still reconsider and choose again." The repugnant butcher immediately turned his gaze towards Luo Yao and replied, "Disrupting the rules will bring you no benefit." Luo Yao paused, then fixed her determined gaze on Xu Fei, insisting, "Xu Fei, I implore you to reconsider your choice." Xu Fei, seeing the unyielding look in Luo Yao's eyes, stroked his chin in contemplation. Having witnessed the expressions of the eerie beings after his selection of the Devil's Egg, he understood he was presented with two options. 1. To trust Luo Yao. 2. To trust the hidden prompt. Although his time with Luo Yao was limited, she had shown no intent to harm him. As for the hidden prompt, it was his guiding light. Without it, he would not have crossed paths with Luo Yao, nor arrived at this critical juncture. Ultimately, Xu Fei had but one choice in his heart. That was to trust the hidden prompt. Yet, He had not anticipated that Luo Yao would insist on aiding him at this moment. Just then, the repugnant butcher's voice broke through Xu Fei's thoughts. I have given you ample time to contemplate. Have you made your choice? I have made my decision. Xu Fei fixed his gaze upon the cart bearing the devil's egg, stating, I choose this devil's egg. Witnessing Xu Fei's resolve, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom sank into despair. Has Su Yi lost his mind over love? Why not reconsider? No matter how bizarre, the eerie beings are not deserving of human compassion. Initially, it was believed Su Yi could transcend limits, yet he turned out to be merely infatuated. Perhaps we should think positively. Perhaps Xu Fei can perform a miracle. To have reached this point with such low odds is already a testament to divine mercy. What is meant to happen will happen. Blaming Xu Fei is futile. He cannot hear you. All of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom looked on sorrowfully at the image of Xu Fei, their eyes reflecting boundless despair. After all, the contestants could not see the barrage of comments in the live stream. Thus, they could not interfere with Xu Fei's choice. Conversely, the contestants from other nations could not suppress their laughter. Ha ha! Pitying the eerie beings, how pathetic the humans are. The people of the Dragon Kingdom must be on the verge of a stroke witnessing this. Ha ha! The folly of infatuation is truly terrifying. Were I in his shoes, I would surely have chosen anew. Indeed, the cost is borne by the eerie beings. I do not have to sacrifice anything. Hurry! He has made his decision. Let him consume the devil's egg. The devil's egg is undoubtedly something profoundly malevolent. Nevertheless, in the eerie realm, the repugnant butcher regarded Xu Fei with a hint of admiration. Your performance is commendable. However, I must inform you that this is indeed the true devil's egg. No one within this eerie campus, save for myself, can truly consume a devil's egg. Regardless, the rules cannot be altered. You must consume it, for to waste it is to choose death. Upon finishing, the repugnant butcher approached Xu Fei and swiftly lifted the cover from the devil's egg. Luo Yao gazed at Xu Fei, her expression complex. She clenched her fists, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the other eerie beings, upon seeing the cover removed, turned their faces away as if confronted by the sun. The remaining contestants also averted their gazes, fearing the sight of something horrifying. Yet their faces betrayed an undeniable anticipation. They could hardly wait to hear the announcement of the Dragon Kingdom contestants' failure. At this moment, as the cover on the cart was fully removed, the true devil's egg finally appeared before Xu Fei. An overwhelmingly pungent odor flooded the entire cafeteria. Although the contestants did not look, the very scent made some start to gag. How could such a foul-smelling thing exist? They exclaimed. It is terrifying. I swear the Dragon Kingdom contestant will never consume this. With such a stench, it is clearly inedible. No wonder the eerie beings are terrified. Trust me, no one would dare eat such a thing. The contestant from the Dragon Kingdom will be eliminated shortly. Brace yourselves. At this moment, both the human contestants present and the eerie beings were visibly distressed by the scent of the devil's egg. Is this truly the devil's egg? Xu Fei gazed at the dish before him, engulfed by self-doubt. He stood there, seemingly in a stupor, not due to fear, but rather astonishment at the true appearance of the devil's egg. Xu Fei's expression was one of disbelief. He casually grasped the devil's egg in his hand, even bringing it close to his nose for a sniff. Witnessing Xu Fei's actions, even the repugnant butcher was momentarily taken aback. Even Luo Yao stared at Xu Fei, her mouth slightly agape, her expression one of incredulity. The other eerie beings, too, were filled with astonishment. Wait, did I not see correctly? He is not afraid of the devil's egg? Chapter 10. While others strive for survival, do you still yearn for a life of aspiration? It is the egg of the demon. Xu Fei took a deep breath. To this moment, he could scarcely believe his own eyes. Wasn't he this simply a century egg? Initially, observing the bizarre and tense atmosphere, Xu Fei had nearly resigned himself to his fate. As long as he could maintain his composure, he would fight. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the fearsome egg of the demon that struck terror into the hearts of the Bazaar was merely a century egg he was well acquainted with. Could it be that the Bazaar were afraid of century eggs? Doubt lingered in his mind, wondering if this so-called egg of the demon merely resembled a century egg. Thus, he scrutinized it for a while, even inhaling its aroma. However, The scent it emitted and the surface structure appeared identical to the century eggs he had consumed before. At this juncture, the audience in the Longwa livestream was likewise captivated by the century egg in Xu Fei's hand. No way, I can't be seeing this wrong. This egg of the demon is indeed a century egg? Yes, indeed. It is a century egg. Longwa has been saved. Who was it that said Xu Fei made the wrong choice? His choice was absolutely spot on. But let us not rejoice too soon. Even among the people of Longwa, some may not relish century eggs. Of course, it's natural for some to dislike it, but at least it's preferable to consuming those revolting insects. Exactly. If someone were to force you at gunpoint to eat it, would you comply? But have you considered, it might merely look like a century egg? Suga should be fine, right? The citizens of Longwa remained tense, their gazes fixated on Xu Fei on the screen. In the frame, the abhorrent butcher appeared startled by Xu Fei's demeanor, yet he still urged, quickly eat it. Otherwise, I shall turn you into minced meat. All right, Xu Fei not dead? Having no time to contemplate anything further. He had been hungry for quite some time, but the earlier tension had left him without an appetite. Now, witnessing the egg of the demon that bore an uncanny resemblance to a century egg, an unprecedented hunger surged within him, and his mouth began to salivate uncontrollably. He promptly stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew. The familiar flavor of the century egg flooded his palate, with the tender egg white and creamy yolk providing a delightful texture. It was truly a culinary delight. If only it could be complemented with soy sauce, vinegar, and minced garlic for a perfect dish. Simultaneously, Xu Fei was unequivocally certain that this so-called egg of the demon was indeed a century egg. One must admit, the hidden prompt was tailor-made for him. Even if contestants from other nations encountered this, they would likely struggle to swallow it. For Xu Fei, however, a century egg was undoubtedly a delicacy. Impressive. The abhorrent butcher observed Xu Fei's expression of sheer enjoyment, his small eyes betraying immense shock. Even Luo Yao, at that moment, covered her mouth, gazing at Xu Fei's face filled with disbelief. The other bizarre beings stared at Xu Fei, utterly astonished. No way. This person actually ate the egg of the demon. This is an egg born from the depths of horror. The egg of the demon. How is it possible? A human can consume such a repulsive item? And look at his expression. He is clearly savoring it. If I remember correctly, even the abhorrent lord struggled to eat with such composure. This human named Xu Fei is even more formidable than the abhorrent lord. Is there anything that a human capable of consuming the egg of the demon cannot eat? Thus, he would dare to consume us as well. As the bizarre beings reached this conclusion, a flicker of fear began to emerge in their gazes towards Xu Fei. He has lost his mind. The Longwa contestant must be insane. How can he find such a disgusting item so delectable? I've been a Longwa before. Why does this item seem familiar? That's right. It's a century egg, a specialty of their Longwa. What does this mean? After all this time, he chose food from his own country? Why? Why does he possess such good fortune? Unsure how to respond, the contestants from other nations were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment as they watched Xu Fei. They even began to fantasize about their own gastronomic encounters. In stark contrast, the audience from Longwa erupted in joy. Oh my heart can hardly bear this. He is alive. Xu Fei has successfully survived once again. Xu Yi is incredible. He managed to select a specialty, truly a blessing for our Longwa. What happened to those earlier derogatory comments? Where are they now? Why are they silent? Indeed, even if their contestants were to choose this, they would never be able to eat it. Faced with the spirited retorts from the Longwa audience, the comments from other nations in the live stream began to harden. It's merely a stroke of luck. The white elephant contestant has had his share of good fortune too. Exactly. I refuse to believe someone can have such luck all the time. You Longwa folks often say, who doesn't enjoy dumplings during the new year? It's still early. This is just the first day. I don't believe he can maintain such luck every time. The comments in the Longwa live stream were fervently engaging in a verbal battle. Meanwhile, within the bizarre world, Xu Fei had completely swallowed the century egg. In the astonished gazes of the crowd and the bizarre beings, Xu Fei raised his head once more to look at the abhorrent butcher and inquired, "Is there more?" The abhorrent butcher furrowed his brows, questioning, "Kid, you wish to eat more?" Xu Fei nodded earnestly, "Yes, I'm still a bit hungry." The abhorrent butcher, even among the bizarre beings, could not help but gasp in disbelief. He stared intently at this astonishing young man and slowly spoke, "Kid, the egg of the demon is not something you can simply desire. However, if you're still hungry, you may choose once more. If you choose incorrectly, the consequences will be the same as before. It all depends on your courage. Choose again." Upon hearing this request, Xu Fei pondered briefly. The abhorrent butcher's intent was quite clear. It was essentially a wager of life for a hearty meal. If he chose correctly, he would be rewarded with another dish, while a wrong choice would lead to elimination. For an ordinary contestant, successfully navigating the challenges was already a significant achievement, and they would hardly dare to gamble again. Yet for Xu Fei, who had the advantage of a hidden prompt, this might not be a disadvantage after all. It could very well be an opportunity to satiate his hunger. After all, according to the rules of this scenario, there was only one chance to dine in the cafeteria each day. One meal a day. If he did not eat enough, how could he muster the strength to confront those formidable bizarre beings? Taking a gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Thus, Xu Fei once again directed his gaze toward the remaining food carts, eager to make his choice. Observing Xu Fei's expression, the viewers in the Longwa live stream felt a renewed tension. "Su Yi, please don't do this. My heart can't take it." Surely Su Yi isn't genuinely losing his mind over hunger, contemplating another selection? Please, Su Yi. To choose again would mean wasting an opportunity. While others strive for survival in the bizarre realm, Su Yi seeks to lead an aspirational life, does he not? As the tension mounted within Longwa, the comments from other nations began to flood the screen once more. "You're laughing? Look at your contestants. They're like pigs, only knowing how to eat. This is hilarious. Do the contestants from Longwa not have functioning brains? Could it be that he truly believes he will always have such good fortune? Longwa, have the courage to choose again. Don't let me look down on you." Chapter 11, A New Choice. Longwa faces despair again. In the bizarre world, both the bizarre beings and the contestants fixated their gazes on Xu Fei, especially the contestants from other countries. They all silently hoped that Xu Fei would agree, for they could hardly believe that one person's fortune could be so consistently favorable. Should Xu Fei choose again, there was a possibility of being eliminated, coupled with the previously unacceptable Pai Dan. If Xu Fei were to fail this time, it would undoubtedly assist the remaining contestants by eliminating 2 incorrect answers. At that moment, the malevolent butcher pressed for an answer. "Tell me, what is your decision?" Upon hearing the prompt, Xu Fei raised his head without hesitation and stared directly at the malevolent butcher. "I have made my decision. I will choose again." Such audacity! A cruel smile spread across the butcher's face. The other contestants behind Xu Fei instantly began to beam with joy. Is the contestant from Longwa out of his mind? What a fool. Is surviving not enough? He even wants to indulge. Hey, don't insult him. I actually agree with his choice. Indeed, he has the courage. Even if he loses, it would not be shameful. If he happens to choose correctly again, I will completely acknowledge him as a contestant from Longwa. Even if he dies, I would still be grateful for his effort in eliminating 2 wrong answers. Upon hearing these sarcastic remarks, the atmosphere in the Longwa live stream grew tense once more. Xu Yi is being overly ambitious. Xu Yi, this is not the time for recklessness, is it? Even if he doesn't choose, it wouldn't matter. They wouldn't dare to say anything. He is already committed, and now it is futile to say anything else. We can only hope for Xu Yi to perform well. If he fails, won't he be the subject of their ridicule? What else can we do at this point? The atmosphere in the Longwa live stream diminished again due to Xu Fei's renewed choice. His decision had ultimately led to their momentary excitement being in vain. The malevolent butcher spoke again. "Then what is your choice this time?" "I choose this," Xu Fei declared as he walked straight to the food cart indicated by the prompt. He took a glance at the name of the dish displayed. Bai Bian Gui Shou, a rather unusual dish name. Yet, since it was indicated by the hidden prompt, it should not be something particularly horrific. Xu Fei pointed to the food cart. "I choose this." The malevolent butcher cast a glance at the food cart, a flicker of incredulity crossing his eyes. "Are you certain?" "I am certain," Xu Fei nodded. "Very well." The malevolent butcher approached to unveil the food cover. Simultaneously, Luo Yao, seated directly opposite Xu Fei, nodded with a smile. "Your choice this time is indeed correct." As Luo Yao's words fell, the other strange beings also nodded in agreement. many casting envious glances at him. His choice is correct. Bai Bian Gui Shou, sourced from premium ingredients, the arms of the Bai Bian Gui. This is undoubtedly the finest food in the realm of the strange. Precisely. Unlike the devil's egg, no strange being can refuse Bai Bian Gui Shou. This individual truly has remarkable luck. Not only has Lord Luo Yao backed him, but he is also chosen by Bian Gui Shou. As long as the dish is genuinely by Bian Gui Shou, it cannot go wrong. However, upon hearing the approval of the strange beings, Xu Fei suddenly felt an unsettling sensation within. The terrifying devil's egg was something he could accept. Yet food that was acceptable to the strange beings might be far less palatable to ordinary people. But now that he had made his choice, it was too late to retract. The malevolent butcher removed the cover. A potent stench of blood assaulted his senses, quickly permeating the entire dining hall. Before him lay a blood-soaked human arm. The blood was thick like tomato sauce. Even the back of the hand bore hasty and crude cuts, flesh and blood intertwined. The fingers, with sharp nails akin to the talons of a predator, were both long and curved. Faced with such a grotesque and eerie scene, Xu Fei felt a surge of nausea rising in his throat. Yet, the strange beings opposite him appeared as if they had encountered a culinary masterpiece, eagerly inhaling the scent of blood in the air. Like the strange beings, the contestants behind Xu Fei became excited upon witnessing the scene. I told you. How could one person's luck be so favorable? He has surely exhausted his fortune for a lifetime. He cannot possibly consume that Gui Shou. Look at him. It's a miracle he hasn't vomited yet. Those destined to be eliminated will ultimately be eliminated. Even Jesus cannot save him. Hurry and eat, Xu Fei. Did you not hear the strange beings say this is the finest food? Huh. At the same time, the audience in the Longhua live stream felt a wave of nausea wash over them, their hearts sinking. Impossible. Xu Fei cannot possibly consume such a thing. Just the thought of it makes me feel sick, let alone Xu Fei. I'm truly baffled. He has clearly passed, so why choose again? What good does it do to complain now? Even if he doesn't choose today, he will face the same situation tomorrow. 44 days, and he must choose every day. No one can guarantee they will always choose correctly. That is far better than failing now and waiting for death. Living one more day is still hope. Why are you all so pessimistic? What if Su Yi can actually eat it? Are you insane? What kind of pervert would dare eat a human arm? Seizing the opportunity, the comments from contestants of other countries began to counterattack. Don't underestimate the people of Longhua. What if he truly is a pervert? He has already consumed that disgusting egg. What is there that he cannot eat? Indeed, daring to kiss the strange being and even eat Pai Dan is not a big deal. In any case, let us thank Mr. Su for helping us eliminate the incorrect answers. Hurry and eat. The entire world is watching you, brave warrior. At this moment, due to Xu Fei's renewed choice, audiences around the globe turned their gaze towards him. Xu Fei looked at the Gui Shou on his plate, feeling increasingly perplexed. No matter how he viewed it, this dish was undeniably something that ordinary people would find hard to accept. Psychologically and physiologically, he experienced extreme discomfort. But why would the hidden prompt lead him to choose such a thing? Hidden prompt. Unleash your imagination. Embrace and munch on it. What does this mean? Hearing the hidden prompt, Xu Fei grew even more bewildered. But just then, the malevolent butcher's low and terrifying voice began to echo in his ears. You have 5 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2. Chapter 12. Every day a kiss. Yet they claim it's strange? Who cares? Let's treat it as a pig trotter and eat it. Xu Fei suddenly seized the Bai Bian Gui Shou before him. Based on the hidden prompt, Xu Fei's mind began to conjure images of various delectable pig trotters. Stewed pig trotter with yellow soybeans, charcoal-grilled pig trotter, and braised pig trotter, among others. However, for Xu Fei, his favorite remained the charcoal-grilled pig trotter. The crispy outer skin and the tender juices within made it an irresistible delight to imagine. Taking a deep breath, Xu Fei decisively took a bite. A crisp sound echoed as the oil burst forth in his mouth, accompanied by warmth spreading through his hand. The original stench of blood dissipated, replaced by the enticing aroma of charcoal and savory flavors. Wait, this taste, this texture. Xu Fei's heart tightened as he glanced again at the Gui Shou in his hand. At that moment, he realized that the Bai Biangui show had vanished, and in his grasp was, in fact, a charcoal-grilled pig trotter. Xu Fei was momentarily stunned, savoring the crispy skin in his mouth. Before long, he had entirely devoured the pig trotter, leaving only a few bones behind. It was entirely indistinguishable from the roasted pig's trotters he had envisioned. Xu Fei quickly sensed something amiss. The term by Biangui show was of utmost significance. Simultaneously, Luo Yao, seated across from him, furrowed her brow and murmured, "Xu Fei, is this truly how you intend to utilize by Biangui show? Is this the culinary delight you imagined?" The reviled butcher shook his head, expressing his disbelief. "I had thought you would conceive of it as the demon S-egg." Meanwhile, the peculiar entities behind them also shook their heads, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. The same bewilderment was echoed among the audience of Longhua in the streaming room. How on earth did Su Yi accomplish this? Just moments ago, it was a bloodied arm, and now it has transformed into pig's trotters? Is it possible that Su Yi has some magical ability to turn this eerie hand into an edible delicacy? Have you lost your mind? Do you think those entities can be manipulated like mere tricks? Then how do you explain Su Ye's knowledge? I don't care about the details. Surviving is the most important thing right now. Indeed, those who doubted just moments ago step forward and witness how Su Yi operates. Yet, the astonishment was not confined to the audience of Longhua. It was shared among the competitors from other nations who had witnessed this transformation firsthand in the world of the uncanny. Even in the presence of numerous eerie beings, many stood up to voice their opinions. Please provide a reasonable explanation. How could the original Gui show transform into a culinary delight? I refuse to accept this. Xu Fei must have some ulterior motive. Indeed, he had distinctly chosen a bloodied arm. So why had it morphed into pig's trotters? Silence. Faced with the crowd's relentless inquiries, the reviled butcher abruptly brought down his cleaver upon the dining table. In an instant, the table was cleaved in two. He then directed a fierce gaze towards the contestants, explaining, Bai Biangui is a unique special entity within the realm of the uncanny. Every part of its being can morph into any edible food item one can imagine. Thus, in the world of the uncanny, Bai Biangui serves as the source of all food, ranking as the second most exquisite delicacy. As for the top-ranking delicacy, even Bai Biangui cannot transform into it. With that, the reviled butcher ceased his explanation and instead clapped his hands. From the depths of the cafeteria, over a dozen small entities approached, each carrying various plates. The plates were adorned with human limbs, exuding a peculiar odor. All human contestants recognized that the plates contained the remains of the woman who had just been eliminated. Clearly, the reviled butcher referred to the top delicacy, which was also the one that Bai Biangui could not replicate. Humans. Various retching sounds echoed. However, this so-called top delicacy soon began to be served on the tables of the eerie beings. Even the audience of Longhua watching the live stream displayed signs of nausea. Goodness, how terrifying. I can hardly bear to watch. Nevertheless, one could not deny that Su Yi had once again made the correct choice. Truly, he is a deity. What does he possess such knowledge? Indeed, no one else seems to understand these rules, yet Su Yi knows. Could it be that he has some sort of cheat? What cheat? Do you really think this is a novel? Regardless, as long as he can progress, that is what matters. The audience of Longhua was elated, while the comments from other nations began to unravel. Do you dare claim he isn't cheated? How could anyone consistently make correct choices twice in a row? Exactly. And he even understands the rules of this Gui show. It's simply unfathomable. Do you think that red-robed entity might have informed him? It's possible. A normal person could never uncover such things. In the end, it's merely reliance on a woman. I refuse to believe he can continue down this path. Observing Xu Fei, who had already indulged in a feast, the contestants and spectators from other nations felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. For them, dining was a gamble for survival, while Xu Fei appeared to be relishing the experience. Even though they felt deeply disgruntled, they found themselves helpless. Meanwhile, in the uncanny world, the reviled butcher began to select the next target according to the rules. You, and you. As he called out names, one contestant after another approached the serving card, filled with resentment and fear. Concurrently, the fortunate Xu Fei was summoned by Luo Yao, with the reviled butcher offering no objection. Xu Fei glanced at the other entities partaking in human flesh, his face betraying clear discomfort. After all, delicacies crafted from human bodies were still difficult for him to accept. At that moment, Luo Yao seemed to notice Xu Fei's unusual state. As a top-tier entity, her portion differed from that of the other beings. Not only was it individually packaged, but it also contained the most delectable parts. Yet, at this moment, she pushed her plate aside. "I want to eat this. You all can take it." "Thank you, Lady Luo Yao." The nearby entities, witnessing this, were filled with excitement and immediately began to divide the food. Xu Fei, observing Luo Yao's actions, could not help but ask, "Isn't this the top delicacy? Why won't you eat it?" Luo Yao pouted. "You still dare to ask? You consumed the demon's egg today, so you're forbidden from kissing me for 3 days." Xu Fei was momentarily taken aback by her words. However, he quickly deduced the reasoning behind it. Was she concerned that eating human flesh might make him reluctant to kiss her? Thus, Xu Fei jested, "I'm fine. But are you sure this is a punishment for me?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yao panicked slightly, her cheeks flushing as she took on a somewhat coy demeanor. "Then, let's make it just 1 day." Seeing Luo Yao flustered, Xu Fei moved closer, questioning, "1 day? Are you certain?" Chapter 13. While our contestant dines, you indulge in your own desires. As Xu Fei drew near, Luo Yao's defenses crumbled instantly, her heart racing uncontrollably. She realized that whenever Xu Fei approached her face, her entire being softened. No matter what Xu Fei said, her mind was consumed with a singular thought: to acquiesce to him. "Oh dear, I won't punish you anymore, but you must wash up first." Observing this scene, the surrounding entities were left in disbelief. After all, this was the top entity of the Shock University. Renowned for her cruelty, now she was being intimidated by a mere human. Consequently, some bold ones began to whisper, "Did I just witness correctly? When has Lady Luo Yao ever been threatened? I have never seen her so flustered. Indeed, she wouldn't be this anxious even in front of the principal." Let us not forget, this human can consume the demon's egg. No, merely eating a demon's egg cannot pose a threat to a top-tier entity. Yes, if I am not mistaken, it's because Lady Luo Yao has fallen in love. No wonder she no longer consumes humans. Lady Luo Yao must fear that this human might disdain her. Suddenly, just as the last entity finished speaking, a chilling wind swept through. At that moment, Luo Yao had already appeared behind a top-tier vampire entity with sharp fangs. Her pupils glimmered with an eerie red light as she spoke in a low voice. "Just because I do not consume humans does not imply that I possess a kind heart. Lady Luo Yao." The vampire entity's face turned pale, as if it had encountered death, and its speech became hesitant. Luo Yao extended her fair hand, gripping the air. A pained scream erupted, only to be abruptly silenced. Dark crimson blood spurted forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The small entities around trembled in fear, scarcely daring to lift their gazes towards Luo Yao. Within the confines of the terrifying university, the level of the eerie was undeniably a formidable presence among the collective of uncanny students. Ordinary entities, upon encountering a being of higher rank, could only lower their heads in submission. Yet now, Luo Yao executed her will with ruthless efficiency, extinguishing lives as effortlessly as one might crush a chick. The surrounding small entities were no exception. Even the loathed butcher cast a fleeting glance in her direction, uttering no further words. It was evident that the rules permitted such actions. A smirk curled on Luo Yao's lips, a warning to anyone who dared to speak out of turn. This would be their fate. Her fierce gaze swept across the eerie beings before her, and she even directed her attention towards the contestants across the way. Witnessing Luo Yao's terrifying demeanor instilled profound fear in these competitors. Earlier, they had been captivated by her extraordinary beauty, momentarily overshadowing her identity as a level entity. However, with the abrupt disappearance of one of their own, they were swiftly reminded of her true nature. Subsequently, a warm smile graced her blood-stained visage, a juxtaposition of horror and beauty. Even Xu Fei found himself momentarily stunned. Observing Xu Fei's expression, Luo Yao felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that her brutality might disturb him. Hastily, she waved her hand, using her uncanny powers to cleanse the blood from her form. Then, flustered, she approached Xu Fei, attempting to explain, I was actually fine. Xu Fei inhaled deeply, reaching out to wipe away a trace of blood from her face. Luo Yao's pupils sparkled with a crystalline crimson light, and instinctively, she leaped into Xu Fei's embrace, pressing her lips against his. The onlooking contestants were momentarily taken aback, consumed by jealousy, their teeth grinding in frustration. Why was it that this level entity treated Xu Fei with such favor? Noticing their distraction, the loathed butcher bellowed, "What are you staring at? Have you chosen your dishes?" This proclamation jolted the contestants back to reality. However, time was of the essence, prompting the loathed butcher to hasten the selection process. Contestants were swiftly instructed to choose their meals before dining simultaneously. With their lives on the line, anxiety gripped all the competitors. The dishes were, of course, plentiful. Yet the perennial question loomed. Do the names correspond to the actual dishes? Soon, all contestants settled on their selections, positioning themselves before their respective meal carts. The loathed butcher surveyed the group, cautioning, once chosen, you must consume everything. Should I discover any leftovers, death awaits. Upon hearing these words, the tension and excitement surged as everyone anxiously unveiled their meals. Aromas, both delectable and repulsive, filled the dining hall. The remaining dishes presented a grotesque variety, ranging from genuine human food to horrifying maggots and even the dismembered limbs of uncanny creatures. Yet, in comparison to the grotesque selections of the recently eliminated female contestant and Xu Fei's eerie choice, these offerings appeared relatively palatable. Confronted with the specter of death, all contestants steeled their resolve, devouring their meals ravenously. Despite some emitting sounds of revulsion, none dared to vomit openly. The other competitors thrust maggots into their mouths, their expressions twisted in anguish. Meanwhile, Luo Yao, resembling a docile little rabbit, nestled against Xu Fei, her cheeks flushed, elevating their torment to new heights, a stark dichotomy of hell and paradise. They longed to voice their frustrations, yet silence enveloped them. Concurrently, in a live broadcast, viewers from other nations expressed their disbelief. This is utterly unfair. I simply wish to understand why. If it were me, I would rather die than continue. Are you mad? Your death represents not just yourself, but your nation. Then tell me, while we struggle to survive, will the contestant from Longwa? Why are we watching horror films while they indulge in romantic dramas? No, our contestants are consuming excrement, while Xu Fei is feasting on delicacies. The actions of Longwa's contestant are outrageous. I demand a reasonable explanation. As these comments flooded in, the audience in Longwa's live stream erupted in laughter. Explanation? What can we say? We are just as baffled by Su Ye's prowess. What romantic drama? This is clearly a tale of pure love. Do you not comprehend? Has this truly broken your defenses? Your contestants are not even eliminated yet. Su Ye's journey thus far has been nothing short of legendary. I propose a book be written about him. As dining time seemed to draw to a close, curiosity piqued regarding Su Ye's afternoon plans. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the eerie realm. The cafeteria clock began its countdown. 30 seconds remaining until 1400 hours. All contestants must leave the cafeteria and proceed to any location to check in. As the announcement reverberated, the majority of contestants erupted from the cafeteria in a frenzy, with retching sounds filling the air. Xu Fei and Luo Yao finally parted ways, exiting the dining hall. However, in the depths of the cafeteria, a shadowy figure began to materialize from the darkness. This was of little consequence. The voice of the shadow, rich with magnetism, uttered, "What matters is that this Xu Fei must be eliminated." Chapter 14. The Terrifying Classroom. Target Xu Fei. I am merely a chef, adhering to the rules of this scenario. The loathed butcher cast a glance at the shadow behind him before departing. Simultaneously, the shadow vanished. Meanwhile, Xu Fei and Luo Yao, having exited the cafeteria, walked hand in hand along the path. Despite contestants being eliminated since their dormitory days, the actual elimination rate was not as dire as anticipated. Only a few had perished after 3 trials. A rough estimate suggested that nearly 190 contestants remained. This led Xu Fei to ponder whether the uncanny entities within the scenario were, for some reason, tempering the severity of their circumstances. Had the loathed butcher not the capability to replace all dishes with items utterly inedible to humans? For instance, those deadly worms that would emerge even if contestants attempted to swallow them. Suddenly, Luo Yao halted, prompting Xu Fei to stop as well. "What is wrong?" he inquired. "It's nothing," Luo Yao replied, shaking her head. "You should find a place to check in. I have some matters to attend to. I trust your instincts." With that, Luo Yao reluctantly released his hand and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, burdened with unspoken worries, Xu Fei felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, as she had not openly shared her concerns, he refrained from pressing her further. Instead, he approached the navigation map, contemplating where would be the safest place to check in. At the terrifying university, within a teacher's office, a knock resounded as Luo Yao entered. "You've arrived," a gentle and alluring voice greeted her. A woman clad in a black business suit turned from the window. She appeared to be in her 20s, her hair elegantly pinned back, exuding a mature and sensual allure that contrasted with Luo Yao's youthful demeanor. She adjusted her glasses, her violet pupils fixated on Luo Yao, her crimson lips slightly parted. "You know, the shocking university forbids relationships between the bizarre and humans." Luo Yao stepped beside the woman, gazing out at the blood moon. "That is merely your established rule. As long as you remain indifferent, nothing will transpire." "Oof." The woman crossed her arms, declaring, "Now, you must leave him. It will be beneficial for both you and him." "Impossible." Luo Yao shook her head resolutely, her expression growing tense. "I understand, but I will not abandon him." Her gaze was unwavering. "What if he dies?" The woman abruptly waved her hand, slamming the office door shut. "Though I too am bizarre, I can confine you for 3 days using the rules granted by the campus." "He will not die," Luo Yao warned the woman. "You can only utilize the rules to kill." The woman nodded, seemingly unfazed by anger. "You are correct, but that is sufficient." As her words fell, the woman transformed into a wisp of purple mist, vanishing from sight. Luo Yao tightened her fists, looking out the window. "Xu Fei, I believe in you." Meanwhile, as Xu Fei was analyzing the navigation map, the school's broadcast suddenly blared again. "All contestants who have not chosen a check-in point must immediately report to the horror classroom in the horror building. Count down for minutes." Horror classroom? Xu Fei quickly located the so-called horror building on the navigation map. With only 2 minutes remaining, he had no time to ponder and dashed towards the horror building. Along the way, he encountered numerous fellow contestants. Upon reaching the horror building, he discovered that nearly all contestants had already gathered. It seemed that none of them had easily selected their desired check-in points. This was understandable, as there was ample time for self-selection, and no one wished to take the lead. At that moment, the broadcast echoed again. "Everyone, proceed to room 444 in the formation for the morning's death training. Attention! No bizarre entities may participate during this time." Hearing this, everyone promptly began to queue in an orderly manner, ascending the stairs. During this time, they remained silent, fearing to provoke the bizarre and face annihilation. However, that did not hinder their glances, each casting hostile looks at Xu Fei. Witnessing this, the foreign audience in the live stream became intrigued. "This is splendid. With no other bizarre entities involved, the contestants from Longgu are doomed. Indeed, relying solely on a woman. Let us see how he manages now. This is a perfect opportunity. We must utilize the rules to eliminate Xu Fei. Now, we can work together to ensure the downfall of Longgu." The viewers in the Longgu live stream began to vehemently curse in response to the foreign comments. "You dare speak of eliminating our contestants? Are you courting death? Jealous of our Su Yi? You despicable little people. Regardless of the rules this time, I trust Su Yi will turn the tide. Su Yi, show them that you can succeed without relying on women. Yes, I suggest the officials ban these individuals. They are utterly detestable. However, the live stream served as a projection of the bizarre world, and no human possessed the right to interfere." Similarly, the citizens of Longgu also noticed the flickering gazes of the foreign contestants. It was evident that Xu Fei would face genuine peril in this round. Not only the bizarre entities. Of course, Xu Fei was acutely aware of the animosity directed at him from those around him. With hidden cues, he could confront the bizarre entities with composure. Yet, Regarding the contestants from other nations, it might not prove effective. We've arrived. The line halted as they reached room 444. The horror classroom. The room's lighting was dim, nearly 200 desks and chairs set within. Each desk bore sheets of paper and pens, reminiscent of an examination hall. Suddenly, the projector overhead illuminated, casting light upon a blood-stained curtain. A woman's graceful silhouette appeared, though her features remained obscured. Please, everyone, select your seats in order. With that, the crowd began to orderly search for their seats, just as in a morning's training. Beside Xu Fei sat a contestant from Shaohangu. Upon seeing Xu Fei take a seat, the contestant offered a seemingly friendly smile, which swiftly morphed into a menacing glare. The woman on the curtain spoke again. Now, all contestants, take your paper and pens. Those who do not meet the criteria will be eliminated. There are no invigilators for this examination. I hope you act with integrity. Beyond this, there are no further rules. You have 1 hour. The timer begins now. As the prompt emerged, the entire Longu live stream erupted with fervor. A critique? This rule sounds rather straightforward. Nonsense. Can't you see this is specifically targeting Xu Yi? Indeed, Xu Yi is presently entangled with a bizarre campus flower. How can he critique love? If he wishes to survive and succeed, Xu Fei must write a critique of human bizarre relationships. No. What if this is a trial? Deliberately testing Xu Ye's sincerity? What should we do now? What will Xu Yi write? Who is the bizarre being posing this question so maliciously? Unfair. There must be some misunderstanding. Observing the heated discussions in the Longu live stream, the foreign audience was thoroughly amused. What unfairness. The rules were set by the bizarre. Not us. Ha ha ha. Let you flaunt your love. Even the bizarre cannot bear it. Do you think having a powerful bizarre campus flower guarantees victory? It seems this rule renders even her assistance futile. Once Xu Fei writes, I shudder to think how the bizarre campus flower will deal with him. Seeing her beloved man critique their relationship, her heart must surely shatter. How heartbreaking. I wanted to see the Longu contestant win effortlessly with the help of a woman. At this moment, it was clear to all but the foolish that this rule was aimed specifically at Xu Fei. The prompt was straightforward, merely suggesting that certain individuals should not engage in love with the bizarre. Yet, for Xu Fei, this posed a fatal dilemma. To choose not to write a critique would result in obliteration by the rules. To write a critique, however, could very well be a test imposed by Luo Yao. If it were a test, losing the assistance of the bizarre being would be minor. However, should he violate the emotional bond and breach Luo Yao's rules, he too could face annihilation. Xu Fei furrowed his brow, hesitating for a long time without putting pen to paper. At this moment, the audience in the Longu live stream shared his anxiety. Writing may not guarantee death, but not writing will surely lead to it. Right, Xu Yi? Regardless of what follows, we accept it. Yes, a test is a test. At least you cannot die yet. Such a simple prompt. If he were to perish, would he not be ridiculed by others? What if this isn't a test? Explaining to the bizarre campus flower later could offer a chance to survive. In a horror classroom, the other contestants fervently scribbled, their faces alight with uncontainable excitement. The living embodiment of human bizarre love was before them, both satisfying and a means to advance. At this moment, in the entire classroom, only Xu Fei remained without pen in hand as he awaited a hidden hint. If the hidden hint did not arrive, he would have no choice but to write a critique as a gamble. At least this way, there was a glimmer of hope. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a melodious sound resonated in his ears, and a line of bright silver text appeared on the paper before him. Hidden hint. Submit a blank paper. Submit a blank paper? Xu Fei was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought it was a choice between two answers, but suddenly an answer appeared in the hidden hint. What could this possibly mean? A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Simultaneously, in the adjacent classroom, the woman with violet eyes observed the conflicted Xu Fei on the screen. A smile gracing her lips. Xu Fei, if you do not write the critique, you shall be erased for violating the rules. However, should you choose to write, I assure you, Luo Yao will lose all her affection for you. With that, the woman waved her hand, and the projection of the examination room vanished, her eyes closing as she began to rest. The situation in the examination room was of no concern to her. Even if someone blatantly plagiarized or cheated, she would not intervene. Her only interest lay in what kind of answer Xu Fei would ultimately submit. As time ticked away in the eerie classroom, Xu Fei gazed at the blank paper before him and ultimately decided to trust the hidden hint. Although he was unaware of the reasoning behind this decision, at least he believed the hidden hint would not lead him astray. Xu Fei lifted his gaze to the clock on the podium. It read 1500 hours. Half an hour had already elapsed since the examination began. The other contestants had nearly all set down their pens and begun reviewing their work. Observing this, the audience from Longhua felt an acute sense of anxiety. Why had Suyi not begun writing? Was this truly such a difficult choice? Of course, if it were me, I too would be uncertain about what to select. Regardless of what happens next, let us complete the round first. Quick, write something. Even if it is a so-called test of love, you should at least put pen to paper. Wait, why has Suyi closed his eyes? What? No way. Has Suyi actually fallen asleep? Surely not. Is he truly surrendering to despair? Unbeknownst to whom in the barrage, the screen showed Xu Fei gripping the pen, his head resting on the desk as he drifted into slumber. Witnessing this, comments from other nations began to flood in. Ha ha, can you believe it? Faced with life and death, the contestant from Longhua has fallen asleep. He has given up. He can no longer endure the mental torment. Did you see that? Relying on luck or a woman is not a viable strategy. I truly did not expect that, between the two answers, he would choose a third option. Alas, I thought he would take a chance and reveal the magnificent power of love. Despite the ridicule from other nations, the viewers in Longgua's live stream did not lose heart. Hey, don't forget, perhaps submitting a blank paper could also lead to success. What? How did I not think of that? Suyi must have discerned the rules. Indeed, the rules never stated that submitting a blank paper would result in elimination. You make a valid point. Perhaps Suyi is intentionally opting for a blank submission. Previously, every choice Suyi made seemed impossible. Yet he managed to turn calamity into fortune each time. Precisely. Perhaps this time will be no different. Upon hearing this theory, many disheartened viewers from Longhua felt a renewed sense of hope. Meanwhile, the barrage from other nations seemed to sense impending trouble. What are you all thinking? Submitting a blank paper is tantamount to straying off topic. Indeed, how could there be any success from submitting a blank paper? Is this the kind of education in Longhua? Impossible. He cannot possibly succeed by submitting a blank paper. The two sides engaged in a heated debate as time continued to slip away. Before long, a voice announced over the loudspeaker, 1 minute remaining until the end. All contestants, please place your answers on the desk and leave the examination room. At this moment, Xu Fei rubbed his eyes and glanced at the pristine blank sheet on his desk, following the line to exit the venue. However, just as Xu Fei stepped out, a contestant from Shaohong swiftly placed a paper filled with text on Xu Fei's desk. The title was even written in Chinese. Witnessing this, the entire audience in Longgua's live stream erupted in outrage. Chapter 16, Love, Disgusting, and Nauseating. How dare they? The contestant from Shaohong brazenly switched answer sheets. This maneuver was so slick that Suyi didn't even notice. Is this contestant from Shaohong courting death, daring to do such a thing in broad daylight? Instead of merely swapping out their own test paper, they wrote an additional one to replace Suyi's. I saw it. The title seemed to say something like I love you. It's over. Suyi hasn't noticed, and those from Shaohong are too insidious. It's bizarre. Didn't the invigilator notice this? This is clearly a setup. Witnessing all this, the hearts of the Longhua populace ignited with fury. Meanwhile, the barrage from other nations began to praise the actions of the Shaohong contestant. The strange rules did not state that this was prohibited. Thus, it is tacitly approved. That's right. It's only your contestant's carelessness that is to blame, not anyone else's. You were planning to submit a blank paper, and someone even helped you write. You ought to be grateful. Haha, precisely. While you contestants from Longhua are allowed to cheat, we are not. Ridiculous. The rules never mentioned that this was cheating. This is a game governed by strange rules. Not our world. In an instant, the wrath of Longgua's populace was beyond containment. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the strange world's rules, they would have been eager to storm into Shaohong's territory. Yet, everyone understood that as long as they provoked war during the emergence of the strange game, The strangeness would descend upon the rule-breaking nation before they could even act. If they wished to settle scores, they would have to wait until the strange game concluded. Everyone, let S remain rational. Regardless of the answer sheet, Su Yi is still gambling. Rational? How can I be rational when someone resorts to such petty theft? Alas, even if supporting love, Su Yi may not necessarily lose. If Su Yi truly manages to succeed this time, then let Xiao Han prepare for our revenge. Yet, I feel the chance of success is exceedingly slim. Su Yi, can he still create a miracle? At this moment, the hearts of the Longwu populace were filled with anger and despair, unable to express their feelings. This sense of powerlessness is beyond description. The only thing they could hope for was the occurrence of a miracle. But perhaps this time, even miracles would be hard to believe. Meanwhile, in the strange world, all contestants remained lined up, standing orderly in the hallway at the classroom S entrance. Xu Fei remained unaware of all that had transpired moments ago, his mind preoccupied with the consequences of submitting a blank paper. Just then, a graceful figure emerged from the adjacent classroom. It was none other than the woman with violet eyes. She surveyed the crowd and adjusted her glasses, saying, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zitong. I am the director of the frightening university, responsible for all students and teachers. Even those with a similar level of strangeness as I am fall under my jurisdiction." Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in astonishment, their gazes filled with trepidation towards the beautiful woman. Another level of strangeness. Furthermore, her authority within the school exceeded that of ordinary levels of strangeness. No wonder she could directly summon them here for examination. And no wonder even Luo Yao could not offer Xu Fei any assistance. Everything now made sense. Xu Fei fixated intently on the violet-eyed figure before him, instantly comprehending the gravity of the situation. Concurrently, the gaze of the violet-eyed entity turned towards Xu Fei, her expression gradually morphing into one of ferocity and ruthlessness. The purpose of summoning you all for this examination is to unequivocally convey a message. Whether one is an anomaly or a human, romance is strictly forbidden. Love is an abhorrent and nauseating concept. Anyone daring to contravene this decree shall face but one fate: death. Each word she uttered bore an eerie potency, piercing the hearts of all present like sharp steel needles. There was no room for doubt. To defy the rules set forth by this enigmatic instructor would likely result in consequences far graver than mere dismemberment or consumption. The threat of something even more terrifying loomed large. However, it was a relief that all contestants understood that this formidable anomaly's ire was primarily directed at Xu Fei. As the focal point of this ordeal, Xu Fei bore the greatest burden of pressure among the group. From the enigmatic instructor's declarations, he grasped the entire truth. In essence, within the realm of anomalies, power hierarchy dictated everything. Yet, among those of equal strength, the distribution of power and status within the context of the scenario determined one's fate. It bore striking resemblance to human society. The peculiar rules crafted by these anomalies were merely reflections of their individual thoughts. As long as the fundamental rules of the scenario were not breached, they could dictate the terms as they pleased. Thus, they could impose this so-called examination on the criticism of love and compel Xu Fei's participation, aiming to ensnare him in a violation of the rules, leading to his demise. The crux of the matter was that concealed hints could often assist him in evading rule violations. But could submitting a blank paper truly avert disaster? After all, a blank submission was not merely irrelevant. It was devoid of content altogether. And what of loopholes in the rules? Xu Fei himself was skeptical that, given the intensity of the targeting, he would be readily spared. In that moment, Xu Fei found himself utterly bewildered. Just then, the voice of the violet-eyed figure rang out again. "Now, I shall personally review your answer sheets in order. Only those who pass will be permitted to leave this building." With that, she approached the podium in the classroom. A wave of her hand summoned the answer sheet from the first seat in the front row to the podium. Casting a glance at it, she then turned her gaze towards the door. The first one: "Your submission is commendable. You may leave." Due to the seating arrangement mirroring their order in line outside, the first contestant, hailing from an unknown country, quickly bowed and exited the classroom in excitement. "Thank you, teacher." Following suit, the violet-eyed figure's voice echoed through the classroom again. The second one, you may leave. The third one as well, you are free to go. The review process was remarkably swift, yet Xu Fei remained preoccupied with the fate of his blank submission. As one contestant after another departed, the audience in the Longwell livestream grew increasingly anxious and despondent. This is it. Su Yi appears oblivious to the content of his submission. You all heard the ominous pronouncement from the enigmatic director. She harbors a profound disdain for love. What's more, this examination is evidently designed to eliminate Su Yi. Does this mean there is no hope for him? Are we all doomed? I fear that even submitting a blank sheet will not save Su Yi. Even if the anomaly school beauty were to appear, she would be powerless against the director. The viewers in the Longwell livestream felt as though an invisible hand had clenched their hearts. Yet, not long after, the violet-eyed figure's voice resounded once more, tolling like a death knell in the hearts of the Longwell populace. Xu Fei, it is finally your turn. Chapter 17. To criticize love, and yet you write a love letter? Hearing his name, Xu Fei's heart skipped a beat. During the previous reviews, the instructor had never singled out any individual by name. She typically examined the sheets directly and proceeded to release contestants in sequence. Yet, when it came to Xu Fei, she pronounced his name distinctly. Furthermore, she even rose from the podium and approached his seat. This is it. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Xu Fei felt a chill sweep over him. At that moment, the contestant beside him, Xiao Han, flashed a mischievous smile, only for it to vanish in an instant. In the classroom, the violet-eyed figure slowly approached Xu Fei's position, retrieving the answer sheet that had been surreptitiously swapped by Xiao Han. Upon glancing at the title of the submission, an intense, murderous intent ignited in her gaze. I love you. I would willingly die for you. Such audacity. This young man truly fears nothing. She had anticipated that Xu Fei would likely criticize love to avoid the deadly repercussions of the rules. Yet, he had chosen to forego that pretense entirely, showing no regard for life or death. It was nothing short of foolishness. Indeed, those consumed by love are often deranged. I am keen to see what you truly think. With a huff, the violet-eyed figure's eyes scanned the subsequent lines. Meeting you has been the happiest event of my life, though I have yet to see your visage. Your exquisite silhouette captivates me so. It is only now that I grasp the true essence of love. Upon reading this, the violet-eyed figure furrowed her brows. Her mind flooded with confusion. This does not appear to be directed at Luo Yao at all, does it? Driven by doubt and curiosity, she continued reading. Although I have yet to behold your true form, it feels as if you have been etched in my memory all along. So enchanting, so radiant. Yes, I could easily criticize love. I could follow your wishes without hesitation. Yet, I cannot betray my heart. Thus, I love you, and I would willingly die for you. The violet-eyed figure's breath quickened as she perused Xu Fei's answer sheet, a tempest of emotions roiling within her. She had not misinterpreted. Rather, it was she who had compelled Xu Fei to critique love. Xu Fei was confessing his feelings to her. The tremor in her grasp of the answer sheet was uncontrollable. How utterly revolting. It was nauseating. As the principal anomaly of the horror university, occupying the position of director, she had never encountered any entity daring to defy her authority. Not even Luo Yao would dare cross her. To maintain the equilibrium of the entire anomalous campus, she forbade the emergence of any unnecessary emotions, particularly between anomalies and humans. Yet at this moment, a human not only shattered this norm, but audaciously confronted her, penning a love letter in declaration. What's more, this Xu Fei was currently involved with Luo Yao. Xu Fei, you're quite bold. The violet-eyed figure clenched the answer sheet tightly in her hand. A sudden, eerie gust swept through the classroom, sending papers swirling in every direction. Witnessing this chaos, contestants standing in the hallway instinctively covered their ears, with some collapsing in terror. Even anomalies situated in other parts of the university could not help but cast fearful glances towards the terrifying teaching building. Yet Xu Fei, gazing at the violet-eyed figure within the classroom, found himself utterly stunned. Although he had sensed impending doom, it was evident now that it was far worse than he had feared. Yet, the crux of the matter remained. Had he not submitted a blank paper? Was it truly necessary to incite such fury over a blank submission? One might mistakenly believe he had penned a love letter. through the window. Witnessing the striking profile of the alluring violet-eyed figure, Xu Fei felt his heart leap to his throat. Others, get out. Xu Fei, come into the classroom. I have something to ask you. Zitiang's sharp reprimand sent the other contestants fleeing like they had received a royal pardon, escaping the scene in a flurry. Now, the corridor was left with only Xu Fei. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the Longhua live broadcast room were engulfed in despair. The actions of the little HN people were truly malicious. Su Yi was innocent, and he would probably never understand what had transpired until his dying breath. Given the bizarre circumstances, hope had all but vanished. I do not wish to die yet. Could it be that this strange occurrence is akin to the Red Robe's obsession with Su Yi? Impossible. Others targeted Su Yi precisely because he was in a relationship. It seems that Longhua has indeed reached a dead end this time. I will turn off the live stream. There is no need to watch any longer. At this moment, the spirit of the entire Longhua had almost evaporated, and the atmosphere turned heavy with despair. The vast majority of the audience had already closed the eerie live broadcast room. They were unwilling to witness Xu Fei's potential demise at the hands of the strange entity, a gesture of respect for the contestants. In contrast, viewers from other countries were glued to their screens, thoroughly engrossed. The contestants from Xiao were remarkably skillful, managing to eliminate Longhua. Although we all wished for Xu Fei's elimination, we must also be wary of the contestants from Xiao. The ability to switch answers right under our noses might also threaten our own contestants. In any case, Longhua is destined for history, and we might as well learn a lesson from this opportunity. It remains uncertain how Mr. Xu Fei will meet his end. At this moment, within the eerie realm, Guomin, with Zitiang's command, Xu Fei had no choice but to obediently step into the classroom. Yet, the instant he crossed the threshold, the classroom door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Should one violate the rules, even a minor anomaly would prove insurmountable for a mere human. Xu Fei harbored no thoughts of resistance. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. Even if there were hidden hints, they would be of no use now. Xu Fei, who gave you the audacity to write such things? Zitiang's expression was grave as she tossed the exam paper before him. Xu Fei hastily picked up the paper and glanced at it. The moment he saw the contents, his pupils dilated, and he even momentarily halted his breath. I love you. Even willing to die? What the hell? This is not what I wrote. Yet the critical point was that he had been watching Zitiang the entire time she retrieved the paper from his desk, and she had not made a mistake. It's over. This has nothing to do with hidden hints. Someone is deliberately framing me. Chapter 18. For love, he truly feared not death. Xu Fei's heart shattered completely. Although he had only just interacted with the formidable Zitiang, her exam questions and various remarks clearly indicated her disdain for love and her intention to eliminate him. Yet, this exam paper he held was no simple declaration of faith and love. It was a blatant confession. Even if he attempted to explain, even if Zitiang recognized it was not his work, she would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Moreover, this paper might have been deliberately arranged by Zitiang. In short, no matter what he did now, he was all but doomed. Xu Fei clutched the exam paper tightly, his heart heavy with despair. Seeing Xu Fei fall silent, Zitiang began to scrutinize this audacious man before her. Her mind started to conjure images of how she might torment him to death. Tear him apart? That would be too merciful. Perhaps 1,000 cuts? Stripping him bare and slicing his flesh piece by piece, savoring each morsel. This man appeared quite handsome, delicate, and well-proportioned. Just as she thought this, an odd scene flashed through her mind, coupled with the romantic lines in Xu Fei's exam paper. An inexplicable warmth surged within Zitiang's cold demeanor. This feeling was utterly unprecedented. No, I cannot think this way. I came here to kill Xu Fei. How could such strange thoughts arise? At that moment, she noticed Xu Fei staring at her, prompting her to snap. If you keep looking, I'll gouge out your eyes. Hearing this, Xu Fei immediately lowered his head, yet his heart raced with excitement. For he was certain that Zitiang had blushed just a moment ago. Although the moment was fleeting, he was confident he had not misjudged. Xu Fei furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this woman harbored feelings for him? But that shouldn't be the case. She had openly expressed her aversion to love upon her first appearance, which was evident to all. Even before he entered the classroom, her palpable intent to kill was unmistakable. No, we haven't even met before this. Suddenly, a melodious chime resonated. Hidden hint. This is all part of the other party's scheme. All part of their scheme? So, this entire situation was deliberately designed to ensnare him? The exam paper was swapped by them? Upon hearing the hint, Xu Fei was filled with indignation. If not for being in this eerie realm, if not for facing a formidable anomaly, he would have rushed forth to unleash a torrent of curses. No, regardless. He had already violated the rules set by the other party, who could eliminate him at any moment. To hell with it. If he was destined to die, he would rather stand and face it. Perhaps by provoking them, he might meet his end swiftly, sparing him the agony of enduring their torment. He was resolved. Xu Fei let out a cold chuckle, then raised his head to gaze at Ziying. Ziying arched an eyebrow, questioning. You can still laugh when death is imminent? Stop pretending. I know everything. Xu Fei, hands in his pockets, stepped onto the podium. You know what? Ste engie retorted. Xu Fei leaned slightly, staring into the abyss, and said, This is all your plan, isn't it? Ziying, perplexed by Xu Fei's behavior, replied, What are you talking about? Fine, you won't admit it? Xu Fei shrugged, seemingly indifferent to life and death. But in the next moment, he struck swiftly, yanking Ziying from her seat and forcefully pressing her against the blackboard. Feeling his warm breath, Ziying was momentarily stunned. At that instant, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Simultaneously, the livestream's comments erupted in a frenzy. Insane. Suyi must have lost his mind. Of course, who wouldn't go crazy in such a situation? Suyi is right. Even if he dies, he should die standing. At least until now, only Suyi dared to confront a formidable anomaly. Support Suyi. Even if we lose this time, we acknowledge it. At least we fought back. I think I will quietly await the announcement of the elimination. The viewers still watching the Longwa live stream were bracing themselves for Xu Fei's imminent elimination, their anxiety palpable. Yet now, within the eerie realm, Ziying's own tension was palpable. As a formidable anomaly, she had never encountered any being daring enough to lay hands on her, let alone a mere human. Such audacity! The violet-eyed woman fixed her gaze on Xu Fei, her tone as frigid as a glacier. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Of course I do, he replied. Upon hearing his words, she instantly recalled the title from a previous test paper. I love you, and I would willingly embrace death for you. He truly seemed unafraid of death. Her heart raced, and her mind became a whirlwind of thoughts. As a peculiar entity in this strange world, she understood all too well the mission that accompanied human contestants entering this enigmatic realm. They were not merely engaged in a game of life and death. They bore the weight of their nation's fate. Thus, anyone who arrived here would exhaust every means to survive. Yet, the man before her appeared fearless of death. How could he, as a human, dare to confront such formidable anomalies? Was the power of love truly this potent? With a gentle bite of her crimson lip, she gazed at Xu Fei's face, which was so close, and found herself ensnared in a dilemma. Had she been mistaken all along? For love, he was unafraid of dying. This was not mere rhetoric. It was genuine. But was he not enamored with Luo Yao? How could he possibly develop feelings for her at first sight, without even seeing her face? No. Luo Yao was the younger sister of her close friend, and she essentially regarded her as a sister. Moreover, she was her student. Was she being excessively selfish? Yet what was love truly? And what sensation accompanied a kiss? Why did Luo Yao always desire Xu Fei to kiss her? Internally conflicted and curious, she felt her cheeks flush a soft pink once more. Observing this, Xu Fei sensed that the atmosphere had shifted drastically. The frequency of her blush surpassed that of Luo Yao's earlier. Could it be that his initial suspicions were valid? Did this woman genuinely harbor feelings for him? As this realization dawned upon him, he began to connect the dots of everything that had transpired. Was it possible that this female anomaly liked him? Yet as a powerful entity, she was bound by the rules that forbade romantic entanglements. Perhaps her actions were a deliberate ploy to elicit a confession from him. Otherwise, how could her test paper be so easily altered? If that were indeed the case, this woman was truly formidable. It was nothing short of a calculated scheme. By the way, I have a question for you, she said, her voice tinged with hesitation, her face reddening once more. "Speak." Her fingers twisted behind her back, and after a long pause, she managed to utter, "Do you truly wish to be with me?" Chapter 19. "So, all this time, you were merely seeking a kiss?" Feigning. Still pretending. Xu Fei felt an undercurrent of irritation, yet he sensed a glimmer of opportunity for survival. If his conjectures held true, there was indeed a chance to play along. Gradually, he grew bolder, reaching out to caress the contours of her face. "Darling, is my intention not abundantly clear? Darling?" She stammered, startled by the term of endearment. Feeling the warmth of his palm, she trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, she was no longer the terrifying entity of level 5, but rather a startled little rabbit. No, she should be likened to a large rabbit. "No, you are human. And besides, you're already with Luo Yao." Her incessant declarations only intensified Xu Fei's pressure. What a masterful game of desire and restraint. She was testing his resolve. Did she think him a fool? Xu Fei chuckled softly, believing he had unraveled her intentions. He locked his gaze on her, look into my eyes. "I cannot betray my own heart. You must understand that some matters are beyond one's control." "Indeed," he continued, shifting his tone, "if you're still concerned about how others perceive this, you might as well end my life." She slowly raised her hand, battling with her inner turmoil. Deep within, the last vestiges of her rationality warned her that her original purpose was to eliminate Xu Fei. Enough of this hesitation. "I know you cannot bear to do it." Xu Fei seized her hand, as if fearing she might change her mind at any moment. Confronted by Xu Fei's persistent advances, the final threads of her rationality seemed to shatter. Her heart was in disarray. While it would be easy to kill Xu Fei, eradicating the seed he had planted within her soul would prove far more challenging. Furthermore, the man standing before her was unafraid of death and was intent on confessing his feelings. What did she have to fear? In this harrowing university, nothing could threaten her. If she desired it, she would simply take it. After all, no one was watching. "I understand," she said timidly, gazing at Xu Fei's lips. The sensation was akin to a thief beholding an invaluable gem for the first time. Though she had resolved to claim it, the moment of truth left her feeling hesitant. After what felt like an eternity, curiosity overwhelmed her, and she finally spoke, "Could you kiss me? Just once?" Upon uttering those words, not only Xu Fei, but also the audience from the Long Kingdom watching the live broadcast were rendered speechless. "Wait," after a moment of distraction, "why does this situation feel so peculiar? I'm not quite following. Wasn't he the anomaly supposed to kill Su Yi? Why is she asking for a kiss instead? This is madness. This world has gone insane. Why do all the anomalies want Su Yi to kiss them? What on earth is happening? Why is this anomaly blushing? This live stream is too much for my heart to bear." Although they were uncertain of what exactly transpired, it appeared there was a glimmer of hope for survival. If this were true, it seemed the Long Kingdom might have a chance after all. "Su Yi, hurry and kiss her. This is truly a life-saving opportunity." Upon witnessing this, the citizens of other nations, who had initially anticipated Xu Fei's elimination, could no longer remain composed. No, something must be amiss. I now feel that even if the Long Kingdom's contestant is eliminated, it doesn't seem like a loss at all. After all, these two female anomalies are both extraordinary, so enviable. But what could have caused this sudden shift? At that moment, all viewers of the live stream began to experience a whirlwind of thoughts, struggling to comprehend how events had unfolded in such a manner. Similarly, within the strange realm, Xu Fei gazed at the violet-eyed woman before him, his thoughts swirling. How remarkable it was that she had gone to such lengths, establishing examination rules, swapping test papers, and engaging in a game of desire, merely to seek a kiss from him. Was it possible that his lips held such enchanting power? However, there was no doubt that if he fulfilled her peculiar desire, he might secure a chance for survival. Though this would mean straddling two boats, he had little choice. If he never had the opportunity, he could simply resign himself to death. But now, the hope of living rested upon the very act of kissing her. Did he truly have a choice? His life was at stake, and without it, he had nothing. As for Luo Yao, he could only take things one step at a time. Here we go. Xu Fei closed his eyes without a second thought. In a flurry of nerves, the violet-eyed woman also shut her eyes, her eyelashes trembling as her entire body tensed. Then, a wave of warmth enveloped them, as their lips met. This unprecedented sensation captivated her. Before long, she was wholly immersed in it. Not only did she begin to revel in the experience, but she also gradually grew more proactive and greedy. As time elapsed, the visuals from Xu Fei's live streaming room once again descended into darkness. The citizens of Longhua, witnessing this turn of events, were driven into a frenzy. What does this mean? Why is the broadcast cut off again? Surely it cannot be that during such a crucial moment, the stream would cease? Alas, the authorities had previously stated that we humans cannot control the streaming room. Regardless, at least Su Yi was not eliminated. Even if the player Xiao Han changed his answer sheet, justice cannot be vanquished. Unbeknownst to them, rain began to fall outside the classroom. The drizzle was light, yet moist enough to wet the ground. By the time the rain ceased, Xu Fei and Zitong had already parted ways. Zitong, with a slight pursing of her lips, realized this was the feeling she had been seeking. No wonder Luo Yao had become addicted. At this juncture, Zitong's expression suddenly shifted, as if recalling something dreadful. She fixed her gaze on Xu Fei, her tone growing serious. You best forget everything that just occurred. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening now? So, after the pleasure, she wants to bolt and pretend not to know him? Zitong, with a serious demeanor, cautioned him. You must remember, this matter absolutely cannot be disclosed to Luo Yao. No, it cannot be told to anyone. Xu Fei noted the then. Even without her warning, he would never dare to admit to this incident. Very well, consider today as if it never happened. I shall not seek you out again. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Zitong hurriedly left the classroom, leaving Xu Fei standing alone within. It felt inexplicably bewildering. Xu Fei felt as though he were being toyed with. No, more accurately, it felt akin to being an actor subjected to the unspoken rules of a director. Nevertheless, at least he was still alive. Indeed, it must be said, her words were sweeter than those of Luo Yao. Xu Fei clicked his tongue and adjusted his attire slightly. He then exited the classroom, making his way downstairs. At this moment, the visuals in the Longhua streaming room returned to normal. Upon seeing Xu Fei safe and sound, the entire nation erupted in joy. Chapter 20. You do not understand. His kiss is truly warm. He lives. Su Yi has survived once again. I knew Su Yi could not simply vanish. But what of that eerie presence? Where has it gone? What transpired just now? I too wish to know. But as long as Su Yi is unharmed, nothing else matters. Now I am curious to see the expression on that scoundrel Xiao Han's face when he sees Su Yi. This thought irks me. I hope Xiao Han is eliminated soon. The Longhua streaming room was enveloped in jubilation. Meanwhile, the streaming rooms of other countries were in disarray. He is still alive. How can he still be alive after all this? Can anyone explain how this Longhua player has managed such a feat? It is simply absurd. Do not tell me that this eerie presence has developed feelings for Xu Fei. Yet it seems to be the case. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? Did not this eerie presence previously declare a prohibition on romance? Why does she not adhere to the rules herself? What nonsensical eerie world is this? It is nothing short of Xu Fei's harem. Good grief, did this Xu Fei save the entire world in his past life? The citizens of other nations were left in shock. Equally astonished were the competitors within the eerie world. They lingered downstairs in the terrifying classroom, awaiting Xu Fei's elimination. However, they were taken aback when, after a prolonged wait, Xu Fei appeared before them unscathed. The moment Xu Fei reached the bottom of the classroom stairs, he was instantly met with the gaze of over 100 pairs of eyes. They all stood frozen in place, especially Xiao Han, who immediately blocked Xu Fei's path. How is it possible that you survived? Xu Fei regarded the player Xiao Han with a tone that was hardly cordial, even though he was still unaware that the instigator behind all this was none other than this very player. He held no fondness for those who desperately wished for his demise. Xu Fei shot him a sidelong glance. What? Are you disappointed? The player Xiao Han was momentarily at a loss for words. His gaze darted about, resembling that of a thief. Yet internally, he was more astonished than anyone else. He desperately wanted to inquire of Xu Fei what had transpired moments ago. However, should he ask, it would likely expose him as the one who had meddled. Despite his burning curiosity, he could only muster a sheepish smile and step aside. Xu Fei observed Xiao Han's reaction, feeling somewhat puzzled. Yet in the end, He was not inclined to engage with such individuals. Subsequently, he departed the terrifying classroom, heading toward the dormitory, while the onlookers watched him go. Meanwhile, outside the teacher's office, Zitong stood vacantly in the hallway, seemingly lost in thought. She gazed at the closed office door, lacking the courage to step inside. How could I have done such a thing? Was I not meant to eliminate him? How did it come to this? As these thoughts raced through her mind, the memory of the kiss flashed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Yet, this man seemed genuinely different from others. Alas, he was also the object of Luo Yao's affection. How could she? Zitong slightly lifted her head, casting another glance at the tightly shut office door. She could hardly fathom what the confrontation with Luo Yao would entail. Regardless, she was not only half-sister to Luo Yao, but also held the position of a teacher. If this matter were to be revealed, it would not only concern Luo Yao. How would the others perceive her, stealing her sister's beloved under the guise of teacher? Coercing a human student to submit? Would she not be the subject of ridicule among the other eerie beings? Of course, the most terrifying prospect was how she would endure the remaining 43 days, just having left for a brief moment. The images of her time with Xu Fei replayed in her mind like a slideshow. She could hardly resist the urge to seek Xu Fei again. Oh, how have I become like this? Zitong wore a worried expression, feeling a sense of melancholy for the first time. All of this stemmed from the peculiar nature of love. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed against the office door, startling Zitong and sending her heart racing. Moments later, Luo Yao's voice emerged from within. Zitong's heart tightened, and she became overwhelmed with anxiety. Luo Yao's voice resonated again from inside the office. I know you did not harm Xu Fei. Thank you. Zitong placed a hand on her chest, quickly suppressing her nervousness. Finally, she took a deep breath and opened the office door. Upon seeing Luo Yao, she instantly regained her composed demeanor. With a serious tone, she addressed Luo Yao. Do not think I will let him off so easily. Hee. Luo Yao took Zitong's hand with a smile. Good sister. I know your words are tough, but your heart is soft. How could you harm the one your sister loves? Hearing Luo Yao mention words, Zitong was once again reminded of their prior encounter. A wave of unease surged within her. She longed for another moment with Xu Fei. Yet, in an instant, she forced herself to suppress such thoughts. After all, Luo Yao was still present. It would be wise to have Luo Yao leave to prevent any exposure. No way. The 3-day confinement is, however, subject to a cooling-off period. If we're to be released, what if she decides to seek out at night? In an instant, myriad thoughts flashed through his mind. Do you believe that a few kind words will spare you? Stated with utmost seriousness, you shall remain here until the confinement period concludes. Very well, did not appear overly disheartened and replied, as long as my sister does not harm, I can endure my confinement here indefinitely. Really, filled with excitement, blurted out, regarded with a curious expression. Realizing her slip of the tongue, hastily sought to amend her words. How foolish! To restrict one's freedom for the sake of a man. Upon hearing this, sighed deeply, exclaiming, you cannot comprehend that sensation. His kiss is truly warm. Who says I do not understand? I understand all too well. But, dear me, please refrain from speaking further. You must not compel me to confront you directly. At that moment, felt a profound urge to escape. After all, she had just managed to suppress her inner desires, only to have words reignite them. I suggest you continue your self-reflection here. Fled in haste, vanishing like a specter. Observing's peculiar behavior, was left bewildered and perplexed. What on earth was happening to her? Chapter 21. A collection of human love stories. 1. Unbeknownst to them, the clock struck 6, including all participants remained dutifully in their dormitories after departing from the terrifying teaching building. After all, no one wished to wander about and encounter some bizarre incident. It remained a mystery what it had done to. However, given its peculiar nature, it was unlikely she would harm. Lying in bed, was equally puzzled. Yet he was not idle. His mind was tirelessly analyzing all that had transpired thus far. In conclusion, he deduced a singular truth. Regardless of what occurs, one must simply follow the hidden prompts and proceed. Although at times these prompts seemed utterly absurd, at least he was alive, which attested to their validity. The most perilous moment of the day was undoubtedly the final examination. If even someone as formidable as could handle it, what could possibly pose a challenge at this university? Nonetheless, his current focus was not on that, but rather on how to navigate the relationships between and, especially when the truth would eventually come to light. The mere thought of such a scene was terrifying. I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. After all, there are still 43 days ahead. With this thought, drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the terrifying university stood an eerie standalone villa. The exterior was paved with a multitude of bones, flanked by various colors of strange carnivorous plants and other unknown weeds. I must resist. I have to endure. On a dark purple bed, clad in lavender pajamas, had let down her hair. Clenching her fists, she tightly grasped the blanket. Just the thought of pinning her against the wall and kissing her sent her cheeks ablaze. How could a man be so brave and so handsome? S' face flushed crimson as she rolled restlessly on the bed, resembling an infatuated young girl rather than a formidable entity. I cannot stand this. I must seek him out. In a sudden burst of determination, sat upright. Yet soon, hesitation crept in. Would it be inappropriate to approach him so abruptly? What kind of interaction does he prefer? Perhaps something akin to his relationship with? However, I cannot possibly ask for guidance. Once again, found herself in a quandary. When it comes to humans, particularly in matters of affection, she was utterly clueless. The terrifying library. As the director of education, although she was not a frequent visitor, she was well aware of the plethora of books related to humanity housed there, due to the regulations she had established. While books on human love were prohibited on campus, literature concerning the workings of human society was still available. Perhaps she might glean some inspiration from them. I shall go see. Promptly flung open her door and dashed barefoot towards the terrifying library. The terrifying library, one of the key spots at the university, was expected to be bustling with contestants today. However, owing to's influence, no contestants dared to venture there, fearing another encounter with danger. Thus, when arrived, the library was eerily quiet. From the shadows emerged a strange figure clutching a book. This figure, a bespectacled woman with dyed blonde hair, exuded an air of gentility and scholarly demeanor. Yet the most peculiar aspect was her possessing 4 eyes. A powerful anomaly, the librarian. Upon seeing, the librarian hastily concealed the book behind her. "Lady, what brings you here?" "No worries. I am merely browsing and seeking some books to read." With a serious expression, surveyed the surrounding shelves. The librarian, visibly anxious, forced a smile and inquired, "What kind of book are you looking for?" Something like that," replied, suddenly feeling bashful. "Which kind?" The librarian was utterly perplexed. "Just, that kind, the one concerning humans." "Are you referring to cooking books for humans? Or perhaps, furrowed her brow, "No, not that. It is the kind you should know about." Upon hearing this, the librarian could not help but exclaim, "Lady, you already know." Flustered, quickly reprimanded. "Lower your voice. Lady, so you're already aware." The librarian promptly knelt before her, presenting the book with both hands. It was a yellow-covered book, bearing the title, A Collection of Human Love Stories, 1. Upon seeing the title, S' eyes brightened with intrigue. "Lady, the librarian before her was trembling in fear. Such a book could appear anywhere, but must never be found within the walls of the terrifying university. For here, she was bound to adhere to's rules. She understood all too well that would not tolerate any discussions of love between anomalies and humans on campus. Of course, unless you were also an anomaly, in which case the most severe consequence would be confinement for violating the rules. But she was not. As a mere anomaly, though she could navigate the school freely, could end her existence at any moment. "Lady, I was wrong. This book, I accidentally brought it in. I did not mean to. I shall destroy it immediately." As she spoke, the librarian's fingers sparked with flames, ready to incinerate the book on the spot. "Enough." In a panic, waved her hand. A sudden gust of cold wind extinguished the flames, and the book flew into his grasp. "I shall confiscate this book." Cast a glance at the librarian before continuing. "Be cautious in the future. If other anomaly students were to see and learn from it, the entire school would descend into chaos." Yes. The librarian, relieved, promised. "I assure you I will not bring such books again. Now, I shall take my leave." Zitiing turned around, immediately cradling the book in her arms as she departed from the library. Who? Who could have leaked the information? The expression of the librarian began to twist with frustration, her heart brimming with anger. It was simply splendid. This book was an unexpected treasure for her. Whether it was truly the librarian's first time was of no consequence. Zting raised her hand once more, and in an instant, every door and window of the villa was securely sealed. She then reclined upon her bed, opening the collection of romantic tales. The moment she glimpsed the table of contents, Zting was astounded. Just the first volume contained over 100 stories. How many more lay ahead? If she mastered these, what could Lu Wao possibly compare to her? Soon, filled with a fervor for learning, she immersed herself entirely, her violet pupils shimmering with a myriad of hues. Her lips involuntarily curled into a smile, and her cheeks grew increasingly flushed. Chapter 22. Zting has truly ensnared XFI. In the eerie world of night, silence reigned. Conversely, the reality outside was in stark contrast. Across Longu and beyond, nearly everyone was fervently discussing the matter. XFI's name had soared to the top of global trending topics. Countless posts regarding XFI began to spread like wildfire across the internet. Opening any social media platform or browsing the headlines revealed an overwhelming presence of XFI. The popularity of the eerie side quests was already high, but XFI's actions had catapulted this phenomenon to unprecedented levels. Not only the public was engaged in conversation, but leaders from various nations also decided to hold an online livestream conference focused on XFI. This event was dubbed the Eerie Rules Quest Special Joint Live Broadcast. Nearly 1,000 scholars specializing in eerie quests and representatives from various countries gathered in the joint live stream. Simultaneously, the stream showcased the thrilling moments of XFI within the quest. Countless experts began to analyze and dissect XFI's actions frame by frame to uncover his motives. After a day's worth of analysis, it was evident that this quest was distinctly different from previous ones. Anyone even ask? 3 high-level eerie entities had appeared within a single day. What was more, 2 of these entities had engaged with competitors from Longu. In the past, merely catching a glimpse of a high-level eerie entity could lead to death, let alone a kiss. There was no way to analyze this. It was utterly unfathomable. He must be cheating. Representatives and experts from Longu, do you not intend to provide an explanation? All eyes turned towards the Longu representatives. At that moment, the representatives and experts from Longu wore expressions of ease. Were it not for XFI, they would have likely been eliminated long ago. Having successfully weathered the first day with a promising outlook, their spirits were naturally high. A certain competitor from a rival nation had attempted to sabotage XFI by switching test papers, and the world bore witness to this blatant act. Is this not considered cheating? Our path to victory is merely strategy? If I recall correctly, many supported the rival competitor at the time, correct? If you accuse of cheating, present your evidence. It is regrettable that you all claim expertise. Were it not for the constraints of the eerie rules. You have been out of the game long ago. The counterattack from Longu was swift and grounded in fact. Other nations' experts found themselves unable to respond rationally. Particularly, the experts and representatives from Xu withdrew from the live stream in silence. Evidence? The anomalies of the eerie world are beyond human control. How could one possibly find evidence? Thus, they could only persist in their stubbornness. The people of Longu should not celebrate too soon. Playing with fire leads to self-immolation. Indeed, let alone high-level eerie entities. A minor misstep could result in elimination. Among so many powerful nations, only Longu faces consecutive defeats, leaving them with no margin for error. Moreover, this was only the first day. The challenges ahead would be far from easy. Due to the lack of evidence, the original analysis meeting devolved into a debate. In times past, this would have likely escalated to military action. However, no one could take action now, and the battlefield had shifted online. This quarrel raged from night until dawn. Simultaneously, within the eerie live stream, XFI opened his eyes. The time had reached 8 o'clock. The second day's deadly event was set to commence at 8:30. Observing the empty expanse of the bed beside him, XFI felt a twinge of discomfort. Lu Wai was absent. He pondered what the day's deadly event would entail. If it required cooperation as before, what would he do? XFI scratched his head. feeling somewhat anxious. After all, the other eerie entities were not as amenable as Lu Yo. Regarding ZT Ying, after their previous encounter, he sensed her temperament was capricious. One moment she threatened to kill him, the next she demanded a kiss. Following a kiss, she turned cold as ice, potentially a ticking time bomb. Furthermore, as she wished to keep their relationship concealed, it was unlikely she would openly assist him. Women cannot be relied upon. The same holds true for female eerie entities. Ultimately, he could only depend on the sporadic hidden clues that appeared. It seemed he would have to venture forth alone today. I took a deep breath and, after a brief grooming, descended to the dormitory's ground floor. Hey, young man! As he reached the bottom, the eerie dormitory manager approached him with a goofy grin. Is there something you need? I inquired. No, nothing at all. The dormitory manager scratched his head, then asked, I heard you consumed a demon egg yesterday. Is that true? Yes. Wow, you are quite bold. The dormitory manager's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. And then he asked, by the way, I heard you were summoned into the classroom by ZT Ying. What happened? Was it just a scolding? The manager's tone was filled with disbelief. What else could it be? I replied, just as an announcement echoed through the campus. Only 10 minutes remain until 8:30. All students are to assemble on the playground for the deadly event. All right, I won't keep you. I'm off to the playground. With that, I made his way toward the field. Incredible, incredible. ZT Ying has always abhorred romance. This fellow has violated the rules, yet managed to come out alive. Moreover, with Lu Yo confined, there must be something amiss. The dormitory manager gazed at XFI's retreating figure, seemingly struck by a thought, and then transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he had already arrived ahead at the gymnasium. At that moment, the eerie instructor was preparing to conduct the deadly training on the playground. Like the Golden Librarian, these management figures were high-level eerie entities, the backbone of the chilling university quest. Particularly, the two of them had always been quite close. The instructor inquired, Brother, why are you here? The dormitory manager replied seriously, I'm here to rescue you. Otherwise, you should be wary for your life. The instructor immediately furrowed his brow. Is it about ZT Ying and XFI from yesterday? The dormitory manager lowered his voice. Indeed, I have learned that ZT Ying has taken an interest in this fellow. What? Upon hearing this, the instructor seized the dormitory manager by the collar. Such matters could not be trifled with. Do I appear to be joking at this moment? The dormitory manager quickly shrugged off the instructor's hand and relayed his analysis. The instructor was drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, it is terrifying upon reflection. It was impossible for him to emerge alive. What else did you think? The enigmatic dormitory supervisor wore a grave expression. You must pay attention during your training later. Do not recklessly endanger your life. The instructor nodded repeatedly, assuring, rest easy, my friend. Even if it were not for the esteemed ZT Ying, I would not make things difficult for him in light of Luyo's regard. With that, the mysterious supervisor vanished from the gymnasium as if gliding over oil. Meanwhile, there remained less than 5 minutes until the deadly training commenced. The instructor steadied himself and hurried toward the playground. At that precise moment, a golden-haired anomaly, cradling several books, happened to pass by the gym. It was the librarian from the previous day. Upon spotting her, the instructor approached without hesitation. Ajn, I have a secret to share. What secret? ZT Ying forcefully kissed that human from the Dragon Kingdom in the classroom yesterday. She must be in love. What? The golden-haired librarian was initially taken aback, but then her eyes widened in realization. No wonder. I thought it was strange when ZT Ying suddenly appeared yesterday and confiscated. She adjusted her glasses, her 4 eyes sparkling with wisdom. I'm only telling you this because of our good relationship. Do not share it with anyone else. It would be troublesome if ZT Ying found out. With that, the instructor dashed towards the playground. No, this matter likely runs deeper. The golden-haired librarian gazed after his retreating figure and hurried toward the library. Just then, a figure clad in a black gown, another anomaly of the same level, awaited at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this peculiar being bore 2 mouths, a most bizarre sight. Ajn, why are you so late? I believe someone is checking in at the university auditorium today to borrow a few books. Sister, do not bother looking for books. The sky is about to fall. The golden-haired librarian exclaimed anxiously. You have no idea. Yesterday, ZTing directly engaged in clandestine conduct with that human from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 23. Wait, ZTing is participating in the training too? Soon, the clock struck 8:30. Following the previous day's incident where a participant was torn apart for tardiness, everyone arrived early at the playground to assemble. After all, they were not XFI, and the anomaly instructors would certainly not extend any courtesy. I pondered all night and still cannot fathom how he survived. Sigh, who could? That anomaly, named ZTing, was clearly about to act. Do you think I might have caught the eye of that level anomaly? Impossible, right? Does he not already have a level anomaly partner? The only possibility is that it is due to LUYO's influence, as they are both level anomalies. I think so too. Otherwise, it is simply inexplicable. The participants whispered among themselves, each speculating endlessly. Unlike the general populace in the real world, who could witness everything through live broadcasts, this group of contestants remained in a state of uncertainty. But amidst the crowd, the most perplexed was the detective Zion, for he had penned those words himself. He too had spent the night trying to unravel how I had managed to navigate the situation, feeling the peculiar gazes from those around him. I maintained his composure. Given the public display of affection with LUYO and his survival in the deadly trap set by ZTing yesterday, it was nearly impossible for him to avoid the spotlight. However, this was not the time to concern himself with other contestants. Rather, he needed to strategize how to endure today's deadly training. Everyone, from left to right, began counting off. Suddenly, the anomaly instructor's voice rang out across the playground. Upon seeing the instructor, all stood at attention, counting off in order. Concurrently, the remaining anomaly students arrived one after another at the playground. The instructor called out again. As yesterday, find your respective partners. Thus, all the anomaly students approached their human partners. However, due to the elimination of certain humans the previous day, several anomaly students found themselves without partners. Naturally, I stood alone as well, since LUYO had not appeared. Yet, these anomalies dared not approach him. Observing this, the instructor quickly declared, "Students without partners, please rest to the side and supervise." As soon as the words left his lips, the anomalies wisely retreated to the sidelines. Noticing that I remained still, the anomaly instructor hurried over. "XFI, you should also take a break." "All right." I promptly stepped aside and sat on the grass. Witnessing this, the human contestants struggled to contain their frustration. They still had to interact with the terrifying anomalies and face the threat of death, while I was excused from training altogether. One might think he was the anomaly emperor himself. Yet, no matter how much they envied and resented him, it was of no consequence. After all, they lacked the backing of a level anomaly. Those destined for elimination would still meet their fate. The second day of the deadly training officially commenced. Today's task was the death support, where all anomaly partners would bear down on their human counterparts. The rules remained unchanged. The first human eliminated would result in the other contestants passing. The anomaly students could only rely on their own weight. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, all the contestants gazed apprehensively at their respective partners. The anomaly students varied in form. For example, the death Barbie of contestant Zion appeared quite light. Yet, some less recognizable contestants had partners resembling little pigs. Fortunately, none of the anomalies had overly exaggerated physiques. Had there been an instructor of such an exaggerated stature, it was unlikely the humans could withstand the weight without being reduced to mush. Are we all ready? The death support begins now. The instructor's words had barely left his lips when a stern command echoed across the playground. All eyes turned in unison. A violet specter appeared on the playground. She was none other than ZTing. Today, ZTing did not don formal attire, but rather a purple and black sports ensemble. Her hair, once tied up, was now fashioned into a high ponytail. Beneath her outer jacket, she wore a black athletic tank top, showcasing her impressive physique, radiating an aura of youthful vigor. Even I could not help but steal a few glances, unconsciously comparing her to LUYO. It could be said that both women had their own merits. In the realm of reality, both would undoubtedly be considered goddess-level figures. One was an innocent campus beauty unafraid of love, while the other was a sexy, and striking older sister. The other anomalies and human contestants lowered their heads, refraining from speaking. The anomaly instructor's expression shifted. He glanced at XFI before swiftly approaching ZTing. Your Excellency, ZTing. What brings you here so unexpectedly? ZTing cast a glance at the instructor. As the director of education, am I not permitted to come and oversee your teaching work? Of course, of course. The instructor bowed his head, immediately donning a smiling face. What did it mean to oversee educational work? Since the establishment of the shocking university, ZTing, as the director, had never set foot here. Naturally, the anomaly instructor could not state this outright. ZTing surveyed the crowd before her, her gaze landing upon XFI. In that fleeting moment, she felt a tremor within her heart. Yet she forcibly suppressed it and feigned seriousness as she inquired, Is this not XFI? Why is he resting? This question sent a myriad of thoughts racing through the instructor's mind in an instant. To suggest it was on her account would likely spell certain doom. To claim it was for Luyo's sake, given the complex love triangle, might also provoke ZTing's ire. As a peculiar entity, the instructor had never felt so constrained in his life. After all, both Zitong and Luo were formidable beings, and he could not provoke either of them. Observing the instructor's silence, Zitong reprimanded him, asserting that as an instructor, he should treat all students equally. Xu Fei must participate in the death training. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei was taken aback. This woman was indeed a ticking time bomb. Similarly, the other contestants harbored various thoughts. Could it be that Xu Fei had discovered a loophole in the rules yesterday, rendering Zitong unable to act against him? Or was she intentionally attempting to use him as a pawn, considering Luo as favor? Although everyone was perplexed, they felt a sense of equilibrium within. For all humans were required to partake in the death training. Why should Xu Fei be the sole exception? Very well, let us proceed as per Zitong's command. At this juncture, the instructor hastily turned to the several enigmatic students. Who among you wishes to partner with Xu Fei? Wait, since we have fortuitously crossed paths today, I shall personally oversee him. Zitong halted the instructor once more and directly approached Xu Fei. The instructor was pained to realize that this was, in fact, the ulterior motive behind their encounter. He never anticipated becoming a pawn in the machinations of Zitong and Xu Fei. Zitong approached Xu Fei, a sly smile gracing her lips, though it vanished as swiftly as it appeared, unseen by anyone else. The instructor, understanding her intent, called out loudly, "Everyone, take your positions and prepare for the death support." Chapter 24. Is this a punishment or a reward? As the instructor's words echoed, all human contestants, including Xu Fei, positioned their arms on the ground. Undoubtedly, this training bore no distinction from the weight-bearing exercise. Yet, they all understood that being pressed by an attractive entity was far more preferable than being subdued by grotesque ones. For instance, as Xu Fei contemplated this, many human contestants glanced enviously at him, filled with jealousy and resentment. They fervently hoped that Xu Fei would be the first to falter. However, this was evidently improbable. Merely considering the weight of these enigmatic partners, Xu Fei could not possibly be the first to collapse. Suddenly, Zitong called for a halt. All eyes turned toward her as she regarded Xu Fei, her lips curling into a slight smile. Since I am here, Xu Fei, you must increase the difficulty. A sense of foreboding washed over Xu Fei, prompting him to inquire, how do you intend to raise the difficulty? Quite simply, Zitong indicated the other contestants and declared, they shall perform death support while you will do death push-ups. Push-ups. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei furrowed his brow. The other contestants rejoiced internally at this announcement. If it were merely weight-bearing support, Xu Fei's physique would ensure he would not be the first eliminated. However, push-ups required significantly more exertion. Xu Fei recognized this as well. Yet, Zitong's demeanor suggested she was not jesting. What was her true intention? Xu Fei, frowning, voiced his discontent. I find this unfair. We should all do the same. However, his words were met with immediate opposition from the other contestants. I believe what Lady Zitong says is correct. She has come personally to be your partner, and you cannot show ingratitude. Indeed, Xu Fei, do not fail to appreciate this opportunity. It is a privilege to be recognized by Lady Zitong. Others wished to collaborate with her, but lacked the chance. Xu Fei, you should seize this moment. As a human and a man, can you not assert yourself? Numerous contestants chimed in, anxious not to be seen as Xu Fei was. Zitong gazed at Xu Fei with utmost seriousness. Yesterday, I ensured your survival. Today, I will not let you off the hook regardless of what you say. Xu Fei was utterly perplexed, having no insight into Zitong's true thoughts. Now, with this unexpected turn of events, he was thoroughly bewildered. Simultaneously, the audience watching the live stream and Longu were thrown into a state of anxiety by Zitong's actions. Bullying. This was nothing short of schoolyard bullying. If it were push-ups, the difficulty had escalated several-fold. But why was she treating Su Yi this way? Clearly, not all formidable entities were as accommodating as Luo Yao. Was this enigmatic being named Zitong truly intent on harming Su Yi? If so, she was utterly inhumane. As the populace of Longu grew frantic, viewers from other nations flooded the chat with their comments. Naive. How could an enigmatic being be human? I told you so. Are level entities really so approachable? Haha. Just thinking of Longu's arrogance yesterday makes me laugh. Last night, they boasted as if victory were assured. Now, karma has arrived. I am eager to see how Xu Fei will respond. In the enigmatic rules of the game, the most challenging aspect lay in the unpredictable nature of the entities. Humans could hardly ascertain precisely when they might violate the rules. Thus, they were perpetually at the mercy of the enigmatic beings. Even with accumulated experience, the distinct personalities of each entity rendered accurate judgment impossible. Therefore, the most prudent strategy for human contestants was to minimize contact with the enigmatic beings, thereby reducing the likelihood of rule infringement. Initially, Luo Yao's presence shattered their preconceived notions, as she was an anomaly among the entities. However, it now appeared that this Zitong was quite different from Luo Yao. This was the true manipulation of humanity. Let us commence. Zitong cast a glance at the enigmatic instructor. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The death exercise for the second day begins now." As his words fell, all participants lay on the ground, propping themselves up with their arms. Since Xu Fei was to perform push-ups, many human contestants secretly rejoiced. Meanwhile, the enigmatic students gradually positioned themselves atop the human contestants. Due to the varying forms of the enigmatic students, some, resembling dwarves, stood directly on the contestants' backs, while others sat sideways. Zitong commanded Xu Fei, "Prepare for push-ups." Xu Fei had no choice but to comply, placing his hands on the ground. However, in the next moment, Zitong flashed a mischievous smile and transformed into a spectral figure, lying flat beneath Xu Fei. The abrupt turn of events startled Xu Fei. "Xu Fei, you must not touch me. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Zitong's eyes gleamed with a strange purple light. "Xu Fei, utui sapata." Looked down at Zitong, managing a wry smile. "Sister, where did you learn this trick?" "Of course," Zitong began, but then pouted her lips, softly humming, "You needn't concern yourself with where I learned it." Xu Fei struggled to maintain his stance, warning, "You should refrain from indulging in unhealthy pursuits. This is quite dangerous." What do you intend to do to me?" Zitong's words dripped with menace, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation. Coincidentally, the first romantic tale she had watched yesterday was a campus love story, wherein the protagonists were punished for losing a game of truth or dare, leading to push-ups. This incident resulted in a kiss and a confession of love. Although such a plot was kitsch and melodramatic, for someone who had never experienced the taste of love, it was refreshingly thrilling. Enough chatter, get on with it. Ziying, with her eyes closed, found herself lost in a fantasy of XFI succumbing to exhaustion and leaning in for a kiss. Yet, in the very next moment, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the playground. Ziying's eyes flew open, her face betraying an uncontrollable fury. Not far away, a female contestant was pinned to the ground by a bizarre creature adorned with horns. Though the creature's physique was not extraordinary, it was still an unbearable weight for a girl to endure. 10 seconds of resistance had already pushed her to her limits. This was unjust. Why must we women endure the same fate? The woman lay on the ground, gripping the grass with her hands, her cries echoing with desperation. The other contestants, upon hearing her words, felt a mix of relief and regret. They were relieved that they were not the first to falter, yet regretted that the cry of anguish did not belong to XFI. However, the strange instructor approached the fallen contestant, his eyes wide with anger. In our bizarre world, we do not distinguish between male and female. All are treated equally, he exclaimed. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Go." The horned creature's eyes gleamed with a menacing light as it lunged at the female contestant. The sounds of screams and crunching filled the air. Everyone shut their eyes and covered their ears, too terrified to witness the scene. After the instructor's announcement that someone had been eliminated and the remaining contestants were free to move, a collective sigh of relief echoed as they began to rest. XFI, did I grant you permission to rest? Suddenly, Zitiang's voice rang out across the playground. The crowd's spirits lifted, their gazes turning towards XFI. Yet in the next moment, all were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 25. Are you sure you are not a level bizarre? What the heck? While others were burdened by the bizarre, how had it turned into a person pressing down on XFI? The key point was that it was a remarkably strong and stunningly beautiful female bizarre. All contestants were left bewildered by this spectacle. Was this a punishment or a reward for XFI? On the first day, they were frantically doing sit-ups, while XFI indulged in snacks. On the second day, they struggled to breathe under the weight of the bizarre. Yet XFI had the female bizarre pinned beneath him. Although he had not fully subdued her, the distance between them was closing rapidly. I cannot fathom whether she truly intends to harm XFI. It seems she indeed desires to inflict harm. For XFI appear to be making an effort to avoid contact. It makes sense. If she genuinely didn't wish to harm him, he would have likely kissed her by now. There is logic in this, despite the temptation being immense. The danger of death looms large. Not only the contestants, but even the bizarre instructor was taken aback by this intimate display. Undoubtedly, such affectionate actions confirmed that the earlier rumors could not possibly be false. In fact, to some extent, their relationship had surpassed their wildest imaginations. XFI continued to exert himself, doing push-ups with all his might. If only Lu Weiyou had kissed him long ago. However, the crucial factor was that it was Zitiang, and before any hidden hints emerged, XFI decided it was best not to take any risks. He gritted his teeth and persevered, sweat pouring down his face. Observing XFI's relentless effort without reciprocating, Zitiang began to question herself. Why was he so reluctant to kiss her? Was everything she had read in books erroneous? As a sweat dripped onto her, Zitiang could no longer restrain herself. In a tone only XFI could hear, she asked, "Are you truly so unwilling to kiss me first?" Of course, XFI shot back. "Did you not say yesterday that we must not expose ourselves?" "Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today," Zitiang retorted. "Humph. I wonder why you had no such reservations when kissing Lu Weiyou." XFI was rendered speechless by her words. Was this even comparable? At that time, a hidden prompt had instructed him to kiss Lu Weiyou. Now, without any hidden prompt, how could he dare act recklessly? Seeing his silence, Zitiang's frustration escalated. "Yesterday, you claimed you would risk everything for love, and today you've changed. You are such a scoundrel." "Me a scoundrel?" XFI felt anger boiling within him. How was it that he had inexplicably become a scoundrel for something he did not even write? "Do not push your luck. If it weren't for the crowd, I would be tempted to strike you." "Really?" Zitiang's heart raced at his words. "You said it. Do not go back on your word." XFI froze. What did this mean? Had he unwittingly fallen into her trap, or accidentally triggered some switch? What was this female bizarre thinking? Was it a contradiction? A Yandere? Did she possess some unique attributes? However, before XFI could ponder further, Zitiang seized his collar and transformed into a shadow, vanishing from the spot. Witnessing this, XFI felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The entire room was enveloped in a dark purple hue, creating an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. "Where is this?" XFI asked. "This is my home," Zitiang replied, her face alight with anticipation. "Do not worry. No one will enter here. Not even Lu Weiyou can come in without my permission." XFI, gazing into her eyes that sparkled with a strange purple light, swallowed hard. "Are you truly asking for me to strike you?" Zitiang moved closer, her cheeks flushed. You said it yourself. I'm not forcing you. Hidden prompt. Strike her. This will be your only chance to survive. No. Am I truly going to strike a level bazaar? Yet, this seemed to be the sole opportunity for survival. Even XF, I could not help but lament how difficult it was to deal with a bazaar possessing such an eccentric personality. Very well. Since I've been toyed with since yesterday, I am filled with rage. Whether I can defeat her remains to be seen. At least now, I have no way out. Thus, XF, I summoned all his strength and, without hesitation, struck ZT Ing across the face. However, at that very moment, the bazaar livestream in the real world abruptly went black. The Dragon Nation's livestream erupted in chaos. What the heck? XY dared to strike a level bazaar. He's lost his mind. No one has ever dared to lay hands on a bazaar. Did you not hear? This female bazaar possesses some unique attributes. What level bazaar? Clearly, it was an upper-level bazaar. This scene was so thrilling, yet it all went dark, leaving viewers unable to witness the confrontation. Not only the audience from the Dragon Nation, but even those from other countries were equally astonished rather than mocking. It was incredible. This Dragon Nation contestant consistently performed the unexpected. Setting aside allegiances, I would dare to call XF a hero, at the very least. No human would dare act in such a manner. Indeed, but the outcome remains uncertain. He may yet face death. The more bizarre the creature, the harder it is to predict its nature. Now, even though the Dragon Nation's livestream was pitch black and nothing could be seen, viewers from around the world still focused their attention on the Dragon Nation's broadcast. The entire spectacle persisted for over an hour. Finally, the time reached 11:30. The Dragon Nation's live stream resumed. The screen revealed XF lying on a bed, while ZT Ing nestled beside him like a well-behaved rabbit. At this moment, Xu Fei was holding a yellow book and perusing its contents. This book was none other than the collection of romantic tales confiscated by Zitong from the library yesterday. The narratives within were rather cliché. Who still finds such tales appealing nowadays? Xu Fei glanced at Zitong beside her and pinched her cheek. Alas, this cannot be entirely blamed on me. After all, this was not penned by a human. Zitong's face flushed with embarrassment, revealing a mix of grievance and an unmistakable excitement in her eyes. This was in stark contrast to her assertive demeanor from the previous day, making her appear entirely unlike a peculiar entity. Witnessing this scene, the audience in the bizarre live stream erupted in a frenzy. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a tsunami. Chapter 26. I see you enjoy secret affairs. Incredible. I shall refer to Su Yi as the master of training the bazaar. Brothers, I am at a loss for words. Just look at her. Does this female bazaar still pose any threat? 2 high-level bazaar entities have been subdued by Su Yi. Wait, is this truly a high-level bazaar rules dungeon? It seems devoid of difficulty. Earlier, some claimed this was our Long Kingdom's retribution. Please, let such retribution occur more often. Do you think all of this is a consequence of players Xiao Han swapping answer sheets? If that is the case, it would be quite amusing. Wouldn't player Xiao Han be furious if she knew? You're overthinking it. Had player Xiao Han been in the spotlight, she would have likely been torn apart by now. In light of the comments from the citizens of Long Kingdom, the barrage from other countries swiftly diminished. Though the Long Kingdom contestant, I recognize them as the first human to confront the bazaar. I simply cannot fathom why Long Kingdom contestants are so appealing to female bazaar entities. One is a pure love, the other a Yandere, and both are high-level bazaar entities. They have all succumbed to him. Perhaps Luo Yao's luck was simply a stroke of fortune for Xu Fei, but Zitong can only blame player Xiao Han. Indeed, had it not been for player Xiao Han's deliberate answer sheet swap, Xu Fei would have perished long ago. Back then, you all supported our contestants. Have you forgotten so soon? In an instant, comments from other countries began flooding into Xiao Han's live stream, filled with accusations. Meanwhile, in the bizarre world, Xu Fei could not help but inquire, gazing at the Zitong nestled in his arms. I have a question for you. Since you wanted me to kiss you earlier, why didn't you just state it plainly like Luo Yao? She is she, and I am I. Zitong pouted and replied, as a high-level bazaar entity, if I were to take the initiative, wouldn't that be quite humiliating? Zitong whimpered, I simply couldn't resist. You have no idea how I endured an entire night yesterday, desperate to maintain my pride. Xu Fei shook his head. However, After this conversation, he gained a clearer understanding of Zitong in his embrace. She indeed harbored feelings for him, yet her desire for pride led her to act peculiarly. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter remained, resolving the relationship between Zitong and Luo Yao. If these two high-level bizarre entities were to engage in conflict, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. As a mere human, Xu Fei found it difficult to imagine surviving such a hellish battle. The bizarre world truly instills fear. Xu Fei sighed softly, turning to Zitong and asking, "By the way, where on earth did Luo Yao go?" Upon hearing Luo Yao's name, Zitong's expression changed instantly. "What, do you miss her?" "No, I merely wish to know." Xu Fei chuckled awkwardly. "Rest assured, she is my good friend's sister. I would never harm her. You will see her in a couple of days." At this, Zitong's eyes visibly dimmed. It is precisely because of this relationship that I cannot openly compete with her for a man. Compete openly? Xu Fei shook his head and teased. "I see you enjoy secret affairs." Upon hearing this phrase, Zitong's expression mixed amusement with indignation. "What nonsense are you spouting? Yet, I believe you should be prepared for the possibility of exposure at any moment." Zitong shook her head, her expression earnest. "As long as you do not speak of it, no one will know. Other bizarre entities would not dare to utter a word." "Very well. Xu Fei not that how Under the eaves, one must bow their head. As a human, he was the weakest party. Other than obedience, he had little choice. By the way, there is one more question. Xu Fei suddenly recalled a seemingly insignificant yet intriguing question about the swapped answer sheets. Given her penchant for pride and deception, it was only natural for her to swap his answer sheets. If so, doesn't that imply that he had long been under Zitong's scrutiny? Speaking of that answer sheet, ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the sound of a bell interrupted Xu Fei. Immediately after, an announcement echoed. "There are 10 minutes left until the bazaar cafeteria opens. All students, please gather at the bazaar cafeteria immediately." Only 10 minutes left. Xu Fei sprang from the bed. Despite having consumed the most in the cafeteria yesterday, one meal a day was insufficient. Coupled with the earlier push-ups, he had expended considerable energy. At this moment, he felt ravenous. Not to mention, he had no idea where he was in the school, which added to his anxiety. Just then, Zitong grasped his wrist. "I truly do not wish for you to leave, but this is the school's rule." "I understand. Xu Fei not that." The daily check-in was a stipulation of the Horror University dungeon. No bizarre entity could contravene it. It can only be said that under this regulation, bizarre entities possess significant operational latitude. Zitong continued. "I must also inform you that the elimination rate during check-ins is not particularly high. I have noticed that as well." Xu Fei stroked his chin. He had long suspected as much. The death exercise was evidently designed to eliminate one individual daily. However, the bizarre cafeteria's outcomes were less certain, heavily reliant on luck. After all, what one person can consume does not guarantee acceptance by another. Just like that so-called devil's egg. Zitong then gently caressed Xu Fei's face, a hint of pride in her tone. "Of course, there is one aspect in which Luo Yao cannot compare to me." "What aspect might that be?" "If you violate the rules in the bazaar cafeteria, I can assist you without any cost." "All right, I understand." Xu Fei nodded slightly. He recognized her goodwill. For someone with hidden advantages, the cafeteria's mealtime might spell doom for others, but for Xu Fei, it resembled a buffet. Xu Fei then stood up, smiling as he lifted Zitong's chin. "Rest assured, I will be fine." With that, Xu Fei leaned in to initiate a kiss. In an instant, Zitong's pupils widened, and she closed her eyes, her face radiating delight. "I'm off now. I'll see you to the door." Zitong, brimming with joy like a young girl, took Xu Fei's hand and led him toward the villa's exit. "Turn left up ahead. It's just a 2-minute walk." Xu Fei nodded and proceeded toward the bazaar cafeteria. As he walked away, Zitong's expression turned wistful. But just as Xu Fei turned the corner, her countenance darkened. "Since you've come, you might as well reveal yourself." Chapter 27. A collection of human love stories, too. As soon as Zitong's words fell, a bizarre shadow appeared around her, kneeling before her. She was none other than the golden-haired librarian. Zitong exclaimed, "My lady, it was a misunderstanding. I truly saw nothing." Faced with her pleas, Zitong's cold gaze flashed momentarily as she reprimanded. "Stop the charade." Feeling the gaze of the violet-eyed figure, the golden-haired entity was enveloped in an eerie chill from head to toe. Yet, in the next moment, the violet-eyed one slowly spoke. If you have seen, then you have seen. I now require your assistance in devising a strategy. Come in. The violet-eyed figure beckoned, and the golden-haired entity stepped into the villa, taking a seat on the sofa. The violet-eyed one continued. I presume you are already aware of the events that have transpired? The golden-haired entity nodded earnestly. I have a rough idea. The violet-eyed figure crossed her legs, her gaze sharp. Then let me ask you, what must I do to make Xu Fei willingly become infatuated with me? The golden-haired entity, an avid reader of human love stories, immediately grasped the implication of her words. You mean, how can we secretly win Xu Fei's heart away from Luo Yao? The violet-eyed figure furrowed her brow, but soon relaxed. Well, you're not wrong in saying that. The golden-haired entity beamed with confidence. You have indeed come to the right person. I am quite experienced in this domain. What do you mean? Have you ever been in a romantic relationship with a human? The golden-haired entity shook her head. Not exactly. But I have immersed myself in human love stories since childhood, so I am well versed in these matters. Oh, is that what you refer to? The violet-eyed one extended her hand, summoning a collection of love stories, admonishing, Xu Fei has stated that these tales are utterly cliché and of no use. Huh. That is because you have yet to read Collection 2, the golden-haired entity replied confidently. Intrigued, the violet-eyed figure inquired, oh, what makes Collection 2 different? Naturally, the golden-haired entity replied with assurance. Collection 1 is merely for beginners in romance, rather pedestrian. Collection 2, however, is an advanced edition, containing detailed insights on genuine human dating tricks, even including stories of how a third party can ascend. Upon hearing this, the violet-eyed figure's interest peaked. Is that true? Indeed, the violet-eyed figure, clearly impatient, urged, then quickly bring it to me. The golden-haired entity sighed. Unfortunately, that collection is only available in Gue City and costs 20,000 Gue coins. I have only seen part of it. Take it, the violet-eyed figure declared, producing a black Gue card without hesitation, and warned, I expect to see the book before this afternoon. The golden-haired entity accepted the card, instantly filled with excitement. Rest assured, I will accomplish this task. With that, she swiftly exited the villa, while the violet-eyed figure brimmed with anticipation, envisioning a scene where Xu Fei passionately kissed her in front of Luo Yao. The thought made her toes curl. Oh, if it were truly like that, it would be too sweet. Meanwhile, Xu Fei finally arrived at the eerie cafeteria just in the nick of time. His return startled all the contestants and entities alike. Wait, how is he still alive? Have you lost your mind? Do you think that violet-eyed figure has genuinely taken a liking to him? Is that so? That female entity letting Xu Fei off multiple times is the best proof. Is this right? Why should Xu Fei be able to do this? I'm losing my mind. How can we even continue? I don't want to live anymore. Calm down. As long as we can clear the level, what do we not have? Money, women. What can't we achieve? True, but this scenario is unbearably tough. Xu Fei's presence sent the contestants into a frenzy. Yet, the prospect of the lavish rewards awaiting them upon clearing the level compelled them to swallow their frustrations. The abominable butcher was equally taken aback by Xu Fei's appearance. As a fellow entity, he understood the violet-eyed figure's temperament well. The fact that Xu Fei had caught her attention and survived was indeed surprising. Here, the abominable butcher fixed his gaze on Xu Fei and then handed him a white card. Xu Fei looked at the card, which bore his name, with confusion. What is this? This is a Gue card, usable for purchases in the eerie world, the abominable butcher explained, then turned to the others. Now that everyone is present, I will reiterate the rules for today. I will take you all away from the school to Gue City. Each of you will be provided with an unlimited dish to sell in Gue City. Whatever Gue coins you earn will be yours to keep. However, I must inform you that this is a one-time opportunity. From now on, every meal will require Gue coins. Without Gue coins, you will need to find your own way. Is that understood? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. They were somewhat familiar with Gue City, as it had appeared in previous scenarios. In Gue City, one could purchase various bizarre items. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. Gue coins, being the sole currency, held significant importance. There were instances of humans amassing substantial Gue coins during past scenarios, ultimately purchasing their lives at critical moments to successfully clear levels. But those were tales of the past. Now they faced their immediate survival needs. "Everyone, line up and follow me," the abominable butcher commanded as he led the contestants toward the school gate. It was their first departure from campus, and the contestants felt a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. Upon reaching the outside of the school, many strange passers-by turned their gazes towards them, prompting everyone to quicken their pace, fearing they would fall behind. Before long, under the abominable butcher's guidance, they arrived in an endless street lined with various shops. Countless eerie beings stopped to observe the humans with longing eyes, akin to wolves eyeing sheep. Eventually, they arrived in front of a hotel. The Horror Hotel. Xu Fei looked up at the name before stepping into the dimly lit lobby, illuminated only by dozens of white candles. In the center of the lobby stood several food carts, each displaying an assortment of dishes. Find your designated dish in order. Once the customers arrive, you will set your prices and begin selling. Once priced, it cannot be altered. How much you sell depends on your own skills. You have 1.5 hours. The timer starts now. However, the one who sells the least will perish. The abominable butcher concluded, clapping his hands. The contestants approached their respective tables, only to realize that the dishes they were to sell were precisely those they had chosen for lunch the previous day. At this moment, all eyes turned towards Xu Fei. They knew well that he was the only one who had selected 2 dishes, one of which was the supreme item, the metamorphic eerie hand. When they saw the name of the dish before Xu Fei, they instantly breathed a sigh of relief. For he was not presented with the metamorphic eerie hand. Instead, it was the devil's egg, a dish that sent shivers down the spine of other entities. Notoriously difficult to consume. Good. Xu Fei is finished. Indeed, there is no way this could sell. Now that Xu Fei is no longer at school, no one will assist him, right? Without any eerie beings willing to pay, he is doomed. Chapter 28. Has this female entity lost her mind? Xu Fei stared at the devil's egg before him, anxiety creeping back into his heart. The rules for this event were ostensibly straightforward. In essence, it served as an opportunity for them to earn a livelihood. The extent of their earnings would depend on the quality of their dishes and their pricing strategies. After all, given the significance of the goobie, everyone aspired to maximize their profits. With no limitations on the dishes they could offer, their prices would likely remain modest, primarily aimed at boosting sales. However, the crux of the matter was that while others were merely concerned with varying degrees of profit, the evil egg was unlikely to attract any customers at all. Even Liu Yo held a degree of trepidation, making it clear that other entities would find it unacceptable. As I pondered this, a number of supernatural beings began to enter the hotel. Upon sighting these entities, the other competitors donned expressions of delight, hastily presenting their pricing on the dining tables. A cursory glance revealed that their prices were remarkably low, with the most expensive item not exceeding 20. Just 10 goobie for the bloody maggots? I'll take 5 servings. And this one, please pack 2 portions for me. Due to the conservative pricing of the other contestants, the hotel atmosphere soon became exceedingly bustling. An hour swiftly passed. Those who had garnered substantial income neared 1,000 goobie, while even the less fortunate had crossed into the 3-digit range. Yet, none of them harbored concerns about being eliminated due to insufficient sales, as one individual had yet to sell even a single item, nor had they set a price. XFI, observing his furrowed brow. The other competitors could not suppress their glee. The repugnant butcher cast a glance at XFI and reminded everyone, there are only half an hour left. XFI rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of anxiety. For him, the concern was not merely about setting a price, but rather the realization that no one would likely make a purchase, regardless of the price. Moreover, they were not in the school cafeteria, and he feared that even Zitiing could not assist him in this predicament. Suddenly, a hidden prompt echoed in his ears. Hidden prompt, set the price at 10,000, 10,000, 1 preserved egg for 10,000. I felt a jolt upon hearing the hidden prompt. Nonetheless, with the appearance of the hidden hint, there was no room for hesitation. He swiftly took the easel from the table and inscribed his price. Upon seeing XFI's pricing, not only the competitors, but even the bystander supernatural beings could not contain their laughter. Is this human out his mind? The evil egg may be a rarity, but surely it does not warrant such a price. How amusing. This human's intellect seems questionable. I bet he scribbled that down in despair, believing no one would buy it. Only a truly deranged entity would purchase at that price. Witnessing the spectacle, the viewers in the Long Kingdom's live broadcast turned somber. It's over. What was supposed to be a welfare opportunity has turned into a perilous situation. But why are these supernatural beings so apprehensive? This preserved egg is delicious. Trust in XY. After all, he has led us to survive time and again. We're Lu Yo and ZTing. Someone come to our aid. As soon as the Long Kingdom showed signs of faltering, the barrage of comments from other nations began to intensify. A delicacy that even the supernatural beings refuse to eat? The Long Kingdom insists it's delicious. Mark my words, XFI's approach is destined for failure, no matter how fortunate he may be. He could rely on female supernatural beings at school, but who can he depend on in the Goo City? He's merely an ordinary university student, a waste outside of academia. Inside the Eerie Hotel, the repugnant butcher, having seen XFI's pricing, wore a look of regret and caution. I truly admire your ability to consume an evil egg effortlessly, but your pricing is simply outrageous. I will grant you another chance to revise it. At this, the other contestants were taken aback. Could it be that XFI was once a Goo Emperor? Why does every high-level entity treat him differently? However, despite their discontent, they could only suppress their feelings. I appreciate your kindness, but I shall maintain this price, XFI asserted resolutely. As you wish, replied the repugnant butcher, choosing not to press further. The other supernatural diners shook their heads in bewilderment, unable to comprehend his decision. Time had dwindled to 13:40, leaving merely 20 minutes until the conclusion. The number of patrons in the hotel was dwindling. Yet, at that moment, a bespectacled, blonde female supernatural being burst into the hotel, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Unfazed, the blonde approached one of the supernatural diners directly. I've searched high and low for you. Here are 20,000 Gooby. Give me the goods. The supernatural diner awkwardly smiled and produced a yellow book from their pocket, handing it over to the blonde entity. The flash of yellow caught XFI's attention, though he could not discern its nature due to the distance. With the transaction complete, the blonde supernatural being finally turned her gaze towards XFI. Upon noticing his scrutiny, she was taken aback, quickly concealing the book within her clothing. What brings you here? The repugnant butcher inquired, eyeing her. I came to purchase a book, but I didn't expect to encounter you, Lord Repugnant, she replied, acknowledging his status as a high-level entity. The blonde pointed at the humans present. Is this the game of rules for today? Time is running out, and those who fail to sell their dishes will face obliteration. The repugnant butcher's gaze shifted to XFI, and the blonde sensed the weight of his stare. Realizing XFI's precarious situation, feigning nonchalance, she sauntered closer to XFI. Upon observing the price of 10,000 Gooby for the evil egg, her eyes widened in surprise, but in the next instant, her expression transformed into one of exhilaration. The evil egg. It has been ages since I last had one. The moment those words escaped her lips, all eyes, both human and supernatural, turned towards the blonde entity. A 10,000 Gooby evil egg must be exquisite. The blonde's anticipation was palpable. Upon hearing this, the human competitors were left astonished, while the surrounding supernatural diners regarded her with skepticism. Could it be that this entity truly intends to buy it? The blonde, undeterred by the gazes of others, produced the Goo card gifted by ZTing. I'll take 10 evil eggs, please. Charge it. Even I was momentarily taken aback, especially the other contestants, who felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be? There really is a deranged being willing to purchase the evil egg? The viewers from the Long Kingdom were thrown into an uproar. Is it true? Someone is actually willing to pay 10,000 for a preserved egg. Has XY's charm reached such heights? Does he captivate even female supernatural beings? According to the repugnant butcher, she seems to be from the Horror University. Perhaps we did not encounter her before. She could be a teacher from the school. This blonde may not be as striking as the previous two, yet I find her exceptionally beautiful now. Oh, how moving. The Long Kingdom is once again saved. However, just as the citizens of the Long Kingdom rejoiced, the repugnant butcher stepped in front of the blonde entity. If my memory serves me correctly, you have never consumed something like this before, have you? The sudden inquiry from the detestable butcher left all present in a state of shock, particularly the blonde female aberration, who felt a tumult of anxiety within, yet managed to force a smile and respond awkwardly. I used to avoid it, but now I find it quite enjoyable. Is that so? The detestable butcher's eyes narrowed slightly, and a unique aura of his malevolence instantly permeated the space. All surrounding aberrations quivered in fear. Even the blonde aberration, a formidable entity in her own right, felt an overwhelming pressure. Since you claim to enjoy it, why not consume one here and now for my amusement? The threat in the detestable butcher's voice was palpable. The blonde aberration swallowed hard, casting a glance at the demon egg on the table, hesitating. I understand your thoughts, but if you do not eat, you will not be permitted to purchase. The detestable butcher's gaze flickered, revealing a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, the inner turmoil of the blonde aberration intensified. If she refrained from eating when the time elapsed, Xu Fei would be doomed. Should Lord Zitong learn of this, her fate would be equally grim. For her own sake, if not for Xu Fei, she resolved to attempt to consume it. I will eat, the blonde aberration declared, extending her trembling hand to lift the cloche from the table. Inside lay the already peeled demon egg, its strange aroma wafting through the air. Both human competitors and aberrant diners alike wore expressions of disdain. The blonde aberration, confronted with the overwhelming stench, involuntarily took a step back, her discomfort evident. She hesitated once more. The atmosphere in the hotel lobby grew tense and heavy. Simultaneously, viewers in the Longwell livestream sensed the impending crisis. It was evident that they had been discovered. The mention of consuming a century egg had visibly altered the blonde aberration's demeanor. Time was running out. If no one paid the bill, Su Yi would surely meet his end. The critical point was that Su Yi was not with Su Xiao, who would come to his rescue. What should be done? I fear she truly cannot bring herself to eat, which would mean his demise. At this moment, the comment from viewers in other countries began to embellish the situation further. Still hoping to cheat? The detestable butcher can no longer tolerate it. I wager this blonde aberration would never dare to eat the demon egg. Who besides the Longwood people could stomach such repulsive fare? It has nothing to do with whether she eats. It is primarily about Xu Fei's audacious pricing. Indeed, if the price were lower, perhaps it would not raise suspicions. This is hilarious. Did you not see the price of 10,000? It appeared as though someone genuinely intended to purchase it. Time trickled away, and all eyes were fixed upon Xu Fei and the blonde aberration. The final 5 minutes. The detestable butcher's unexpected interjection heightened the tension in the air. The competitors were rife with anticipation, believing that this was the closest Xu Fei had ever come to elimination. They all prayed fervently that she must not eat. In truth, Xu Fei felt despair as well. Thus far, he could find no resolution other than the blonde aberration consuming the egg. Yet the key was that this century egg posed an insurmountable threat to aberrations. Especially when observing the blonde aberration's reaction, it was clear she did not seem capable of consuming such a thing. The detestable butcher glanced at the clock in the lobby and reiterated, "Only 2 minutes remain." The contestants felt the sweat pooling in their palms. Xu Fei's presence had transformed the entire aberrant game. Should Xu Fei be eliminated, they would not only lose a formidable rival, but could not bear to witness his public displays of affection in the world of aberrations. Eliminate him. Quick, eliminate him. Although they voiced no words, Xu Fei felt the curses directed at him from all directions, leaving his lips parched. In the next instant, the blonde aberration moved. Although the demon egg instilled fear within her, consuming it would at least ensure her survival. However, failing to protect Xu Fei would result in certain death. She slowly extended her trembling hands, preparing to grasp the demon egg. Just then, a familiar voice resonated throughout the lobby. "Why are you taking so long to purchase the demon egg?" Upon hearing this voice, everyone swiftly turned their gaze toward the entrance of the lobby. The aberrant diners displayed expressions of horror, while the other competitors' faces shifted dramatically. Zidong, with her long hair flowing and dressed in a purple-black slip dress, even walked barefoot into the lobby, appearing as though she had just risen from slumber. Indeed, she had just awakened and, upon realizing Xu Fei was absent from school, felt an overwhelming urgency and hurried over without changing her clothes or putting on shoes. The blonde aberration, seeing her as a beacon of hope, quickly prepared to explain. Lord Zitong, no need to speak. I'm already aware, Zitong interjected, waving her hand as she strode directly toward the detestable butcher. Zitong, with her slender figure, appeared diminutive before the stout, detestable butcher. Yet, no aberration dared to underestimate her. In the entire lobby, only these two were of comparable caliber. Zitong surveyed the detestable butcher and questioned, "She is purchasing at my behest. Why do you refuse to sell?" The detestable butcher shook his head. "I have known you long enough to understand that you would never be able to consume a demon egg. Do not forget, this hotel is my territory. Once my rules are established, they must be adhered to. If you cannot eat it, you may not purchase it." Upon hearing this, Xu Fei quickly grasped the underlying implication. As fellow high-level aberrations, Zitong could not directly dominate him since they were outside the school. "Who says I cannot eat?" Zitong shot a glance at Xu Fei and, without hesitation, seized the demon egg and took a bite. Delicious, she savored, chewing slowly, her face alight with enjoyment, seemingly unaffected by any discomfort. Xu Fei furrowed his brow. Although he could detect no signs of deception on Zitong's face, his instincts told him that the reality could not possibly be so. "Lord Zitong," the blonde aberration's expression mirrored his shock. She understood that Zitong was undoubtedly feigning. After all, Zitong had previously expressed her utter revulsion upon first encountering the demon egg. Yet now, Zitong appeared to relish it. Could this be the power of love? The blonde aberration suddenly felt as though the romantic tales from books had manifested before her eyes. "Impossible. You declared you would never touch such food." Witnessing this scene, the detestable butcher's brow furrowed deeply, his face a mask of disbelief. "There is nothing impossible. Swipe the card 100,000. Following this, as his white card collided with Xu Fei's, it instantly transformed into a silver card. The sound of bells echoed through the lobby. Time had indeed reached 1400 hours. The detestable butcher glanced at the clock and bellowed, "Time's up." The rules of today's game conclude here. The contestant with the lowest total sales will be eliminated. As soon as the detestable butcher finished speaking, he approached one of the contestants. That contestant was none other than the one selling curry lamb, the white elephant competitor. For aberrations, the more normal a food appeared to humans, the more difficult it was to accept. "Come, take him away." The loathed butcher waved his hand, and immediately two small gooeys appeared, dragging the Baixiang contestant towards the back of the hall. "No, don't." The Baixiang contestant struggled desperately, but the small gooeys held on with an iron grip, showing no signs of letting go. Baixiang contestant eliminated as the announcement echoed through the live stream. Xu Fei let out a sigh of relief and turned to Zitong, ready to express his gratitude. However, at that moment, Zitong's gaze grew dim, and she collapsed directly into Xu Fei's arms. In that instant, the entire hotel lobby fell into a profound silence. Chapter 30, Difficulty Upgrade. The Complete Eerie World. This is truly inedible. Zitong looked at Xu Fei with teary eyes. At that moment, even a fool could understand everything. Zitong had consumed the demon egg solely to prevent Xu Fei from being eliminated. "I want to eat again." Xu Fei tightened his embrace around Zitong. He finally understood why these gooeys were so terrified of the preserved egg. If even a high-level guy reacted this way after consuming one, what would happen to others? Yet the more he realized this, the more he could feel Zitong's intentions. Their survival this time was entirely due to her sacrifice. Gazing at Zitong in his arms, Xu Fei spoke gently, "Be good, close your eyes." Upon hearing this, Zitong's heart fluttered. She smiled and slowly closed her eyes, her heart brimming with joy. The discomfort brought by the demon egg dissipated in that moment. Xu Fei leaned down and kissed her. Zitong felt a familiar warmth spread from their lips. This was the kiss she had longed for, initiated by Xu Fei. Her eyelashes trembled, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Witnessing this kiss, the eerie diners in the hotel were momentarily frozen in place. The lobby was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be distinctly heard. Most of these gooeys were high level, and none understood better than they how explosive this scene was. "Oh my, no, I must be dreaming." A high-level powerhouse consumed a demon egg for a human. One Gue thought, I must have drunk too much to witness such an incredible event. But no, everything was real. The eerie world was about to change. The Gue who had previously traded with the blonde female Gue was equally astonished. I have fantasized about countless human love stories. Yet I never expected such a touching love to unfold before my eyes. Likewise, the entire livestream from Longwa was profoundly moved by this scene. Magnificent. Words are unnecessary. So touching. For Su Yi, she is willing to do anything. I am nearly in tears. This is even more captivating than modern romance films. Let's not forget, this is not a movie. It embodies her true feelings for Su Yi. Only Su Yi could achieve such a feat with a high-level Gue, right? We are truly blessed to have Su Yi in Longwa. At this moment, the sounds of battle from live streams in other countries began to diminish. Wah! Regardless of stance, this is simply too moving. I am not envious of Mr. Su from Longwa. Truly not envious. How envious? I suddenly feel that dating a female Gue could be quite delightful. Give you a slit-mouthed female Gue, and you will no longer think that way. Hey, what are you all discussing? Our country's contestants are still in dire straits. What can we do? Tell me, aside from watching, what else can we do? Indeed, as the comments from other countries indicated, at this moment, the contestants who had been fully engaged were all clenching their fists. Because of Xu Fei's presence, the entire eerie survival rules had shifted. Jealousy, hatred, and inner imbalance. Various complex emotions had reached a boiling point. Among them, a brown-haired man suddenly stepped forward, shouting hysterically, No, I can't continue. We all came to survive in the eerie world. Why should you be any different? Tell me, what makes Longwa special? Tell me, what makes you Xu Fei special? This game is utterly unfair. I refuse to accept it. The man charged towards Xu Fei, seemingly intent on interrupting them. But just as he was about to approach, the loathed butcher moved. He reached out and grasped the man by the nape of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Then, a flash of eerie light flickered. A kitchen knife appeared in the loathed butcher's hand, gleaming ominously. In an instant, the brown-haired man was sliced in half, blood gushing forth. Until his last moment, jealousy filled his eyes. The loathed butcher casually discarded the upper half of the man's body, as if it were mere trash. Subsequently, two small Guis dragged the brown-haired man's corpse away. Questioning the fairness of the game rules amounted to violating the rules themselves. Is there anyone else who is dissatisfied? The loathed butcher scanned the group of human contestants. Upon witnessing this scene, they felt a chill run down their spines. Fear gradually quelled their anxious emotions. Although Guis could only harm humans through their rule violations, no one dared to offend any Gue, unless a Gue actively invited such a confrontation. At this moment, sensing that ZT Ing was beginning to regain her composure, Xu Fei gradually loosened his grip. ZT Ing wore a look of lingering yearning. But in the next instant, her eyes sparkled as she turned to the loathed butcher and coldly stated, I will remember today's events. In response to ZT Ing's threat, the loathed butcher remained calm and silent. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the other human contestants. As his words fell, everyone followed the loathed butcher out of the hotel lobby. The other eerie diners, too, dared not linger and quickly exited. Humph. Watching them leave, ZT Ing snorted coldly. Check. Good. ZT Ing obediently nodded and eagerly linked her arm with Xu Fei's, her heart filled with joy. At that moment, the two resembled a young couple in the throes of love. The blonde Gue trailed behind them, wearing a knowing smile. As Xu Fei walked through the hotel, the surrounding Guis shied away, their faces reflecting fear and trepidation, barely daring to steal a glance. However, as they continued walking, ZT Ing suddenly halted. She released Xu Fei and turned to gaze down the street behind them. What's wrong? Xu Fei asked, puzzled, and turned to look as well. Instantly, he sensed something was amiss. The street they had come from had been shrouded in fog, with visibility barely a few hundred meters, rendering it impossible to see ahead. Yet now, the fog seemed to have thinned considerably, and visibility was increasing steadily. They could even faintly discern the outlines of numerous tall buildings. The eerie world was accelerating its connection. Their activity area was expanding, and new rules were about to emerge. New rules? Upon hearing this, Xu Fei's brows furrowed. Indeed, ZT Ing slowly explained. In simple terms, all of you human contestants will witness a complete eerie world. At that moment, blood-red text suddenly appeared in the live stream of the entire real world. The eerie dungeon is merging. New eerie rules will be announced in 2 minutes. Following this, map fragments gradually appeared in the live broadcast. Upon seeing those familiar map pieces being assembled, humanity across the globe erupted in excitement. Chapter 31. You carry her fragrance. Is this merging all the dungeons into one? What dungeons? These are all territories frozen in our nation. Not just our Longwa. Other countries have them too. Are they constructing an eerie world using the frozen territories of humanity? As long as a nation suffers total defeat, everything will become a reality. At this moment, all those watching the live stream were profoundly shaken by this scene. Although everything remains normal in the temporarily frozen territories of the real world. Witnessing the familiar places inhabited by the eerie sent shivers down everyone's spine. It is difficult to imagine how terrifying it would be if an entire nation were to succumb to the eerie. At this moment, the announcement of the eerie rules of the game sounded again. Merged dungeon, eerie world, dungeon level, no level. An eerie world constructed by merging all dungeons. Rule 1. Contestants are prohibited from killing each other. Rule 2. Contestants must strictly adhere to local rules, and violators will be harmed. Rule 3. The dungeon will periodically issue eerie tasks, and all contestants must participate. Rule 4. Eerie events will be triggered wherever contestants are. Note, the merged dungeon has no fixed time limit, lasting until the final task is completed. Contestants who successfully clear the dungeon will receive a comprehensive score. Ranking will be based on the scores of the successful contestants. The contestant with the highest score will not only unfreeze territories and gain the best resources, but also receive hidden rewards. Upon hearing the final announcement, the populace of Longwa was utterly exhilarated. This is our nation's opportunity for a comeback. That said, we must remain vigilant. What is this merged dungeon? Isn't it just a replica of our human society? Indeed, it is akin to graduates entering society, easily falling into pitfalls. But this place is filled with the eerie. Surviving here is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, considering the eerie tasks and events, it is terrifying to even think about. A dungeon without a level is undoubtedly more fearsome than all previous dungeons combined. Suyi, you must persevere. All the viewers from Longwa focused intently on Xu Fei, clasping their hands in prayer for him. At this moment, in the eerie world, in the eerie city, observing the gradually clarifying streets, Xu Fei was summarizing the information from the earlier announcement in his mind. The fundamental rules have not changed significantly. Now it merely means illuminating the entire map of the eerie world, thus expanding the range of activity. Additionally, eerie events and tasks have been added, making it even more perilous. As for rewards for clearing the dungeon, that is a matter for later. From the outset, preserving life and enduring is of utmost importance. Xu Fei understood that, at least until he thoroughly comprehends the outside world, remaining within the school is the safest choice. Unless hidden prompts appear, it is best not to act rashly. All right. Zitong smiled as she held Xu Fei's hand, continuing in the direction of the school. However, after just a few steps, Zitong suddenly froze, recalling something, and quickly released his hand, saying, "Oh no, if Luo Yao discovers I left the school, she could come out at any moment." Zitong became increasingly anxious, glancing around, fearful that Luo Yao might appear. I must go ahead. Zitong immediately transformed into an eerie shadow and fled in panic. Witnessing this, Xu Fei stood frozen in place. At that moment, the golden-haired eerie sighed and explained, "Lady Zitong has a very close relationship with Sister Luo Yao. She merely wishes to avoid causing Luo Yao distress. If it were any other female eerie, they would likely be left with nothing by now." "Yes, I understand." Xu Fei nodded slightly. Zitong had mentioned this matter to him before. "So, who is Luo Yao's sister?" "I cannot say." The golden-haired eerie shivered involuntarily, but the world has opened. You will eventually see her, an extremely unconventional female eerie. More unconventional than Zitong? The golden-haired eerie's face filled with curiosity. Huh? Is Lady Zitong very unconventional? I don't know. Xu Fei quickly halted the topic, but he had a rough idea. Without a doubt, she is certainly another level of eerie. Oh, whatever. There will always be a way when we reach the mountain. The ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Xu Fei said to the golden eerie and continued toward the school. At this time, on the school playground, over 100 contestants gathered, discussing animatedly. I really can't stand Xu Fei anymore. I want to leave this cursed place. Me too. I want to go out and explore. Perhaps there is a level eerie who will take a liking to me? Regardless, we must follow the rules wherever we go. Why not take a gamble? If you all want to go, go ahead. I certainly won tea. The announcement just mentioned eerie tasks. Do you really think you can leave freely? That is true. We don't even know what type of tasks there are now. We cannot act rashly. Just as everyone was engrossed in conversation, they suddenly felt a chilling wind behind them. Then, a familiar figure appeared before them. I ask you, where's Xu Fei? Luo Yao's expression was cold as she spoke. The crowd broke into a cold sweat upon seeing her. However, they quickly recalled Xu Fei and Zitong's earlier actions. If they reported them, Xu Fei might be doomed. Instantly, one contestant spoke up. Xu Fei. Xu Fei, he. Suddenly, another familiar voice echoed across the playground. Zitong was seen walking toward them. Upon seeing Zitong, the contestant who was about to report turned pale, unable to continue speaking. As they approached, the two women exchanged glances. Zitong feigned indifference and said, "They all went to the Eerie City today. I just went out for a stroll, but I didn't expect you to actually come out." Xu Fei went to the Eerie City. That is too dangerous. Luo Yao, filled with anxiety, turned to leave in search of him. But just then, Xu Fei's figure also appeared on the playground. Seeing the two women together, Xu Fei suddenly felt an immense pressure. He had an ominous premonition. But before he could think further, Xu Fei, Luo Yao exclaimed joyfully, her long legs striding towards Xu Fei. Her shoulder-length hair danced in the wind. In the next moment, Xu Fei felt a tremendous force as Luo Yao tackled him to the ground, pinning him beneath her, much like when Xu Fei was doing push-ups with Zitong. Only this time, Luo Yao sat upright, and a red ribbon appeared in her hand at some point. She used the ribbon to tie her hair into a ponytail. Looking at Xu Fei, her crystalline red eyes seemed to shimmer with starlight. "Xu Fei, I miss you so much." No sooner had she spoken than, without waiting for Xu Fei to respond, Luo Yao kissed him without hesitation. Xu Fei's eyes widened in shock. Then, an overwhelming sense of terror, felt only by Xu Fei, surged toward him. But in the next second, something even more terrifying occurred. Luo Yao slowly lifted her head, her brow furrowed. "Something is off. Why do you smell like someone else?" Chapter 32. The ever-changing eerie battlefield. If I am not mistaken, the scent on you is the same as that on Sister Zitong. Luo Yao's expression grew complex, and she pursed her lips. Incorrect. It's not just about the body. It seems that the flavor lingering in your mouth is also somewhat off. There's a hint of the devil's egg, along with something else. At this moment, Luo Yao suddenly turned her head, directing her gaze towards Zitong behind her. The two locked eyes, and time seemed to stand still. The atmosphere on the playground grew increasingly eerie. The other contestants, witnessing the scene, were drenched in sweat, their hearts filled with an intense anticipation for Xu Fei to falter. Similarly, viewers from other countries in the live stream were reveling in the moment. "Ah, the scoundrel from Longhua has been exposed. You enjoy playing with fire, don't you? Let us see how you handle this." It's hard to imagine what the consequences would be when the bazaar discovers human infidelity. With the new instance activated, the contestants from Longhua lost their chance to encounter the true world of the bazaar, seeing the barrage from other countries. The citizens of Longhua could no longer remain passive, beginning to retaliate. How could Su Yi be called a scoundrel? Su Yi is fighting for survival, striving to clear the game and save our Longhua. If this contestant were from their country, would they still say the same? Of course not. Aren't these foreigners all double-faced? But the crucial question is, what should be done now? Will they really start fighting? It's a difficult situation. Luo Yao holds pure affection for Su Yi, while Zitong would do anything for him. Trust in Su Yi. He must have anticipated this day long ago. At this moment, the citizens of Longhua suddenly felt as if the sky were collapsing. In fact, they were more anxious than when Xu Fei played the rules game. Indeed, the brutal arena of the bizarre world is far more terrifying. It could truly cost lives. Yet, The most suffocating of all was Xu Fei himself. Although he had considered the possibility of being discovered, he never imagined it would happen so swiftly. He had initially planned to prepare Luo Yao psychologically before revealing the truth himself. Yet, to his dismay, Luo Yao discovered it in such a manner. Could the hidden hints save him? Xu Fei was in a state of utter anxiety. At this moment, the two women continued to gaze at each other. Despite Zitong's impassive expression, she too was internally flustered. Yet, amidst the chaos, there seemed to be a flicker of excitement hidden deep within her heart. It was as if Xu Fei's words rang true. However, for Zitong, love was an unfamiliar territory, and she didn't know how to voice her feelings. Ultimately, Xu Fei broke the silence first. I admit, I kissed her. After all, as a man, one must step up when the time calls for it. Upon hearing these words, Zitong's face flushed several shades of red, her expression visibly flustered. Her crimson pupils sparkled under the glistening light. Are you saying it's true? Indeed, every word is true. Just as Xu Fei was about to confess further, a massive figure appeared once more on the playground. It was the abominable butcher. At this moment, the three strongest bizarre entities in the entire horror university instance had gathered here. In past rule games, each instance typically featured only one high-level bizarre entity, representing the greatest challenge for human contestants to overcome. Yet, due to Xu Fei's love triangle, all three had appeared here, an unprecedented occurrence. Luo Yao, sitting atop Xu Fei, looked at the approaching abominable butcher and inquired, "Did you see this too?" Indeed, the abominable butcher first glanced at Luo Yao and Xu Fei before finally directing his gaze at Zitong. Upon seeing the abominable butcher, Zitong narrowed her eyes. However, in the next moment, the abominable butcher sighed and spoke, "In truth, all of this is because of me, due to the rules game I designed." Zitong consumed a devil's egg to aid Xu Fei in clearing the game. Consequently, she nearly fainted, leaving Xu Fei with no choice but to kiss her. However, in human terms, I believe it's referred to as artificial respiration. Artificial respiration? Upon hearing this, everyone stared in shock at the abominable butcher. Was he mistaken? Not at all. Yet, the moment the abominable butcher spoke, the narrative seemed to shift. What should have been a pure love story of school beauty, catching her boyfriend in infidelity, had transformed into a tale of the older sister risking herself to save the school beauty's boyfriend. Ultimately, the school beauty's boyfriend, under duress, was compelled to perform artificial respiration to rescue the older sister from danger. This narrative felt overly cliché. Yet, the crucial part was that this was the bizarre world. These bizarre entities were utterly defenseless against what seemed to be a mundane love story. At that moment, Luo Yao proclaimed, "I can also testify. That devil's egg was meant for me to consume, and Xu Fei should have kissed me." This artificial respiration is documented in the anthology of human love stories. It truly is effective. The golden-haired bizarre's words instantly left everyone frozen in place. What on earth is the anthology of human love stories? Yet, it seemed that what she said held a kernel of truth. Within mere minutes, the atmosphere on the playground transformed dramatically. Xu Fei lay on the ground, observing the abominable butcher and the golden-haired bizarre beside him, his gaze gradually brightening. Indeed, those involved may be blinded by their emotions, but from an observer's perspective, there appeared to be no fault. As for the artificial respiration, it seems this chef has a profound understanding of humanity. So that is how it is. Upon hearing the abominable butcher voluntarily testify, Luo Yao had no reason to doubt. She slowly rose, pulling Xu Fei up with her. I thought as she spoke, Luo Yao buried her head in his chest once more, tears streaming down her face. I thought you no longer liked me." Witnessing this scene, contestants from other countries could no longer maintain their composure. Is this truly the bizarre world? Surely, it cannot be a grand bizarre romance drama. The protagonist is Xu Fei, while they have all become extras. The key is they face the threat of death daily. They now fully understood what it meant to be the fool in their own story. All right, don't cry anymore." Xu Fei gently patted Luo Yao's back, offering comfort. Simultaneously, Zitong, seeing how far things had progressed, finally felt relieved. She walked towards Luo Yao, saying, "Everything is past, don't cry anymore." Hearing this, Luo Yao reluctantly pulled away from Xu Fei's chest and then leaped into Zitong's embrace. Sister Zitong, I shouldn't have doubted you. Thank you for saving Xu Fei. It's nothing. Zitong stroked Luo Yao's head while glancing at Xu Fei, a fleeting emotion crossing her eyes. Xu Fei was momentarily taken aback. Wait, this girl seems even more unconventional than I had imagined. Meanwhile, witnessing the situation unfold, viewers from other countries in the live stream were once again thoroughly shaken. Chapter 33. The Great Love Lecture. If you dare, come forth. You tell me, how can it still be played? I truly don't understand. Why did the abominable butcher come out to explain? Yet, to be fair, what he said does seem to hold some validity. Oh my, was that artificial respiration? It seems like it could suck out my brain. What should we do? I'm equally at a loss. Observing the barrage from other countries in utter disarray, the audience in Longgua's live stream was ecstatic, nearly jumping with joy. Did you see that? What is a deity? Su Yi is a deity. Oh, revered Su Shun, your brilliance truly leaves me in awe. One can only attest to the veracity of the words spoken, for I find no fault to pick. Indeed, the loathsome butcher stands as a testament, presiding over a game governed by his own rules. Who could possibly doubt his authority? Have you noticed that had it not been for the integration of the new instance, Su Yi could genuinely become the deity of this realm? It appears that even the elite of the instance are rallying behind Su Shun. However, there are still other enigmatic tasks and uncanny events at play, so we must remain vigilant. At this moment, within the realm of the bizarre, as misunderstandings dissipated, Luo Yao finally emerged from the embrace of Zitong. Sister Zitong, I haven't ventured out in quite some time. Why don't the three of us go shopping together later? I would like to buy you a token of gratitude. Zitong declined Luo Yao's suggestion. Given Luo Yao's demeanor, their outing would undoubtedly see her closely following Xu Fei, leaving Zitong merely as an observer. This feeling of being an onlooker without partaking was quite disheartening. It was better not to witness at all. Coincidentally, she could also take the opportunity to peruse Human Love Stories Collection 2 to learn a thing or two. With that thought, Zitong glanced at Xu Fei before turning away from the playground. The golden-haired enigma quickly followed suit. Observing Zitong's retreating figure, Luo Yao tightly grasped Xu Fei's hand. Explaining, Xu Fei, please do not take offense. Sister Zitong has always harbored a disdain for love and a dislike for the opposite sex. Moreover, considering you have kissed her, it is quite remarkable she has not retaliated. Xu Fei felt a hint of awkwardness at her words. Indeed, Luo Yao remained too innocent. Initially, when he first encountered Zitong, her terrifying murderous intent was no mere pretense. It was only later, through a series of accidental events, that a certain switch was activated. Let us proceed. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled with joy as she led Xu Fei toward the exit. With their departure, the loathsome butcher also exited the playground. Meanwhile, the other contestants continued their fervent discussions. On another note, the golden-haired enigma hastily retrieved a yellow-covered book from her possession. Lady Zitong, this is the item you requested. Zitong accepted the book, her expression turning exceedingly grim. In truth, she had begun to regret her earlier refusal to go shopping. It was a case of being able to see, yet not partake. However, it was still preferable to not seeing it at all. Moreover, the bizarre world had been fully unveiled. If she were absent, Luo Yao might very well take Xu Fei to a hotel for some unspeakable activities. The more she pondered, the more anxious Zitong became. Yet, she could not behave like a stalker, could she? The golden-haired enigma seemed to sense Zitong's concerns and spoke. Lady Zitong, this course of action cannot continue. What then? Should I be forthright? Zitong sigid deeply. You have seen how heartbroken Luo Yao was upon learning of this. The golden-haired enigma replied earnestly. In matters of the heart, Lady Zitong, your downfall lies in placing too much weight on emotions. Very well. Let's leave it at that for now. Zitong furrowed her brow and began to read the collection of love stories in her hands. Wait, just as the golden-haired enigma was about to step out the door, Zitong called her back. Is there something else you require, Lady Zitong? Take a look at this. Zitong turned the book around to reveal an exceptionally eye-catching advertisement on the table of contents. Love Lecture Hall, the most authoritative free love training course. Analyzing human love stories, helping you resolve any emotional troubles, and find true happiness. The golden-haired enigma gasped, Lady Zitong. Do you wish to attend a love training course? Indeed, Zitong nodded affirmatively. The bizarre world has, in fact, always been a reflection of human societal norms. The vast majority of the bizarre beings, upon reaching a certain age, follow the most traditional matchmaking methods to find their partners. Yet, such love often fails to withstand the test of time. This is why many, like Zitong, have little faith in the concept of love, especially when it comes to relationships with humans. After all, free love remains far too open and advanced for the bizarre world. Only a select few, truly yearning for love, are willing to accept it. Books like Human Love Stories collection are undoubtedly akin to textbooks for those bizarre beings who aspire to free love, since it caters to a niche audience. The inclusion of such advertisements in the book is entirely justifiable. With this realization, Zitong resolved, I shall enroll immediately, but remember to keep this confidential, otherwise. Fear not. I assure you it will remain a secret. The golden-haired enigma responded with certainty before asking, by the way, what arrangements shall be made for the other humans in your absence? In the bizarre world, once it is open, let them handle themselves. At this moment, Zitong's thoughts were solely occupied with Xu Fei. She had no room to consider anything else. In the next instant, she transformed into an enigma and vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Xu Fei and Luo Yao strolled hand in hand along the bustling streets of the bazaar market. Upon returning, Xu Fei noticed that the distant streets had become entirely clear. Numerous buildings, shops, and storefronts appeared before him, and the street was teeming with bizarre beings, creating a lively atmosphere. As Xu Fei appeared in this realm, he instantly attracted the attention of all the bizarre beings around him, those shopping, setting up stalls, or running businesses. Wait a moment. Is that another goddess-level elite by his side? What? Wasn't he just shopping with another elite? Look at that elite. She seems quite taken with this human. This was outrageous. This human is quite the formidable character. What? Is it that only elite bizarre beings are deemed worthy to shop alongside humans? Feeling the weight of these scrutinizing gazes, Xu Fei felt utterly overwhelmed. He was no longer just viewed as a competitor by his fellow humans. He had also become a target of disdain among the bizarre beings. Xu Fei, do not mind them. Luo Yao halted, cupped Xu Fei's face, and kissed him. In that moment, Xu Fei felt as though he could hear the sound of countless hearts shattering. Chapter 34. Are you also enrolling in the love training course? This is simply too conspicuous. Xu Fei could not help but marvel at the absurdity of fate. To be honest, he himself was unsure how he had transitioned from a mere participant to this state. Initially, he had hoped to remain inconspicuous, relying on hidden hints to gradually progress. Yet now, even if he wished to keep a low profile, it was utterly impossible. At the very least, he was acutely aware of the unfriendly stares from the bizarre beings surrounding him. Had it not been for Luo Yao and the rules, he would likely have been torn apart in an instant. Conversely, Luo Yao relished this attention, as if flaunting their passionate romance, while simultaneously warning other bizarre beings that Xu Fei was hers and that none could touch or claim him. Let us proceed further and see what lies ahead. Luo Yao once again took Xu Fei's hand, leading him deeper into the street. This area was one Xu Fei had not been able to see earlier, but now it was bustling with activity. Bizarre beings were even hawking various snacks and potted plants, along with toys and other wares. However, these snacks appeared unfit for human consumption, and the bizarre beings encountered thus far were of relatively low rank, with only one elite being spotted. This only reinforced Xu Fei's belief that the bizarre world was indeed a mimicry of human societal living. Before long, a shout from a vendor drew the attention of numerous bizarre beings. A diminutive female creature, with an air of peculiarity, was seen distributing a plethora of flyers. Do you aspire to enhance your romantic skills and attain greater happiness? The love lecture is about to commence. Seize the opportunity to enroll without delay. Upon hearing these words, Luo Yao's interest was piqued, and she prepared to approach. Xu Fei, noticing her intention, promptly intervened. After all, he had previously perused the anthology of human love stories compiled by Zitong. It could only be said that such things were utterly devoid of utility. Xu Fei cautioned, Yao, I believe it is wise not to place your trust in these matters. If you wish to learn, I can teach you this evening. Is it the same? Luo Yao's cheeks flushed, and she replied, The things you teach me are known to you. How can I surprise you? Xu Fei was momentarily taken aback, realizing her point held merit. Let's go and take a look, Luo Yao urged, pulling Xu Fei toward the peculiar female figure. The onlookers made way for Luo Yao. For in this world of oddities, high status commanded absolute authority, and only those of equal rank would be regarded based on additional criteria. As Luo Yao approached, the diminutive creature's speech became hesitant. Do you, esteemed individual, harbor an interest in our love lecture? The creature extended a flyer towards Luo Yao. Let me take a look, she said, glancing at it briefly before smiling and asking, You are enrolling today, and the class begins tomorrow? The small creature nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Yes, please assist me in enrolling. I shall attend class tomorrow. Luo Yao folded the flyer and tucked it into her pocket. Xu Fei could not help but sigh at this. Indeed, strength seemed to confer greater advantages. Let's continue our stroll, he suggested. All right, she agreed. The two continued their leisurely walk, the surroundings evoking both familiarity and strangeness for Xu Fei. Unbeknownst to them, they had been wandering for 2 hours, and Xu Fei's calves began to ache. Noticing his fatigue, Luo Yao proposed, Are you tired? Shall we rest at a hotel? A hotel? Xu Fei confirmed. Luo Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she counted on her fingers. Yes, the chef's hotel. You visited it at noon, did you not? Very well, Xu Fei conceded, unable to refuse. Let's go. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Luo Yao's eyes. Their shopping excursion had been rather uneventful. Aside from her enrolling in a romantic training course, Xu Fei even began to suspect that the hotel was her true destination. While he held no aversion to the idea, he feared that walking tomorrow might pose a challenge. Observing the scene, audiences from other nations were filled with envy and jealousy. How infuriating! Can one even enter the Dragon Country's live broadcast studio? Our contestants are stuck in dormitories, while Xu Fei is out on a romantic escapade. Your contestants are still in their dorms? Ours barely made it out of school before they were eliminated. Mine too. Look, the announcement shows only 160 participants left, and it's not even been 3 days. They prayed that Xu Fei would quickly encounter a bizarre event to eliminate him. Meanwhile, the citizens of the Dragon Country wore expressions of delight, disregarding the comments from other nations. Before long, upon seeing Luo Yao, the receptionist creature eagerly approached. Esteemed Luo Yao, how may I assist you? Take us to the finest room, Luo Yao replied without hesitation. Certainly, please follow me. Guided by the receptionist, Xu Fei and Luo Yao ascended to the upper floors of the hotel. The establishment boasted 4 floors, each impressively spacious. The first floor housed a reception and a large dining area, while the upper levels were designated for accommodation, adorned in a distinctly classical Western style. On the 4th floor, the number of rooms was sparse. Ultimately, they arrived at room number 444. It must be said, the number 4 seemed to hold a favorable connotation in the realm of oddities. The small creature opened the door, revealing a vast living room. Sofas, dining tables, a vintage record player, and a well-stocked bar were all present, making it resemble a lavish villa rather than a hotel room. Esteemed Luo Yao, the rate for a single night is 40,000 guabis, the receptionist stated, bowing her head. 40,000 for one night? Xu Fei gasped at this figure. Aside from himself, the human contestants had toiled desperately for mere hundreds of guabis. The thought of spending such an amount for a night was staggering. Yet, as a gentleman accompanying Luo Yao, he could not allow her to bear the expense. Let's use my card. As Xu Fei reached for his gibi card, Luo Yao stopped him. She then produced a black gibi card, identical to that of Zitong. Use mine. I will retrieve it when I come down tomorrow. Very well. Enjoy your stay, the receptionist said, politely taking the card and closing the door behind them. Recalling how his white card transformed into a silver card at noon, Xu Fei inquired. By the way, how much gibi is represented by this black card? Not much. It merely takes 10 million gibi to turn black, she replied. Understood, Xu Fei mused. Stroking his chin, the rules were rather straightforward. 10,000 gibi yielded a silver card, while 1 million would presumably result in a gold card. Now, let us sample the beverages of the realm of oddities. Luo Yao approached the bar, retrieving a bottle of red wine and placing it before Xu Fei. At that moment, the Dragon Country's live broadcast plunged into darkness once more. Chapter 35. Madness? Are the oddities all attending a training course? Bro, what on earth is happening? Why does it always black out at crucial moments? The ambience had been set with wine, and now it had vanished. No one desires a blackout, but it is simply unbroadcastable. Let us concoct a narrative. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. Can't sleep? Why not check out the live broadcast from other countries? Suddenly, someone suggested, prompting a surge of Dragon Country citizens to flock to foreign live streams. What the heck? I just realized their dormitories have metal bunk beds. What? These beds are practically falling apart. How can they sleep? I assumed they all slept on princess beds like Xu Fei. What princess bed? Xu Fei is already in a hotel suite. Not only was he sleeping comfortably, but he also had company. Hey, with the realm of oddities now accessible, aren't these people afraid to go outside? Well, it seems they have no reason to mock us in the Dragon Country livestream. The comments from the Dragon Country citizens left audiences from other nations feeling utterly miserable, yet they found themselves unable to counter the claims. After all, they had witnessed the truth unfold. Consequently, foreign live streams began to frantically ban Dragon Country users. However, the more they attempted to restrict access, the more comments flooded in. They could never finish banning them all. Audiences from abroad were nearly driven to madness. Time flew swiftly, yet in the realm of oddities, these changes were hardly perceptible. After all, aside from the blood moon eternally hanging in the sky, there was no sunlight whatsoever. Thus, the concepts of rising with the sun and resting with its setting were non-existent. Nevertheless, that night, the odd city was anything but tranquil. Under dim lighting, a pair of diminutive creatures were embroiled in a fierce argument, escalating to physical confrontation. Though they were merely oddities, the clash was filled with fervor. This altercation raged on throughout the night, resulting in one creature being bested and left on the ground, a small pool of blood staining the floor. Until 8 o'clock the following morning, no other peculiar beings awakened her or tidied up the aftermath. However, at that moment, a shadowy figure darted swiftly across the street. Its rapid movement infused with an overwhelming intent to kill, stirring a strange commotion among the onlookers. It was not until the shadow reached the depths of a building on the street that her form was revealed. She was Zting. At that moment, her expression was chillingly calm, inciting fear. It is worth noting that she had waited an entire night, during which she had countless times contemplated rushing out to search. Yet, time and again, she quelled that impulse. She could never fully bring herself to confess to Lu Yo. Thus, she could only numb herself by immersing in the study of her NL, IQ, HJ throughout the night. Yet the more she read, the more she found the book to be remarkably profound. Yet, as a peculiar being, there were many emotions and behaviors within it that she could not comprehend. Hence, she eagerly arrived at the love training class, seeking answers. However, now, merely thinking of XFI not returning all night cast a dark cloud over her mood. As she stepped into the building, an oppressive aura of malice seemed to envelop the entire structure. Even the most formidable of peculiar beings could only retreat, fearful of inciting Zting's wrath. Just then, a short female peculiar rushed towards Zting in a fluster. She was the one who had handed out flyers to Lu Yo on the street the previous day. "Madam, you came to register by yourself yesterday, right?" Zting cast a cold glance at her. The diminutive female felt a chill run down her spine. Please follow me. I will take you to the classroom." Ultimately, under the guidance of the short female, Zting arrived before a room resembling a classroom. Upon pushing open the door, she found a few peculiar beings scattered inside. Upon seeing Zting, their hearts raced. Although they did not recognize her, the pressure emanating from her instilled a profound sense of awe. They could hardly believe that a being of her caliber would attend such a training class. It was utterly absurd. Zting seated herself in the center of the front row by the door, waiting for the class to commence. The other peculiar beings hastily gathered in the corners of the classroom, anxious to avoid provoking Zting. "Madam, the lecture will begin at 9 o'clock. Please wait a moment," the short female said before closing the door and leaving. However, it wasn't long before footsteps echoed from outside. The short female returned with another peculiar being at the classroom door. As the door swung open, a loud thud resonated, causing the entire classroom to tremble. Zting. Is it you? What are you doing here? ZT Ng's gaze shifted to the doorway, where she recognized the instructor from their school. ZT Ng furrowed her brow and questioned, "Why are you here instead of conducting training?" "Madam ZT Ng, didn't you say to love whomever you wish?" "That's why I came out," the peculiar instructor lamented. Ever since XFI appeared, the school had undergone tremendous changes regarding matters of love, sparking his curiosity about the allure of romance that captivated two powerful figures. Thus, he opted to enroll in a class to gain a deeper understanding. Yet, he never anticipated that ZT Ng would also be present, and, judging by her state, it seemed she was on the verge of losing her composure. A sense of foreboding washed over the instructor, prompting him to bow repeatedly. "Madam, I was wrong. I only came out of curiosity." Silence. ZT Ng, already overwhelmed, snapped, "Find a seat." "Thank you, madam, for your mercy." The instructor breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly taking a seat in the corner alongside the others. Before long, the classroom door swung open once more, capturing the attention of all the peculiar beings. A female peculiar, adorned with two mouths and wearing a black gown, entered. She was a friend of the blonde female peculiar, serving as the music teacher at the university. The next moment, a crisp voice rang out. The black-gowned female suddenly dropped to her knees, trembling. "Madam ZT Ng, what a surprise. Be silent and go to the back." ZT Ng's tone remained calm, yet laced with menace. The black-gowned female quickly bowed in gratitude and retreated to the corner. Upon spotting the peculiar instructor, she was taken aback. "What, you too?" "Shoo." The instructor quickly gestured for silence, discreetly pointing at ZT Ng. The black-gowned female immediately fell silent, her legs shaking in fear. Just then, an overwhelming force approached the classroom, causing even ZT Ng to lift her gaze towards the door. She recognized this aura well. Meanwhile, the other peculiar beings attending the class were utterly dismayed. Who could fathom this? It was merely a love lecture, yet all the attendees were prominent figures. Chapter 36. This accursed desire for victory. "Madam, please come in." The voice of a short female echoed from outside. With a loud bang, the classroom door swung open, revealing a portly peculiar being wider than the doorframe itself. Upon seeing the newcomer, the instructor and the black-gowned female in the corner widened their eyes in shock. "Oh my! The abomination!" "What? The abomination also enrolled in this love training class?" As this revelation spread, the surrounding peculiar beings were equally bewildered. "Seriously, which organization are you all from? Why is everyone either a top tier or an elite? If it weren't for the training fee already paid, I would have left. With such a crowd, who could still focus on a lesson? Not to mention the other peculiar beings." Even ZT Ng was taken aback. "Chef, why are you here? If I don't come, who will teach you?" The abomination butcher smiled as he entered the classroom, striding directly to the podium. ZT Ng was momentarily stunned, and the peculiar instructor behind her wore a perplexed expression. ZT Ng was the first to regain her composure, though she still struggled to believe the reality. "You can't possibly be the lecturer for this love training class?" "Indeed, that is correct," the abomination butcher replied, leaning on the podium. "No wonder," ZT Ng pondered. She recalled the words the abomination had spoken on the playground the previous day, particularly the term artificial respiration. Ordinary peculiar beings had no idea what that term meant. Even ZT Ng only grasped its significance after reading our NLIIQ Ng SHHJ2. Suddenly, ZT Ng gasped, raising her gaze to the abomination butcher. "If I'm not mistaken, then that book, the author is me." The abomination butcher showed no signs of concealment, promptly explaining, "Ever since XF I walked out of the classroom unscathed that day, I developed a keen interest in you all. Otherwise, do you think I brought XFI and the others to Gu SH for no reason? Everything I did was merely to gauge your determination. Of course, the main purpose was to gather authentic stories for my continued creation. Love is such a beautiful thing. Do you still despise it?" The abomination butcher's face brimmed with yearning, starkly contrasting with his fearsome demeanor. ZT Ng fixed her gaze on him. "You have hidden your intentions well." The abomination butcher chuckled awkwardly, adding, "Oh, I forgot to mention, Lu Yo also registered for the training class. She's coming too?" ZT Ng's brows knitted together. She was supposed to come, but she is still at the hotel with XFI. The hotel? They really went to the hotel? ZT Ng's breath caught in her throat. leaving her frozen in place. In the recesses of his mind, various indescribable images began to surface. Hesitation leads to defeat. The Butcher of Hatred could not help but remind, Xu Fei is an exceptionally unique individual. If you refuse to contend for him, you are willingly relinquishing your beloved to others. Reflect on the Butcher's words, which echoed in Zitong's mind like an incantation. Meanwhile, in the Eerie Hotel, with Xu Fei's sudden sneeze, the live stream from Longwa finally resumed its broadcast. Luo Yao was crouched by the bedside, resting her chin on her hand, smiling as she said, "You're awake." Xu Fei stretched lazily, rubbing his eyes. "Yao, why are you up so early? It's not too early, is it? I still have to attend the dating training today." Xu Fei nodded and lay back down, feeling utterly exhausted. "I'm off," Luo Yao said, tucking the blanket around Xu Fei and planting a kiss on his forehead. Though the suite was spacious, the distance from the bed to the door was merely a few steps. After a moment, she reluctantly closed the door behind her. Observing this, the barrage of comments in the Longwa live stream erupted once more. "Oh my, this is too sweet. Is this really the Eerie world? Look at our Su Shun. Vigorous and youthful, yet so utterly drained. Did you see the table? They seem to have consumed quite a bit of alcohol last night. Huh? Did you not notice the ropes on that chair? Not just ropes. Did you miss the white silk on the bed? Holy cow, this is getting extravagant. I feel like I missed out on billions last night." As the discussion unfolded, the atmosphere in the Longwa live stream began to shift. However, at that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the room. The door swung open again, startling the recently awakened Xu Fei. "Have you already called for Yao Yao?" Hearing the familiar voice sent a jolt through Xu Fei, dispelling his sleepiness in an instant. He shot up, gazing toward the figure at the door. Xu Fei felt a dryness in his throat. "Zitong, why are you here?" "Indeed, you call her Yao Yao, yet refer to me as Zitong." Zitong lightly bit her crimson lip, and the room was suffused with a palpable jealousy. Xu Fei scratched his head and exclaimed, "So what about Tong Tong?" "What Tong Tong? How childish." Zitong crossed her arms, sitting on the bed with her back to Xu Fei. "Others are called wife." "Huh?" Xu Fei was utterly taken aback. "Isn't that a bit premature?" "Premature? How so?" "I suppose it is." Xu Fei chuckled awkwardly before calling out, "All right, my dear." Zitong lowered her head with a smile. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. "By the way, dear, did you see Luo Yao when you arrived?" "No." Zitong shook her head. "I originally intended to interrupt you." At this point, her gaze fixated on the white silk on the bed, and she momentarily froze. Witnessing this, Xu Fei hastily concealed it under the blanket. I gonna lose to her?" Zitong's expression turned icy, and in an instant, she vanished like a specter from the room. Yet before Xu Fei could comprehend, Zitong reappeared before him, albeit transformed. She now wore an outfit reminiscent of their first encounter in the terrifying classroom. Spectacles perched on her nose, clad in a sleek black business suit, complemented by a white blouse. The lower half, however, had morphed into a fitted skirt, accentuating her alluring figure. This insatiable need for competition. Xu Fei marveled internally. He realized that regardless of her attire or whether she wore glasses, her beauty and physique remained unaffected. Particularly in terms of her figure, Zitong was simply exceptional. "How do you find this look? Do you like it?" Zitong reached out, cradling Xu Fei's chin as her face drew closer. "Wait," Xu Fei thought, sensing a hint of foreboding in her unconventional gaze. Chapter 37. The Eerie blind date task released. The atmosphere had reached a peak, and the viewers in the Longwa live stream were practically glued to their screens, eager for what might unfold. They had hoped to witness an exhilarating battle, but predictably, the screen went black once more. Damn, how many times has this happened? Yet one must admit, a black screen could also signify a crucial turning point for Xu Fei, a signal of impending success. Success is certain, but I wish to see how Xu Shun navigates this, another viewer remarked. What are you all thinking? Am I the only one concerned for Xu Shun's well-being? True, Xu Shun just seemed utterly exhausted. Let's not dwell on that. Let us check out the competitors on external networks. Unable to observe Xu Fei, the citizens of Longwa once again flocked to the live streams of other countries. Due to the prior incursion of Longwa's comments, the international audience found themselves involuntarily reacting whenever Longwa was mentioned. Do you people from Longwa not have your own stream? Please, we want to invade your space anymore. I'm aware that your Su Shun is now the emperor in the Eerie realm. I only wish to see our own competitors, not anything related to Longhua. This is outright cyberbullying. We must deny access to Longhua. How frustrating. Can this eerie task come sooner? I'm on the verge of collapse. The citizens of Longhua knew all too well that when Xu Fei faced challenges, these same individuals were the first to mock him. Now that the tables had turned, the citizens of Longhua seized every opportunity to retaliate. Soon, 2 hours had passed. At that moment, all the live streams suddenly announced, the eerie task is about to be revealed. All participants, please prepare yourselves upon hearing the announcement of the eerie task. The citizens of Longhua ceased their attacks, attentively listening to the broadcast. Task name, Eerie Blind Date. All participants will soon be collectively transported to the blind date stage, where they will choose their preferred partner. The entire process will be conducted through a blind selection format, with the eerie levels of participants varying from low to high. Additionally, each potential partner will have distinct requirements and rules. Only by fulfilling their demands can a successful pairing occur. Note, the task may conclude at any moment. Those who fail to secure a match will be eradicated. Upon hearing this announcement, audiences from other countries became intrigued. An opportunity, a rare opportunity. What if a participant from our nation could pair with a high-level eerie entity? But if it's a high-level eerie, the requirements must be quite stringent, right? Not necessarily. Look at the 2 high-level eeries Xu Fei has faced. What demands did they impose on him? But what if Xu Fei encounters another high-level eerie? Stop overthinking. Everyone is blind selecting. If he manages to find another, I'll cut my live stream. Simultaneously, the citizens of Longhua grew increasingly anxious. Oh no, I fear Xu Shun may be overwhelmed. If Xu Shun finds another, he could assemble a full table for Mahjong. Just managing 2 high-level eeries is already a handful. Adding another would only complicate matters. But failure means eradication. Does Xu Shun have any options left? Xu Shun has sacrificed so much for our Longhua. Could someone send some supplements to Sui? I genuinely worry about his health. As the task announcement concluded, the Longhua live stream resumed its visuals. In the frame, Xu Fei leaned against the headboard, looking as pale as a pig's liver, while Zi Tong nestled in his embrace, her complexion rosy, her glasses nowhere to be found. The task has been released, hasn't it? Xu Fei nodded, his expression grave. Zi Tong blinked her beautiful eyes and inquired, what is the task? Xu Fei was taken aback by the question, replying, huh? You don't know? Zi Tong shook her head. Of course not. That is a task designated for you human contestants. Only humans can hear it. Xu Fei had no intention of concealing the truth and honestly stated, it's a peculiar matchmaking task. Matchmaking? Zi Tong's breath caught. Her gaze gradually turning icy. What are the rules? Xu Fei then recounted the task rules he had just heard. Upon learning the rules, Zi Tong's demeanor became fiercely resolute. Since this task was issued by the bizarre world, it must be completed. However, once it was done, I will ensure that the entity you choose will vanish. Hearing this, Xu Fei couldn't help but twitch his lips. He sighed, I just don't know where I will be teleported. Rest assured, although the bizarre world is vast, I will find a way to locate you as swiftly as possible. Zi Tong reached out, tightly embracing Xu Fei, her voice almost pleading as she implored, but you must promise me, after a successful match, you cannot engage in anything inappropriate. Don't worry, I will wait for you, Xu Fei reassured her, patting her shoulder with a wry smile. Before that, I will do everything I can to survive. Yes, you will definitely make it. As Zi Tong spoke, a black card suddenly appeared in her hand. It was the black bizarre card. Without hesitation, she slipped it into Xu Fei's pocket, saying, when you are out there, carry some bizarre coins. They could save your life in critical moments. After finishing her words, Zi Tong wrapped her arms around Xu Fei's neck and kissed him. At that moment, a dense black mist wafted in from the window, enveloping Xu Fei within it. Subsequently, he vanished from Zi Tong's embrace. Feeling the warmth dissipate from her hold, Zi Tong's eyes filled with a sense of loss. However, the only consolation was that she had ultimately heeded the advice of the loathed butcher and secured Xu Fei. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to navigate the days ahead. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying pressure was approaching. Zi Tong seemed to sense it and immediately transformed into a strange shadow, disappearing from the eerie hotel. Meanwhile, Xu Fei was engulfed in a wave of intense dizziness and weightlessness. When he regained his senses, he found himself on a dimly lit and enclosed stage. Surrounding him, all the human contestants had also been teleported to this location. The contestants appeared dazed, some even staring blankly into space. Gradually, the curtain behind them began to rise, revealing a long corridor before everyone. Alongside the corridor were countless small rooms. Upon seeing this corridor, the contestants couldn't help but recall the scene from when they were first assigned dormitories. At that moment, a bald man in a suit eerily approached them. The man wore a broad smile, yet he exuded a terrifying aura intermittently. It was evident that he was yet another formidable anomaly. Even Xu Fei could not help but gasp. It seemed that since the bizarre world had merged, each task was essentially a replica of past instances. The bald anomaly regarded them with a strange smile. Welcome to the bizarre matchmaking scene. Here, over 400 premium anomalies await your selection. Once you enter, choose a suitable room number. Inside, there will be requests left by your prospective matches. Only those who successfully fulfill the request can achieve a match. Remember, only one person may enter each room, and once a room number is confirmed, it cannot be changed. After the bald anomaly finished speaking, he took a few steps back. All the human contestants, filled with anticipation and anxiety, began to walk down the corridor. Xu Fei followed the crowd, examining the various rooms as he walked. In simple terms, it was akin to the blind box experience at the school cafeteria. The level and requirements were entirely random. Since everything was random, the ideal outcome would be to select a room with relatively low requirements. The simpler the requirements, the sooner the task could be completed, thereby avoiding annihilation. As for the level of the entity chosen, it was left to fate. Thus, the hidden hints became particularly crucial. Just as Xu Fei was contemplating this, a melodious prompt echoed in his mind. Hidden hint: choose room 444 so soon. Drawing from his previous experience, Xu Fei did not hesitate and swiftly made his way deeper into the corridor. However, his actions quickly attracted the attention of other contestants. After all, from their perspective, Xu Fei's luck was astonishing, consistently selecting advantageous options. Consequently, several contestants chose to follow him, eager to see what he would choose. Noticing the followers behind him, Xu Fei slowed his pace, refraining from heading directly to the indicated room. Instead, he casually paused in front of a room labeled 223. Without hesitation, Xu Fei reached for the doorknob. Just as he managed to crack the door open slightly, a small black figure darted in at lightning speed. Almost immediately, a notification rang out. Sakura contestant selects room 223. Upon witnessing this, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were utterly incensed. What? Are they really stealing rooms now? This Sakura ninja was nothing short of a highway robber. How infuriating. They knew Su Shun had good luck, which is why they snatched it from him. They claimed it was all random, yet still chose to steal. How shameless. First, a thief, now a robber. It's utterly revolting. Wait, don't get angry yet. Am I seeing things, or does Su Shun appear to be smiling? It has seemed that way. Could Su Shun have done this on purpose? But isn't this all random? Can Su Shun somehow see the requirements through the door? Regardless, there must be a strong condemnation of these repugnant contestants. At this moment, seeing the room being taken, Xu Fei smiled knowingly. As expected, someone fell for it. The other contestants felt an ominous sensation upon seeing his smile. Soon after, the door opened again, and a ninja who had entered emerged with a worried expression. The crowd swarmed around him, bombarding him with questions. What was it like? What was inside? Could you see your matchmaking partner? By the way, what were the requirements of your chosen partner? Facing the barrage of questions, the Sakura ninja shot Xu Fei a fierce glare before replying. There was even a bizarre shadow inside. Only the requirements you must fulfill. Following this, another notification sounded. Sakura contestants matchmaking partner requirement. 100,000 bizarre coins. Upon hearing this figure, everyone gasped in unison. 100,000 bizarre coins. All eyes turned once more to Xu Fei. If Xu Fei wasn't using cheats, they themselves wouldn't believe it. They all understood that only Xu Fei possessed 100,000 bizarre coins at present. If he had indeed chosen that room, he could complete the task immediately. But for the other contestants, let alone 100,000 bizarre coins, Even 10,000 was beyond their means. They had no idea how to fulfill such a requirement. At this moment, another notification echoed. Soon, a platform will be provided for you to earn bizarre coins. Upon hearing this, the Sakura ninja dashed towards the stage, fearing any waste of time. Upon hearing this request, Xu Fei was somewhat taken aback. Observing the anxious contestants around him, he forced a smile and said, "Do you believe me if I claim I made a random choice?" Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually dispersed, as they realized that even if Xu Fei were indeed fortunate, they might still fall short of the requirements. Moreover, they were uncertain whether Xu Fei had acted intentionally. Even if they wished to thwart him, they lacked the extraordinary agility of a ninja. Thus, they each chose to rely on their instincts regarding fate. Witnessing this, Xu Fei continued his journey deeper into the corridor. The announcements echoed incessantly, revealing the requirements set by various contestants. Lao Mi's requirement for a partner, 680,000 Gue buy in savings. Xiao Han's requirement, 380,000 Gue buy. Inda E's requirement, 880,000 Gue buy. However, Xu Fei noted that all requirements revolved around the necessity of Gue buy savings, beginning at a baseline of 100,000 and escalating to ever higher amounts. This task once again underscored the adage that wealth can wield considerable influence. Eventually, Xu Fei arrived at the door of room 444. As indicated by the prompt, aware of the rules, he resolutely pushed the door open. After all, he possessed a black card. According to Luo Yao, the black card represented savings of 10 million, and based on the previous contestants' requirements, it was not an insurmountable challenge. Perhaps he could complete the task successfully on the first attempt. Upon entering the room, Xu Fei discovered, as previously asserted by the Sakura ninja, that it was devoid of any strange shadows. A single red paper was affixed to the wall opposite him, inscribed with the very requirements contestants needed to meet. Upon seeing a row of zeros on the wall, Xu Fei was momentarily stunned, then began to silently count. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed in the bizarre realm. Dragon Kingdom contestants' requirement for a partner, 1 billion Gue buy in savings. At this revelation, the entire Dragon Kingdom's comment section erupted in chaos. What the heck? It's over. How did Suyi end up with a requirement of 1 billion in savings? What does 1 billion even mean? That has 10 small goals. I believe the highest requirement among other contestants was merely in the millions. It's 1 billion for Suyi? Goodness, I can't even fathom how Suyi could possibly manage that. Wait, didn't T Zedong give Suyi a black Gue card earlier? Even with that, there's absolutely no way it could be 1 billion. The previously quiet comments from other nations surged once more in the Dragon Kingdom. No one can assist Xu Fei now. 1 billion. Let us see how he is going to manage that. In comparison, our few 100,000 seems quite manageable now, even if they grant him time to earn money. How long would it take to amass 1 billion? No need to think. Even if the Dragon Kingdom contestant had all the time in the world, he would be able to earn 1 billion. Don't underestimate him. What if he actually manages to earn it? Then, upon meeting, he finds out it's just a level of strangeness. 1 billion Gue buy for a level of strangeness. You're quite the genius. Dragon Kingdom netizens, aren't you always boasting? Come on, let us see who can assist Xu Fei now. In an instant, a long-lost sense of despair enveloped the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom populace once more. 1 billion was utterly absurd. Xu Fei furrowed his brows and retrieved the black Gue card that Zedong had entrusted to him, falling into deep contemplation. According to Luo Yao's earlier statement, a savings of 10 million or more warranted a black card. However, 10 million bore no resemblance to 1 billion. It was likely that even if Luo Yao and Zedong arrived at this very moment, they would struggle to complete this task. Chapter 39. Surviving in the City of Strangeness. Terrifying deliveries. Exiting the room, Xu Fei proceeded toward the stage, his expression growing increasingly grim. That was 1 billion. Even a level of strangeness would find it challenging to gather 1 billion in savings, let alone they, as newcomers among humans. Unless, of course, the other party had no intention of conducting a proper matchmaking endeavor. However, since it was a hidden prompt, it surely held its own reasoning. Yet every choice presented to Xu Fei left him bewildered. He could only proceed step by step. Before long, all contestants had made their selections. Initially, some contestants were overwhelmed by the high savings requirements they had drawn. Yet, in comparison to Xu Fei's demand for 1 billion, they quickly regained their confidence. Now, someone else is in a worse predicament than us. I thought the 88 million requirement was the limit, but it seems there are experts beyond that. Sigh. 1 billion. How could one possibly rely on a woman to earn that much? They're nowhere to be found, and even if I wanted to rely on them, it's impossible. Let us not ridicule one another, regardless of whether it's 100,000 or 1 billion. In the end, the level of the partner still depends on luck. Haha. Perhaps 1 billion has the same level as my 100,000. By the way, didn't they just mention a way to earn money? What exactly is that route? As the human contestants finalized their room selections, the bald strange being on stage spoke once more. You all must be aware of your partner's requirements by now. You will now proceed to the most prosperous city of strangeness in the bizarre world. Opportunities abound there, and within the confines of the rules, you may earn Xu through any means necessary. When you fulfill your requirements, I shall naturally come to find you. At this juncture, a bizarre iron door appeared mysteriously at the center of the stage. Passing through this door would randomly teleport each individual to any corner of the city of strangeness, commencing their journey of survival there. Remember, the Xu card in your possession can be used to pay in Xu according to your wishes. Unless someone voluntarily gives it, no one else can use another's Xu card. As the words fell, the human contestants began to walk toward the iron door in succession, and Xu Fei was no exception. Upon crossing the threshold, a wave of dizziness struck him once more. He found himself standing on an unfamiliar street, with a blood moon still hanging high above. Surrounding him were towering buildings, illuminated by vibrant neon lights, and the streets teemed with bizarre, oddly painted vehicles and shops. Bars and casinos were abundant, evoking a sense reminiscent of playing a crime-infused city. However, this was a true city of strangeness, and apart from the human contestants, all entities present were various forms of terrifying strangeness. Should a person perish, there would be no resurrection. As Xu Fei pondered, he noticed that he was already encircled by strange beings of various shapes, pointing and whispering as if he were an alien. This was not a place to linger. Xu Fei hurriedly vacated the scene. While it was indeed a city of strangeness brimming with opportunities, the sheer density of strangeness also escalated the danger to unprecedented levels. Any form of strangeness would inherently surpass humanity, and violating the rules could easily lead to being torn apart. By the standards of the instance rating, this was far more perilous than any previous instance. Now, Xu Fei comprehended fully what it meant to exist in a complete world of strangeness. It was essentially a network of various instances interconnected with one another. Yet the most pressing issue remained: survival and the rapid accumulation of 1 billion. After all, the end time for the task was uncertain. Each day of procrastination heightened the risk. If he earned nothing, failure would be inevitable. What he feared most was nearing the end. What if he had the ability to earn, and had even reached 990 million, yet the task time expired? He presently possessed only a black card. How could he leverage this 10 million in assets to accumulate 1 billion in savings? Should he venture to a casino? With the assistance of hidden prompts, perhaps he could earn enough in a single night. The sound of a hidden prompt echoed in Xu Fei's mind. Hidden prompt: proceed to the eerie talent market. The eerie talent market? Xu Fei furrowed his brow, as he possessed assets worth millions. Was he really expected to work like a beast for the strange? With a heavy heart, Xu Fei had no choice but to flag down a taxi on the roadside. "Hello, driver, take me to the talent market." "All right." The eerie driver pressed the fare meter and abruptly stepped on the gas, reaching a speed of 150 in an instant. The sudden force pushed Xu Fei back in his seat, startling him. Yet, the driver seemed indifferent, his head nodding as he pressed down further on the accelerator. The speed soared to 300 kilometers per hour. Xu Fei finally understood the sensation of being a person running ahead while his soul lagged behind. It was hard to imagine that at such a velocity, a car accident could mean instant demise. As time passed, Xu Fei eventually arrived at his destination. The eerie driver turned his head and presented a bizarre card. 50 kilometers. A total of 1,000 eerie coins. Please settle the bill. 1,000? Xu Fei's brow furrowed instantly as he glanced at the meter. Driver, is there something wrong with your meter? Are you going to pay or not? The eerie driver glared, his flesh nearly splitting with anger, which genuinely frightened Xu Fei. Hidden prompt. The driver is violating regulations. Only 120 eerie coins are required. Upon hearing the prompt, without a second thought, Xu Fei pulled out his silver card and lightly tapped it. This is all I'm paying. Take it or leave it. With a mental command, the eerie card automatically processed a payment of 120, far more convenient than a bank card. After completing the transaction, Xu Fei exited the vehicle. Damn it, how could this human see through my rules? The eerie driver watched Xu Fei depart, his expression twisted with malice, yet powerless to act. Had Xu Fei yielded to fear and paid 1,000, he would not only have profited from the fare, but could have devoured Xu Fei on the spot. Arriving at the eerie talent market, Xu Fei found it remarkably similar to the talent markets in his mundane life. Various eerie companies were recruiting, yet all the applicants were eerily alike. It seemed that even the strange needed to toil for a better life. The once bustling eerie talent market erupted into a frenzy upon Xu Fei's arrival. Numerous recruiters flocked to him, presenting their business cards. Hello, we are from the Life and Death Express Company. Would you be interested in joining us? I represent Scare Delivery. Care no more? Surrounded by these eerie entities, Xu Fei was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated being so sought after as a human. Perhaps coming here was indeed the right choice? Hidden prompt. Join Scare Delivery. Xu Fei was taken aback. Possessing millions in eerie coins, investing, or starting a business seemed a viable path. Now, he was being urged to deliver food. Yet, since this was indicated by the hidden prompt, it appeared he had little choice. Excuse me, can I start working now? You can join any time. I'll take you to complete the onboarding process right away. Observing Xu Fei's decision to deliver food, the viewers in the Long Kingdom's live stream began a heated discussion. Isn't Xu Shen wealthy? Why would he choose to deliver food? Delivering isn't a bad idea. It's an excellent way to understand the city and plan accordingly. I see some participants have already joined major companies, reportedly earning 80,000 a month, plus project shares. Indeed, human participants are genuinely favored in this metropolis. So, those millions in savings aren't exaggerated at all? But Xu Shen's goal is 10 billion. Can he really amass that before the task concludes? The connections Xu Shen painstakingly built in the school dungeon seem practically useless in this city survival scenario, leaving the viewers in the Long Kingdom anxious. The figure Xu Fei demanded for matchmaking was simply too exorbitant. Meanwhile, within the eerie city, merely half an hour had passed. Xu Fei successfully completed the onboarding procedures and learned the rules of Scare Delivery. Overall, it was surprisingly easy. Meals and lodging were reimbursed, and he was even provided with a delivery vehicle and a phone. Each order came with a commission of 20, and there was no penalty system for negative reviews. As long as the delivery was made, all was well. Of course, such treatment was reserved for him as a human. Other eerie delivery workers not only faced lower pay, but also risked fines for negative feedback. Yet, Xu Fei remained vigilant. Each order he delivered would expose him to various eerie beings. A careless breach of client rules could see him becoming the delivery himself. Examining the items he had just received, phone, vehicle, and room key, Xu Fei noted that the vehicle resembled an electric bike, but its power source was not electricity. It was a dark, eerie energy. The phone was similarly peculiar. Clearly, in the eerie realm, energy was the least of one's concerns. Ding, you have a new delivery order. So soon? Xu Fei promptly picked up his phone to check. Bloody restaurant? The establishment was not too far away, but the customer's home was somewhat distant, over 30 kilometers, clearly in the suburbs. For this single order, plus the 20 commission, he could earn nearly 5,000. Xu Fei decisively accepted the order. Such an opportunity was rare. He then rode his electric bike, weaving through the streets. Following the phone's navigation, he arrived at the so-called Bloody Restaurant in less than 10 minutes. Upon arriving, he was immediately hit by an overwhelming stench of blood. Entering the establishment, Xu Fei found it lavishly decorated in a Western style, even more upscale than the hotel restaurant of the detestable butcher. The eerie diners inside had pointed ears and sharp fangs. Vampires. Xu Fei recognized their kind immediately. After all, there were vampire students at the horror university, making them quite distinguishable. Noticing a human presence, the vampires set down their food and turned their gazes towards him. Do not be afraid. They cannot harm you without permission. At that moment, a male vampire holding a tray approached Xu Fei. The customer's meal is being prepared. You may sit for a while and sample our beverages. The vampire placed a glass of red liquid on the table beside Xu Fei, his demeanor exceedingly graceful. Thank you. Xu Fei sat down, feeling no desire to taste the drink. He could tell without looking that the beverage was undoubtedly made from fresh blood, although he did not know whose blood it was. As time ticked away, even without a penalty for delays, Xu Fei grew somewhat impatient and quite hungry. Just then, the vampire returned, carrying a transparent gift box containing a blood-red, jelly-like food item. This is the meal you are to deliver. The vampire placed the jelly on the table and handed Xu Fei a suit. Since this customer is very important to us, please change into this suit. Huh? Xu Fei took the brand new suit, momentarily stunned. He had only heard of playing games in a suit before, but he never expected that there would be someone delivering takeout in a suit. Truly, the Xu family is remarkable. Even delivering food must be done with such elegance. However, in order to earn money, Xu Fei had no other choice. He sought out the restaurant's break room, donned the suit, and then departed. It was only at this moment that the recipient information on his phone updated once again. Blood Manor, a haven for ruthless vampires. Ruthless vampires? What kind of brutality must one possess to be named thus? After placing the jellies securely, Xu Fei, with a sense of trepidation, mounted his vehicle and set off for the destination according to the navigation. A journey of 30 kilometers. In the real world, Xu Fei would have doubted whether the electric bike could make it. At this moment, his speed had reached a staggering 100 kilometers per hour. Moreover, he discovered that no matter how he twisted the throttle, the power surged forth without end. He could not reach the limit at all. Thus, he truly became the eerie fireboy. As Xu Fei rode further away, the once bustling city gradually turned desolate. It was evident that the further he distanced himself from the city, the temperature dropped several degrees. Buildings became sparse, and the roadsides were lined with bizarre flora. Strange sounds occasionally echoed around him. Xu Fei began to regret his decision. This forsaken stretch of land, devoid of any signs of civilization, appeared exceedingly frightening. The psychological weight of fear settled heavily upon him, especially with the client's name lingering in his mind. He wondered what Luo Yao and Zitong were doing. When he left, Luo Yao was absent, and knowing her character, she would likely have cried for quite some time. Memories of his time at the horror university surfaced in Xu Fei's mind. Although his stay was brief, it was the first instance he entered this eerie world. He had become familiar with that place. Upon arriving in this strange metropolis, he suddenly felt increasingly insignificant. Before he knew it, Xu Fei was nearing his destination. He veered off the main road and arrived at an open grassy area. With just a glance, he spotted a small castle-like structure standing under the blood moon. It was reminiscent of something straight out of a horror film. Hidden hint, deliver on foot. Hearing the prompt, Xu Fei had no choice but to park his vehicle aside and retrieve the jelly from the back seat. A chilling breeze swept over him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He swallowed hard and, with a nervous heart, approached the small castle. Inside, the dim candlelight flickered. A girl, clad in a white nightdress, sat leisurely on the sofa. With her white hair and petite figure, her pointed ears and small exposed fangs looked exquisitely delicate. She was the epitome of a standard white-haired lowly. Yet, at the same time, she was a formidable vampire. She swung her little feet, holding the phone to her ear. Yao Yao, don't be sad. It's just a human, right? Even if we can't find one this time, there will be another batch in 4 years. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you. Suddenly, with the sound of the doorbell, the little lowly sprang to life. All right, I have to go. My delivery has arrived. And I'm starving. Remember to send me that person's information later. With that, she hung up, leaped off the sofa, and dashed to the door. Xu Fei, lowering his head, politely announced, "Hello, your delivery has arrived." Upon seeing Xu Fei, the white-haired lowly trembled with excitement, her gaze fixated on his pale neck, her eyes gleaming. Are you my delivery? Chapter 41, The Bite. Bitten by a vampire. Staring at the petite figure at the door, Xu Fei was momentarily taken aback. Her face was both small and exquisite, akin to a meticulously crafted doll, devoid of any flaws. Her pointed ears resembled those of a little fairy from a fairy tale, especially the small fangs peeking out, which appeared utterly harmless. In short, she was an embodiment of cuteness. Yet, how could such an adorable little sister be named a ruthless vampire? Xu Fei found himself wanting to pinch her cheeks to feel the texture. However, he quickly recalled something. His expression stiffened, and he shuddered at the thought, asking, "Wait, what did you just say?" I said, "Are you my delivery?" The white-haired lowly tilted her head, gently biting her finger, her small fangs glistening like fine porcelain. "No, you misunderstood. This is your delivery." Xu Fei forced a smile and promptly handed over the meal box he held. At this moment, he harbored only one thought: to deliver the food and make a hasty retreat. After all, this was an eerie world. One must never be deceived by appearances. But then she said, "It's already melted." "Huh? Melted?" Xu Fei glanced down at the meal box in his hands. The once translucent red jelly had transformed into a pool of blood, trickling down his fingers. "No way. It was just fine a moment ago." Xu Fei was utterly befuddled, unable to fathom how the jelly had liquefied at that moment. "Well, now that you've broken my rules, you can't leave." The white-haired lowly revealed a greedy smile, her fangs elongating slightly. "No," Xu Fei exclaimed, retreating in alarm. Yet, the little lowly reached out, effortlessly pulling him into the room with a force no human could resist. Moments later, Xu Fei felt a sharp pain in his neck and promptly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream plunged into darkness once more. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, witnessing this scene, were instantly enveloped in despair, countless screams erupting across the nation. "What? I thought Su Shan would handle her. Why did she attack him out of nowhere? Wow, just a moment ago, I was saying how cute this lowly was, and now Su Shan is captured? Still cute? She is clearly a formidable vampire. So, when Su Shan is drained, does that mean our Dragon Kingdom will be eliminated? I don't know, but at least there hasn't been any announcement yet." The black screen of the Dragon Kingdom live stream attracted a wave of viewers from other countries. These spectators, upon learning of the incident, erupted in jubilation, all previous frustrations now pouring forth. Do you really think Xu Fei is that charming? Just because she is a female vampire, she would fall in love? How naive. I've said it before, Xu Fei was just lucky, enjoying delivering takeout. I honestly thought he had some special money-making scheme. Turns out he was just going to his demise. This is hilarious. I bet he thinks he can't earn 10 billion. So he might as well go die early. If I could see Xu Fei slowly being drained by the vampire, that would be delightful. At this moment, not only was the live stream in darkness, but the sky over the Dragon Kingdom seemed to be shrouded in shadows, as if the eerie world were about to descend. Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom found themselves at a loss for words. Even the leaders in the official Dragon Kingdom live studio fell silent. Audiences worldwide awaited the announcement of the Dragon Kingdom contestants' elimination. Meanwhile, in the eerie world within the castle, the candlelight continued to flicker. Xu Fei lay quietly beside the sofa in a state of unconsciousness, while the white-haired lowly was perched beside him, biting into his neck and greedily drinking his blood. Suddenly, the phone on the sofa rang. The white-haired little lowly reluctantly released her grip and wiped the blood from her lips. "Hello. Bye, Lily. I sent you his information. Did you receive it?" "Oh, Yao Yao. I'm eating takeout right now. I'll check it later." "All right. If you see it, you must protect him well. I'll come find you when I have a break." Don't worry, don't worry." Bai Lily waved her hand dismissively and impatiently hung up the phone, then opened the message. As soon as she opened it, she saw a picture. Xu Fei, 18 years old. Yao Yao has an eye for talent. This person seems quite handsome. Wait a minute. Why does this person look a bit familiar? Bai Lily scratched her head, her brow furrowing. But after half a second, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. She slowly turned her gaze to the figure lying on the ground, Xu Fei, and glanced back at the picture on her phone. In that instant, the entire world became eerily silent. She could even hear the sound of her own swallowing. No way, what a coincidence. Didn't they say over 100 people came this time? What if Yao Yao finds out I've bitten her boyfriend? If she won't play with me anymore, wouldn't I be left without friends? Bai Lily mumbled to herself, her expression shifting between worry and anxiety, her heart pounding rapidly. Should I just destroy the evidence? Pretend I didn't see anything? But he is the delivery boy from the horror company, so he must be registered. If Yao Yao pays attention, she would definitely notice. Oh no! The thought made by Lily anxious enough to leap up. She was at a loss. Although Xu Fei was currently incapacitated due to her bite, the wound on his neck was not continuously bleeding. The key was that a portion of his blood had already been drained by her, and leaving him like this would inevitably lead to his demise. Unless she returned the blood to him? But that would mean he would become hers, right? If Yao Yao found out, wouldn't it be the same disaster? Never mind. Let us just give him back the blood for now. At worst, she would have him explain later. It should be fine. After all, I possess royal blood that could grant him longevity. Perhaps Yao Yao would even thank me for this. With that thought, Bai Lily once again leaped on Xu Fei. She extended her hand and bit into her palm, allowing her blood to drip into Xu Fei's mouth. Wake up! Please wake up! Oh no, my royal blood is being wasted on you. She lamented, having missed her meal and lost so much blood. Bai Lily continued to shed tears while letting her blood flow. She couldn't bear to watch her own blood drip away. Time passed slowly, and her blood continued to drip. After an unknown duration, Xu Fei finally stirred his lips, sensing something sweet in his mouth. You woke up, Bai Lily exclaimed, suddenly alert and fixated on Xu Fei. But the moment she saw her own blood, her vision darkened, and she fainted right in Xu Fei's arms. What happened? Xu Fei stared at the white-haired little lowly in his embrace, utterly bewildered. Yet he vaguely remembered being bitten by this little lowly. Wait, aren't you a vampire? Why are you fainting at the sight of blood? As Xu Fei regained consciousness, the previously Dark Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room lit up again. Upon seeing the scene, the barrage of comments exploded instantly. What? Su Shun? He is not dead. Really? I was about to cry, fearing Su Shun would just disappear. Me too. He's the hope of our Dragon Kingdom. Finally seeing Su Shun get this far. If he loses, I might just die from crying. But didn't this lowly just suck Su Shun's blood? Why did she faint? Oh wow, I didn't even notice. Su Shun's mouth is covered in blood. Did you see that? You can't be saying that Su Shun reversed the blood-sucking. What else could it be? Look at that lowly-s hand. It's bleeding and has bite marks. No way. Su Shun is truly amazing. He even dares to bite a vampire. Where are those people who were barking earlier? Who said Su Shun was finished? This time, the scene replayed differently than before. For all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, it felt like a resurrection from the dead. Seeing this, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's official broadcasting room wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Look at the bite marks on Xu Fei's neck. He clearly violated the rules and was attacked. Only Xu Fei could survive such a bizarre assault. Let's not forget, Xu Fei has never flinched in the face of other bizarre entities. Of course, we remember, Xu Fei is the sole hope for all of us in the Dragon Kingdom. To reach this point with a 1 success rate is simply unimaginable. At this moment, the hearts of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom swelled with pride. However, the shock was not limited to the audience from other countries. Xu Fei's experience had completely reshaped their understanding of the bizarre rules of the game. I really can't comprehend. Is Xu Fei even a real human being? They said he just had good luck, but how did he survive the attack? Heavens! I can't fathom how a rule-breaking human could counter the bizarre. I think we need to investigate Xu Fei's background. I truly don't believe an ordinary college student could achieve this. Why? Why doesn't our country have anyone like Xu Fei? I have a premonition. Could it be that he will really earn 10 billion before the mission ends? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, most of the audience on the external network had gathered in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. It wasn't that their country's contestants were ordinary or that they didn't care about their own participants. It was simply that Xu Fei's performance was too extraordinary. It could even be described as magical. In an instant, the entire world focused its gaze on Xu Fei. At this moment, Xu Fei's consciousness grew clearer. Looking down at the little lowly in his arms, he was filled with confusion. He could distinctly sense that she had indeed taken his blood at first. But then something changed, as if he had been revived. Xu Fei even noticed that his vitality and physical condition felt more robust than before. Could it be due to her blood? He pursed his lips, tasting the lingering sweetness. Slowly, he cradled Bai Lily in his arms. Noticing the bite marks on her delicate palm, Xu Fei began to piece things together. She first drank my blood, then used her own to revive me? Is this what they call the embrace? Does she wish to turn me into a member of her vampire clan? Xu Fei felt a jolt of realization. At that moment, Bai Lily began to stir slightly. Bai Lily rubbed her eyes and slowly opened them. You're awake? Xu Fei asked, looking at her. Ah! Bai Lily's scream echoed throughout the castle. Simultaneously, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room went black again. Upon witnessing this, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were initially startled, but they quickly calmed down, sharing a knowing smile. Setting aside the earlier moment of danger, they understood what the blackout signified better than anyone else. Wow, it really is Su Shun. This bizarre entity must have been frightened away. The reason why he is referred to as Su Shun is that he is always shrouded in darkness. It goes without saying that after this blackout, something must unfold at night. I suddenly feel that our concerns are unfounded. Even if we worry, it is of no use. Indeed, if Su Shun can survive this, what could possibly defeat him? It seems the only option left is to venture onto the external web to seek amusement among other contestants in this eerie world. Within the blood-soaked castle, as the scream faded, Bai Lily hurriedly jumped out of Xu Fei's embrace. Xu Fei gazed at the petite figure before him, a mere 1.50 meters, and could not help but inquire, by the way, as a vampire, why do you faint at the sight of blood? Bai Lily puffed up her cheeks and retorted, Do not underestimate me. I merely faint in my own blood. Does it even matter whose blood it is? While Xu Fei pondered this, he instinctively touched his teeth. Fortunately, everything seemed normal. By the way, little one, may I ask why you bit me earlier and then saved me? Just as she began to respond, Bai Lily scratched her head, realizing something felt amiss. Wait, she was a level vampire, and he was merely a human. Even if she had tasted her royal blood, he was still her blood servant. Why was she the one being questioned? With that thought, Bai Lily placed her hands on her hips and admonished, Little Xu Fei, how dare you speak to your master like that? Little Xu Fei? As a man, Xu Fei could hardly accept such condescension. He immediately reached out to pinch her small face. How delicate! It really felt like jelly. Xu Fei could not resist pinching her pointy ears. The moment his fingers brushed against her ears, Bai Lily shrank back, her petite frame trembling. It was evident that her face flushed from her chin all the way to the tips of her ears. Ugh, you mustn't touch me. Stop it. Bai Lily's face was filled with grievance, nearly on the verge of tears. Seeing her like this, Xu Fei hastily withdrew his hand. He could not help but look at Bai Lily with suspicion and cautiously asked, Little one, are you truly a level vampire? What else could I be? Do you think I'm just some ordinary girl? Xu Fei still wore a skeptical expression. With your demeanor, you call yourself a ruthless vampire? Bai Lily gazed up at Xu Fei. If it weren't for you being Yao Yao's boyfriend, you would have been dead by now. Yao Yao. Upon hearing this name, Xu Fei immediately became serious, confirming, You mean Luo Yao? Yes. Bai Lily retrieved her phone and stated, She called me before you arrived. Otherwise, do you think I would have saved you? Now it all made sense. Xu Fei enlightened, realizing that these two were indeed acquaintances. Quickly give me Yao Yao's contact information. That's out of the question. Bai Lily hugged her phone tightly and replied nervously, I cannot give it to you, at least not now. Why not? Because. Bai Lily furrowed her brows and continued, You must first agree to a few conditions. What conditions? Xu Fei frowned. First, you must not tell Yao Yao that I bit you. All right, and then? Second, you must provide your fresh blood to me daily until I regain my strength. What do you mean? Your blood is inherently part of my body. You must repay it daily. Is there such a notion? Rest assured, I will supply you with food every day, ensuring you won't be drained dry. All right, is there anything else? Bai Lily bit her finger, momentarily unable to think of anything else. I'll let you know when I do. Okay, I agree to your terms. Now, can you share your contact information? Still not possible. Bai Lily immediately refused and added, Who knows if you'll keep your word? You must pass my assessment first. Besides, Yao Yao can't come here right now. Nothing is allowed. Xu Fei felt somewhat exasperated and sighed. By the time you are ready, I fear I may no longer be here. What do you mean? I participated in an eerie matchmaking event, and my match requires me to have 1 billion in savings. 1 billion? Bai Lily's mouth fell agape. Wait, you already have Yao Yao. Why would you participate in an eerie matchmaking event? Bai Lily immediately grabbed her phone. I must inform Yao Yao about this, and then drain you dry. Do you think I wish for this? Xu Fei did not stop Bai Li. Do you not understand the concept of a rules-based game? A rules-based game? Bai Li instantly comprehended and set aside her phone. So what do you plan to do now? I intend to earn 1 billion. What else can I do? Am I to defy the world's rules? Xu Fei sighed deeply and plopped down on the sofa, contemplating. From their earlier conversation, he had gathered 2 significant insights. Zitong and Luo Yao were likely unable to leave the school directly, and Zitong had probably not informed Luo Yao about his participation in the eerie matchmaking, fearing it would sadden her. Bai Li rested her chin on her hand, gazing thoughtfully at Xu Fei. You are Yao Yao's boyfriend and my blood servant. I cannot allow you to perish. However, the demand for 1 billion is beyond my means, even if I sold you. What kind of trickery was this, daring to impose such a demand? It was utterly outrageous. If I find out who it is, I will drain her dry to avenge Yao Yao. However, if you're eager to earn money quickly, I have an idea. At this, Bai Li leaped onto the sofa. She leaned close to Xu Fei's ear and began to whisper rapidly. Chapter 43, The Cunning Lowly, The Grand Money-Making Scheme. Bai Li, you truly are a genius. Xu Fei rode his little donkey, galloping down the road toward the city center. Bai Li sat sideways behind him, her face brimming with delight. What else would you expect? Do you think I am just a delicate flower? You're indeed not delicate. Bai Li grew increasingly excited. This was the greatest money-making plan in the eerie world, and you ought to be grateful to your master. Let's hope so. Xu Fei exhaled deeply. He never anticipated that such a charming little lowly could possess such a cunning mind. She had even attracted the attention of delivery clients. Recalling Bai Li's description of the plan, it boiled down to a rather straightforward and brutal concept. He would continue to accept delivery orders. Being human, he would almost certainly attract the attention of the eerie clients. These clients would try all means to provoke him into breaking the rules and then strike. However, once they moved against him, their fate would be sealed. As Bai Li's fledgling, any aggression against him would constitute a violation of her rules. Thus, even if they were taken to the eerie court, it would be futile, as the laws of this eerie realm prioritize strength. Those of lower status have no voice, especially if they violate the rules of higher entities. It can only be said that anyone capable of devising such a method to earn money is truly a genius. It was akin to using his human identity to dig pitfalls in the rules, a true scheme. However, this was a world above the rules. Wanting to survive does not guarantee that the eerie beings would allow it. If the other party could maneuver without breaking any rules, there would naturally be no issues. You have a new delivery order. Please check. Bai Li glanced at her phone and shook her head. No, this one lives in the slums. They clearly have no money. Oh, this one seems decent. At least they live in an apartment complex. Let us go with this one. Bai Li pointed to the last delivery message on her phone. All right, Xu Fei nodded, accepting the order. Now it's up to you, Bai Li said, transforming into a silvery bat pendant that hung around Xu Fei's neck. Xu Fei was taken aback, realizing that the once adorable little girl had now become an accessory on his person. Let's go. Bai Li's voice resonated in his ear, and Xu Fei wasted no time in officially commencing his first delivery. Due to the peculiar nature of this bizarre world, the entities inhabiting the city of Gui do seem to function without rest. Regardless of the hour, the streets buzzed with activity. The inhabitants, who both worked and resided in this realm, seamlessly transitioned from one task to another, leaving no room for idle moments. Almost all establishments, including restaurants, operated under a system of alternating shifts, ensuring that the city was alive with movement around the clock, truly a capitalist dream. Soon enough, Xu Fei successfully collected the meal and, following the navigation, arrived at the designated residential area. A human delivery person? The peculiar security guard of the community observed Xu Fei riding in on his bike, his head tilting slightly as a strange smile spread across his face. However, at that moment, the bat pendant on Xu Fei's chest emitted a radiant silvery glow. The security guard, drenched in sweat, immediately knelt down. Sir, I did not recognize you. Please come in. He hastily granted Xu Fei entry, not daring to utter another word. The lighting in the community was dim, and a foul odor permeated the air, resembling a neglected, dilapidated building, perhaps not much better than a true slum. Unit 9, Room 404. Xu Fei quickly located the place, parked his bike, and made his way upstairs. Although there was no elevator, Being only on the fourth floor meant he arrived in no time. Knock, knock, knock. Xu Fei rapped forcefully on the rusty iron door. After all, a poor service attitude often provokes anger, making it easier to take advantage of the situation. Before long, the iron door swung open, revealing a familiar figure. You? It's you. Both Xu Fei and the peculiar being exchanged exclamations of surprise. For the figure before him was none other than the taxi driver who had previously taken him to the talent market. Well, I never expected to run into you again. The creature's face twisted into an evil grin as he forcefully hurled the delivery bag from Xu Fei's hands onto the ground. Now that your delivery is spilled, tell me, how will you compensate? Witnessing this scene, Xu Fei felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the very tactic Lily had employed earlier to provoke him into a violation? However, with a level 1 vampire bat now attached to him, he had little to worry about. Crossing his arms defiantly, Xu Fei regarded the driver. So, how do you propose I compensate? Quite simple. The driver rubbed his hands together excitedly. Hand over your hands and your card, and I'll let you go. The card? Xu Fei stroked his chin, inquiring, are you referring to the silver card or the black one? Stop pretending. The driver scoffed disdainfully. A mere human, like you wouldn't possess a black card. Apologies, but I actually do, Xu Fei replied with a smile, producing the black card given to him by the purple-eyed figure from his pocket. You. The driver's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the black card, his expression quickly morphing into one of insatiable greed. I can't believe you actually have a black card. But now, don't blame me for being ruthless. This is your own doing. The driver's eyes glinted dangerously as he raised his hand, attempting to drag Xu Fei into his dwelling. Xu Fei's heart raced, but just then, the bat pendant on his chest vanished, and Lily materialized at his side. Level 1 entity. The instant Lily appeared, the driver recoiled, his hair standing on end. He was merely a level 1 entity, after all. And master. The driver fell to his knees, trembling in fear. How dare you lay a hand on my blood servant? I didn't know. The driver stammered. Lily regarded him coolly. Now, tell me, do you wish for your life? Or will you surrender your card? Please spare me. I willingly offer my card to you. The driver trembled as he retrieved a silver card from his pocket, presenting it to Lily with both hands. Lily exchanged glances with Xu Fei, who understood and took out his own silver card, gently tapping it against the driver's card. Instantly, the silver card transformed to white, and Xu Fei felt the amount on his card surge to 200,000. Next time, keep your eyes peeled. The driver hurriedly bowed his head. Yes, master's right. Thank you for your mercy. With that, Lily led Xu Fei downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lily was brimming with excitement. Ha, this is so much fun. I've never had anyone to play such an entertaining game with before. She twirled, her white dress fluttering around her, her face alight with uncontainable joy. Xu Fei observed Lily and couldn't help but recall the lonely mansion she inhabited, a vast castle where only the little girl resided. An impulse compelled him to ask, Little one, don't you ever have anyone to keep you company at home? Upon hearing this, Lily's smile gradually faded. She hesitated for a moment before shaking her head, transforming once more into a bat pendant that hung at Xu Fei's chest. Simultaneously, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, akin to a mosquito bite. Oomph. Lily's voice whispered in his ear, I help you earn money, but there's a price to pay. Now, continue accepting orders. You have a new order. Xu Fei opened his phone again, glancing at the delivery address. To the Nightmare Building? As soon as he saw the address, Lily's voice chimed in again. Quickly accept it. The entities there are wealthier. All right. Xu Fei promptly accepted the order and hurriedly rode his bike towards the restaurant. Meanwhile, due to the blackout in the Longwa live stream, many viewers from Longwa flocked to other country streams. In the live stream of Shaohan Country, a contestant was seen engaging in cheerful conversation with a rotund, well-dressed entity within a building. The citizens of Shaohan Country watched the screen, all smiles. Contestant Pooh just started working and has landed such a large order. This commission must be at least 300,000. Indeed, we only need one. 38 million to successfully pair. There's hope. They wondered how much the contestant from another country with a 10 billion deposit had now, laughing heartily. 10 billion? He'll never earn that much just by delivering food. Not in this lifetime. At this moment, The screen showed contestant Pooh standing up. Boss, the contract has been signed. When will your investment funds be transferred? The rotund entity smiled and replied, no rush. I've arranged for food delivery. Once we finish eating, I can transfer the funds. You should eat here too. All right. Contestant Pooh nodded with a smile, but internally, he was filled with disdain. Evidently, despite being a wealthy boss worth millions, he still opted for takeout. Yet, in pursuit of profitable orders, he was compelled to maintain a forced smile. Ding dong. Ah, the delivery has arrived. Just as the rotund man was about to rise, Xiao Han's player swiftly interjected, wearing a face full of flattery. No need. Please remain seated. I shall fetch it for you. Chapter 44. Losses. You frightened my little Xu Fei. Upon opening the door, Xiao Han's player immediately recognized Xu Fei. Why is it you? Xu Fei, taken aback by the sight of Xiao Han's player, replied, I didn't expect to encounter you here. The player's face was adorned with a gentle smile. Yet internally he harbored contempt. Without the aid of the formidable female, Xu Fei was nothing substantial. I am quite surprised as well, Xu Fei remarked, eyeing the other smile with growing wariness. During their university days, this individual had left him with a rather poor impression, his gaze often glinting with a hint of malice, akin to a scorpion lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at the slightest lapse in attention. Once all players were cast into this peculiar city of freedom, their ambitions transcended mere task completion. The rules dictated that individuals could not harm one another. However, one need not lift a finger to eliminate another. At that moment, when Xu Fei's image appeared in Xiao Han's livestream, the Long Kingdom's broadcast finally resumed. Thus, no one was privy to the actions Xu Fei had taken or the grand profit-making scheme he and Bai Lili had devised. Meanwhile, in Xiao Han's livestream, numerous citizens from the Long Kingdom engaged in heated debates with their counterparts from Xiao Han's nation. How did Su Shen end up delivering takeout to that thieving player? Where's the little lowly? I want to see the white-haired lowly. Could it be that Su Shen has drained the little lowly's life force? By the heavens, that is a genuine blood-sucking anomaly. The people of the Long Kingdom began to voice their frustrations. It was merely a stroke of luck. Such boasting is excessive. Where is your courtesy? You were the first to bark. You survived by mere chance from the anomaly. Do you genuinely believe Xu Fei is a superhero? No. Su Shen is far from a superhero. He is an anomaly. I cannot take this any longer. With no formidable anomaly to assist him, player Pooh, you must find a way to eliminate Xu Fei. In an instant, the live stream of Xiao Han's nation erupted into chaos, with the citizens of Xiao Han fervently wishing for Xu Fei's downfall, as though their prayers had reached player Pooh. A glint of intrigue flashed in player Pooh's eyes as he smiled warmly. Xu Fei, delivering takeout must be exhausting. Why not come inside and rest for a moment? Isn't it inappropriate? I am merely a delivery person. Xu Fei feigned hesitation, though he yearned to enter. In this bizarre world, the rules of the land held sway, and the most straightforward method was to allow oneself entry into a ghostly abode, without granting the other a chance to harm him. How could he possibly amass 10 billion? As anticipated, upon sensing Xu Fei's indecision, player Pooh's excitement surged. What nonsense! We are all human. We should assist one another. The owner here is quite approachable. Perhaps I can help you find a better job. With that, player Pooh seized the takeout from Xu Fei's hands and tugged at his arm with a hospitable demeanor. Oh dear, this is rather inappropriate. This is a client's home, and my shoes are dirty, Xu Fei protested, yet his body betrayed him as he stepped forward without pause. He had not anticipated that the experience of receiving red envelopes during the new year could prove useful in this context. Eventually, through a series of gentle pushes, Xu Fei found himself inside. However, the moment his foot crossed the threshold, a chilling gust swept through. Not only Xu Fei, but even player Pooh broke into a cold sweat. But player Pooh steeled his resolve, slamming the takeout onto the ground. The packaging shattered, revealing a small bear-shaped cake tumbling to the floor. No, my adorable little bear. The rotund anomaly bared its teeth in fury. A blue, ghostly flame erupted from the top of its Mediterranean hair, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. This is a formidable anomaly. Player Pooh's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly donned a pitiful facade, explaining, how infuriating. The rotund anomaly glared at Xu Fei, trembling with rage, yet refrained from attacking immediately. Instead, it knelt to examine the ruined bear cake, attempting to piece it back together. You had better provide me with an explanation. Upon hearing this, Player Pooh's anxiety heightened. He fixated on Xu Fei, uncertain how he would respond. To his astonishment, Xu Fei showed no inclination to explain. He too knelt, observing the rotund anomaly's futile efforts to reconstruct the bear cake. Then, he reached out, grasping the partially assembled cake, and began to knead it gently. Give it up. It's ruined, no matter how you try to piece it together. Upon hearing this, Player Pooh's mind went blank. This Xu Fei must be insane. The rotund anomaly's pupils quivered as its simmering rage intensified. Simultaneously, viewers in Xiaohan's live stream were left in shock. He has gone mad. The Long Kingdom player has truly lost his mind. Without a formidable anomaly nearby, Xu Fei is as good as finished. How naive. Does he genuinely believe that a few levels make him invincible? If Xu Fei gets eliminated, I believe the entire world will thank our Xiaohan. At that moment, the citizens of the Long Kingdom were equally alarmed. Xu Shan, has he lost his sanity? Without a formidable anomaly to shield him, will he truly be safe? Xu Shan can contend with formidable foes. This anomaly is no trivial matter. Dude, can this even be compared? What on earth is Xu Shan trying to accomplish? Including Player Pooh present at the scene, all viewers of the live stream were utterly astonished by Xu Fei's actions. Just then, the rotund anomaly's fury erupted in full force. You have destroyed my bear cake. I shall take your life. He sprang to his feet, his suit instantly consumed by the blue, ghostly flames. Player Pooh's expression brightened as he quickly retreated behind the rotund figure. As the ghostly flames intensified, the anomaly was enveloped entirely. It extended its hand, lunging for Xu Fei's neck. However, at that moment, a radiant silver light flickered, dousing the flames and halting the anomaly's advance. Simultaneously, a silver-white glow emanated from Xu Fei's chest, and a petite, adorable lowly sprang forth. How dare you threaten my servant? Bai Li, hands on her hips, fixed a steely gaze upon the rotund anomaly. The anomaly, sensing Bai Li's menacing aura, felt the ghostly flames dissipate, terror etched across its face. And madam? Bai Li paid no heed to his words, extending her tiny hand. You fat fool. You frightened my little Xu Fei. Do you understand? You shall pay. Witnessing this scene, the audience in Xiaohan's nation erupted in chaos. Chapter 45. I warn you, do not sneak into my room. Wait, where did this lowly come from? I just saw her leap out of Xu Fei's chest. I remember Xu Fei seemed to have added a pendant. But why is she now a charm for Xu Fei? Ah, how could this not be considered extortion? This is indeed a crime. The smile has not vanished. Rather, it has entirely shifted to the faces of the people of Longhua. No, how can Xiao Xiba still have the audacity to accuse others of extortion? Someone enlighten me. Does the realm of the bizarre possess any laws? I must express my incredulity. It was you who switched the exam papers, wasn't it? This time, it is you who has slandered Xu Fei, isn't it? Ha ha ha. I always knew that Xu Shan would not act foolishly on purpose. From now on, even if Xu Shan were to harm himself, I would suspect that all of this is part of his grand scheme. Alas, am I the only one who desires a little lowly charm? Fear not, my friend, you are not alone. The sudden appearance of Bai Li not only astonished the viewers, but also left the on-site competitor, Player Park, utterly rattled. Come on, are you truly a level card slot? Is it not the case that only cards of a certain level can fit? Others are eagerly anticipating the completion of their matchmaking tasks to randomly encounter suitable partners of a certain level. Unexpectedly, Xu Fei, who has only just arrived, has already acquired a bizarre level entity. He even assisted Xu Fei in such extortionate activities. Is this reasonable? Can this game continue? Why are you standing there in a daze? Did you not see that my little Xu Fei is utterly terrified? Without a few 100 million, oh no, without 10 billion, he cannot rise. As she spoke, Bai Li placed her tiny foot upon Xu Fei's. Do not be deceived by its smallness. It certainly hurts. Xu Fei's expression twisted in pain. Look at him, he's like this now. Bai Li frowned and then cupped Xu Fei's face, attempting to comfort him. Little Xu Fei, do not cry, do not cry. Xu Fei inhaled deeply, forcing himself to endure the pain. For 10 billion, I can endure this. I truly did not know he was your blood servant. The plump entity trembled uncontrollably. As a businessman in the realm of the bizarre, he certainly understood that this was extortion. But what could he do? This was a level vampire. He felt utterly helpless. If he dared to refuse, he would likely find himself hanging on the wall in the next moment. While bizarre coins can be earned again, a bizarre life lost means everything is for naught. I shall never order takeout again. The plump entity, on the verge of tears, had no choice but to accept his misfortune. He had indeed earned many bizarre coins in this strange world, and he was not unfamiliar with such dealings. He had even engaged in darker activities, but today he encountered a tough opponent. He pulled out a black card from his pocket, containing 15 million. This is all the cash I have. Upon hearing this, Player Park suddenly jolted. This is bad. My contract. Realizing this, Player Park's face turned ashen. Although Bai Lily and Xu Fei could not directly harm him, failing to secure the contract and losing a client would violate regulations and could be fatal. Fine, this will suffice. Bai Lily extended her hand, deftly retrieving Xu Fei's silver card from his embrace. With a gentle touch, Xu Fei's own silver card transformed into black. For this time, I shall spare you. Remember this for next time. Bai Lily returned the card to Xu Fei, then tossed her hair and said, "Little Xu Fei, let us depart." Xu Fei feigned pain, limping alongside Bai Lily toward the elevator behind them, leaving the bizarre, plump entity and Player Park in a state of bewilderment. As soon as they rounded the corner, Xu Fei straightened up. He could feel that since drinking Bai Lily's blood, he had experienced enhancements in every regard. How exhilarating. I wish to continue playing. Bai Lily could not help but grasp Xu Fei's hand and shake it, her eyes sparkling with joy. It is indeed entertaining. Xu Fei gazed at the two black cards in his possession, which together amounted to over 25 million. Merely from 2 transactions, he had earned such a fortune. It would surely surprise the owner of the horror delivery service. If this continues, that 10 billion is not an impossible dream. Let's go. Let's continue taking orders. Bai Lily ushered Xu Fei into the elevator. Xu Fei felt utterly fatigued, while Bai Lily's eyes sparkled as she fiddled with the phone used for taking orders. All the tasks are from slums. Those worth tens of thousands are not interesting. Xu Fei nodded. While earning money is essential, rest is equally important. If he were to collapse, how would he continue to earn? Thus, Xu Fei rode the ghost bike, speeding toward the blood-red castle with Bai Lily. However, at that moment, Xu Fei heard an announcement from the realm of the bizarre deep within his mind. Hangua contestant has been eliminated. The instant the announcement appeared, the entire Hangua live stream fell into silence, the screen turning utterly dark. Other contestants, striving to earn money in various locations, felt a jolt upon hearing the broadcast. In just half a day, someone had already been eliminated. Fortunately, it was not due to the expiration of the matchmaking task. Otherwise, there would be no survivors. Consequently, everyone resumed their diligent efforts to earn. Meanwhile, follow me. They ascended the stairs to one of the rooms on the 2nd floor. Here, you shall reside from now on. As she opened the door, Bai Lily pointed to the black coffin placed on the floor. Xu Fei looked at the coffin, feeling somewhat uneasy. However, considering that Bai Lily was a vampire, sleeping in a coffin seemed quite reasonable. Fortunately, the coffin was large enough for Xu Fei to turn comfortably. Well then, good night, Bai Lily said, preparing to leave. Just as she was about to exit the room, she turned back and added, I warn you, my room is right next door. You must not sneak into my room to take my phone. Once you pass my assessment, I shall surely provide you with Yao Yao's contact information. Very well. Xu Fei yawned and then climbed into the coffin. The moment he entered, the Longhua live stream turned dark once more. The audience in Longhua had long since grown accustomed to this. Surprisingly, it felt quite comfortable. As soon as Xu Fei lay down, he felt as though his entire being had been purified. There was a faint fragrance and the temperature was just right. Before long, Xu Fei drifted into slumber. However, an hour later, the door to Xu Fei's room was quietly opened. A silver-white bat fluttered its wings and flew into Xu Fei's coffin, spotting the tempting neck before it. The little bat immediately revealed its tiny fangs and bit down without hesitation. In his sleep, Xu Fei seemed to sense something unusual. He rolled over, pinning the little bat underneath him. Originally silver-white, the little bat transformed entirely to red in that moment. Chapter 46. Does your little bat open doors by itself? Perhaps due to exhaustion, Xu Fei's slumber was particularly deep and sweet. Moreover, he experienced a peculiar dream. In the dream, he saw Luo Yao wielding a large kitchen knife, relentlessly pursuing him with furious intent. She berated him as a beast, a mere fish, a pervert, for not sparing even a cute little lowly like Bai Lili. Even in his dream, Xu Fei could not help but chuckle in anger. Yes, Xu Fei admitted that Bai Lili was indeed adorable. Yet he was not a beast. How could such absurdity transpire? Xu Fei stretched lazily, preparing to open his eyes. Little Xu Fei, do not leave. Stay and play with me. Hearing the murmurs by his ear, Xu Fei's body stiffened. Is he talking in his sleep? Immediately, he felt a pair of hands wrap around his neck, and warm breaths grazed his nape. Xu Fei slowly opened his eyes, his gaze drifting slightly to the side. The first thing that caught his attention was a pair of gleaming little fangs. The exquisite and adorable little face became particularly vivid at that moment. The slightly parted lips occasionally made soft, chirping sounds. Xu Fei was utterly stunned. Was he sleepwalking? Yet, this was clearly his own room. Bai Lili must have come in on her own. Just as Xu Fei's thoughts were racing, he felt himself being embraced more tightly. Her legs were draped over him, treating him entirely as a pillow. She even nuzzled her head against his neck. At this point, Xu Fei was completely at a loss. Should he wake her? However, Bai Lili looked too adorable while asleep, making it difficult for him to summon the heart to disturb her. Thus, caught in his dilemma, he was unsure whether he had given up resisting or simply did not wish to resist at all. In short, not long after, Xu Fei found himself drowsily drifting back into slumber. But soon after he re-entered the realm of dreams, Bai Lili shivered. She lay flat, rubbed her eyes, and as she prepared to open them, Xu Fei's leg pressed down on her. Oh no, how did I end up sleeping with little Xu Fei? Bai Lili's heart raced, her face flushed crimson with anxiety. Initially, she had wanted to escape when she found herself pinned by Xu Fei. Yet, she couldn't resist the urge to drink Xu Fei's blood. Thus, she continued to indulge, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep without realizing how much she had consumed. Oh no, if Xu Fei finds out and tells Yao Yao, that would be disastrous. At this thought, Bai Lili's face turned pale with dread as she hurriedly transformed into a small red bat and flew towards the door. Perhaps due to her nerves, she nearly collided with the door. Subsequently, she secured the coffin lid tightly, terrified of being discovered. What should I do? What should I do? Bai Lili clutched the blanket tightly with her tiny pink fists, her demeanor in utter disarray. Fortunately, Xu Fei had not yet awakened. He should not know anything. But even if he did, what of it? I merely drank a little blood. As his blood servant, it is my rightful duty to drink from him. Besides, if it weren't for me, how would he complete his task and earn that 10 billion? Yes, that's it. After some self-reassurance, Bai Lili seemed to feel less tense than before. Suddenly, a ringing sound filled her ears. She picked up her phone and saw that the caller was none other than Luo Yao. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Should I answer or not? What if Yao Yao asks if I've seen Xu Fei? Bai Lili's mind was a whirlwind, but upon careful consideration, she ultimately chose to answer the call. Hello. Bai Lili's voice trembled. Lili, what's wrong? Why do you sound so nervous? Nothing, I just feel a bit cold. Cold? Why not find some blood food? Right. How about the matter I entrusted to you? Have you seen my boyfriend? I haven't seen him. Ah, I see. The strange world is so vast. He may not be in Guidu, that's true. I just wonder how he is doing and what kind of rules he faces. Is he in any danger? Probably not. Don't worry. I guarantee I will complete the task. All right, I'll hang up now. Once the call ended, Bai Lili finally breathed a sigh of relief. As a being of the strange, at the pinnacle of the food chain in this eerie world, she had not felt such tension in a long time. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Xu Fei's voice resonated from outside. Little one, are you awake? It's getting late. Shouldn't we go out to make some money? You go downstairs first. I'll be right there. Hearing the mention of making money, Bai Lili instantly perked up. She hurriedly opened the coffin lid and jumped out. Meanwhile, Xu Fei had already stepped away from the door and was heading downstairs. As he descended the stairs, he noticed several photographs hanging on the wall. In the pictures were 3 vampire creatures, with Bai Lili in the center, flanked by a man and a woman, presumably her parents. Bai Lili's radiant smile in the photos tugged at Xu Fei's heartstrings. reflecting on Bai Li's expression when they spoke of a certain individual yesterday. Xu Fei pauset tao wu fun. However, he did not dwell on it for long and continued downstairs to sit on the sofa, waiting. Fortunately, the wait was not lengthy. In less than half an hour, Bai Li emerged from her room. As a creature of the strange, the concept of makeup was entirely foreign to her. Moreover, with Bai Li's natural beauty, makeup would only detract from her exquisite features. She had kept Xu Fei waiting primarily to calm her own anxious heart. Attempting to appear composed, Bai Li asked, "So, little Xu Fei, did you sleep comfortably in my abode?" Xu Fei glanced at Bai Li. It was evident that this little girl was feigning ignorance. "Quite comfortably, though it seems there are mosquitoes in your castle, trying to suck my blood." "How could there be mosquitoes?" Bai Li immediately denied it, but quickly added, "There are no mosquitoes, but there are little bats." "Are you implying I was bitten by little bats?" Xu Fei inquired. Yes. Bai Li nudda. As a vampire, it was only natural for her to have a few little bats at home, right? Do those bats open the door by themselves? Chapter 47. Is being big that impressive? Let us go, it's getting late. Bai Li promptly pulled Xu Fei, bringing the conversation to a close. Since the other party would not admit it, Xu Fei naturally chose not to dwell on the topic further. After all, the most pressing task at hand was to earn money, and more money. After all, that was 10 billion. He currently had less than 30 million. Even if he earned 30 million daily, it would take over a month. A month was a precarious timeline, as the task could end at any moment. Xu Fei resolved to take a gamble. Thus, he once again rode his bike, taking Bai Li towards the city center. "Little one, may I ask if you have ever been to the casino in Guidu?" "Casino?" Bai Li shook her head. "I've never been." "How about we go play at the casino?" Sure. Bai Li's face lit up with excitement. Observing this, Xu Fei couldn't help but marvel at how Bai Li seemed to have hardly ventured out to play before meeting him. At precisely noon, the blood moon hung high above, but the winds of the eerie world were refreshingly cool. Xu Fei's phone buzzed with numerous food delivery orders, but he paid them no heed, instead following the navigation towards the casino. The Eerie Casino. The side of the casino featured an expansive parking lot filled with vehicles of bizarre shapes. Nearby, one could clearly see odd, severed limbs and inebriated gambling creatures. Indeed, the casino in the eerie world was even more terrifying. Were it not for the urgency of his task, Xu Fei would not dare to enter such a place. However, with Bai Li by his side, he felt a sense of reassurance. As they approached the casino, Bai Li transformed into a small bat pendant and hung from Xu Fei's chest. Like other creatures of the strange, Xu Fei parked his delivery bike directly in front of the casino. As Xu Fei approached his vehicle, the surrounding gamblers unveiled their sly smirks. He tossed the keys in the direction of the security guard at the entrance. Upon recognizing it as a delivery vehicle, the guard was initially poised to challenge him. However, his gaze caught sight of a corner of a black card peeking from Xu Fei's pocket, prompting him to smile amiably and assist in parking the vehicle. How delightful it is to possess wealth, Xu Fei mused inwardly, relishing the experiences unattainable in the mundane world now manifesting before him. Here, with the presence of the Gibi, even as a mere human, he too could wield a semblance of authority. As he stepped through the casino's entrance, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him. Men and women, an array of bizarre forms, were scattered throughout the space. Some were consumed by excitement at the gaming tables, while others lounged at the bar, sipping their drinks. Roulettes and Gibi machines adorned the premises, offering a myriad of gaming options. The peculiar beings seemed undeterred by Xu Fei's arrival, lost in their own realms. At that moment, a graceful woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, approached him with a drink in hand. With cascading brown waves of hair and a low-cut suit, she exuded an aura of formidable prowess, rivaling even the renowned Zitom. It was evident that she possessed an unsettlingly powerful capability in her field. "Greetings. Is this your first visit to our casino?" she inquired, lowering her demeanor as she extended the drink toward him. Xu Fei accepted the drink, inadvertently drawn to the abyss within her gaze. A sudden pang pierced his chest, prompting him to inhale sharply and divert his eyes. "Indeed, it is my first visit," he replied. "Excellent. Please follow me to the VIP lounge," she said, leading the way as Xu Fei followed closely behind. Being among casino-goers, He surmised that the moment the guard had spotted his black card, news of his presence had likely already circulated within. Before long, after navigating various twists and turns, Xu Fei found himself seated in the VIP lounge. "Sir, may I inquire your surname?" she asked. "Xu," he replied. "Very well, Mr. Xu. Allow me to outline the rules of our casino," she continued, her smile unwavering. "Firstly, only clients with a deposit exceeding 50 million can access the VIP area for entertainment. However, as a human, you are permitted entry regardless of your deposit, as your very being holds a value of 50 million gibi within our establishment. Should you desire, I can assist you in exchanging your assets for gibi." With that, she produced a price list for Xu Fei's perusal. 1 million for each hand, 2 million for each leg, and all vital organs were priced accordingly, summing to a total of 50 million. Xu Fei grasped the implications of this arrangement. To gamble with gibi was to wager wealth, while lacking gibi meant wagering one's life. Thus, if those with lower standards were to enter this place, could they not fulfill their requirements simply by sacrificing a limb? He pondered. However, the woman interjected, "Of course. The gibi exchanged here can only be utilized within our casino and cannot be used elsewhere. You may only take home what you win. Now, Mr. Xu, you may enjoy entertainment in the VIP area and feel free to use your gibi card for transactions. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Here's my business card." She handed him a card bearing her name, Leah, along with her title as the casino manager, an esteemed position. "Mr. Xu, I wish you the best of luck," she said, patting his shoulder and leaning in, revealing the depths of her abyss. At that moment, a flash of silvery light blazed forth, resembling a divine light that obscured the abyss. Sensing the formidable aura, Leah's expression shifted, and she recoiled several steps. Suddenly, Bai Lily appeared before Xu Fei. Upon seeing her, Leah's face turned pale. "So, Mr. Xu is already under the protection of a master. My apologies for my rudeness." "How shameless!" Bai Lily exclaimed. "You threatened my little Xu Fei with a weapon, did you?" With an outstretched hand, she demanded reparations. Without hesitation, Leah produced a black gibi card. "Here, esteemed one, there is 10 million. Consider it a greeting gift from our casino. Please, do not be angry. That's more like it." Bai Lily's tone dripped with disdain as she accepted the gibi card. "Esteemed one, I hope you enjoy your time here." Leah hastily departed the VIP lounge, her chest drenched in sweat. Bai Lily then handed the gibi card to Xu Fei, inquiring, "Little Xu Fei, you didn't bring me here just to see this, did you?" "Of course not. I came to earn a fortune of 10 billion, Xu Fei replied, collecting the gibi card and combining it with the others. Upon contact, all gibi transferred into his card, while the other two cards turned transparent. Xu Fei now possessed over 30 million gibi, nearing 40 million. As for the leftover hundreds of thousands, he paid little mind. 10 billion still felt like an unattainable dream. "Let us proceed and explore further," Xu Fei declared, preparing to push open the door to the VIP area, only to find Bai Lily still standing in place. "What is wrong? Are you jealous?" he teased. "I am not," she retorted. "Then what is this?" Xu Fei inquired. Bai Lily, her cheeks flushed, protested, "Why would I be jealous? Is having a large chest something to boast about?" Xu Fei sighed. "I never claimed that having a large chest was impressive." Hearing this, Bai Lily's brows knitted together, her ears reddening. "I am merely responsible for Yao Yao." "Really just responsible for Yao Yao?" Xu Fei pressed. "Oh, don't ask. Aren't you supposed to be making money?" Bai Lily exclaimed before transforming into a pendant once more, hanging around Xu Fei's neck. The once silver pendant had taken on a rosy hue, and Xu Fei could even feel a hint of warmth radiating from it. "This lily." Xu Fei chuckled softly as he pushed open the door to the VIP area and stepped inside. Meanwhile, the live stream from Longor resumed, showcasing the unfolding scene. Chapter 48. The rules of Jiajin, but I know the rules. Wait, is this a casino? Is Su Shan taking a gamble? The stakes were 10 billion. I believe Su Shan's decision is quite sound. Look at the gamblers here. They are predominantly of high caliber, not to be trifled with. Previously, this casino could have served as a standalone dungeon. Indeed, gambling with money is one thing, but here, one could be wagering their very life. Su Shan has never engaged in ventures without assurance. He should be able to handle this. One wonders what games Xu Shen will choose. The audience from Longguo watched Xu Fei with bated breath. At this juncture, Xu Fei had explored the VIP entertainment area. The games available were similar to those outside, featuring a variety of cards and dice. However, the order and service quality within surpassed that of the exterior by several levels. To play cards or dice? Xu Fei surveyed his surroundings, caught in a dilemma. Dice were simple, allowing for bets on odd, even, and high-low. As for cards, his knowledge was limited to a few games, such as Do Di Zhu and Jia Jin. Just then, a melodious jingling sound caught his attention. Indeed, a hidden prompt. Xu Fei felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained composed. He understood that the appearance of hidden prompts in such a place signified something significant. Following the sound, he approached the designated card table, feigning nonchalance. At the card table, apart from the dealer, a woman with an enigmatic demeanor. 5 male players of various kinds were engaged in the game. Each of these players wore an expression of intense concentration, their eyes flickering as they scrutinized their opponents' faces. The game being played was none other than the familiar Jia Jin, a variant of poker known as Xu Fei. Upon noticing a hidden prompt regarding the rules, Xu Fei's gaze shifted towards the dealer, who had a stack of cards labeled with the word rules set aside. The specifics of these rules remained a mystery to all. The tension in the air was palpable as Xu Fei turned his attention to the final 2 players of the table. 500,000. I call 500,000. I raised to 1 million. The 2 players were visibly agitated, unwilling to fold. Just then, the white-haired player hesitated, glancing at his dwindling stack of chips. He reviewed his hand once more, revealing a decent sequence. The stakes had escalated to nearly 10 million. In contrast, the short-haired player across from him exuded an air of calm, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with the white-haired player torn between the desire to fold and the fear of losing everything. After much deliberation, he took a deep breath and tossed his cards onto the pile. I fold. The moment he spoke, all eyes, including Xu Fei's, turned to the dealer. With a smile, the dealer revealed the rules. In this round, when only 2 players remain, the first to fold is declared the winner. Xu Fei felt a surge of excitement, envisioning himself counting his winnings. Haha, I've won. The white-haired player rejoiced, while the short-haired player looked as though he had swallowed something bitter, forcefully discarding his hand. The dealer, already aware of Xu Fei's reputation, turned to him with a smile. Mr. Xu, would you like to give it a try? At that moment, the other players shifted their gazes towards Xu Fei, akin to wolves eyeing a lamb. They understood that a newcomer like him would bring 50 million in chips and was unfamiliar with the rules of this place. Xu Fei chuckled and scratched his head. I think I might not be cut out for this. The white-haired player chimed in, Oh, don't say that. You saw how I won just now. It was pure luck. His words prompted the other players to urge Xu Fei to stay, fearing he might move to another table. Very well, since you insist, I shall play around with you. Xu Fei took a seat at the table, inserting his card into the slot as the others did. The stakes could be deducted directly from their cards. All right, a new round begins. The dealer employed her abilities to gather all the cards and shuffle them. Xu Fei noticed the intricate patterns on the backs of the cards shifting as they were mixed. Mr. Xu, please cut the deck. The dealer placed the cards before him. Following the prompt, Xu Fei cut a single card. The dealer then dealt the cards in order. Once all the cards were dealt, she drew another from the separate stack of rule cards and placed it in front of Xu Fei. The game commenced with a minimum bet of 100,000, and the dealer looked to Xu Fei. Your turn, Mr. Xu. Without hesitation, he began to examine his hand. The players at the table shared a knowing smile. Novices often hesitated to bet without a strong hand, often opting to fold. Despite the seemingly modest initial bet of 100,000, losses could accumulate quickly. To his surprise, he revealed a strong hand. However, just then, the hidden prompt echoed in his mind, announcing, in this round, the player with the smaller card wins. Xu Fei's expression shifted to one of disbelief. What? I draw such a strong hand in the first round, and now you tell me the smaller card wins? Despite his dismay, he remembered the earlier hidden prompts had guided him well, leaving him no choice but to proceed. Perhaps the other players held even stronger hands. I bet 200,000, he declared, watching as his balance diminished by that amount. The audience in the Longguo live stream nodded in approval, praising Xu Fei's initial luck. Yet they cautioned that in this enigmatic casino, prudence was wise. As the discussion among the viewers continued, the players at the table remained contemplative, choosing not to reveal their cards. I call 200,000. I call 200,000 as well. After several rounds, none had revealed their hands. Then came a hidden prompt: raise 1 million. Xu Fei, undeterred, raised the stakes. 1 million. This declaration shifted the atmosphere as the players grew serious. Some, with insufficient funds, began to reveal their hands, while 3 players swiftly discarded their cards. Only the previous adversaries, the white-haired and short-haired players, remained steadfast, each with ample funds and strategies in mind. Let us continue. Who is afraid? After several more rounds, the pot swelled into the millions once again. Finally, the white-haired player could no longer contain himself and opted to reveal his cards. After a brief glance, he covered his hand. I call 400,000. Upon seeing this, the short-haired player chose to reveal his cards as well. Xu Fei's heart raced. Under normal circumstances, he would have no trouble winning with his hand. But the key rule was that the smaller card prevailed. He could only hope that the remaining players held cards inferior to his. 400,000. I match you, the short-haired player declared after much contemplation, initiating a showdown. The dealer compared their hands, glancing at the rule card before discarding the white-haired player's cards. The white-haired player's expression tightened, unable to voice his frustration, while the short-haired player appeared enlightened, as if a realization had dawned upon him. He calmly lit a cigarette. Addressing Xu Fei, "It's your turn to speak, human." Feeling the weight of the moment, Xu Fei's brow furrowed. Could it be that the opponent truly held a 3 of a kind? With determination, he declared, "I go all in. If you choose not to match, then you must fold." As he spoke, the wealth of 30 million in his card account evaporated entirely. What? All eyes turned towards Xu Fei, collectively gasping. The short-haired player's cigarette fell from his lips in shock. Even in the VIP area, placing such a hefty bet of 30 million was exceedingly rare. Xu Fei's short hair and eerie smile exuded a sense of cruelty. "All right, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. This time, I am destined to win." The short-haired figure slammed the table with fervor, gritting their teeth. "I'm all in with you." At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Xu Fei and the peculiar individual. The stakes had soared to nearly 80 million gubi. "Let us reveal the cards. I refuse to believe your hand can outmatch mine." The short-haired figure flipped their cards over. Indeed, a 3. Xu Fei's heart sank upon seeing the hand. Following the rules. Trembling, his hand revealed his cards. "Mr. Xu, you have lost," the dealer explained, flipping the rule card. "In this round, the player with the smaller hand wins." I had already guessed the rules when I compared the cards. The short-haired figure's smile turned sinister. "You think you can play with me? You are still too naive." Upon hearing this, the audience of Longhua erupted in shock. "Wait, is this a joke? The smaller hand wins." That short-haired figure deduced the rules during the card reveal. It was a disaster. Over 30 million lost in an instant. Su Shun, having been so steady, had now suffered a complete defeat. Earning 10 billion from over 30 million was already incredibly difficult. And now, with nothing left, it was even more impossible. If he could not complete the task, they would. The audience in Longhua was utterly devastated, although Xu Fei had not been eliminated. The sudden loss of over 30 million in savings was too much for anyone to bear. Observers from other nations seized the opportunity. "Ha ha, the gambler deserves a terrible fate. Thought you were lucky?" They saw through the rules long ago. What's Su Shun? A mere joke. Even if there's a peculiar entity aiding him, what does it matter? He squandered it all. It's pitiful that they try to help him earn money. One round, and he lost everything. Ha. Better to earn honestly like our competitors. By the way, it seems the Sakura Ninja is close to earning 100,000, right? At that moment, the citizens of Longhua were left speechless. And Xu Fei in the eerie realm felt the same disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the hidden hint had led to such an outcome. The peculiar beings around him shook their heads. This result was not surprising to them. Humans in the eerie world were merely playthings, destined to be toyed with until they met their end. Just then, a silvery light burst forth. Bai Lili jumped onto the card table and shouted at the surrounding peculiar beings, "Whoever laughs again, I'll pull out your tongues." Upon hearing this, the nearby entities immediately covered their mouths, bowing in respect. "And you?" Bai Lili turned toward the winning short-haired figure and warned, "We'll have a private chat later." Afterward, Bai Lili crouched down and patted Xu Fei's head. Little Xu Fei, it's all right. It's just over 30 million. We will earn it back. I'm fine. Xu Fei nodded at Bai Lili. Losing over 30 million was not the end of the world. His main concern was the hidden hint that left him perplexed. If it weren't for the hidden hint, he wouldn't have reached this point. But why? At this crucial moment, did the hidden hint lead to the loss of all his savings? Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed in Xu Fei's mind. It was not a hidden hint, but an announcement from the eerie world. Simultaneously, crimson subtitles appeared in live streams across the globe. Long Gua contestants' savings have been wiped out, successfully triggering the casino's eerie event. Current eerie event. Death Roulette. All contestants will be teleported to the eerie space to participate in the event in 30 seconds. The audience in Longua was left dumbfounded. What does this mean? Savings wiped out, and now an eerie event is triggered? Could it be that Su Shan lost on purpose to initiate this eerie event? No way. If that were true, why didn't he come to the casino sooner? Regardless, this eerie event must have some significance. Now with nothing to their name and alongside other contestants, what could they do? The viewers from other nations were equally displeased. Why should they bear the consequences of the event triggered by Xu Fei? They could only continue to struggle. After all, Xu Fei wouldn't last long. They feared he might take a few down with him, hoping it wouldn't be their contestants. This gambling match had already proven Xu Fei to be worthless. It was only a matter of time before he failed. Yes, earlier he had just been lucky, leading me to believe he was cheating. Meanwhile, in the casino, upon hearing the announcement, Xu Fei was equally stunned. Was the so-called triggering of the eerie event the true purpose of the hidden hint? After all, he couldn't think of any other explanation. Soon, the 30 seconds passed swiftly. A dark mist enveloped Xu Fei entirely. Little Xu Fei. Bai Lili barely had time to react before Xu Fei vanished before her eyes. At that moment, the dealer suddenly declared, "It's an eerie event." He has triggered the casino's eerie event. An eerie event? Bai Lili pondered thoughtfully. Nodding, she said, "All right, I'll wait here for him." Meanwhile, aside from Xu Fei, all contestants in the eerie city were teleported to the so-called eerie space. They found themselves in the same dimly lit, enclosed grand stage. I didn't expect to see you all again so soon. From the darkness, the bald host, who previously facilitated the matchmaking, reappeared in everyone's view. Upon seeing him, all contestants recalled their respective matchmaking requirements with a sense of anxiety. Do not worry. Each eerie event is an opportunity for you to turn the tide. As he spoke, the bald host waved his hand, revealing the curtain behind him once more, displaying the same rooms as before. You all remember the rooms you chose, right? Find your respective rooms and participate in the Death Roulette game, where the detailed rules will be introduced. Each person has only one life. Failure in the game will not lead to death, but will deduct Gubi. Conversely, the longer you survive, the more Gubi you will accumulate. However, if you run out of Gubi, you will truly lose your life. The game lasts for 24 hours, and the timer starts now. With that, the bald figure vanished into thin air. All contestants turned their gazes towards Xu Fei, especially the Sakura ninja, whose eyes were filled with a fierce glare. Had it not been for Xu Fei, he would have been the first to fulfill the matchmaking requirements. If he lost Gubi here, he would have to start all over again. Time was of the essence, and all contestants hurried toward their respective rooms. Upon opening the doors, the layout was entirely different from their previous matchmaking experience. In the center of the room stood a table, on which lay a revolver. "Welcome to the Death Roulette." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. From the depths of the room, an eerie figure emerged. Recognizing the terrifying abyss, Xu Fei immediately identified the figure. "Leah? Indeed, it is I." Leah approached Xu Fei with a charming smile, directly taking his hand in a flirtatious manner. "Call me Mr. Xu. I shall elucidate the rules of this game." Chapter 50. Mr. Xu, your gun is exceedingly hot. Here lies a revolver, each round filled with 6 bullets. Within these 6, the number of live rounds varies. Some may contain none, while others may be entirely lethal. Each round allows for 6 shots, and you may choose to aim at yourself or at me. Ultimately, should you be struck, the game concludes, and you must pay the corresponding stakes. Conversely, if I am hit, you are declared the victor for that round. You may opt to take your winnings or continue to augment the prize pool until the game time elapses or the pool reaches its limit. The maximum amount in the prize pool is a staggering 100 million gubi. Of course, if you lack gubi to pay, it will result in your demise. Upon hearing Ly's explanation, XFI grasped the rules of the game entirely. In essence, it bore a substantial resemblance to Russian roulette, gambling on whether one's revolver harbored live ammunition. Come now, Mr. Xu. Ly extended her hand towards XFI's chest, retrieving a transparent Gu from her pocket and placing it upon the gambling table. Subsequently, a number materialized on the table. In the first round, the prize pool amounts to 50,000 gubi, less commits. With a radiant smile, Ly took her seat at the opposite end of the table, while XFI settled down as well. The game began. Ly grasped the revolver, and 6 bullets appeared on the table. She loaded the bullets one by one before passing the gun to XFI. Come now. It is your decision whether to shoot yourself or me. Very well. XFI accepted the revolver, his expression growing increasingly grave. For other contestants, a loss merely meant a forfeiture of 50,000, allowing them to withdraw and await their fate. However, for XFI, a loss would be a matter of life and death, for he possessed not a single gubi. Yet, should he manage to win consistently and keep raising the stakes, it would present a chance for redemption. Nevertheless, relying solely on fortune would not suffice to secure victory and amass this 100 million. Meanwhile, the audience from Gu watched with beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Mr. Xu can no longer afford to lose. My suggestion is to win the first round and then walk away with the 50,000. Indeed, the stakes for the second round would surely increase, and a win would not cover the losses of the second round. Yet, the prize pool's maximum of 100 million, if Mr. Xu could attain that. Is it conceivable that he came here to claim a fortune? Do not dream. Surviving is a blessing. Surely, you do not believe that a female Gu would treat Mr. Xu with any special consideration? It is not impossible. The female Gu's eyes glimmered with interest while she explained the rules. I find it unlikely. If there were genuine affection, she would have likely concealed her face earlier. Heaven, please bestow your blessings upon Mr. Xu. At this moment, while the majority of the audience from other nations focused on their own contestants, a few eliminated spectators, such as those from Xiao, lingered in the Gu live stream. Fortune does not favor fools. Even if XFI won this round, it would only yield 50,000. Over 30 million is lost. What good is 5,000? Win? What does he have to win with? Does he think he can rely on his looks? I can already envision XFI's brain exploding. If it were not for him, our P contestant would not have faced elimination. Bang! A gunshot in a particular live stream instantaneously captured everyone's attention. In the Go live stream, a ninja's forehead bore a bullet wound, blood spraying onto the iron door behind him as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Gu contestant game failure, deducting 50,000 gubi. As the announcement concluded, the ninja from Gu reappeared on the previous stage. I'm not dead. Recalling the sensation of death he had just experienced, the ninja's legs trembled. At that moment, the bald host suddenly appeared before the ninja, returning the Gu to him. There remains 35,000. You may choose to re-enter the room and begin anew. The ninja vigorously shook his head. No, I will not play anymore. Then you shall wait here. The bald man grinned enigmatically, vanishing into the darkness once more. The ninja was filled with fury. Were it not for XFI's forceful involvement in this strange event, he would have completed his matchmaking task in no time. Meanwhile, in room 444, upon hearing the gunshot, XFI endeavored to calm his thoughts. Follow the hidden prompts and act accordingly. Do not question why. The occurrence of this casino's bizarre event has undeniably hindered the progress of some contestants. If this is indeed the arrangement of hidden prompts, then the forthcoming game will undoubtedly reveal further guidance. I took a deep breath, awaiting the emergence of hidden hints. Just then, a rustling sound caught his attention, causing him to furrow his brow. It felt as though a pair of feet were caressing his pant leg. I turned his gaze towards Ly across the table. A glimmer of seduction flickered in her eyes as she spoke softly. Mr. Xu, why do you not make a move? Is it because the gun is too soft? Upon witnessing her demeanor, I shivered involuntarily. Her gaze was utterly captivating. Yet at that moment, a melodious chime resonated. Hidden hint. The second shot is a live round. It has arrived, even though the previous hidden hint caused him to lose all his goobie at this juncture. He could only choose to unconditionally trust that this is indeed the arrangement of the prompts. I gradually raised the revolver in his hand, cocked the hammer, and aimed it at his chest. Bang! A flash of fire erupted, smoke billowing from the chamber. Yet it inflicted no harm upon XFI, reminiscent of a toy revolver from his childhood. Indeed, the hidden hint was designed for him to amass more goobie within this bizarre event. Excellent. Now, seizing the moment while the gun is hot, Mr. Xu, please continue your efforts. LY's face was alight with joy, and the legs beneath the table grew increasingly restless. The second shot is a live round. XFI inhaled deeply, once more cocking the hammer, pulling the trigger, and firing at LY before him. The gunshot echoed. He sensed a far greater recoil than before, his hands trembling fiercely. Dark crimson blood flowed from her chest. She touched the wound with her fingers and then brought them to her mouth, sucking on them. In an instant, the wound on her chest healed. Mr. Xu, you have won the first round. The prize pool has doubled to 100,000. May I inquire if you wish to continue the challenge? I shall continue the challenge. Without hesitation, I returned the gun to LY, who then replaced the bullets with a new set and handed the revolver back to him. Hidden hint. In this round, the gun contains all live rounds. Upon hearing the hidden hint, LY spoke again. Mr. Xu, your gun is so hot. Will you give me another shot? Hearing this, XFI's brows furrowed. This female, Gu, seems to be hinting at something. Chapter 51. The prize pool is filled. LY and ZTang's relationship. Bang. XFI shot at LY once more. As expected, this shot was indeed a live round. This time, the bullet pierced through her shoulder. Moreover, compared to the first shot, XFI's grip on the gun had grown steadier, his actions more practiced. Simultaneously, I became increasingly convinced that LY was continuously providing him with hints. At first, when she mentioned the gun being soft, the shot produced a blank. However, when she remarked on the gun being hot, the shot yielded a live round. Mr. Xu, I hope you can be punctual next time and refrain from tapping me on the shoulder again. Leah, having reloaded the revolver, reminded him. The prize pool has now reached 200,000. No need to ask, I shall continue. Xu Fei picked up the revolver once more, exuding an air of calmness and confidence. After being mocked by Leah for the softness of his shots 5 times in succession, when it came to the 6th shot, Leah wore an expression of regret. Oh, if only Mr. Xu's gun were as hot as before. Xu Fei had firmly established his conviction. Yet why was she assisting me? Could it be because of Bai Lily? Time was of the essence, so Xu Fei did not ponder further and once again pulled the trigger. The prize pool had surged to 400,000. Meanwhile, the citizens of Longwo watching the live broadcast seemed to have caught on to the brilliance of the situation, each one brimming with excitement. If I'm not mistaken, this female anomaly is aiding Su Shun. A soft shot signifies a blank round, while a hot shot indicates a live round. This has always been the case. Indeed, this hint has led me astray, so that is what it means. Huh, everything is indeed part of Su Shun's plan. Oh dear, Su Shun, please refrain from playing like this in the future. It truly makes one's heart race. What transpired before Su Shun entered the casino? I am now intrigued about the relationship between this female anomaly and Su Shun. Regardless, the priority is to quickly fill the prize pool and earn the anomaly coins. As the citizens of Longwa observed the prize pool's continuous increase, they once again felt a surge of excitement. Simultaneously, announcements of other contestants finishing their games echoed continuously. Player Lao Mi's game has concluded, earning 50,000 anomaly coins. Player De's game has concluded, earning 100,000 anomaly coins. Player Huaji's game has failed, deducting 100,000 anomaly coins. Before long, nearly all contestants had finished their games. However, thus far, they had predominantly opted for conservative strategies, either losing or winning a single round without continuing. Only a minority chose to embark on the challenge of the second round for the 100,000 prize pool. Yet by the third round, no one dared to take on the challenge, except for Xu Fei. Unbeknownst to everyone, only an hour had elapsed since the beginning. After numerous contestants exited, They engaged in discussions about the harrowing experience they had just endured. At this moment, contestant number 444 was still engaged in gameplay. They could only wait for the 24-hour period to expire or for him to fill the prize pool, after which the game would conclude. Meanwhile, directly in front of the stage, a luminous screen appeared, displaying the scene of Xu Fei and Leah. Xu Fei wore an expressionless face as he repeatedly fired his weapon. Opposite him, Leah resembled a scorned lover, alternating between lamenting Xu Fei's soft shots and praising his hot shots, commending his marksmanship and precision. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to their previous gaming experience. Were we even playing the same game as Xu Fei? What does this mean? Why must my opponent appear so grotesque? Honestly, would Xu Fei perish without assistance from this female anomaly? How many times has this occurred? Appearance is irrelevant. I am solely concerned with why Xu Fei's prize pool has already reached 6 million. How many rounds has it been? He hasn't lost a single time? Is he cheating? No, my friend, it seems this female anomaly is subtly guiding Xu Fei, does it not? What guidance? This is blatantly revealing the answer. Isn't that against the rules? At this moment, all eyes turned to the bald anomaly. Particularly, the Sakura ninja felt an overwhelming sense of inequity. He had been the first to complete the matchmaking task, yet now he found himself merely waiting idly. Unable to contain himself, he approached the bald anomaly and tentatively inquired, "Sir, is this reasonable?" "Absolutely, why wouldn't it be?" The bald anomaly glanced at the ninja and then addressed the crowd. "As humans, you should understand better than us how to leverage interpersonal, anomaly relations." The ninja's frustration grew as he pressed further. But isn't this supposed to be a game of rules? Shouldn't fairness be upheld? The bald anomaly, rather than becoming angry, merely chuckled, "But this is the world of anomalies." "You are impressive." The bald anomaly's few words left all contestants speechless. Logic could not be conveyed, for in the world of anomalies, strength is the ultimate truth. As a high-level anomaly, the bald one held dominion, while they, as humans, could only resign themselves to fate. As time passed, 2 more hours went by. All contestants sat on the stage, their gazes fixated on Xu Fei on the luminous screen. Leah's shameless remarks floated through the air, igniting jealousy within them as they reminisced about their days in university. Although Leah's appearance could not compare to Zitong or Luo Yao, her alluring charm was undeniable. Merely watching her made one's blood race. They longed to occupy Xu Fei's position. Regrettably, such a dream was unattainable. At that moment, Leah began reloading again and remarked, "Mr. Xu, the prize pool has reached 50 million. If you take another shot at me, the prize pool will be filled." Xu Fei found her words somewhat peculiar. However, the fact remained, for Leah had previously informed him that the maximum prize pool was 100 million. If he successfully cleared the game, he could take home 100 million anomaly coins. This was a mere tenth of the matchmaking task requirement. Xu Fei gripped the revolver once more, yet he did not hasten to fire. "What's wrong?" After firing dozens of shots, "Are you tired, Mr. Xu?" Leah blinked and inquired. "Not tired." Xu Fei shook his head, then asked, "I merely wish to know why you are assisting me." "Why assist you?" Leah smiled and replied, "Once you fill the prize pool, I shall tell you." With no hesitation, Xu Fei pulled the trigger once more. Simultaneously, the prize pool's amount at the gambling table transformed into 100 million. Xu Fei narrowed his eyes. "Now, you must tell me why you are helping me." Leah chuckled, pointing at Xu Fei. "Because the anomaly card before you bears a familiar essence." Anomaly card? Upon hearing this, Xu Fei furrowed his brow. Upon entering the city of anomalies, he had initially possessed 2 anomaly cards. With the card Leah had given him upon entering the casino, he now had 3. The card bestowed upon him by the reviled butcher still remained on the gambling table. The one before him was indeed Zitong's anomaly card. The critical point was that Leah had proactively extracted it from his possession. Thus, could this female anomaly be connected to Zitong? Chapter 52 by Lily. What kind of game are you playing with her? Hush. Let us first discuss subsequent matters after you secure this 100 million in prize money. Observing Xu Fei deep in thought, Leah loaded the final 6 bullets for the last round. Should Xu Fei win this round, he would acquire 100 million in prize money. Mr. Xu, hidden hint. In this round, the first shot is a live round. Xu Fei took the revolver, and without waiting for Leah to finish speaking, he decisively fired his last shot. The sound of the gun echoed, the luminous screen on the stage vanished, and the live broadcast for Longwo once again went black. Xu Fei's image abruptly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Leah glanced at the wound in her chest, then at Xu Fei's confident eyes, feeling a sense of bewilderment. For this shot, Xu Fei had fired faster than he had in any previous rounds, even before she had the chance to offer a reminder. "Mr. Xu, your audacity is indeed remarkable. Are you not afraid that the gun might misfire?" "It will not miss." Xu Fei's gaze was resolute as he ultimately set down the revolver in his hand. "Such courage." Leah smiled charmingly as she rose from the table, congratulating Mr. Xu on his victory in this round of the game. Shortly thereafter, an announcement echoed through the air. Longwa contestants successfully cleared the level, earning 100 million GB. With the announcement concluded, the anxious hearts of the audience from Longwa finally found solace. Is this all it takes? Could there be more than just this 100 million as a reward? After all, who could resist the allure of Xu Shun? Even the Guis could not help but want to assist him. "I care not for anything else. I simply wish to know who dared to deride Xu Shun as a joke. Step forward." How could those clowns comprehend Xu Shun's strategic prowess? Losing 30 million left them exhilarated? Do you understand the significance of transforming from destitution to acquiring a billion? I know, back in the day, Chun Daizai managed to. The audience from Longwa engaged in lively discussions, the atmosphere becoming increasingly congenial. Meanwhile, spectators from other nations appeared utterly disheartened. I truly cannot fathom why. Whenever he is on the brink of demise, there are always Guis to assist him. It was acceptable in the campus setting, but why does it persist here in the Guido? Can he truly continue playing? His appearance is merely average. Surely his looks cannot solely charm the female Guis. Xu Fei, who initially possessed the least advantage, suddenly amassed a billion. Now, with this fortune, perhaps he might actually meet the demands for a 10 billion matchmaking requirement. I do not believe it. Perhaps his luck holds, but that does not imply he can earn wealth. It stands to reason, with Xu Fei's simplistic thinking. Even with a billion, he would merely be working. At that moment, within the realm of the Gidi, the figures in the prize pool steadily diminished, while Xu Fei's bank balance continuously swelled. Before long, the entirety of the prize pool was transferred to Xu Fei's Gika. 1 billion. Xu Fei grasped the Gika, inhaling deeply. Indeed, the hidden hints not only did not deceive him, but also aided him in maximizing his benefits. Not only did he secure this billion, but the other 90 contestants also found their progress impeded due to this bizarre event. Yet now, Xu Fei's greatest curiosity lay in Leah's earlier words. He could not help but inquire, "What is the connection between you and Zito?" "Mr. Xu, I shall now take you to meet my boss, and then all shall be revealed." Xu Fei furrowed his brow. Another mystery? Leah smiled in silence, warmly taking Xu Fei's arm, urging him to proceed. Very well. Xu Fei's mind raced, contemplating the connections involved. Leah, the manager of the bizarre casino. Thus, her boss is likely the proprietor of this bizarre establishment. The counterpart's level may very well reach the apex. Otherwise, how could they intimidate the other bizarre gamblers? The crucial question remains. What connection exists between this and the Gika Zitong entrusted to him? Do they know each other? Or perhaps there exists a unique relationship? Upon Xu Fei's emergence, all contestants gazed at him with fierce intensity. The scene felt eerily familiar, evoking memories of Xu Fei's absolute dominance during his campus days. Originally on the verge of elimination, Xu Fei received assistance from a female Gui and successfully evaded danger. One would think that upon arriving in the Guido, things would be better. Yet not long after, the first bizarre event once again allowed Xu Fei to taste victory. Although this time Leah was merely a level Gui, they now found themselves bereft of any advantages. Truly, envy breeds contempt. Must the entire instance revolve around Xu Fei for them to survive? Without Xu Fei, does the bizarre world cease to function? Are these female Guis incapable of procreation? Despite their deep-seated dissatisfaction, they dared not express it. They suddenly felt that perhaps clearing the instance was not so challenging after all. The true rarity lies in clearing it alongside Xu Fei. At that moment, the bald Gui looked at Xu Fei and said with a smile, Congratulations on successfully clearing this bizarre event. Upon finishing his words, the door leading to the city of the bazaar reappeared before everyone. Seeing this door, the other contestants could no longer contain their eagerness, rushing forth in a frenzy. Let us proceed as well. Leah and Xu Fei, witnessing everyone depart, leisurely walked into the doorway. Meanwhile, within the bazaar casino, Lily sat at the card table. Her eyes glazed over, her condition dismal. Surrounding her were a throng of gambling gooeys, fanning themselves, serving tea, and eagerly vying for her attention. Yet at that moment, as two black mists materialized, Lily instantly perked up, hastily jumping down from the card table. As the black mist dissipated, the figures of Xu Fei and Leah appeared before her. Little Xu Fei, Lily exclaimed with unbridled excitement, rushing towards Xu Fei. Xu Fei instinctively embraced her, akin to cradling a child. "Whoa, I was so worried about you." Lily nuzzled against Xu Fei's chest. Her small tiger teeth sparkled as she playfully bit at Xu Fei's neck. Hiss, although it was not particularly painful, akin to a mosquito bite. Xu Fei could not help but shudder. With soft sounds, Lily released him after a few bites. Her gaze flickered to Leah beside her, brimming with hostility. She then turned back to Xu Fei, questioning, "Little Xu Fei, why is she accompanying you?" We just played a game together." "What?" Lily's brows furrowed. "You played with her? It wasn't that kind of game, was it?" "What kind of game?" The kind. Lily's face flushed as she faltered. Chapter 53. The gambling father, the ailing mother? A daunting task. What are you thinking? Xu Fei lifted her to the card table and retrieved the Geeka from his pocket. "We were playing the life and death roulette game. I won $1 billion. $1 billion. Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Little Xu Fei, you are truly amazing. Shall we have a grand feast at the Bloody Restaurant later?" "Of course." Xu Fei readily agreed, then added, "However, before that, I must meet a Gue." "Who?" Lily inquired. Xu Fei responded calmly, "The owner here." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Gueys were taken aback, as if they had encountered a fearsome entity, and began to murmur among themselves. The legendary king of gambling, Level Gue, the self-drawn master. Over 20 years ago, the self-drawn master successfully eliminated another Level Gue using gambling rules. After the establishment of the Guido, Level Gueys rarely clashed, let alone kill one another of the same level. Indeed, that event once caused a sensation throughout the Guido, and thereafter, the self-drawn master vanished from sight. Could it be that the self-drawn master is re-emerging? Shall we once again witness the gambling skills of the self-drawn master? Hiss, is the Guido on the cusp of a transformation? As the Gueys discussed, they were filled with both excitement and trepidation. Even Lily furrowed her brow, muttering, "I believe I have heard my family elders mention that name. He once visited our family and won our token in a gamble. It seems he is indeed a formidable Gue." Xu Fei stroked his chin, his expression serious. "You too. Follow me. The master has been waiting for quite some time." Leah wore a beaming smile as she led the way. The surrounding gambling Gueys wisely parted to create a path. Observing Xu Fei's retreating figure, they were all filled with astonishment. Departing from the VIP area under Leah's guidance, they finally arrived at an exceedingly concealed elevator. The term concealed is fitting, as this casino resembles a labyrinth. Every grand door appears almost identical, revealing its contents only upon being pushed open. Without Leah's direction, one would be utterly lost. Upon reaching the second floor, the space twisted and shifted, leading Xu Fei and his companions into an exceedingly vast chamber. A crimson carpet extended straight towards a pitch-black door. Surrounding the room were numerous compartments, each showcasing an array of peculiar artifacts. Leah continued to lead the way while explaining, each compartment contains the wagers won by Zimo, with the cheapest valued as staggering 100 million. Xu Fei was astounded upon hearing this. He estimated that there were at least several hundred compartments. Even at the minimum value, that would amount to hundreds of billions. If he could simply take a few, the task of earning 10 billion from matchmaking would seem trivial. Alas, such treasures were out of reach. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived before the ominous door. Knocking thrice, Leah announced, "Master, the person has arrived." As her words fell, the door creaked open, revealing a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height before Xu Fei. This bizarrely proportioned figure, though grand, did not appear cumbersome. In terms of stature alone, he rivaled the peculiar instructor from Xu Fei's university days. The man, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and clad in a black suit, exuded an air of gravitas that set him apart from others. Even standing motionless, his formidable presence left Xu Fei in awe. "Leah, you may leave," he commanded. "Understood," she replied, bowing her head as she exited the room, the black door closing behind her. "You are Xu Fei?" The figure turned, allowing Xu Fei to discern his features. He appeared to be in his 50s, with hair interspersed with black and white, slicked back impeccably. An aura of affluence enveloped him entirely. "Indeed, that is me." Xu Fei nodded and inquired, "Are you Zimo?" "Zimo is merely a moniker. My true name is Zimo," he replied. "Zimo?" Xu Fei's heart raced at the revelation. His gaze fixed intently on the enigmatic figure. It was only then he noticed that the man possessed violet irises identical to those of Zitong. Could it be? Was my earlier supposition correct? This man truly is Zitong's father. Zimo spoke directly, as you surmised. I am indeed Zitong's father. Who is Zitong? Bai Lily turned to Xu Fei, her expression one of confusion. Xu Fei was taken aback. You do not know her? I do not. Bai Lily shook her head. I assumed you were acquainted. Xu Fei hesitated, at a loss for how to explain. It seemed that Bai Lily, apart from Luo Yao, was largely uninformed about many matters. At this moment, Zimo interjected, directing his gaze toward Bai Lily. I did not expect to encounter a child from the vampire clan today. With a snap of his fingers, a blood-stained Fong necklace materialized in his hand. Upon seeing the Fong, Bai Lily gasped, "This is our family's token." "Indeed, it has been many years," Zimo remarked, a touch of melancholy in his eyes. "I wanted to save Zitong's mother, but it is of no use now." Xu Fei sensed a familiarity with this lineage. A gambling father, a critically ill mother, and a younger brother still in school. Yet this gambling father possessed extraordinary prowess, owning a grand casino, where even the items displayed outside were worth hundreds of billions. Enough of this banter. Zimo's expression turned serious. I summoned you here to entrust you with a task. Should you accomplish it, the token will be yours. Bai Lily's excitement was palpable as she tightened her grip on Xu Fei's hand, revealing the token's significance to her. Taking a deep breath, Xu Fei asked, "What is the task?" "Quite simple," Zimo elaborated. "A certain old wretch and I made a wager to determine who could become the wealthiest in the entire city of the bazaar." Xu Fei was momentarily stunned. In this city, there were beings wealthier than him? The city is teeming with hidden talents, far beyond your imagination. Zimo's demeanor was earnest. The wager is nearing its conclusion, and I am uncertain how much that old fool has amassed. I previously dispatched others to investigate, but they were discovered. Your human identity, however, appears more discreet. I will have Leah arrange for you to infiltrate their company as an undercover agent. Your objective is to discern their hidden cards without arousing suspicion and to devise every means to ensure their losses. Xu Fei was bewildered. Was there truly a need for corporate espionage in the realm of the bazaar? Do you genuinely believe I can accomplish this task? No, you must succeed. Zimo's eyes hardened. Should I lose the wager, your demise is inevitable, and even Zitong cannot save you. Xu Fei frowned, but today, so many peculiar beings witnessed my arrival at your casino. Zimo waved dismissively. You need not worry about that. Everything will be handled discreetly. Just focus on your mission. After departing the bazaar casino, Xu Fei and Bai Lily, under Leah's arrangement, arrived at a tower. Mr. Xu, you shall reside here. Tomorrow morning, I will inform you of your destination, Leah stated before closing the door behind her. The residence was quite satisfactory, likely worth several million. Xu Fei surveyed the accommodation provided by his prospective father-in-law. A standard 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout, over 100 square meters, fully equipped with necessary amenities. By the way, Xu Fei, you have yet to tell me who Zitong is, Bai Lily inquired, plopping down on the sofa with curiosity. Xu Fei's mind raced. Bai Lily was undoubtedly connected to Luo Yao, and they were good friends. Yet, it seemed Luo Yao had not divulged further details. Given her ignorance, it was prudent to withhold the truth to prevent Bai Lily from alerting Luo Yao, which could expose the situation. She's a friend of mine. Xu Fei replied with an awkward smile, hastily shifting the topic. Little one, that token is very important to you, isn't it? Yes, Bai Lily nodded emphatically. As for the reasons, I am not at liberty to disclose that just yet. At this moment, Bai Lily embraced Xu Fei tightly. Thank you, Xu Fei. I never imagined you would agree to undertake a task for that old demon on my behalf. No need for thanks. It is something I intend to do, Xu Fei said, gently ruffling Bai Lily's hair. Yet, was this not also a trial set forth by Lao Deng? Bai Lily's appearance was merely coincidental, prompting the old demon to present the token. Very well, Bai Lily nodded. Agreed. Xu Fei extended his pinky, and Bai Lily eagerly hooked hers around his, no deceit. Or else the liar shall be a little puppy. Absolutely. Bai Lily beamed and suggested. Shall we order takeout from the Bloodshed restaurant? After a brief exchange, the night grew increasingly late. Following a feast, Xu Fei felt an invigorating surge of vitality coursing through him. After all, the takeout from this sanguinary restaurant consisted of top-tier blood delicacies. Strangely, what initially appeared repulsive now wafted an enticing aroma. Could it be that I am on the verge of becoming a vampire? In his room, Xu Fei examined his teeth in the mirror. Fortunately, everything seemed normal. Perhaps he had merely indulged in too much blood, causing a psychological effect. Thus, he reclined on his bed, contemplating his forthcoming endeavors. First, to infiltrate the company. Second, to fulfill the matchmaking requirement of 1 billion. The prospect of being an undercover agent left Xu Fei feeling uncertain. After all, as a newcomer, he would not immediately occupy a significant position. He would have to navigate his way up from a lowly employee to gain access to core secrets. However, this would require considerable time and energy. Should he fail to accomplish the matchmaking task, dire consequences awaited him. Presently, it seemed that not every peculiar being was aware of the matchmaking requirement, and thus, Zitong's father likely remained oblivious. Naturally, Xu Fei would not divulge this information directly. If he learned that his daughter was involved with him, the old man would surely be furious. To his dismay, he realized that the yellow-haired individual was indeed himself, and there were not merely one but multiple instances. Xu Fei sighed, resolving to first proceed with his undercover role while seeking ways to extract some benefits from the old man. After all, with the old man's wealth, 900 million was but a trifling sum. Moreover, he still had some utility to the old man. He could not simply watch himself perish. Having settled on his plans, Xu Fei gradually closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Bai Lily tossed and turned in bed, her face a portrait of discontent. Regardless of her position, the room felt too vast, the bed too large, devoid of any sense of security. Time and again, she rose to gaze at the door. No, she could no longer share a bed with Xu Fei. It was becoming addictive. Internally conflicted, she tugged at her silky white hair, rendering it a chaotic mess. As time ticked by, she clutched her blanket tightly, akin to an addict in withdrawal. Ah, how I longed to sip Xu Fei's blood. How I wished to sleep in his embrace. This cannot continue. Bai Li's face flushed crimson as she gasped for breath, her small fangs fully exposed. This would be the last time, absolutely the last time. Yao Yao, trust me, this is indeed the final occasion. Bai Li swallowed hard and sprang from her bed, transforming into a plump little bat that flitted toward the door. Yet, just as she exited, she collided with Xu Fei. With a squeak, Bai Li lost her balance and began to fall, but Xu Fei, quick-witted, caught her in his palm and brought her close. Bai Li, the formerly pink bat now appeared blood-red. Why is it so warm? Are you feverish? Xu Fei furrowed his brow, but the little bat promptly shook her head, burying her face in her wings. Very well, I suppose you're unaccustomed to sleeping alone. With that, Xu Fei cradled the little bat and carried her to his room. Unlike Bai Li's sleeping quarters, Xu Fei's chamber featured a row of custom wardrobes. He opened the wardrobe, where he had already arranged a blanket and pillow for her. Considering Bai Li's petite stature, she would fit comfortably. You see, you should enjoy this cozy nook, though it pales in comparison to your coffin at home. It is certainly preferable to a bed. Hearing this, Bai Li lifted her head. Her adorable eyes sparkled as they surveyed the exquisite little nest within the wardrobe, then turned to Xu Fei, glimmering with delight. What do you think? Xu Fei chuckled as he placed Bai Li in the small nook. Very well, good night. He closed the wardrobe and lay down on his bed, extinguishing the light. However, 2 hours later, As Xu Fei's breathing deepened, he fell into a profound sleep. At this moment, the wardrobe creaked open, and a pair of delicate, fair feet emerged cautiously, landing silently on the floor. Chapter 55. Is she mad? The female vampire CEO, named Luoli. A night passed without incident. Yet Xu Fei found it peculiar that he had dreamt once more. Unlike the last time, this time the protagonist was not Luo Yao, but Zi Tong. Upon seeing her and Bai Lili together, she exhibited no anger. Instead, a smile graced her face. She even inquired if he wanted Luo Yao to join them. This was utterly outrageous. Even if Xu Fei entertained the idea, he had to consider whether his body could withstand such an arrangement. The contrast of a domineering woman, a pure school beauty, and an adorable lowly. How could an ordinary person endure it? Xu Fei stretched and prepared to rise. When he touched his neck, he discovered it damp, imbued with a faint scent of blood. Quickly, he directed his gaze towards the wardrobe, rubbing his temples. Suddenly, a notification pinged. The message was from Leah. At 9 o'clock, the newly established horror investment company is hiring. Please apply swiftly and remember to delete this message afterward. 9 o'clock? Xu Fei glanced at his phone. It was currently 8 o'clock sharp. Immediately, he got up to wash and located his freshly prepared outfit. After a brief tidy-up, he opened the wardrobe. Bai Lili was still sound asleep. Little one. Bai Lili rubbed her eyes, becoming slightly more alert. Yes. Bai Lili nodded, then promptly dozed off again. Xu Fei closed the wardrobe and hurried downstairs to mount his peculiar motorcycle. Various new order notifications appeared, but Xu Fei paid them no mind. After all, whether or not deliveries were made was of little consequence. His primary focus was to complete his undercover mission. The horror investment company was a 10-kilometer journey, not a short distance. Following the navigation on his phone, Xu Fei set off. Meanwhile, in the office of the horror building, a short-haired female vampire sat at her desk, immersed in reviewing documents. She exuded an elegant aura, clad in a meticulously tailored suit. Her strikingly cold, proud eyes lent her an air of nobility and aloofness, radiating an indescribable presence. In terms of aura, she was hardly inferior to Zi Tong's father. Undoubtedly, she too was an exceptional entity. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The female vampire set aside her documents, glancing towards the entrance. A bespectacled blonde female vampire entered. This blonde vampire bore a striking appearance and presence, but still fell short compared to the one seated at the desk, lacking a tier of distinction. President Luo? Still calling me President Luo? The short-haired female vampire's gaze hardened. At this moment, you are President Luo, while I am merely an employee under your command. I understand. My name is Luo Li. I am President Luo. The bespectacled female vampire appeared anxious, muttering to herself as if adjusting to her new identity. After all, transitioning from the position of general manager of my former company to the role of president at the new one has certainly been a bit disorienting. This is more like it. Please take a seat, Luo Li remarked as she stood and offered her place to the other party. She continued, now, we must win this wager. This company is the most critical component. Therefore, the new recruits in the investment department must undergo rigorous selection. They not only need a unique investment perspective, but most importantly, we must be vigilant against infiltrators. The blonde female figure, hearing this, wore a serious expression and assured her, rest assured, after the previous infiltrator incident, I guarantee that the new recruit selection will be far more stringent. Merely this is not enough. Luo Li's eyes narrowed as she emphasized, we are in a critical period, and the personnel in the investment department are of utmost importance. Henceforth, I will observe every new recruit in the investment department in my capacity as an employee, which is precisely why you are here. The blonde figure took a deep breath. Yes, that is no problem. I assure you I will complete the identity change. After all, no unusual being has encountered you. Good, just ensure that no flaws are exposed. I will head to the entrance to see who is applying for the investment department. Luo Li nodded, satisfied, and exited the office. Meanwhile, after a swift journey, Xu Fei finally arrived at the terrifying tower. After parking his vehicle in the lot, he walked straight into the building. Upon reaching the first floor, Xu Fei discovered that it was bustling with activity akin to a peculiar job market, filled with various beings seeking employment. At that moment, as Xu Fei entered, a strange security guard handed him a document. It required personal information and included descriptions of various job openings within the company. It appeared quite legitimate. Indeed, the operational mechanisms of human society are the most successful, and these first batches of peculiar beings, emulating humans, have become wealthy and powerful. Xu Fei mused that this newly established company might have been created specifically by Lao Deng's rival to win the wager. However, he remained unaware of the true identity of the owner behind this company. Dingling. Hidden hint. Apply for the position in the investment department. There's even a hidden hint. Xu Fei was somewhat taken aback, yet he did not dwell on it. He filled out his personal information and approached the recruitment desk for the investment department. Hello, I am here to apply for a position in the investment department. A human? The peculiar being scrutinized Xu Fei, then stated, as for humans, we have no authority to question you. Please take your documents to the president's office on the 44th floor. She will personally meet with you. What? A personal meeting with the president? Xu Fei was momentarily stunned. Do not worry, as long as you're not an infiltrator. Being a human grants you a significant advantage in the investment department. After all, human insight is quite exceptional. The creature continued with a gradually sinister tone. Of course. If you're an infiltrator, Xu Fei maintained a calm, fa-ade. Yet internally, he was in a state of panic. Just as the being before him had mentioned, since the peculiar world operates by mimicking human society, a human undertaking such activities would undoubtedly be held in high regard. This explains why other human candidates received good treatment and high salaries after securing jobs. The crux of the matter is that he was indeed an infiltrator. To be summoned for a personal meeting with the president right after infiltrating would greatly increase his chances of being discovered. Moreover, it seemed that being an infiltrator was tantamount to violating the rules here, which would surely lead to a grim fate. Having come this far, and with the aid of the hidden hint, Xu Fei steeled himself. He immediately sought the elevator to ascend to the 44th floor. Along the way, he continuously engaged in self-encouragement, striving to appear as normal as possible. Ding-dong. Upon reaching the 44th floor, Xu Fei had managed to adjust his demeanor. He confidently stepped into the office area and happened upon a short-haired female figure standing at the entrance. He approached her with a smile. Hello, I am here to apply. Could you please direct me to the president's office? A human? Here, to apply? She replied, Thank you. However, just as he took his first step, he suddenly hesitated. Luoli observed Xu Fei, her brow furrowing. What's wrong? Do you have something else to say? Nothing. Xu Fei managed a polite smile and hurriedly walked toward the adjacent office. Luoli frowned, watching his retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Could it be that he had discerned her true identity? With this thought, Luoli promptly headed to the tea room. Meanwhile, Xu Fei was also filled with doubt. He couldn't shake the feeling that the woman standing at the door was not as simple as she appeared. Firstly, he could not discern her level of power. Secondly, he sensed an odd familiarity about her, yet he could not pinpoint its source, which puzzled him. Taking a deep breath, Xu Fei reminded himself that the priority was securing employment. Venturing alone into this terrifying investment company was inherently perilous. The peculiar world operates under various rules that must be adhered to, and this company was no exception. What was known was that infiltrators meet dire fates. While the unknown rules were countless, any infraction could provoke action from the peculiar beings, leading to certain death. Knock, knock, knock. Xu Fei rapped on the president's office door. Greetings, President. I am here to apply. Kumein. Hearing the invitation, Xu Fei pushed the door open and entered. A human? The blonde figure masquerading as the president appeared surprised at Xu Fei's entrance, but soon smiled. You must be one of the recent humans to enter the peculiar world? Yes. Here is my information. Xu Fei politely handed over his documents. Similar to the short-haired female figure outside, he felt no pressure emanating from her. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that anyone occupying the role of president would not be ordinary. Very well. The blonde figure examined Xu Fei's documents, nodding in satisfaction. As a human, you should be quite familiar with our operational framework. This is your advantage. Indeed, Xu Fei inclined his head slightly, affirming his earlier analysis. Humans represent a rare strategic resource for enterprises in the peculiar world. By the way, I see from your documents that you have previously delivered takeout. The blonde figure expressed mild surprise. Yes, it seems you are quite ambitious, she remarked. No problem. After Xu Fei agreed, the blonde figure took his documents and exited the office. Xu Fei then began to scrutinize the office. The essentials were present: a desk, a computer, and various necessary items. However, the potted plants on the desk were bizarrely shaped, and the chair bore decorations resembling skulls, while the shelves behind contained various strange tomes, such as the significance of a peculiar life and the practice of peculiar management. Aside from that, the office bore no significant differences from those of human enterprises. However, soon a particular document on the desk caught Xu Fei's attention. He glanced toward the door, then casually approached the desk. Catching sight of the document titled Methods for Screening Infiltrators During Recruitment, Xu Fei's anxiety spiked instantly. This indicated that the company took considerable precautions against infiltrators. It was no wonder that the peculiar being had emphasized the fate of infiltrators earlier when he was downstairs. However, what truly captivated Xu Fei's attention was not merely the title of the document, but rather the signature of its author, Luo Li. Upon seeing these two characters, his pupils subtly contracted, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his gaze. The surname Luo and the name Luo Li? Could this Luo Li, the very same enigmatic blonde female president, possibly be Luo Yao's sister? Was it conceivable that old Deng's arch-nemesis was indeed Luo Yao's family? Surely not. After all, Zitong had always maintained a cordial relationship with both Luo Yao and her sister. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence? In a world rife with anomalies, it was not uncommon for names to be repeated, and especially for similarities to arise. Ultimately, he was unaware of what Luo Yao's sister was truly called. As Xu Fei was engulfed in his thoughts, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor interrupted his reverie. The office door swung open, and the earlier blonde enigma, along with Luo Li, entered. Xu Fei, allow me to introduce you. The blonde enigma beamed as she gestured towards Luo Li. This is Luo Li, a veteran employee of our company, who will guide you in familiarizing yourself with your work. Luo Li? The moment Xu Fei heard that name, he felt an odd sensation. The short-haired woman before him exuded the demeanor of a cool and collected career woman. Although undeniably beautiful, she bore no resemblance to the notion of a lowly. Luo Li extended her hand, looking directly at Xu Fei. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, likewise. Xu Fei feigned composure, smiling as he shook her hand. Luo Li regarded Xu Fei with a serious expression, stating, let me be frank. Since President Luo has entrusted you to me, I expect you to be diligent and learn earnestly in the studio. Rest assured, I will rely on my seniors for guidance. He replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xu Fei could only temporarily suppress the questions brewing in his mind. After all, maintaining his undercover identity was of utmost importance. The blonde enigma wore a satisfied smile. Xu Fei, congratulations on becoming part of our company. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to Luo Li. Thank you, President Luo. Xu Fei maintained a facade of cheerfulness, though internally, he found the situation perplexing. He vividly recalled what the university librarian, Ajin, had mentioned about Luo Yao's sister being quite the eccentric. Yet, this seemingly aloof blonde president bore little evidence of such eccentricity. If anything, it was his newly acquainted colleague who embodied the oddity, presenting as a cool and composed woman yet bearing the name of lowly. Quite peculiar indeed. Luo Li turned her gaze towards the blonde enigma, politely inquiring, shall I take him to familiarize himself with the work content? The blonde enigma waved her hand with a smile. Go ahead. I hope you both enjoy your time together. Following this, Xu Fei accompanied his new colleague out of the president's office and proceeded towards the office area. Luo Li occasionally glanced at Xu Fei as she elaborated. In our company, the investment department is of paramount importance, personally managed by President Luo. As employees of the investment department, our primary responsibilities revolve around investing in various industries. Luo Li's explanation was exceedingly detailed. Essentially, she delineated two main aspects. The first pertained to their work duties, which involved spending each day in the office, researching various investment projects, and conducting analyses and evaluations. Should a project prove profitable, they would relay their findings to the president, who would then decide whether to proceed with the investment. A successful investment would yield Xu Fei a generous commission, Conversely, if losses occurred, he would bear the corresponding losses. If he lacked sufficient funds to compensate, his life could be at stake. This stark reality reminded Xu Fei of the previously eliminated contestant, Xiao Han. This was indeed a perilous endeavor to earn a living. The greater the risks, the higher the rewards. High income came with the lurking threat of losing one's life. Punctuality was crucial. Tardiness or early departures were forbidden, and idleness or whispering during work hours was strictly prohibited. However, since this job was a hidden opportunity presented to him, it was likely that there would be corresponding hints to navigate the challenges ahead. The crux of the matter was that, as an undercover agent, he needed to devise a means for the company to incur losses. Yet, if losses were to materialize, he would also face financial repercussions. Although he possessed a fortune of 100 million, within the vast realm of an investment company, such an amount was hardly substantial. No, he could not allow that. The bet with his father-in-law was far from resolved. If he initiated losses at the company now, he would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Therefore, his immediate course of action should be to assist the company in generating profits. If the company thrived, he too would reap financial rewards, which would enable him to navigate the impending conclusion of his matchmaking task. As for old Deng, he could address that matter when the bet drew near its end. After all, the rules of this world were peculiar and governed by their own logic. The matchmaking task would always take precedence. There could be no errors. Moreover, as long as he refrained from entering the casino, he had Bai Li as a safeguard. He could simply take refuge at Bai Li's home, being enigmatic herself. Old Deng would find no recourse against him. Yes, that shall be the plan. Just as Xu Fei solidified his course of action, Luo Li came to a halt. Xu Fei, this will be your workstation moving forward. The office area was expansive. However, only about 20 individuals were currently engaged in their work. Given the strategic nature of investment, their proximity to the president's office underscored the significance of the investment department's employees to the company. Xu Fei's current role was indeed well suited for an undercover operation and intelligence gathering, albeit with a heightened risk of exposure, particularly as his new colleague appeared to be a direct observer sent by the president. Thus, he resolved to focus on earning money for the time being and temporarily set aside thoughts of his undercover status. Moreover, as Xu Fei approached, he noticed the nameplate at his new colleague's workstation. It was only at that moment that he realized her name was not Loli, but rather Luo Li. The similarity between Luo Li and Loli was indeed confounding. At that moment, a pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Luo Li apotek Xu Fei. Leaning down slightly, let me teach you how to interpret investment documents. All right, Xu Fei replied, captivated by his new colleague's proximity. Previously, he had refrained from observing her closely upon entering the company, but now he found himself unable to divert his gaze. This newly acquainted colleague clearly possessed capabilities surpassing those of Luo Yao, yet remaining beneath those of Zitong. A slight divergence from Xu Fei's control, but not significantly so. Particularly, her cool demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Luo Yao's behavior in the presence of outsiders. Perhaps that was why he felt a sense of familiarity. After all, Luo Yao had always been direct and passionate in his presence, only adopting a more aloof attitude around outsiders. However, it was evident that her makeup and attire diverged fundamentally from Luo Yao's style. While Luo Yao exuded natural beauty without makeup, the woman before him had striking red lips and white teeth, her makeup meticulously applied. Colorful hoop earrings adorned her earlobes, complemented by a gray blazer, a white blouse, and a gray skirt. She donned a pair of black high heels, her long, slender legs appearing especially elegant. If she were to add gray stockings, it would be utterly perfect. Regrettably, such a stunning female figure exudes an aura that discourages any approach from the opposite sex. Xu Fei's contemplations were abruptly interrupted by the cool voice of Luo Li, who scrutinized him with a hint of disdain in her gaze, inquiring, "Have you learned it all?" He felt a headache reminiscent of encountering a previously completed assignment. Regardless of his proficiency, he was mandated to submit an investment project before the end of the workday. Failure to comply would result in her reporting to General Manager Luo, and he would no longer be required at work the following day. With that, Luo Li exited the company without further ado. Was this truly an employee? Where could one find such audacity among the staff? Xu Fei observed her retreating figure, feeling a sense of bewilderment. It was only 10:30. It was undeniably working hours, yet she left as she pleased. Nevertheless, he had to persist in his duties. Thus, he redirected his focus to the computer screen before him. Investment project, horror theme park, eerie, kindergarten, even a terrifying hospital, and a peculiar breeding base. All applications submitted by various enterprises and individuals, covering an extensive array of options. Fortunately, none of these projects resembled the bizarre investment proposal for Liu Yuqi. His task was to analyze and evaluate these investment applications. While it appeared straightforward, the practical execution proved to be quite challenging. Xu Fei craned his neck to observe his peculiar colleagues, each engrossed in their work, exuding an atmosphere of relentless diligence that weighed heavily upon him. He felt as though he would rather be delivering takeout, where he could work freely and even earn substantial profits alongside by Li. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Hidden prompt. Select investment in terrifying hospital. Terrifying hospital? Xu Fei quickly opened the investment application regarding the terrifying hospital. A blood bank project? Do the eerie beings also require transfusions? Initially taken aback, he soon recalled by Li. It must be said that the entities residing here indeed seem to have a dependency on blood. At least Bai Li is such a case. Moreover, the existence of a bloody restaurant confirms its audience. However, Xu Fei pondered, aside from blood-sucking entities, what other eerie beings might require blood? This thought left him perplexed. After all, without a profound understanding of the eerie world, one could hardly formulate any analysis or rationale regarding this matter. Sigh, since no solution emerged, he might as well indulge in a deep slumber. After all, the hidden prompt had already indicated the target, allowing him to relax momentarily. His sole obligation was to temporarily forget his undercover identity and follow the indicated directives. Unbeknownst to him, in this stifling environment, Xu Fei succumbed to slumber at his desk. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Li, having just exited the work area, settled into the executive chair. The golden-haired entity stood nearby, observing the surveillance footage on the computer, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. How can this human sleep right after starting work? How will he submit his tasks in the afternoon? Let him sleep. Li raplia expression Leslie. As long as he is not an undercover agent, it suffices. After all, the utilitarian value of humans remains quite high. The golden-haired entity nodded. He should not be an undercover. I had his background investigated, and aside from his delivery work, it is remarkably clean. Li narrowed her eyes and continued. It is precisely because it is too clean that I find it suspicious. Regardless, I will require him to submit his tasks before the end of the day. Should he panic, he may inadvertently reveal his true nature. A distinct displeasure marred Li's features as she spoke. Noticing her expression, the golden-haired entity ventured. Is this about the matchmaking affair, General Manager Luo? Indeed. Sighing, he added, what if one day the old man presents a potential match before you? What then? Li's gaze flickered with a hint of ferocity. I would, of course, eliminate him to prevent future complications. The golden-haired entity sighed. But what if he is of high caliber? Even if he is, I would never consent. Li declared with unwavering resolve. I will not allow personal feelings to become an obstacle in my career. As time flew by, particularly in such a quiet and oppressive office, Xu Fei enjoyed a deep sleep. Strangely, he found himself dreaming once more. In this dream, his newly acquainted colleague donned gray stockings and cheerfully inquired if he found her appearance appealing. This left Xu Fei utterly perplexed. Previously, his dreams typically featured Luo Yao and Zitong, or Bai Li. Why now was he dreaming of a new colleague? Just then, a cold voice pierced his reverie. Did you sleep well? Quite comfortably. Xu Fei yawned and turned his head. The first sight to greet him was an exquisite pair of long legs adorned in gray stockings. Was he still dreaming? Xu Fei's mind raced as he scrutinized the alluring legs before him. Are they beautiful? Li's expression remained indifferent, her eyes slightly narrowed, betraying a tinge of disdain. Having meticulously selected an outfit of gray stockings, a black short skirt, and a white long shirt, she also sported a mid-length black trench coat. Yet, it seemed to have become even more conspicuous. At that moment, Xu Fei fully awakened. This is not a dream. You, Li, hearing this, hastily covered her thighs with her trench coat and demanded, Do you realize what time it is? 4:30, Xu Fei glanced at the computer screen, stifling yawn. Are you finished with your work for today? Completed, he replied. You have been sleeping all day. How could you have accomplished that? Quite easily. Xu Fei promptly opened the application for the terrifying hospital investment, stating, let's invest in this. Luo Li, intrigued, shifted her gaze to the screen and asked, what is the rationale? There is no reasoning. So you selected it haphazardly? Who said I chose randomly? I simply believe it could be profitable. Upon hearing this, Luo Li scoffed. You slept all day, and upon waking, you propose investing in the terrifying hospital, yet you claim you did not select it randomly? Hidden prompt. Confront her. Confront her? Xu Fei was momentarily taken aback. Surely, it was merely a verbal confrontation? He had long harbored some annoyance at her aggressive demeanor. Now that the hidden prompt encouraged him to confront her, there was no need for further contemplation. Xu Fei turned around and asked, do you think you're the CEO? Sister? Luo Li's heart raced at his words, but she dared not retort. It was essential to maintain her hidden identity without revealing her true nature at the outset. Taking a deep breath, she declared, I will definitely report your sleeping on the job to General Manager Luo. What? Are you intending to report me first? Xu Fei seized the moment to counterattack. You vanished halfway through the workday, and I didn't report you to General Manager Luo. Yet, you dare to accuse me of sleeping? Luo Li glared at Xu Fei, her face flushed with indignation. What's wrong with that? Xu Fei redirected his gaze to her gray stocking-clad legs. General Manager Luo instructed you to teach me well, yet you disappeared and then accused me of sleeping. Is there any fairness in that? Furthermore, is it wrong for me to admire your legs while you stand before me? Luo Li instinctively tightened her legs, her entire face reddening. She must not lose her temper. Anger would reveal her true identity. Luo Li exhaled deeply, forcing herself to suppress the anger simmering within her. Fine. Let us put aside the matter of sleeping for now. You currently lack an analytical report and sufficient justification. Therefore, the company will undoubtedly refrain from investing in this project. This is of no concern to you. Xu Fei crossed his arms and perched his leg, declaring, I have already outlined a clear path. If the company is unwilling to invest, that is their issue. I have fulfilled my responsibilities. What a joke. At this moment, Luo Li was so enraged that she could hardly contain her laughter. Are you implying that if General Manager Luo does not approve, it is a reflection of her lack of vision? Oh, I never said that. Do not slander me. Xu Fei hastily waved his hands, then added, as an employee, it's entirely normal for you not to comprehend my foresight. I firmly believe that with General Manager Luo's perspective, she will undoubtedly support this project. Very well. Luo Li regarded Xu Fei, her eyes gleaming with a fierce light. I will relay your proposed investment project to General Manager Luo. If the company incurs losses, you know the consequences. With that, Luo Li clenched her fists and turned on her heel, striding toward the president's office. Watching her retreating figure, Xu Fei's heart raced. Since it was a hidden prompt, it should pose no issues. Soon, he could not help but cast his gaze upon those exquisite legs. To be frank, in terms of legs, this colleague could be deemed perfect. Meanwhile, upon entering the president's office, Luo Li's expression was a mask of fury. The more she recalled Xu Fei's earlier demeanor, the more her teeth clenched in irritation. Bang! She slammed her fist onto the desk, startling the odd blonde assistant into immediate action. General Manager Luo, please calm down. Luo Li shot a sidelong glance at the assistant. Did you see everything that just transpired? I saw, the assistant gulped. Having worked alongside Luo Li for so long, she knew her well. She had never witnessed anyone provoke such frequent blushes from Luo Li. In just a few minutes, she had turned red countless times, all due to Xu Fei's provocations. Very well, you're not to look at him again. Luo Li's gaze was icy as she glared at Xu Fei on the monitor, her displeasure palpable. She waved her hand, and the camera monitoring Xu Fei's area abruptly lost its feed. The assistant, seizing the moment, poured Luo Li a glass of water and inquired, So, what shall we do about the investment project Xu Fei mentioned? Is there even question? Of course, we shall invest. Luo Li's countenance was stern, her lips thin. Was she to allow him to accuse her of lacking vision? Fine, the assistant nodded, then added, however, it seems Xu Fei might not be an undercover agent after all. Undercover? Luo Li appeared to have thought of something amusing. Have you ever seen an undercover agent who spends their first day sleeping and even manages to irritate colleagues and draw attention? If Xu Fei were an undercover agent, I would hand him this company. Hearing this, the assistant felt a chill run down her spine, an ominous feeling creeping in. Yet, given Luo Li's current fury, she dare not speak further. I will finalize the project approval shortly, and the next step is for him to conduct an on-site investigation. Indeed, Luo Li nodded slightly. I shall accompany him. I am curious to see just how visionary he truly is. Saying this, General Manager Luo, please. Luo Li briefly reviewed the approval documents. Nodding in satisfaction, a mere 100 million, hardly a significant sum. However, if this investment results in losses, no one will be able to save him. Chapter 59. Xu Fei, could you slow down a bit? 10-9-8-7. Watching the second hand on the computer, Xu Fei silently counted down in his mind. Once the clock struck 5, he would unhesitatingly shut down his computer and leave for the day. After all, working here entailed no base salary. It relied entirely on investment commissions. With hidden prompts at his disposal, sitting at a desk felt utterly superfluous. Most importantly, there was a colleague who was constantly scrutinizing him for faults. 3, 2, 1. Off work. Just as Xu Fei prepared to shut down his computer and rise, a document was abruptly slapped down in front of him. Luo Li regarded Xu Fei coldly, stating, General Manager Luo has approved it. Tomorrow, I will take you to conduct an on-site investigation. Stop. Xu Fei immediately interrupted. Tomorrow's matters can wait. I have completed my task for today, and I intend to leave. Could you exhibit a bit of ambition? Luo Li pointed at the peculiar colleagues around them. Look at them. Who else is leaving at this hour? But my investment project has been approved. Xu Fei threw up his hands and turned toward the exit, unable to resist stealing another glance at those perfect legs. Luo Li watched Xu Fei, seething with frustration. However, whether for the sake of the company or adherence to the rules, she could not take action against Xu Fei at this moment. After all, she needed to see how the outcome of this investment would unfold. The development of the company must come first. If he dares to cause losses for the company, he will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thumping her foot in anger, Luo Li exited the office as well. Ding! Xu Fei took the elevator down to the first floor, heading towards the parking lot. At that moment, a striking red vehicle pulled up in front of him, instantly capturing his attention. He had always held a keen interest in sports cars. As the saying goes, great design resonates with the heart. The vehicle brand in this peculiar world differed from that of reality, yet its aesthetics were even more dazzling and stylish. With exaggerated aerodynamics and an inexhaustible, non-polluting energy source, even ordinary vehicles could take flight with such energy, let alone a sports car. After fulfilling the matchmaking requirements, he must acquire one to drive. While Xu Fei was lost in thought, the car window rolled down, revealing the driver to be the blonde assistant, General Manager Luo. Huh? General Manager Luo? The assistant paused momentarily. Thank you for your support regarding my investment project, Xu Fei said cheerfully, then inquired, General Manager Luo, are you waiting for someone? No, the assistant quickly replied, realizing she had to conceal her purpose for being there. After all, how could a president pick up an employee? Thus, she smiled and said, I merely wanted to greet you. The hospital is your first investment project. Do your best. Thank you for your concern, General Manager Luo. Xu Fei beamed. It is quite commendable that you, as the president, care for me, unlike certain colleagues who, relying on their seniority, merely bully others. At that moment, another voice interjected, Xu Fei, which colleague are you referring to? Just as Xu Fei's words trailed off, he realized he had spoken too soon. That voice, however, as he turned around, he found Luo Li standing right beside him. Oh no, he had been caught red-handed. Luo Li exchanged a glance with the blonde assistant, signaling her to leave. The assistant, understanding, quickly said, all right, you should communicate more with your colleagues. I have things to attend to. I will take my leave now. With that, the assistant sped away, leaving only Xu Fei and Luo Li. Luo Li regarded Xu Fei, her displeasure mounting. I didn't report you to General Manager Luo, yet you claim I bully you? Did you not bully me? Xu Fei raised his hands in surrender. Fine, I shall not waste words with you. I am leaving. With that, he hurriedly exited the scene and found his vehicle, departing the parking lot. Xu Fei glanced back at Luo Li and asked, "So, you've been here for ages. Is it that you have no car, or is no one coming to pick you up? Why should you concern yourself with that?" Luo Li turned her face away. Xu Fei mocked, "Huh? You act all elite and professional. Surely you can afford a vehicle? You." Hearing this, Luo Li felt an even greater surge of anger. That car was indeed hers, and she had intended for the blonde assistant to pick her up. Unexpectedly encountering, Xu Fei led the other party to leave first. At that moment, Jean Fei was drenched in sweat. She hurriedly explained, "I seem to have forgotten something, Mr. Luo. You truly are a person of considerable forgetfulness." Xu Fei smiled broadly, genuinely believing that this Jean Fei, potentially the sister of Luo Yao, was quite approachable compared to the individual beside him. Not only did she not create difficulties for him, but she also showed great concern for her employees. However, the true figure standing beside Xu Fei, Luo Li, was exceedingly anxious. She shot another glance at Jean Fei, signaling to let it go and retrieve it tomorrow. Jean Fei scratched her head, pondering what Luo Li would do next. Upon hearing this, Luo Li looked at Jean Fei with surprise. Realizing her mistake, Jean Fei immediately recognized her blunder. Before she could retract her statement, Xu Fei quickly interjected, "All right, I have nothing on my plate anyway." Luo Li's expression darkened at his words. "Who asked you to offer a ride? Huh, what are you pretending for? We're just colleagues. As long as you don't bully me, I'm quite easygoing." Xu Fei reached out, pulling Luo Li over. "Eh." Luo Li turned sideways and sat down in the back seat, momentarily stunned. Wow, this person is impressive. Witnessing this scene, Jean Fei's heart felt as if it had been struck by thunder. In a panic, she pressed the gas pedal hard and fled the scene. Luo Li, observing her most competent subordinate fleeing, was filled with astonishment and helplessness. "Hold on, I'm quite fast. If you fall off later, I will not take responsibility," Xu Fei exclaimed, accelerating suddenly. Luo Li swayed and quickly grabbed the hem of Xu Fei's shirt. She could have used her peculiar energy to maintain balance or jumped out of the vehicle, but doing so would expose her level. It was unlikely that any individual of her caliber would willingly settle for being a mere employee. However, as Xu Fei's speed increased, Luo Li had no choice but to cling tightly to his waist. "Xu Fei, can you slow down?" Chapter 60. One might mistakenly believe you are the boss. By the way, Xu Fei suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing Luo Li to press against his back. "Xu Fei," Luo Li said, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. "Do you even know how to ride? My home is—" Just as she began to speak, she realized and stopped. "What? Afraid of revealing your address?" Xu Fei Chuka, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Or are you worried about being seen with a boyfriend?" "What boyfriend? I don't need such a thing." "Then where would you like to go?" "Anywhere is fine." At this point, Luo Li appeared somewhat perplexed. Indeed, that would pose a challenge. Xu Fei scrutinized her, contemplating. If it didn't deliver her properly, she might report him, though this task was not within his job description. Such trivial matters could leave an impression of irresponsibility in the eyes of the president. Work is manageable, but interpersonal relationships are not so easy to handle. The key point was, he couldn't possibly take her to his home. His undercover identity was already sensitive. Furthermore, given that this colleague's rank was not high, encountering by Li could jeopardize his life. He could easily be accused of attempting to harm a colleague. Moreover, this colleague might very well be the president sent to monitor him and ascertain whether he was indeed an undercover agent. Wait, Xu Fei's expression shifted, revealing a faint smile. "How about food delivery?" Luo Li looked puzzled. Luo Li pursed her lips, contemplating. The notion of food delivery thriving in an extraordinary world attested to its feasibility. The company had already intended to develop this sector. With this in mind, Luo Li nodded and cautioned, "But can you ride a bit slower?" "I'll try my best." Xu Fei turned around and took out his phone. Ding! You have a new order. As he opened the delivery app, dozens of food orders popped up in succession. "This one won't work. It's too far." "Ouch! This price is too low. Not suitable." "Oh, this one is quite good." Xu Fei's gaze lingered on the last order. It was from a specialized vehicle store, and the distance was quite reasonable. It would also be a good opportunity to see what extraordinary vehicles existed in this realm. "Hold on tight. We're off." Xu Fei clicked to accept the order and sped off with Luo Li toward the shop. In just a few minutes, Xu Fei retrieved the food and turned the vehicle around. Luo Li, seated in the back, felt the cold wind brush against her face, observing the streets with a complex expression. In the past, she had always traveled in various luxury vehicles, escorted by dedicated drivers. Apart from work, she rarely exposed herself in public, let alone appearing on the streets in such a manner. Now, however, she suddenly felt that this sense of freedom seemed rather delightful. "We've arrived." Xu Fei braked again, prompting Luo Li to quickly clutch his waist. "The specialized vehicle store?" Luo Li disembarked, gazing at this familiar place, utterly bewildered. "What are you dawdling for?" Xu Fei, holding the food, handed it to Luo Li and said, "Here, you go deliver it. The recipient is the manager of this shop." "Me? Deliver it?" Luo Li pointed at herself, her expression shifting. "Yes, otherwise you'll just follow me and do nothing." "I refuse." Luo Li turned her head, crossing her arms. "I am a distinguished daughter of the Luo family, the president of numerous companies under the Luo group. You, a mere human, actually expect me to deliver food to others? Most importantly, this specialized vehicle store is one of my family's enterprises. Having her deliver food to her own employees was simply absurd. Of course, she could only suppress these thoughts, not daring to voice them. "Oh, still putting on airs of a young lady?" Xu Fei's expression shifted slightly, laced with sarcasm. "One might mistake you for the owner of this establishment." "You?" Luo Li was left speechless by Xu Fei's retort. "The owner of this shop?" Even the owner would have to bow and greet her with respect. "In any case, I won't go inside. That's final." At that moment, a female extraordinary clad in black professional attire emerged from the store. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with a commendable aura. "Is that my delivery?" Upon seeing the extraordinary approach, Luo Li quickly turned away, fearful of being recognized. Xu Fei, unable to do otherwise, chuckled as he handed the food to the woman. "Enjoy your meal." "Thank you." The female extraordinary manager responded politely. However, as she took the delivery, she cast a glance at Luo Li behind Xu Fei. The manager smiled broadly. "Not bad, young man. A human like you actually has such a beautiful companion to run deliveries with." Upon hearing this, Luo Li's face turned ashen, yet she dared not express her anger. She could only clench her fists, standing there fuming. "You misunderstood. She is not my companion." Xu Fei, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Besides, you didn't even see her face. How can you tell she's beautiful?" "Young man, does one need to see the face?" The female extraordinary manager, still smiling, assessed Luo Li's silhouette. "Just look at her figure and demeanor. I have lived for so many years, yet I have only encountered one peculiar entity." As the female manager of the strange beings pondered this, an ominous feeling surged within her. Suddenly she thought, "What? Mr. Luo?" At that moment, her heart raced violently, causing the takeout in her hands to slip and fall to the ground. Xu Fei, who had just turned around, was taken aback upon seeing the takeout on the floor. What the heck? Could this female manager be trying to set me up like that taxi driver before? Sheesh, I almost forgot. Without Bai Lily around, delivering takeout is far from safe. I can't possibly rely on this new colleague for protection, can I? Had I known, I wouldn't have delivered it. I wonder if this new colleague's level is even comparable to the ones opposite. After all, the pressure radiating from this female manager indicates she is of considerable caliber as well. At this moment, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Xu Fei felt utterly speechless. Since he began delivering takeout, it seemed there had not been a single complete meal. Two individuals of dubious nature stood here. Although they were physically present, their thoughts diverged significantly. One feared being ensnared by the bazaar. Another dreaded the exposure of their identity, while the third was concerned about speaking amiss. Chapter 61. Could this female entity be enamored with me? The female manager of the strange beings opened her mouth, only to be met with Luo Li's terrifying gaze. Following that, Luo Li's expression shifted, and she approached with a broad smile. "Sister, I didn't know you worked here." Upon hearing this, the female manager's gaze darted rapidly between Xu Fei and Luo Li. Having ascended to the position of manager, she quickly grasped the implications of this encounter. The female manager also wore a smile, exclaiming, "Huh, I never expected to run into you here." Seeing the two entities interact in this manner, Xu Fei was momentarily stunned. You two know each other? Indeed. Luo Li and the female manager replied in unison, sharing a knowing smile. Luo Li further explained, She's a friend from my hometown. We haven't seen each other in ages. That's wonderful, Xu Fei thought to himself, feeling relieved. So this takeout is no longer an issue. It's all good. I'm just happy to see an old friend. The female manager waved her hand dismissively, though she was inwardly anxious. The matter of takeout had become trivial. The primary concern was to play along with the boss's superior. A moment's oversight could cost her job, or worse, her very life. What astonished her most was the thought of why Mr. Luo would be running takeout with a human. Could it be that Mr. Luo was in a romantic relationship? But that couldn't be. Mr. Luo was clearly averse to marriage. The crucial point was that the counterpart was a human. Could it be that Mr. Luo merely claimed to be against marriage while secretly keeping a man? Moreover, it appeared that this human was entirely unaware of Mr. Luo's true identity. Thus, Mr. Luo must be deliberately concealing her identity while courting a human. My heavens! This was precisely the scenario of an invisible CEO falling in love with me from a romance novel. And it was unfolding in reality. At that moment, Luo Li interjected, disrupting her train of thought. By the way, we can catch up another time. I still need to accompany him for the delivery. As she spoke, Luo Li prepared to leave. Wait. Xu Fei immediately grasped Luo Li's arm and said, It's fine if the delivery is delayed. I'd like to take a look at the showroom. Upon seeing Xu Fei holding onto Luo Li's hand, the female manager couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Her mind racing with countless scenarios. Looking at cars? Luo Li furrowed her brow. Xu Fei nodded earnestly. Yes, since you have a connection here. I thought I might come to buy a car in the future. You? Luo Li scrutinized Xu Fei, scoffing. Do you even know how much the cars cost here? No idea, but it shouldn't cost anything to look, right? Xu Fei responded, then turned his gaze to the female manager. Seeing this, the female manager nodded. Indeed. Looking is free. You see, your friend has already said so. Why not accompany me for a look? Xu Fei continued, If I make enough money to buy a car, I could drive you home after work, so you wouldn't have to sit on that little stool anymore. Oh my, how sweet. The notion of a boyfriend delivering takeout, aspiring to earn enough for a luxury car just to pick up his girlfriend after work, made the female manager's heart flutter. When will I encounter such a wonderful man? Or perhaps a male entity? Seeing Xu Fei's hesitant demeanor, Luo Li took a deep breath. All right then, let's take a look. Let's go. Xu Fei was overjoyed. Under the guidance of the female manager, they arrived at the showroom. At that moment, the other sales staff had already clocked out, leaving only the manager behind. Xu Fei gazed at the dazzling array of luxury cars before him and inquired, What is the price of the cheapest car here? The female manager, beaming, replied, The cheapest one requires 10 million Guai coins. 10 million? Xu Fei stroked his chin. That doesn't seem exorbitant. Not exorbitant? Luo Li chuckled incredulously. You think you can come up with 10 million? You needn't worry about that. We have investments, right? Xu Fei waved his hand dismissively and ultimately stopped in front of a yellow sports car. This vehicle bore a resemblance to a Lamborghini, but featured sharper and more aggressive lines. Especially striking was the grille, reminiscent of demonic teeth, exuding a formidable aura. Coupled with the black racing stripes, it instantly captivated Xu Fei. What about this one? This is a Class A strange vehicle, our current flagship, priced at 100 million. The female manager replied with a smile. 100 million? Xu Fei found himself increasingly enamored with the car. However, that sum represented his entire fortune, and he currently lacked the financial capability for such a purchase. Yet, one must admit, the car was exceptionally stunning. The price was not particularly outrageous either. Considering the boundless energy available here, one could drive it without worry. The female manager's gaze continually shifted between Luo Li and Xu Fei. Just 100 million? For ordinary entities, that price is indeed steep. Yet, with a nod from Mr. Luo, every car in the store would be at her disposal. Unfortunately, Mr. Luo still had to conceal her identity. Suddenly, the female manager had an epiphany. After managing the store for so long, even as a manager, her prospects seemed limited. Perhaps, like in the novels, this was her chance to take a gamble. If Mr. Luo genuinely had feelings for this human, her future prospects would be boundless. Moreover, if this human drove, Wouldn't it ultimately benefit Mr. Luo? With a beaming smile, she addressed Xu Fei. Sir, I can see you have a fondness for this car. How about I let you take it for a spin? Huh? Xu Fei raised an eyebrow. You can lend it to me? Of course. The female manager maintained her cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei felt an unsettling sensation. Such a fortuitous offer seemed too dangerous. Even if the manager had a good rapport with her colleagues, it was still too generous. There might be ulterior motives at play, until the hidden hints revealed themselves. He couldn't afford to fall into a trap. At that moment, Luo Li frowned and questioned, Sister, isn't this inappropriate? If the company finds out you're doing this, won't you fear violating the rules? The female manager's heart sank. Something felt off. However, having already spoken, she had no choice but to press on. After all, it was either a promotion and a brighter future or utter failure. Rather than stagnating, why not trade 100 million for a promising future? After all, after years as a manager, her entire savings amounted to precisely that sum. If she could climb higher, the returns would far exceed that 100 million. Worst case scenario, she could always order takeout and feast on some decent meals. It's a gamble. I wager that Luo Zong genuinely harbors affection for this individual. Moreover, she purchased it with her own money, which does not contravene any rules. Thus, the female manager, emboldened, strode directly to Luo Li's side. Sister, you have fortuitously encountered a good man. Even I am moved. Have you considered that if he can drive this car, you might endure less hardship? The enjoyment is yours as well. Today, I shall take the liberty of gifting this vehicle to this gentleman as my token of introduction, betting that he will surely amass great wealth in the future. With that, the female manager turned and retrieved a card reader from the front desk. She produced her card without hesitation and entered her password. Instantly, her card transformed into a white card, transferring all her savings into the company account. She then pivoted and unhesitatingly opened the car door, handing the keys to Xu Fei. Take this as my gift to you. If you achieve success in the future, do not forget your sister. At this moment, Luo Li's mind went blank. Xu Fei, receiving the keys, mirrored her disbelief. Could it be that this female manager has taken a liking to me? Chapter 62. Lowering the car window, he listened to the sound of shattered dreams. This bizarre world seemed too surreal. The critical point was that the hidden prompt had yet to appear, and he had thus acquired a supercar valued at 100 million. Could it be due to his colleague? But that shouldn't be the case. They were both from the same hometown and merely working. If she were to gift a car to every compatriot she encountered, it would be unmanageable. Perhaps she had discerned that he would eventually become wealthy, thus investing in him in advance. After all, she had mentioned not forgetting her when he became prosperous. Yet, to a rational person, such an investment seemed exceedingly audacious. If Xu Fei had not received the hidden prompt, he would not have dared to act in this manner. After a tempest of thoughts, Xu Fei concluded that this explanation seemed the most plausible. Well, time is of the essence. I must close up now. You should drive the car away. Under the female manager's urging, Xu Fei wasted no time and entered the vehicle. He glanced at the still-dazed Luo Li and waved, "Come on, brother will take you for a spin." Luo Li looked at the female manager, but said nothing, reluctantly taking her seat in the passenger side. Indeed, the female manager's act of purchasing the car for Xu Fei did not violate any regulations. However, such actions could easily lead to misunderstandings. If Xu Fei discovered that the car was a gift from her, her identity might be compromised. Virum, not bad, it's a fine car. Xu Fei started the engine, gradually driving onto the street. He could not help but cast a glance at Luo Li beside him and inquired, "Is this fellow from our hometown wealthy?" Luo Li shook her head. "Not really. She probably is only that sum." Xu Fei chuckled. "Then why do you think she would give me this car?" "Perhaps." Luo Li pondered briefly before responding, "It is to meet company targets?" "You fool," Xu Fei replied disdainfully. "If it were merely for company targets, she could easily buy one for herself." Luo Li was taken aback. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Then she must be out of her mind." "No," Xu Fei said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "I feel she has a good eye for people. I will undoubtedly become wealthy." How narcissistic. This is not narcissism. It is confidence. Once the investment in the terrifying hospital succeeds, you will understand. Xu Fei declared, suddenly pressing the accelerator. Under the night sky, the supercar roared like a streak of yellow lightning along the highway. The strange beings on the streets could hear the growls from afar before even spotting the car. Pausing to watch, as they entered a bustling avenue, Xu Fei naturally slowed down. Envious glances poured in from all directions. Even in this bizarre world, such cars were exceedingly rare. At that moment, a dilapidated van parked by the roadside caught the attention of a diminutive figure gnawing on a piece of bread. He too was captivated by the yellow flash. No man could resist the allure of a supercar, and this individual was no other than a ninja contestant from Yinghua country. Since losing 50,000 during the last bazaar event, he had spent 2,000 to purchase a well-worn van, solely to earn money after work by hauling goods, striving to recover his prior losses through sheer effort. Thankfully, the rewards were decent, and he would soon gather enough to complete his matchmaking mission. Meanwhile, viewers in the Yinghua country's official live broadcast room were equally mesmerized by the yellow flash, beginning to chatter excitedly. Wow, such a handsome car in the bizarre world. It is indeed striking, and it appears quite expensive. That is for sure. I wonder when our Yamamoto will drive such a car. Let us not kid ourselves. How many contestants actually own a car? We're fortunate to have a van. Yes, Yamamoto is working hard. He should complete his task soon. The Dragon Country stream has been blacked out. I wonder how Xu Fei is faring. What would he be doing? Surely waiting to die in bed. Otherwise, why the blackout? Huh? Why has this supercar stopped in front of Yamamoto? Wait, doesn't the driver look familiar? Is that Xu Fei? Someone exclaimed, and instantly, all eyes in the Yinghua live broadcast room focused on Xu Fei. In a mere moment, the barrage of comments erupted. Meanwhile, the Dragon Country viewers, scattered across various international channels due to the blackout, were equally stunned. Xu Shun? Where is Xu Shun? Wow, Xu Shun has indeed gotten himself a supercar. Not just a supercar. Did you not see the stunning beauty beside him? I can't believe that in just a couple of days, Xu Shun has risen so high. Wow, supercar and beauty. Has Xu Shun completed his matchmaking task? Surely not. If he had, wouldn't there be an announcement? So, which high-level anomaly has taken a liking to Xu Shun? This is hilarious. Yinghua thinks driving a van makes one superior. Huh? Why are the Yinghua viewers silent? Do they not wish to comment? As Xu Fei appeared on screen, the Dragon Country audience became electrified. The previous sense of superiority among Yinghua viewers dissipated, their expressions turning sour. Yet, faced with the overwhelming barrage from the Dragon Country, they lacked even the courage to resist. Though a few comments emerged, they were utterly overshadowed by the formidable presence of Dragon Country's commentary. At that moment, in the bizarre world, Yamamoto, observing Xu Fei's car halt before him, suddenly felt the bread in his hand turn bitter. He gazed at Xu Fei lowering the car window, astonished and perplexed, yet concurrently overwhelmed with intense jealousy and rage. He had toiled relentlessly towards his goal of 100,000, and he was undeniably the fastest among all contestants. Yet, in an instant, he felt that his perseverance and efforts had become utterly meaningless. After all, even if he fulfilled the requirements for the arranged marriage, he remained oblivious to the true caliber of his potential partner, let alone how she might evolve in appearance. Yet in the realm of reality, Xu Fei found himself confronted with an astonishing sight. A stunning beauty, rivaling Luo Yao in allure, emerged before him, driving a luxury sports car. At that moment, his resolve shattered like glass, scattering into countless fragments upon the ground. I cannot endure this. Suddenly, contestant Yamamoto, driven by a surge of panic, slammed down on the accelerator, desperate to escape to a place devoid of Xu Fei's presence. Naturally, his van, despite its speed, paled in comparison to the billion-yuan yellow lightning. Xu Fei merely pressed the gas pedal lightly, effortlessly matching Yamamoto's pace. He rolled down the window and shouted, "Come on, buddy, I'm not a ghost. Why are you running from me?" Yamamoto, gasping for breath, felt tears threaten to spill from his eyes. "I beg you, please don't come near. I know you're doing well, but just don't appear before me, all right?" Chapter 63. Lili, have you been secretly dating? What is wrong with him? Luoli observed the grotesque expression on Yamamoto's face, her own confusion evident. Xu Fei waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. He probably got startled seeing you." "What do you mean?" Luoli furrowed her brows, questioning. "Can't you speak properly?" "I can't," Xu Fei replied with an awkward smile. After all, it was the hidden hint that prompted her to confront him, leaving him with no recourse. Luoli felt a surge of frustration. Yet, the more agitated she became, the more she anticipated the moment Xu Fei's investment would falter. In her mind, she envisioned a scenario where Xu Fei, having lost money, would be on his knees in the office, begging for mercy beneath her high heels. The thought of such a self-assured individual being trampled would surely be delightful. And when he finally discovered that she was the true CEO, the expression on his face would undoubtedly be priceless. With this thought, a smug smile crept on Luo Li's face. Never mind, this is dull. Xu Fei gradually reduced his speed, and the cherry blossom contestant swiftly vanished from sight. He then drove towards the mysterious car dealership. What else could he do? Xu Fei shut the car door and mounted his motorcycle once more. After all, the motorcycle was provided by the delivery company. It couldn't be left behind. Moreover, for him, departing alone was the wisest choice. See you tomorrow. Huh? Luo Li watched Xu Fei's retreating figure, her expression tinged with curiosity. This guy is rather intriguing. Before Xu Fei's appearance, she had never experienced anything like this. It was oddly entertaining. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her demeanor shifted to seriousness. Don't get too pleased with yourself. If you dare to let the company suffer losses, punishment will still follow. Suddenly, an aura of eerie pressure erupted, and with the infusion of strange energy, the yellow lightning vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, Xu Fei, clutching the red jelly from the bloody restaurant, sped towards his residence. Time was slipping away, and he wondered what Bai Lili was up to. Before long, after parking his vehicle, he hurried upstairs. However, upon opening the door, he was left dumbfounded. The living room was in chaos, items strewn everywhere. Particularly, the genuine leather sofa was in tatters. What on earth happened? Did a monster break in? Xu Fei's heart raced as he quickly set the jelly down and dashed towards the bedroom. Little one? Upon entering the bedroom, he found Bai Lili sleeping soundly, clutching her pillow. However, the sight was unsettling. Her two canine teeth were deeply embedded in the pillow. Could it be that Bai Lili caused all this? Was she an unruly creature with a penchant for destruction? Xu Fei approached and gently tapped her shoulder. Wake up. Bai Lili rubbed her eyes. But in the next instant, her grayish-white pupils glimmered with moisture. She sprang up and leaped onto Xu Fei, pinning him down on the bed. Despite her small stature, she held him immobile. Woo-woo, she pouted with a look of grievance. Yet, almost immediately, she opened her mouth, her sharp teeth gleaming, and without hesitation, she sank them into Xu Fei's neck, sucking eagerly. Wait, I brought you something to eat. It's in the living room. However, Bai Lili seemed utterly oblivious and continued her relentless feeding. Suddenly, she paused, releasing Xu Fei. Confused, he asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Lili wiped the blood from her mouth, frowning as she leaned closer to Xu Fei, sniffing. At that moment, Xu Fei felt a chill. This scene seemed oddly familiar. Bai Lili slowly rose, fixing her gaze on Xu Fei, demanding, "Little Xu Fei, you smell of another female creature. Tell me, have you been secretly seeing someone behind my back?" What? Xu Fei broke into a cold sweat, but soon a realization dawned on him. Lili, that's not quite right. What's not right? I have to interact with colleagues while at work. Isn't it normal to carry some scent? I suppose that's true. Bai Lili pondered, nibbling her finger, but soon she sensed something amiss. She leaned closer to Xu Fei's waist, exclaiming, No, the scent is strongest here. You've embraced her. Really, nothing happened. Bai Lili remained skeptical. Xu Fei raised an eyebrow. What? Are you hoping for something to happen? Who said that? Bai Lili's face flushed crimson as she retorted, I just don't want to hurt Yao Yao. I'm being responsible. Hearing this, Xu Fei was reminded of Zi Tong, who had echoed similar sentiments. Xu Fei gazed intently at Bai Lili, letting out a deep sigh. He wasn't a fool. He could clearly see what Bai Lili's demeanor implied. Yet, with Luo Yao and Zi Tong already a handful, adding Bai Lili into the mix was bound to complicate matters. And most crucially, there was still the matter of the arranged marriage. If the prospective partner turned out to be a creature as well, wouldn't he be the one to suffer? Xu Fei suddenly felt as though he would inevitably be stabbed by a multitude of knives. No more thinking. Time was running short, and with tomorrow's field investigation ahead, dwelling on this would likely result in a sleepless night. Just as Xu Fei prepared to rise, Bai Lili resumed her voracious feeding. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a phone rang. Bai Lili picked up her phone, abruptly sitting up in alarm. Warning, little Xu Fei, don't make a sound. She hurriedly answered the call. Hello? Seeing this, Xu Fei's mind raced. Rather than risk Luo Yao discovering him, it would be wiser to inform her of his situation now. That way, if things escalated, he wouldn't be left scrambling for explanations later. With this in mind, Xu Fei quickly spoke, Yao, but in the next instant a wave of eerie energy surged, rendering him voiceless. On the other end of the line, Luo Yao expressed her confusion. Lili, did I just hear a man's voice? Bai Lili's face blanched as she hurriedly replied, No, there's no man here. Lili, you're not secretly dating someone, are you? Of course not. How could I possibly be in a relationship? You can keep arguing, but I already know everything. Oh, you know everything? Bai Lili's hand trembled as she held her phone. Indeed, with your demeanor, you must be in a relationship. Who's your partner? Upon hearing this, Bai Lili sighed in relief. Well, I can't tell you just yet, you stingy person. However, the happiest part of being in love is sharing kisses with your beloved. And I have experience in that. Would you like to learn? Kissing? Bai Lili's gaze involuntarily drifted to Xu Fei's lips. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed once more. She bit her lip and softly inquired, So Yao, how does one kiss? Chapter 64. President Luo, could it be that you're in love? A kiss should be initiated boldly. If you truly like him, you will be unable to resist the urge to kiss him. Luo Yao's tone was light and cheerful, as if reminiscing about something delightful. However, she quickly reminded, By the way, Lili, don't forget the task I entrusted you with while you indulge in your romantic thoughts. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Bai Lili's eyes. Don't worry, Yao, I won't forget. That's good. If it weren't for the fear of my sister discovering my relationship, I wouldn't trouble you. All right, I understand. I'm about to begin. Bai Lili hung up the phone, her small hands cradling Xu Fei's face. Yao, this is all your advice. I bled so much to save your boyfriend. It's only fair that he compensates me a little, right? After all, it's just this once. As she spoke, her heart raced, and the flush on her face became even more pronounced, spreading down to her neck. Xu Fei, witnessing this, felt equally anxious. He wanted to speak, yet found himself rendered mute. Yao, you can't blame me for this. It's entirely your doing. At that moment, Bai Lili closed her eyes and leaned down to kiss Xu Fei, landing a steady kiss upon his lips. The strange energy emanating from her began to grow chaotic. Xu Fei shuddered involuntarily. Though he had kissed other girls before, Bai Lili, petite as she was, exceeded his expectations with her fervor. Her hands shifted from his cheeks to entwine around his neck. Only then did Xu Fei realize how sharp her little canine teeth were, and he dared not touch her lightly. The entire encounter seemed to last an eternity, even longer than Bai Lili's usual bloodsucking. Due to her vampiric nature, her saliva acted like a numbing agent, rendering Xu Fei's mouth completely numb. He could only surrender to Bai Lili's whims. If Luo Yao was like the icy sweetness of lychee and Zitone was akin to the succulent tenderness of honeydew, then Bai Lili embodied a delicate, soft strawberry. Xu Fei, I regret it. Suddenly, Bai Lili sat up and gazed at Xu Fei, her eyelashes fluttering. Xu Fei inhaled deeply. Could it be that she felt guilty for having her friend's boyfriend? That seemed plausible. After all, girls like Zitone, who enjoyed such dynamics, were rare even in the supernatural realm. Moreover, Bai Lili did not seem to possess that kind of personality at first glance. Thus, Xu Fei awkwardly smiled and weakly suggested, Well, could you let go of me? No, Bai Lili declared resolutely. Xu Fei was left puzzled. But didn't you just say you regretted it? What I regret is what I said earlier, Bai Lili replied, biting her finger. I don't want it to be just this once. Before Xu Fei could ponder further, Bai Lili lunged at him again. That night, there was no rain in the eerie surroundings as Bai Lili nestled on Xu Fei's body, peacefully asleep. Until the next morning, Xu Fei awoke pale and utterly drained. After all, he had endured an entire night of bloodletting at Bai Lili's hands. Merely surviving without being drained entirely was a feat, thankfully. Luo Yao had not imparted any additional lessons, or he feared he might not even make it to class. Royal blood had enhanced Xu Fei's physical attributes, but against an ordinary supernatural being, it had a significant effect. However, it could not withstand the ferocity of being drained by a vampire. Little one, I'm off to work. Gazing at the slumbering by Lily, Xu Fei took a shower, freshened up, and then went downstairs to ride his motorcycle. He dragged his weary body to the blood restaurant and purchased 2 bottles of blood beverages to rejuvenate himself. Xu Fei couldn't help but reflect. When he first arrived, he had no appetite for such drinks, but now he felt as if he could scarcely survive without them. How refreshing! After a simple replenishment, Xu Fei's condition improved considerably, and he headed towards the company. Meanwhile, at the terrifying investment company, the door to the president's office swung open, and Luo Li strode in wearing high heels. Today, she donned an off-shoulder black gown, tied with a gray silk scarf around her neck. Most notably, she wore gray stockings adorned with lace. Upon seeing Luo Li enter, the blonde supernatural being seated at the desk immediately stood up, lowering her head. "President Luo, I was wrong about yesterday." "Enough, don't say any more." Luo Li seemed unfazed and waved her hand dismissively. "Has the finance department notified you? We are to conduct an on-site inspection at the hospital today. If there are no significant issues, we will proceed with the investment." The blonde supernatural being stole a glance at Luo Li. "President, everything has been arranged." "That's good. I'll wait for Xu Fei outside," Luo Li said before turning and leaving the office. Watching Luo Li's retreating figure, the blonde supernatural being felt both anxious and puzzled. She had worried all night, fearing that Luo Li would take punitive action today. To her surprise, nothing had happened. Moreover, Luo Li appeared to be in an even better mood than the day before. What was most unsettling, however, was Luo Li's attire. She seemed to have embraced a more feminine style. In the past, Luo Li would never have worn a long dress to the office, nor would she have donned the same color stockings for 2 consecutive days. When did President Luo start to take a liking to gray? At this point, the blonde supernatural being rummaged through her bag, ultimately retrieving a book with a yellow cover. Found it. The Anthology of Human Love Stories seems to contain insights. It stated that when a woman begins to change her style of dress, or even her usual demeanor, it often signifies she is in love. Upon reading this, the blonde supernatural being's pupils dilated in shock. Impossible. How could President Luo be in love? This must be a misunderstanding. Yes, it has to be a misunderstanding. But if it were true, then who would her partner be? It couldn't possibly be Xu Fei, could it? Meanwhile, with 10 minutes to go before the start of work, Xu Fei finally arrived at the company. As he ascended the stairs, he spotted Luo Li standing at the entrance of the office area. "You're here." Noticing Xu Fei's slightly listless appearance, Luo Li frowned and asked, "What is wrong? Didn't you get enough rest last night?" Xu Fei akwadi sumai. Luo Li's brow furrowed. "You knew we had a hospital inspection today. Why didn't you rest earlier?" Xu Fei felt helpless. He had intended to rest early, but Lily wouldn't allow it. Although supernatural beings could not easily harm humans, Xu Fei was already Lily's blood servant, his fate firmly in her grasp. Forget it. Luo Li chose not to pursue the matter further, tossing the keys to her supercar to Xu Fei. "Bring the documents. I'll fetch the card from the finance department. See you at the parking lot." All right, though his backyard might erupt into chaos at any moment, the task at hand was equally pressing, given the magnitude of the 10 billion yuan matchmaking assignment. This investment will undoubtedly serve as his opportunity to amass a second fortune. Chapter 65. The Terrifying Hospital's Strange Events, A Price of Blood. Upon acquiring the documents, Xu Fei wasted no time and made his way to the parking lot. Luo Li had already been waiting by the car for quite some time. She scrutinized Xu Fei, sensing something was amiss. Perhaps it was a woman's innate intuition, but she felt that Xu Fei had encountered some grave ordeal the previous night. As he entered the car, Xu Fei opened the door and Luo Li took her place in the passenger seat. Her gaze remained fixed on him, her brows furrowed. "Xu Fei, tell me honestly, what happened last night?" Xu Fei was taken aback. "Doesn't this have nothing to do with you?" "Nothing to do with me," Luo Li replied earnestly. "How can you work effectively in this state?" "I'm considering the company's interests." "I'm fine, let us get going." Xu Fei started the vehicle, following the navigation towards the terrifying hospital. Throughout the journey, Luo Li's eyes remained glued to Xu Fei, unwavering. This guy must have encountered something significant. Otherwise, why wouldn't he even glance at his legs? However, soon, as the car sped along, she caught a whiff of a peculiar odor in the chilly air. Luo Li raised an eyebrow and sniffed, asking, Why do you smell so strongly of blood? Upon hearing this, Xu Fei felt a wave of dread wash over him. How could this woman be so sensitive to the scent lingering on him? Had he not bathed that morning? She might have detected the smell of blood from the blood beverage he purchased earlier. Blood beverage? Luo Li's curiosity piqued. Isn't that a specialty of the bloodthirsty restaurant? Only the vampiric creatures relish it. How dare you, a mere human, consume a blood beverage? Xu Fei scoffed. Have you heard of the demon egg? Luo Li's face contorted in disgust. What, a demon egg? I dare eat that. But a blood beverage? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's your choice. Xu Fei dismissed the discussion and accelerated the car. Within mere minutes, they arrived at their destination, the terrifying hospital. The building loomed ominously at the end of the street, its black and gray facade marred by years of neglect, with peeling walls exposing the decay beneath. As soon as they exited the vehicle, Xu Fei was met with a nauseating blend of rot and blood. At that moment, a bizarre male doctor clad in a white coat, wearing a mask, and possessing 6 arms emerged. It was evident that these arms varied in size and shape, resembling mismatched appendages rather than belonging to a single entity. You are from the horror company, correct? Indeed, we are here to discuss an investment. Xu Fei nodded, betraying no signs of anxiety. Follow me. Under the guidance of the peculiar doctor, Xu Fei and Luo Li entered the hospital. The corridor was dimly lit, with flickering lights and peeling walls that appeared to twist into grotesque faces. Suddenly, a piercing and terrifying scream echoed through the halls. Xu Fei instinctively grasped Luo Li's wrist. You. Luo Li glanced at him with disdain, yet she said nothing further and continued walking ahead. As they ventured deeper, a cacophony of horrifying sounds, chopping, grinding, and sawing, resonated around them. A pool of blood suddenly flowed from a surgical room ahead. The door to the operating theater stood ajar, and Xu Fei couldn't help but steal a glance inside. Several doctors in white coats surrounded an operating table, assisting a grotesque figure in reattaching various body parts. Luo Li seemed to perceive Xu Fei's confusion and explained, many anomalies elevate their status by reattaching limbs. Is that so? Yes, those who specialize in limb reattachment can reach a pseudo-level, their abilities surpassing the ordinary, but still falling short of true mastery. Understood. Xu Fei nodded slightly, gaining a new perspective on this eerie world. Fortunately, those he had encountered thus far were genuine beauties of the highest order. Yet, one must not overlook the terrifying nature of this world simply because of his unique experiences. To other competitors, this realm was far more daunting than Xu Fei could fathom. Suddenly, the peculiar doctor halted before an office. Our director is inside. You may enter. He opened the door, and Xu Fei and Luo Li stepped inside. With a bang, the door slammed shut as a strange figure emerged from the shadows. She wore a white coat drenched in blood, her body resembling a slender pole. The figure possessed 8 distinctly different arms, each wielding various instruments, a scalpel, scissors, and even a large cleaver. What horrified Xu Fei the most was her face, riddled with sutures. Though she had facial features, they appeared disjointed, as if they belonged to different bodies. He could sense that her aura far surpassed that of ordinary anomalies. Yet it lacked the overwhelming pressure of true mastery. Perhaps this was the pseudo-level anomaly his colleagues had spoken of. Welcome to the terrifying hospital. I am a director here. You may call me the dissector, Mary. As Mary finished speaking, a hidden prompt echoed in Xu Fei's mind. Hidden prompt. Do not hesitate. Proceed to sign the contract directly with her. Upon hearing the hidden prompt, Xu Fei promptly retrieved the contract from his documents and approached her. Here is the contract. As per your application, the investment amount is 100 million. No need for inquiries. I'm confident. Any losses will be my responsibility. Xu Fei waved his hand and unhesitatingly presented the contract to Mary. Since you are certain, please take the card. Luo Li said nothing further and handed over the anomaly card containing the 100 million investment. If this indeed leads to profit, it would be splendid. Yet even in loss, I shall ensure Xu Fei is left beneath my heel. Excellent, human. You possess keen insight. Mary accepted the contract, one of her hands grasping a pen from the table, signing without hesitation before taking the investment card. At that moment, A notification from the eerie world resonated in Xu Fei's mind. Dragon Kingdom contestant has successfully triggered the terrifying hospital anomaly event. Current anomaly event, price of blood. As the announcement faded, a dense black fog enveloped Xu Fei and Mary entirely. World rules? Sensing the immense power of the rules within the fog, even she could not interfere, leaving her to wait in place. Simultaneously, as the announcement echoed, all human contestants within the eerie realm were engulfed by the black mist. Upon seeing Xu Fei, their faces contorted with rage. Particularly, Yamamoto from Sakura Country was on the verge of losing his temper. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast flickered back to life. The previous announcement, followed by yet another anomaly event triggered by Xu Fei, it was evident that he was about to showcase his prowess once more. Uncertainty loomed regarding the nature of this new rule. Just then, from the shadows, the bald anomaly reappeared on stage, grinning at all the contestants. "I'm pleased to see you again. The price of blood rule game has commenced. Please find your respective rooms and offer your blood. The one who sheds the most blood in this round will receive a reward of 100 million, while the one who sheds the least will face obliteration. Thus, the stakes are clear. Either one claims a fortune or faces immediate erasure. Unlike the previous death roulette, where some participants could still gain a little here, once inside the room, one is utterly oblivious to how much blood others are willing to offer." Upon hearing this rule, not only the audience in the live stream, but also every human contestant present felt an intense surge of tension, scrutinizing each other closely. Each individual's physical condition varies, affecting the amount of blood they can donate. However, it is crucial to note that some will undoubtedly push themselves to the limit to avoid finishing last, as long as they do not succumb to shock or death. This truly is a rather grim game. The contestants around bore solemn expressions. Yet Xu Fei felt a strange sense of relaxation. Despite having lost a significant amount of blood to buy Lily the previous night, he managed to replenish himself with 2 bottles of blood drinks in the morning. Although he had not fully recovered to his peak condition, he felt his state improving with the passage of time. Furthermore, with By Lily's royal blood, it might just play a pivotal role in this challenge. At that moment, the bald man pointed mysteriously towards the room behind the curtain and said, "I believe everyone has understood the rules. Please proceed inside." As his words fell, all contestants began to make their way to their respective rooms. Similar to last time, the rooms were sparsely furnished with a single table, but this time, needles and blood collection tubes were laid out upon it. What caught the eye most was the transparent, cylindrical blood storage container, roughly the size of a small water barrel, with an approximate capacity of 10 liters. "Sir, we meet again," came a voice from the shadows of the room as Mary approached from the opposite side. "It's you." Upon seeing this peculiar figure, Xu Fei remained unhurried and calmly took a seat, inquiring, "By the way, what is the connection between my investment and this game?" "Of course," Mary replied, sitting opposite Xu Fei and smiling as she explained, "Without your investment, our bizarre events could not commence, and we would not have access to the rewards of the strange world." Xu Fei stroked his chin, thus realizing, "So you can also profit from these bizarre events?" "Indeed," she confirmed. Xu Fei recalled the previous casino bizarre event, the death roulette, where Leah had helped him secure 100 million, suggesting that her casino also stood to gain the same. In other words, had it not been for his connection with Zitong, Leah would have undoubtedly directed that prize towards another human. However, the other party was unaware that he possessed hidden insights. Even without their assistance, he could still claim the rewards. But then again, if Leah had chosen to assist another human, would that not result in 200 million being awarded? Contemplating this, Xu Fei inquired further, "What if 2 individuals tie for first place?" "That will not happen." Mary shook her head, elaborating, "The entity hosting the bizarre event will never allow 2 humans to receive rewards. The rules set forth by the strange world permit only one victor, and the entity cannot defy this. However, within these rules, it can tailor its own conditions." At this point, Xu Fei comprehended everything. Even the entities had their own whims. Much like the initial horror university, as long as they operated within the confines of the strange world's regulations, they could exercise their capriciousness. In essence, the entity presiding over the event could decide who wins. This made the connections between individuals exceedingly significant. Only an entity that was truly impartial and devoid of favoritism would adhere to the actual rules of ranking. Xu Fei took a deep breath and tentatively probed, "So, who do you believe will secure first place in this bizarre event?" There's no need for subtlety. Mary gazed at Xu Fei and began, "Under normal circumstances, I would ensure your victory, as you are an investor in our horror hospital. Furthermore," she hesitated briefly before continuing, "even if you were not an investor, my father would not allow you to perish." Xu Fei stared at Mary, feeling a shiver run down his spine. "Hold on, where does this strange connection come from?" Having connections is beneficial, yet this is our first meeting. Moreover, to be referred to as father by a peculiar entity indicates a higher-ranking male entity. Yet, he had no idea who that could be. Suddenly, the image of a stout figure flashed through Xu Fei's mind. Furrowing his brows, he asked earnestly, "Who is your father?" He is not only an empathetic emotional expert, but also the most distinguished gourmet in the bizarre world, Mary said, her eyes full of admiration. "He needs you to provide inspiration for his upcoming creations, and your taste in cuisine aligns with his high standards." Upon hearing this, Xu Fei's pupils dilated, his mouth slightly agape. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that the Mary before him was referring to none other than the loathed butcher from the Horror University. Simultaneously, the comment section of the Dragon Kingdom's live stream erupted in chaos. "What the? These bizarre entities are no longer pretending. Wasn't it emphasized last time that connections are paramount? So, all along, Su Shun's success relied not on luck, but purely on these bizarre relationships? Nonsense. Su Shun can consume the devil's egg. Do you see anyone else daring to do the same?" "Exactly, including those female entities. Everything has been earned by Su Shun himself." Haha, in terms of relationships in the bizarre realm, who dares to claim superiority over Su Shun? At this moment, representatives from other nations watched in utter disbelief. So, does this mean the Dragon Kingdom was predetermined to be the champion? Are we still playing? Were the rules tailored specifically for Xu Fei? I'm done watching. This is entirely a scam. Do you finally understand? If you view this as a romantic film, it's actually quite enjoyable. I find a live stream tolerable. But our contestants are genuinely struggling to draw blood and strategize their way through. If they were to learn of this, I shudder to think what would transpire. I just want to ask if other side quests will still be available. I can't bear to witness Xu Fei cheating. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom resonated with cheers, while other nations began to lament. Experts from various countries who had been analyzing Xu Fei suddenly felt deflated, hastily deleting or shredding documents as they deemed unnecessary. What is the point of research now? Research what exactly? Chapter 67. Regrettably, I could not trample Xu Fei underfoot. Xu Fei exhaled deeply. Perhaps in the eyes of humanity, the titles of emotional expert and gourmet seemed somewhat incongruous. Nevertheless, this was the bizarre world, and it could not be perceived from a conventional perspective. In Xu Fei's view, the chef's words on the playground had indeed saved his life. Now, due to this connection, it felt as though he had already received a premonition of victory in this game. There was nothing more to be said. He would undoubtedly treat the chef to a grand feast of devil's eggs when the opportunity arose. "Time is drawing near," Mary said, lifting the blood storage container with both hands. Simultaneously, she thrust the hand holding the scalpel into her shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Witnessing such a visually striking scene, Xu Fei could not help but raise an eyebrow. "Are you sure you're all right?" "I'm fine," Mary, with an expressionless face, explained. "My bone marrow was extracted from a formidable entity of the Blood Demon clan. They generate blood at an astonishing rate, and, typically, the blood food available on the market is derived from their blood. Quite the enigma, isn't it? Everything on one's body is sourced from other anomalies." Upon hearing this, Xu Fei couldn't help but recall the blood beverages he had consumed and the blood food he had ingested earlier. It seems the Bloodsucker clan entirely relies on the Blood Demon clan for sustenance. There is more than enough blood here. Mary then extended her two hands, deftly stitching up the wound. Subsequently, she placed a container filled with at least half a barrel of blood on the table. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention," Mary continued. "Luo Yao belongs to the Blood Demon clan. Members of the Blood Demon clan must replace their blood annually to maintain balance." Xu Fei stroked his chin, realizing that the excessive blood loss during his earlier encounter with Luo Yao was likely due to this reason. Similarly, Bai Lily's close relationship with Luo Yao must also be connected to this blood replacement trait. It implies that Bai Lily, too, must have drawn Luo Yao's blood, resulting in a situation where his body is no longer solely composed of his own blood. Well then, take the blood out. The game has concluded, Mary stated, rising and stepping into the darkness. Xu Fei gazed at the large vat of blood before him, his heart heavy with emotion. This must be at least 5 or 6 liters. For an ordinary person, such a quantity would nearly constitute their entire blood volume, leading to certain death. Thus, Xu Fei embraced the container and kicked open the door. At that moment, the others appeared pale and exceedingly weak, each presenting their own blood storage containers. It was a difficult sight to behold. His entrance instantly captivated everyone's attention, particularly upon seeing the large vat in Xu Fei's arms. The other contestants felt their hearts race, their eyes wide with disbelief. Are you a blood cow? One might wonder. Even a cow wouldn't survive after losing such a quantity of blood. How could a mere human possess so much blood? In an instant, especially for the contestant from Sakura country, Yamamoto, his breathing grew rapid. Xu Fei stepped into the crowd, placing the blood before him. The blood swayed, spilling a few drops in the process. Yet even the spilled blood exceeded what most had contributed. Witnessing this, the crowd's expressions shifted to envy and regret. Among them, a gaunt man, resembling a monkey, stepped forward, his motivation clear. His blood donation was visibly the least. Thus, he shouted at the bald host, impossible. How could he have so much blood? There must be some trickery involved. Host, I have reason to suspect he is cheating. The bald host cast a glance at him, reiterating, I do not wish to repeat myself. As long as the blood within is genuine, he passes. As he spoke, the bald host raised his hand, causing a drop of blood to leap from Xu Fei's container to his fingertip. He took a slight sip, nodding, indeed, this is blood. With that declaration, the expressions of all contestants turned grim. Clearly, this blood could not possibly belong to Xu Fei. It must be linked to some nefarious anomaly. Regardless, the reward of 100 million was now unattainable, but survival was paramount. Now, the bald host turned to the frail man, and suddenly, a dark hand materialized, seizing him. The sound of crunching bones echoed as the contestant was instantaneously crushed into a pulp, blood and entrails erupting forth, subsequently collapsing to the ground. Gazing upon the horrific remains, the faces of all contestants turned ashen. Shortly after, an announcement reverberated through the air. Toe contestant has been eliminated. Longwood contestant has successfully passed, earning 100 million Gwai coins. Gwai coins will be automatically credited after the event concludes. As the announcement concluded, the gates to the Gwai capital swung open once more. The bald host added, several among you are on the brink of fulfilling your matchmaking requirements. Should you succeed in your tasks, your partners will assist you in the forthcoming anomalous events. Best of luck to you all. Upon hearing this, the previously despondent contestants felt a surge of motivation. I just need 60,000 Gwai coins. Before the next anomalous event begins, I must complete my task. I too wish for a high-ranking female anomaly to aid me. Please. My request is over 1 million. If I win just once, I can fulfill my task. At this moment, everyone's gaze swiftly turned towards Yamamoto from Sakura country. His expression was one of extreme turmoil. He remained silent, hastily making his way toward the gate. Observing this, the others felt invigorated. In the live broadcast rooms across various nations, spectators watched their contestants strive with fervor, leaving them in silence. However, the Longwa live broadcast room was abuzz with excitement. Su Shun had already amassed 200 million. With another 800 million, he could enjoy a feast. Would there be a tipping feature then? I wish to contribute to Su Shun's funds. You need to prepare multiple contributions. Don't forget Luo Yao, Zitong by Lily, and this matchmaking partner. At this moment, my concern is not about passing, but how Su Shun will manage these relationships. More than that, I hope the live stream doesn't black out. I want to continue observing Su Shun's prowess. It can't be that he is continually engaged in those activities, can it? Yet, as Xu Fei stepped through the gate once more, the Longwa live broadcast room predictably plunged into darkness. In the terrifying hospital, Luo Li spotted Xu Fei and curiously inquired, "Did you pass smoothly? What do you think?" Xu Fei replied nonchalantly with a smile, Liufa. Look at your smug expression. What reward did you receive? What concern is it of yours? I earned this myself. Xu Fei waved his hand, not intending to divulge that he had secured 100 million. At that moment, Mary produced a black anomaly card, stating, according to the investment contract, this amounts to 150 million, principal and share. Your reward will be deposited separately onto your card. All right, Xu Fei nodded, accepting the anomaly card. The reward for the anomalous event granted Mary 100 million, and with the investment principal, it totaled 200 million. The 50 million was the agreed-upon share, implying that Mary had also profited 50 million. Xu Fei unhesitatingly took the anomaly card, remarking, see, I earned 50 million for the company. According to the share, I can claim 10 million. Consider yourself lucky to have encountered an anomalous event. For your share, go seek the finance department for settlement. Observing Mary's demeanor, Luoli surmised it was due to the latter's assistance. Despite the monetary gain, a twinge of disappointment crept into Luoli's heart, especially as she observed Xu Fei's triumphant expression, which irked her further. Regrettably, this time, she could not surpass Xu Fei. However, life is long, and opportunities abound. She did not believe Xu Fei could consistently rely on luck. Meanwhile, Xu Fei was thoroughly pleased, exclaiming, let us go. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to a meal. However, just as he spoke, Luo Li's phone received a text message. Upon reading the message, her expression instantly turned icy. Chapter 68. Could it be that Zi Tong is secretly dating behind my back? After parting ways with Xu Fei, her home was a grand estate spanning over 1,000 square meters. Unlike Bai Lily's estate and castle, this place is not far from the city center. In the city of the uncanny, such a location is unattainable even for the wealthy. Unless, of course, one can win the heart of the master's precious daughter. Luoli stepped into her family garden and spotted an elderly man in a gray outfit, his hair flecked with white, standing by the pond feeding the fish. He was Luo Yao's father, Luo Lan, one of the earliest entrepreneurs in the realm of the uncanny who profited from human patterns. Enterprises like the horror investment company were merely a fraction of his vast empire. In the grand expanse of the uncanny city, few knew the true depth of this entrepreneur's power. Yet, such a wealthy and influential figure was now consumed with concern for his daughter's romantic happiness. You must have seen the news. Starting tomorrow, you need not concern yourself with any company matters. As for my wager with the old demon Z, you need not worry. That is my affair, and I have my own plans. Luo Fu scattered fish feed into the pond, and a frenzy of toothy fish began to compete for it. Luo Li approached and coldly stated, I've already expressed my disinterest in romantic pursuits. My focus is solely on my work and earning money. Luo Fu's hands trembled as he retorted, we have earned more than enough. You should now take responsibility for your own happiness. I believe I am quite content. Luo Li replied defiantly, no, a life devoid of love is not truly happy. Then tell me, were you and my mother happy? At this, Luo Fu's anger flared. My relationship with your mother was merely a transaction, each of us fulfilling our needs. Exactly, love does not bring me happiness, Luo Li shrugged. No, it is different. Luo Fu shook his head, a vision of a man emerging in his mind. His fury escalated as he continued. It was that scoundrel Z who stole my greatest love, and he failed to protect her in the end. What does it matter how much money one has? The loss of true love is a lifetime of regret, foolish daughter. Enough. I've heard this tiresome tale of a love triangle more than 1,000 times. Luo Li scoffed, her face betraying her disdain. This was hardly a secret. She had long known that her father's affections did not lie with her mother, but with another female entity of the bloodline. In truth, she was her father's first love, who loved not him but his brother, the father of Zi Tong, who was born from that union. After failing in love, Luo Fu dedicated himself solely to amassing wealth, opting for a politically motivated marriage. Once they both had families, there was some communication between the two households, which allowed Luo Li and Zi Tong to grow up knowing each other. However, after Zi Tong's mother passed away, her father and the old demon Z fell out completely. This prior example solidified their mutual disdain for love, strengthening their bond. They viewed their fathers as cautionary tales, one who could not attain love, the other who could not protect the life of his beloved. As the saying goes, It is better to avoid entanglements than to invite loneliness. By steering clear of love, one is shielded from its potential pain. My daughter, why do you not understand? Luo Fu lamented, frustrated. Zitong's father is of the same age as you. And? Luo Li asked disinterestedly. And Luo Fu said earnestly, she has inherited the bloodline of the old demon. If a remarkable suitor appears between you two, how will you compete with her? Will you not find yourself in the same predicament as I did, helplessly watching your love be taken away? Impossible. Luo Li quickly dismissed the notion. Firstly, such coincidences do not occur. Secondly, Zitong and I have agreed not to believe in such things as love. Who can truly say what love is? How do you know she is not secretly dating someone behind her back? Luo Fu sighed. That is precisely why I will assist you in finding a suitable match to prevent such occurrences. So after all this, you still want me to go on a blind date? Luo Li crossed her arms defiantly. You claim to do this for my happiness. But have you considered that the potential match may not be suitable for me? How could it not be suitable? Do you not wish to continue working and earning money? Right now, I need you to set aside all your work and dedicate time to reading and learning how to engage in romance, he insisted. With that, Luo Fu produced 3 books with yellow covers. This is a collection of human love stories I had a friend bring for you. Study it well. Learn how human love is supposed to be expressed. You do not want to appear cold and unprepared when the time comes. Luo Li accepted the 3 books and then asked, is there nothing else? Seeing her take the books, Luo Fu's face lit up with joy. No, that's all. Luo Li turned and strode out of the garden. As she left, Luo Fu called after her, do not forget to read. Understood. But as soon as she stepped out into the courtyard, she tossed the books into a nearby patch of grass. What nonsense, love. Not even a dog would care. She scoffed. Then, she began to mentally bombard herself with thoughts of love's beauty. Yet today was different. Her father had even brought along his dear friend Zitong, claiming they both had an interest in the same suitor, only for Zitong to snatch him away. Absurd. How could such a ridiculous scenario unfold? Her father was clearly trying to sow discord between them. Luo Li rubbed her forehead, letting out a deep sigh. But when it came to Zitong, wait. Normally, it was Zitong who would call her for a chat. Yet recently, there had been no calls. Could it be that her father was right, and Zitong was secretly dating someone? Surely not. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Luo Li headed toward the company while pulling out her phone, preparing to call Zitong. Chapter 69. If I lose, you can have your way. This is your commission, 10 million. At the horror investment company, in the finance department, Xu Fei felt utterly uninspired after receiving his commission. Although he now had over 200 million in his account, the commission was merely 10 million, far too little. It seemed he could earn more simply by continuing to deliver takeout with By Lily. No, relying solely on company investments would not yield substantial profit. He needed to devise his own schemes to earn extra income. After all, with 200 million already in his possession, he could invest independently. The profits would be entirely his, with no need to share with the company. But what to invest in? As Xu Fei contemplated this, he walked toward his office area. Just then, he heard the familiar sound of the system notification. Hidden prompt. Take half a day off before the end of the workday. Visit the rental area for the terrifying flower cultivation base. Rental area for the terrifying flower cultivation base. It was a rental, not an investment. Therefore, this was not a company-sanctioned venture. Moreover, he would need to take leave and visit before the workday ended. Without a doubt, this presented a lucrative opportunity. Xu Fei turned around and headed straight for the president's office, knocking on the door. President Luo, this is Xu Fei. May I come in? Enter. Upon hearing the voice, the blonde entity hastily tucked away the yellow book she had been holding. The enigmatic figure with golden hair smiled and said, Xu Fei, have you received your commission? Yes. Thank you, President Luo, Xu Fei replied, his face beaming with joy. He then inquired, by the way, President Luo, may I take a half-day leave today? Of course. The golden-haired figure responded without hesitation. You have just joined us and already contributed to the company's revenue. Taking a half-day off is but a minor affair. Thank you. President Luo, may I leave now? Yes, go ahead. All right, Xu Fei said, promptly exiting the office with exuberance, heading towards the elevator. However, at that moment, he collided with a hurried figure, who walked without looking. Xu Fei was about to express his annoyance when he caught sight of an exquisite yet anxious face. Oh, "It's you," he exclaimed. Luo Li appeared absent-minded, as though her soul had been lost. No matter how hard she tried to reach out, she simply could not connect. Thus, her mind began to wander. As a peculiar being, she felt no need to worry about safety, especially at school. Reflecting on her father's earlier words, she began to suspect that Zitong might indeed be secretly dating someone behind her back. After all, it was unusual for Zitong to ignore her calls. Moreover, she had also attempted to reach her sister Luo Yao, only to find her line busy as well. This bizarre occurrence left her perplexed. However, she had no choice but to set this matter aside for the evening or perhaps try again the following day. At this point, she turned her head away and said, "It's none of your business." "All right then, I'll take my leave," Xu Fei said, turning to enter the elevator. "Wait." Luo Li halted the elevator, questioning, "If you're not working, where are you going?" "It's none of your concern," Xu Fei shrugged, adding, "I've already requested leave from the president." I'm going to." With that, Luo Li forcefully squeezed into the elevator. "Hey, why are you being like this?" Xu Fei exclaimed, utterly bewildered. In his view, it was better to keep such matters discreet. With a colleague present, wouldn't his affairs be exposed? Upon hearing the hidden prompt, Xu Fei regained his composure. Since the prompt had suggested so, he felt compelled to comply. Consequently, he led Luo Li downstairs and activated the navigation towards the district. The peculiar city comprised 26 districts, with those later in the alphabet being increasingly remote. The district they were heading to was the most secluded of all, far beyond the Bai Lili Manor. Thankfully, the car sped along, and with the occasional glance at her lovely legs, they arrived at the so-called terrifying floral planting base in no time. After disembarking, Xu Fei surveyed the surroundings. Besides a factory directly opposite, the area was engulfed in an endless sea of flowers. Though vibrant in color, the blooms possessed an unnerving and bizarre quality. Luo Li furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you doing here? Making money? This doesn't seem like a project the company would invest in." "Of course not," he replied. "So, you intend to invest secretly?" Luo Li's gaze was filled with skepticism as she scrutinized Xu Fei. "But I brought you along. Can it still be considered secret?" Xu Fei chuckled awkwardly, then said, "Come on, let's check out the factory." Thus, Xu Fei and Luo Li made their way toward the factory. However, as Xu Fei stepped inside, a sudden chill enveloped him. He noticed pairs of eyes opening in the darkness, revealing a gathering of peculiar beings. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 1,000 of them. Among the crowd, a figure adorned with a floral crown and wielding a scythe approached Xu Fei. Its aura suggested a significant level of power. The scythe-wielding entity glanced at Luo Li before fixing its gaze on Xu Fei, asking, "Human, what brings you here?" Xu Fei steadied his nerves and inquired, "Are you in charge here?" "Indeed," the figure replied. "It has been over a decade since any peculiar beings have rented this space. I now hold the authority." "Well then, I am here to rent," Xu Fei stated. "Really?" Upon hearing this, the faces of all the peculiar beings lit up with anticipation. Seeing their reaction eased Xu Fei's concerns. "All right, just name your price." The scythe-wielding entity explained, "The rental fee along with salaries totals 100 million. With that, you will become the owner here, and we will be at your disposal. As long as we sign this contractual agreement, any income generated during the rental period will belong to you, and we shall adhere to the rules." With that, the entity presented a contract. This contract mirrored the one the company had previously issued to the terrifying hospital. Once signed, both parties would be bound to the peculiar world's regulations. Truly, wealth could indeed move mountains. For a mere 100 million, one could acquire such a vast venue and a workforce of peculiar beings. "No problem," Xu Fei said as he took the contract, examined it thoroughly, and prepared to sign. Just then, Luo Li grabbed his arm, questioning, "Xu Fei, have you lost your mind?" "Not all. Rest assured, I have my plans," Xu Fei reassured her, patting her shoulder. Just received your bonus and already planning to squander it. You might regret it later," Luo Li remarked, choosing not to press further, as it was not her money being spent. At that moment, however, Xu Fei felt a surge of excitement. "What if I profit?" "Impossible," Luo Li retorted, brimming with confidence. Having learned much from her father since childhood, she had encountered countless lucrative ventures. While humans might possess a natural advantage in investment, she believed herself nearly equal in capability. Setting aside the unexpected incident at the hospital, this so-called floral base could not possibly turn a profit. Luo Li's expression turned serious as she pondered, setting aside the peculiar events. If you do make a profit, you can do as you wish. Upon hearing the hidden prompt, Xu Fei sensed that this would not trigger any peculiar incidents. Thus, he felt bolder. Are you serious? Absolutely. Luo Li was suddenly animated, her mind recalling the scenario where she bested Xu Fei. But what if you lose? If I lose, you can have your way. Chapter 70 today, daring to hold hands means tomorrow daring to kiss. In the peculiar world, there exists no law to confine the strange. Only the rules of the world serve as its restraints. Thus far, Xu Fei had only scraped the surface of understanding these world rules. However, the existence of the contractual agreement clearly demonstrated that it was the sole leverage the weak possessed to engage in direct negotiations with the powerful. The world's rules are inescapable, and the contractual agreement is a product of these very rules. Long ago, Zitan's father had entered into a contractual agreement with another peculiar being. The stakes were life and death, which enabled him to eliminate his opponent. Normally, without signing such a contract, two beings of equal strength would find themselves in an impasse. Even if one violated the other's personal regulations, neither could eliminate the other without an advantage. Hence, to secure fair negotiations, the weak must engage the strong through a contractual agreement. Without such an agreement, discussions would be dictated by brute strength. Naturally, persuading the powerful to sign such a contract is no simple task. Take Xu Fei as an example. His verbal wager with Luo Li could easily be dismissed by her should he win. After all, no matter how lowly a peculiar entity may be, its status still surpasses that of humanity. Once Xu Fei affixed his signature, he returned the contract with a scythe peculiar to the other party. Signing was merely a formality. Who would fear whom? The scythe peculiar regarded Xu Fei's signature and simultaneously presented his business card. Boss Xu, I look forward to our collaboration. My number is on the card. Feel free to reach out anytime. Good. Luo Li lounged with her legs crossed, arms folded across her chest. The inexplicable confidence radiating from her left, Xu Fei momentarily dazed. I must admit, you do possess the demeanor of a true boss. Is that so? Luo Li's eyes narrowed slightly, yet a flicker of anxiety stirred within her. Alas, I lack the fortune of a boss, but seem to have acquired all the ailments that accompany one. You. Luo Li felt a mixture of irritation and subtle pride. It was impossible not to feel vexed when Xu Fei constantly challenged her. However, she relished the fact that her true identity remained expertly concealed, as if Xu Fei were completely oblivious. Xu Fei pressed the accelerator, steering toward the company. The scenery along the route exuded an air of peculiarity, yet he found solace in the view from within the car. It was indeed a sight that would never grow tiresome. One could play with it for a millennium and still not tire of it. As thoughts of Luo Yao surfaced in his mind, his heart clenched momentarily before relaxing once more. Such is human nature. After all, one more or one less hardly mattered. Ah, if only I had thought of this sooner, he mused. Gradually, the psychological burden on Xu Fei began to lighten. After all, his initial intention in entering the peculiar world was merely to survive. He had no inkling that matters would evolve to this extent. Before long, he said, "Let us proceed to the president's office. It would be fitting for President Luo to witness this peculiar matter." Certainly, Luo Li nodded in agreement. Together, they made their way to the president's office. Upon reaching the door, just as Luo Li was about to push it open, Xu Fei promptly grabbed her arm. "Have you truly caught the boss's ailment?" Upon saying this, he knocked on the door. "President Luo, it's Xu Fei. Enter." With that, Xu Fei and Luo Li stepped inside the president's office. Although Xu Fei released her arm, the moment the door opened, the golden-haired peculiar caught the interaction. "Hiss, things are moving quite swiftly. You've even begun holding hands within the company. According to the progression typical in romance tales, one might expect a kiss by tomorrow, and perhaps more the day after." President Luo, Xu Fei approached the golden-haired peculiar, interrupting her thoughts. "I wish to sign a rules contract with my colleague Luo. I would appreciate your presence as a witness." "A rules contract?" the golden-haired peculiar inquired. "What are you two signing a rules contract for? A wager?" She scrutinized both Xu Fei and Luo Li. Her curiosity piqued regarding the nature of their interaction. Seemingly unfazed, she produced the official paper designated for signing rules contracts. Truth be told, she was quite eager to be part of their arrangement. Have you both made your decision? Indeed. Xu Fei and Luo Li nodded in unison. The golden-haired peculiar handed the paper to Xu Fei, saying, "Very well, proceed with your writing." "Thank you, President Luo." Xu Fei accepted the document and began to write. In essence, the contract stipulated that before the rental agreement expired, Xu Fei must earn over 100 million for the floral base. Should he succeed, Luo Li would be at his disposal. Conversely, failure would result in him being at her mercy. Upon completing the contract and signing it, he presented it to Luo Li. "Please review it for any issues." Although this was not her true name, the rules contract would take effect for both signatories, thereby binding Luo Li to its stipulations. "Excellent." Xu Fei nodded in satisfaction, handing the document to the golden-haired peculiar. "Please keep this safe, President Luo." "Certainly." The golden-haired peculiar nodded, instinctively glancing at the contents. Hiss. They seem to be playing quite the game, allowing each other to dictate terms. The outcome might extend far beyond mere disposition. Since the contract is signed, I shall take my leave for the day. "No need to see me off," Xu Fei remarked, offering a smile to the golden-haired peculiar before exiting the office. Once he was seen ascending the elevator on the surveillance monitor, the golden-haired peculiar swiftly stood up, vacating her seat. Just as you observed, Luo Li naturally settled into the boss's chair. "This fellow has sneaked off to the floral base for investments this afternoon. The very floral base that only rents out and which even dogs refuse to handle." Luo Li expressed surprise. You know about that?" "Of course. I have been conducting market research within the peculiar city and would not overlook any profitable opportunities." Luo Li nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. It seems you take your work seriously." "Thank you for the compliment, President Luo." At this juncture, the golden-haired peculiar could not help but ask, "So, President Luo, what do you plan to do if Xu Fei loses?" "What to do?" As the question arose, a wave of satisfaction washed over Luo Li. "I shall crush his confidence, ensuring he is thoroughly trampled underfoot." The golden-haired peculiar was momentarily taken aback. "President Luo, when you speak of being trampled underfoot, do you mean it literally?" Luo Li raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" "In nothing." The golden-haired peculiar quickly waved her hands, yet her mind drifted to the scenes depicted in romance tales. Having spoken, Luo Li rose and exited the office. As soon as she left, the golden-haired peculiar eagerly flipped through her book, seeking to validate her suspicions. Indeed, under certain conditions, being trampled underfoot was not a punishment at all. Chapter 71. What Yao Yao can do, I shall do too. Xu Fei drove leisurely toward the bloody restaurant. Not only had Bai Li begun to depend on blood food, but even he found himself growing reliant on it. As he parked in front of the bloody restaurant, a throng of peculiar entities turned their gazes toward him. Even the vampire manager of the restaurant was captivated by Xu Fei's vehicle. Has the world turned upside down? Just this morning, he was riding a delivery bike, and now he drives a supercar? The restaurant had been operating for a century or two, and the manager had never owned such a car. Yet here was a human he had only known for a few days who had achieved this feat. When did delivering take on such lucrative prospects? No. Something fell off. 9 times out of 10, something was amiss. Typically, there was only one reason for such a turn of events: being favored by a powerful, peculiar entity and receiving their patronage. Moreover, recalling Xu Fei's earlier purchase of blood beverages, the vampire manager seemed to grasp something significant. Their most prominent customer, the princess of their clan, Bai Li, it couldn't be. How could it be possible for Lord Li to? Xu Fei approached and promptly stated, "Manager, 1 case of blood beverages and 2 jelly cups as well." "Certainly, I'll arrange that immediately." The manager instructed his staff to begin preparing the order, all the while scrutinizing Xu Fei. "Brother, what is your relationship with Lord Li?" "Lord Li?" Xu Fei cast a sidelong glance at the manager. Initially, he had intended to dine here with Bai Li after leaving the casino, meaning this manager was still unaware of the connection between him and Bai Li. No. The vampire manager quickly shook his head. "I merely wish to remind you that next week marks Lord Li's 160th birthday." 160th? Xu Fei pondered this revelation. However, it is indeed peculiar and cannot be compared to human lifespan. Upon reaching this point, the enigmatic shopkeeper of the bloodsucker became even more resolute in her thoughts. In previous years, we would always send a large portion of blood delicacies to her on her birthday. I will arrange everything accordingly. As Xu Fei spoke, the staff had already taken the initiative to place drinks and jelly into the car. Xu Fei produced his black card, suggesting they proceed with the payment. No, no, no. The shopkeeper promptly declined Xu Fei, adding, "You are under the patronage of Lili Duran, so I shall not accept any payment. I merely hope that when you achieve success in the future, you will not forget me." Xu Fei understood the implication. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to settle, so he insisted on paying. Truly unnecessary. The shopkeeper maintained her refusal. At that moment, Xu Fei's mind resonated with a hidden prompt. Hidden prompt: acquire the 5 storefronts nearby. Acquire? Xu Fei surveyed the surroundings. Aside from the bloody restaurant, the 5 adjacent storefronts were all tightly shut. He couldn't help but inquire. Are all the vacant spaces around here yours? Indeed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xu Fei asked, "How much for those 5 storefronts?" "I shall acquire them." The shopkeeper looked perplexed. "You wish to acquire my storefronts?" "Yes, I am looking to start a small business and am in need of a location." The shopkeeper glanced at Xu Fei and continued, "Of course, if you agree to my request, I can directly gift you these storefronts." "Then tell me, what is your request? A token?" Xu Fei recalled the sharp fong in the hands of the old sorcerer, Zi Lao Mo precisely. "With that, your status shall only be beneath Li Duran, and all your kin shall revere you." Xu Fei nodded slightly, realizing the significance of the token to Bai Li. Yet, the question lingered. Could one not aspire to a status above? Nonetheless, the request did not seem unreasonable, as it amounted to an investment. He merely needed to verbally agree to save 50 million, allowing him to retain some funds for emergencies. "All right, I shall agree." "Excellent. If you require it, I can have the storefronts cleaned up at any time." With that, the bloodsucker shopkeeper immediately turned to draft the transfer contract. "Sir, please review the contract." Xu Fei took the contract and examined it closely. It was a standard contract. Yet this one unilaterally transferred all storefronts to Xu Fei without requiring any payment. An unequivocal blank check. The sensation of acquiring numerous storefronts without spending a dime was indeed delightful. Even if he were to sell them immediately, it would yield a significant income. However, he also needed to devise a way to procure the token for Bai Li. As he opened the door, he heard Bai Li in the room speaking on the phone. "Yao Yao, are you certain I can really do that?" "Of course. It will be so much fun." "All right, I will give it a try later." Bai Li's face was flushed with excitement. Upon hearing Xu Fei's voice, she promptly ended the call. Still on the phone with Yao Yao, Xu Fei casually seated himself on the edge of the bed. "Yes, I've been calling all day." Bai Li knelt on the bed, her grayish eyes darting nervously. "Very well." Xu Fei exhaled deeply, noting that Bai Li seemed disinclined to share Luo Yao's number with him. "By the way, I have something to discuss with you." Xu Fei handed the transfer contract to Bai Li. After perusing it, she asked, "Are you starting a business?" "Indeed." "Oh." Bai Li appeared somewhat distracted. Xu Fei wondered why she seemed so disinterested. Was the token not important? "It is important, but what matters more now is..." Bai Li gazed at Xu Fei with pleading eyes. "Xiao Xu Fei, could you lie down for a moment?" "Lie down." Xu Fei frowned, asking, "What has Yao Yao taught you now?" "It's what you did with Yao Yao. I want to do it too." "With Yao Yao?" Xu Fei raised an eyebrow. "Are you referring to sit-ups?" Chapter 72. A Strange World? It is clearly a science fiction world. What do you think? Bai Li tilted her head, gazing at Xu Fei. He scratched his head, feeling that doing sit-ups at such a late hour seemed inappropriate. "I don't care. You've already played with Yao Yao. Now I want to play. Well, I brought blood delicacies. Shall we not eat first?" "No, I just want to do sit-ups." Bai Li Bota. Her cheeks puffed up as she declared, "If you do not play with me, I'll 1T let you sleep tonight." Hearing this, Xu Fei felt he had no choice. After all, Bai Li could sleep during the day, while he still had to work. Moreover, this was a prime opportunity to earn big. He needed to stay alert. "Fine, let us consider it exercise." With a resigned sigh, Xu Fei decided to acquiesce to Bai Li's request. "All right, 10 sit-ups, and then we will eat and go to sleep." All right, all right." Bai Li's eyes sparkled, and she cheerfully pinned Xu Fei's legs down. 1, 2. Xu Fei clasped his hands behind his head and commenced the sit-ups. Bai Li closed her eyes, her face flushed with anticipation. 7, 8, 9, 10. Before long, Xu Fei completed the 10 sit-ups. All right, let us go eat. Wait. Bai Lili stood on the bed, questioning. Yao Yao said that every time you sit up, there should be a kiss. Xu Fei, seeing her unwavering insistence, felt a sense of helplessness. Yao Yao, look at what you've turned your friend into. Yesterday, it was kissing. Today it's sit-ups. I can only imagine what terrifying romantic knowledge will emerge in a few days. Well, since it's all Yao Yao's idea, I cannot fight it alone. If there's blame, it rests on Yao Yao. Xu Fei looked at Bai Lili and asked, you want a kiss, right? Uh-huh. Seeing her nod, Xu Fei pulled Bai Lili into his embrace and bent down to kiss her. Bai Lili was taken by surprise, her pupils dilating in that instant. The flush on her cheeks quickly spread to her ears, and she softened, cupping Xu Fei's face as she closed her eyes. Her entire being gradually warmed at that moment. After a considerable time, Xu Fei finally released Bai Lili from his embrace. So are you satisfied? Uh-huh. Bai Lili nestled against Xu Fei, burying her head in his chest, shyly nuzzling against him. Xu Fei, I'm sorry. I was just bored at home during the day and couldn't look for you, fearing it would expose your undercover identity. So, I called Yao Yao to ask how you two are dating. Bai Lili's sudden apology left Xu Fei momentarily stunned. I could cry. She even felt the need to apologize after taking advantage of the situation. Is this still a strange world? It feels more like a science fiction realm. However, when Xu Fei recalled Bai Lili's earlier lonely gaze, his heart ached. After all, she often found herself alone, with no friends aside from Luo Yao. Previously, she had been isolated in the castle of the manor. Now, she was equally lonely here. This place was even less spacious than Bai Lili's castle, undoubtedly leading to boredom. All right, I brought you jelly. Go enjoy it. Uh-huh. Bai Lili's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. She quickly hopped off the bed and dashed barefoot towards the living room. Time to eat jelly. Gazing at the silhouette of Bai Lili, Xu Fei lay on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Luo Yao, Zitong, and Bai Lili had embarked on their peculiar survival journey, which had now unfolded in such a manner. There was even the prospect of an unknown blind date looming ahead. However, it was somewhat reassuring that a blind date would be a first encounter devoid of any emotional foundation. It seemed improbable that it would turn out to be another bizarre situation. Anyone could propose an exorbitant betrothal gift, yet not everyone could be exceedingly strange. Even if it were, at worst, one could simply engage in a transaction worth 10 billion. After all, Luo Yao, Zitong, and Bai Lili were all acquaintances, which made it manageable, but it was unlikely that he would know the blind date. As for the lowly, she was merely a colleague. Ultimately, it was just a superficial glance at beautiful legs, with little chance of developing profound emotional connections. He was, after all, on a covert mission. Soon, as time progressed, it grew late. After a brief wash-up, Xu Fei finally drifted into slumber. Bai Lili, instead of retreating to the cupboard, used Xu Fei as a pillow. What Xu Fei was unaware of was that, in just one night, the entire city of Guidu was stirred by a tempest of chaos. With the influx of certain yellow-covered books into the market of Guidu, every street corner, towering building, and residential complex was abuzz. Those walking, commuting, delivering food, and driving taxis, nearly every peculiar being was engrossed in the yellow-covered books, meticulously studying them. In an instant, the entirety of Guidu was alive with discussions among millions of oddities about the blush-inducing tales contained within the anthology. For them, these notions of love were strikingly novel. At 4 o'clock in the chilling hospital director's office, Mary held her phone, reporting to a certain entity. Father, in less than a night, the books have sold out. You did exceptionally well, Mary. The world of the peculiar is far too monotonous. Only beautiful love can infuse it with a touch of intrigue. By the way, Father, I've released part of the 3rd volume, but it hasn't been publicly sold. That is wise, as the content of Volume 3 is scant and requires real-time updates, making Xu Fei crucial. If needed, I can approach Xu Fei to provide inspiration for you. You should refrain. You are merely a pseudo-level, lacking the qualification to be the protagonist in my work. Upon hearing this, Mary, rather than feeling anger, reminded Father when Xu Fei visited last time. He brought along a female peculiar. I couldn't discern her power level. She should also be at the pseudo level. Oh, that is splendid. Is she intentionally concealing her identity? It seems so. She appears to be just an ordinary colleague. Excellent. If that's the case, I permit you to attempt to get close to Xu Fei. But I need you to focus solely on collecting stories. Understood. I will report any new developments. After hanging up, Mary solemnly pressed a mechanism concealed in the wall behind her. The wall slowly rotated, revealing a hidden chamber. In the center of this chamber lay an operating table, surrounded by an array of limbs, organs, and skeletons. Mary approached a rusted iron cabinet and opened it, revealing a dazzling array of skins. After careful selection, she extracted one particular skin and reclined on the operating table. 8 distinct arms began to operate, stitching and mending. In a short while, a woman with fair skin and an exceptionally voluptuous figure descended from the operating table. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. The next morning, as the alarm clock rang, Xu Fei slowly opened his eyes. As usual, Bailili was still fast asleep. Thankfully, he had prepared a box of blood beverages yesterday. Otherwise, he would have truly perished. Xu Fei got out of bed, hurried to the living room, and gulped down a bottle in one go. It seemed he would need to stock up on more at home. If there came a day when he lacked the strength to even rise, it would be disastrous. After tidying up, just before leaving, Xu Fei gently placed a kiss on Bailili's forehead. He then dashed downstairs, driving the yellow lightning towards the company. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the horror investment company, Luo Li sat at her desk, holding a yellow-covered book, the anthology of human love stories. Are you also reading this or a book? The blonde peculiar beside her, drenched in sweat, chuckled as he explained, President Luo, isn't it captivating? You have no idea. This book has exploded in popularity, with everyone reading it on the streets. Unfortunately, I've heard that a portion of the 3rd volume has leaked, but I haven't had the chance to see it. The 3rd volume? Luo Li recalled that her father had given her a book yesterday, which seemed to contain 3 volumes. The blonde peculiar, with a serious expression, remarked, President Luo, I believe this book will herald a wave of business opportunities. However, I have no interest in profiting from such ventures. Luo Li scoffed at this. Of course, she enjoyed making money, but since Xu Fei's appearance, she found it far more entertaining to keep him under her thumb. At this moment, the blonde peculiar hurriedly cautioned, President Luo, have you considered what might happen if Xu Fei were to profit from this? Hearing this, Luo Li frowned, thinking it shouldn't be the case. No, I believe it should. The blonde peculiar urgently questioned, President Luo, have you not read this book? That explains everything. The blonde peculiar quickly flipped to the last story, saying, President Luo, look at this final tale. The male protagonist loves to cultivate flowers, which leads him to meet the female protagonist, and they eventually fall in love. However, the female antagonist discovers this and abducts the female lead, erasing her memory. The male protagonist, unwilling to submit, also has his memory wiped and is thrown into prison. Although they're locked up together, they do not recognize each other. Yet at that moment, a miracle occurs. A flower sprouts in the cold, iron-like prison. As their hands reach out simultaneously, they touch, and all their memories resurface. Enough. Silence. Luo Li snapped. Are you implying that Xu Fei's flower cultivation base will be profitable? Indeed. The blonde peculiar's eyes glistened as he added, this story is incredibly moving. I cried several times while reading it, and I believe others will feel the same. Stop talking. Luo Li began to feel increasingly anxious. It was evident that a mere flower cultivation base would not be profitable. Yet, she understood that the book's immense popularity stemmed from a deeper reason. At the very least, she could see from the blonde peculiar that many peculiar beings were drawn to this narrative. If it turned out to be a loss, President Luo, you may have to concede. The blonde peculiar sighed. I know you have feelings for Xu Fei. With your intellect, how could you not realize that the flower cultivation base could be lucrative? Also, President Luo, today marks the 3rd consecutive day you've worn gray stockings. I've noticed. Huh? President Luo, stop deceiving yourself. The blonde peculiar earnestly advised. The free-spirited romance of love will undoubtedly become the future tone of the peculiar world. And we cannot reverse this trend. Indeed, love will transcend the power of levels, compelling the peculiar to act recklessly. No, that is not the case. Luo Li gritted her teeth. I merely wish to temper his ambition. I do not have feelings for him. President Luo, you still do not understand. The enigmatic blonde sighed deeply, stating, "Those involved are often oblivious while onlookers see clearly. You have long harbored feelings for him, though you remain unaware." Upon seeing the blonde's unwavering conviction, Luo Li inquired, "How will you prove it?" "Quite simply," the blonde replied, lowering her voice. "If at this moment a woman were to be with Xu Fei, and you felt discomfort, that would confirm your affection for him." "And then?" Luo Li retorted, gazing at the blonde. "So Luo, if Xu Fei were to fall for me, I trust you won't be upset," the blonde continued, just as a knock resounded at the door. "Luo, it's me." Hearing Xu Fei's voice, Luo Li quickly rose, allowing the enigmatic blonde to take her seat at the table. "Come in," the blonde beckoned as Xu Fei entered the office. Upon seeing Luo Li, his gaze inadvertently wandered to her exquisite legs. You're here too?" "Indeed." Luo Li nodded, her heart racing, yet she endeavored to maintain composure. She was curious to discover whether the blonde's assertion held any truth. "By the way, President, I would like to request leave this afternoon," Xu Fei said politely. He had encountered a hidden prompt on his way to the office, instructing him to swiftly prepare for the opening of the flower shop. "Another leave request?" The blonde chuckled, casting a glance at Xu Fei before addressing Luo Li. "Xiao Luo, please step out for a moment. I wish to discuss Xu Fei's leave in private." Luo Li was taken aback, while Xu Fei was utterly perplexed. Why the sudden need for a private discussion after such a straightforward request yesterday? Moreover, the blonde seemed even more alluring than before. "Xiao Luo, hurry up and step out." Though terrified, the blonde was determined to prove her point. "Very well, I'll step out." Luo Li inhaled deeply, glanced at Xu Fei, and exited the office, closing the door behind her. Now, only Xu Fei and the enigmatic blonde remained. President," Xu Fei said nervously, "I merely wish to request leave. There is nothing else." "But I have other matters to discuss," the blonde replied, rising and approaching Xu Fei. Each step echoed with purpose, as if treading upon someone's heart. This atmosphere felt distinctly off. Could it be that Luo Li intended to exploit him? However, before he could ponder further, the blonde grasped his hand, tracing circles with her fingertip. "Xu Fei, be honest. Have you been dating Xiao Luo?" The blonde smiled. "Are you still trying to deceive me?" "Xiao Luo has already admitted it." "Admitted what?" Xu Fei was utterly confused, "But I truly haven't been dating her." "What a stubborn mouth," the blonde remarked playfully, lifting Xu Fei's chin, her eyes glimmering. "Office romances are strictly prohibited. You've already violated the rules. I presume you wouldn't want to face the consequences of such a breach?" Chapter 74. Speak freely. "I will comply with anything you ask." Xu Fei did not anticipate that such a cinematic scenario would unfold before him. He stepped back, gazing at the blonde with confusion. "But President, I genuinely haven't dated any colleagues." Suddenly, the office door burst open, and Luo Li hurriedly entered. Xu Fei and the blonde simultaneously turned their attention to her. "Apologies, I forgot to grab some materials," Luo Li stated, casting a furtive glance at them before moving to the desk. She hastily snatched a document and exited the office. Xu Fei was taken aback. Is it now customary for colleagues to barge into the president's office without so much as a knock? The blonde's eyes flickered, yet she had not relinquished her intentions. "Regardless of your romantic entanglements, my rules stand firm. As my employee, you must heed my commands." With that, she draped her arms over Xu Fei's shoulders. "Since you wish to request leave, if you do not resist, I shall grant it." With her words barely spoken, the office door swung open once more. Luo Li observed the close proximity between the blonde and Xu Fei, feeling a surge of irritation. "President, do not forget, there is an important meeting at headquarters that requires your presence shortly." "I have no recollection of such a meeting," the blonde replied, puzzled. "That is precisely why I am here to remind you. If you do not attend, the consequences may be dire," Luo Li warned, a fierce glint in her eyes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the blonde slowly released her grip. She understood that if this continued, the repercussions could be severe. What had begun as a gamble must now be approached with caution. Nevertheless, she had acquired the answer she sought. "All right, I understand," the blonde said, turning her gaze to Xu Fei. "Your leave is approved. You may go." "Thank you, President." Xu Fei exhaled in relief and turned to leave. At the door, he cast a grateful glance at Luo Li. Once Xu Fei had departed, the The blonde spoke, so Luo, how does it feel to see the person you fancy being so closely pursued? Ultimately, can you endure it? This is what affection truly entails. Moderate, Luo Li replied, crossing her arms and shaking her head. I merely wish to be the first to place Xu Fei beneath my heel. The blonde clenched her teeth in frustration. Luo, after all these years, I have never found you so detestable. If you truly do not harbor feelings, let us draft a contract stipulating that I pursue Xu Fei while you refrain from interfering. Upon hearing the mention of a contract, Luo Li responded earnestly, regardless. I refuse to acknowledge this as affection. Moreover, I will not sign such a frivolous contract. You should focus on your work and refrain from entertaining fanciful notions. Very well. The blonde conceded. I hope you can maintain this resolve when you see Xu Fei being flirtatious with other women. By the way, setting aside feelings, I believe your wager has been lost, the blonde remarked, recalling the incident at the flower base. Xu Fei's sudden leave undoubtedly signified he was taking action. Just then, Luo Li's phone rang. The caller was none other than her father. Child, I trust you have perused the book I sent you yesterday? And no, I haven't. Oh dear, do you not understand? The book contains remarkable business opportunities. What opportunities? Luo Li's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, go rent the flower base. You mean the one in the district? Of course. All flowers in the city originate from there. That's problematic. It has already been rented out. Oh, my dear. Then you must procure flowers in bulk. Speed is of the essence. Delay, and prices may skyrocket. With that, Luo Li hung up, her previously calm demeanor now fraught with anxiety. President, see what I mean? The blonde urged, you must hurry and catch Xu Fei. If you delay, our company may lose everything. Luo Li furo it herbero ungertain. There are no ifs. A lost wager is just that, a loss. We cannot forego profit, the blonde insisted earnestly. At this stage, you may be the only one capable of securing a share. Very well, I shall give it a try. Luo Li took a deep breath and swiftly exited the office. Meanwhile, Xu Fei had already arrived at the bloody restaurant. At this moment, the vampire shopkeeper, accompanied by a group of employees, was busy tidying up the storefront next door. Mr. Xu, I didn't expect you to open so soon. The shop is nearly ready for business, he remarked. Yes, quite well. Xu Fei replied before dialing the number for the flower base. Please send a batch of flowers to the bloody restaurant. Understood, boss. After hanging up the phone, Xu Fei glanced at the yellow book in his hand and took a deep breath. Indeed, although it was a hidden hint that urged him to sell flowers, he noticed that nearly everyone in the city of Gue was holding one or two collections of human love stories. He found it curious how the book that Zitong read had found its way here. Undoubtedly, it was this old-fashioned narrative that captivated these peculiar beings. In the past, very few had purchased flowers in Gue. They were typically used merely for decoration. Consequently, there was only one flower base in the entire city. Now that he had monopolized the flower base, he dictated the prices. Even if some peculiar beings began to cultivate flowers, it would take considerable time. At least he had seized the first wave of the market. Just then, an exceptionally voluptuous female entity approached the bloody restaurant. Sensing her presence, the vampire shopkeeper was taken aback. Mr. Xu, she is a pseudo-level entity. Such beings are quite rare. Yet this very female entity strode directly to Xu Fei. Mr. Xu, is there anything I can assist you with? Are you merry? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xu Fei immediately recognized her. Yes, Mary confirmed. Xu Fei still found it hard to believe that she had transformed into a seemingly normal human being. Not only curvaceous, but also possessing an enchanting appearance that stirred one's blood. Nevertheless, Xu Fei quickly composed himself and stroked his chin. Since you mention it, I do have a matter that requires your assistance, though I wonder if you have the time. Despite his inquiry, Mary was willing to help with anything. As chapter 75 unfolded, Xu Fei felt a disquieting sensation. Standing beside him, the vampire shopkeeper was equally unnerved. Though a pseudo-level entity could not rival a true-level being, it was still among the elite of the peculiar world. Xu Fei had not only gained the favor of Bai Lily, but now had a pseudo-level entity willingly offering her services. Such treatment was extraordinary. Even another true-level entity would find it difficult to achieve. The vampire shopkeeper gazed at Xu Fei, his heart filled with astonishment, affirming that his choice was indeed correct. Xu Fei turned to Mary. If that is the case, let us first sign a contract outlining the rules. You have no objections, I trust? None at all. I have prepared the contract, Mary replied, producing a sheet of paper from her bosom and handing it to Xu Fei. You were ready all along? Xu Fei was taken aback, but soon began to read it carefully. The document contained a single line: to become Xu Fei's assistant, she must follow his directives without a specified duration or salary. The consequences for breaching this contract were the loss of her peculiar status. Xu Fei was momentarily stunned. This was no ordinary contract, but akin to a bond of servitude. Even such a bond would typically require compensation, yet she sought nothing in return. After a brief reflection, Xu Fei surmised that her intentions must be ulterior. However, regarding the contract stipulations, there was no detriment to him. After all, she would do as he instructed. Thus, he reaffirmed, "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Yes," Mary nodded. "Very well, I shall sign." Taking a pen, Xu Fei swiftly inscribed his name. "Come inside and take a look. Since you are involved in healthcare, how do you think we should arrange the space to align with the peculiar aesthetic?" Xu Fei led Mary into the freshly cleaned shop. With 5 storefronts, each 4 meters wide, it totaled an impressive 20 meters. Larger than the 3 storefronts of the Bloody Restaurant, and it spanned 3 floors. For a flower shop, this was undoubtedly ample space. Even if stock ran low, deliveries could be made from the flower base at any time. As time passed, noon approached, and the entire shop was transformed. Unlike the elegant and classical style of the Bloody Restaurant next door, the flower shop was drenched in blood with terrifying claw marks on the walls. And even the front desk displayed a grotesque head with a long tongue. According to Mary, this head was brought from the hospital, embodying the spirit of wealth. It allowed users to conveniently swipe cards for payment after inserting a peculiar card. Indeed, it was a peculiar ambience. Xu Fei felt a sense of unease at the sight of such a ghastly head at the front desk, but this was precisely what the peculiar beings craved. As the decorations were completed, numerous passers-by were immediately drawn to the shop. Curious about the unusual decor, they paused to observe, though they remained unaware of what type of establishment it was. Mary turned to Xu Fei and said with a smile, "Boss, we only need a name now." Xu Fei stroked his chin, contemplating the vacant space above the shopfront. In the peculiar world, names were often either horrifying, terrifying, or bloody, leading to high redundancy. He needed something distinct. An idea sparked in Xu Fei's mind, and he quickly declared, "Let's call it the Happiness Flower Shop." At this, Mary's face stiffened, and the vampire shopkeeper beside her wore an expression of disbelief. Yet the very next moment, the vampire shopkeeper clapped his hands with a smile, exclaiming, "Mr. Xu's choice of name is truly exceptional. This is splendid." It was just a casual suggestion, Xu Fei replied sheepishly, but he could easily discern the flattery in the shopkeeper's tone. Consequently, he adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "I've decided. It shall be called Huaxia Flower Shop." As the words fell, Mary immediately harnessed her peculiar energy to inscribe the 4 characters, Huaxia Flower Shop, on the facade, albeit in a crooked and eerie script. Concurrently, at the instant the name appeared, a notification resonated deep within Xu Fei's mind, heralding an announcement from the peculiar world. Dragon Kingdom contestant initiates entrepreneurship, triggering a peculiar event. What the heck? Is this a peculiar event? Xu Fei was momentarily taken aback. His savings had now reached 1.6 billion. Simultaneously, as the announcement echoed, the official live stream of the Dragon Kingdom lit up once more. Wow, it finally started. Did someone just say Xu Shan is starting a business? Of course. Look at the name Huaxia Flower Shop. It's clearly Xu Shan's doing. Wow, I'm moved. I thought Xu Shan was trapped in a gentle embrace. But it turns out he has been working hard. Wait, doesn't that contradict the notion of being trapped? Surely it doesn't, right? Wow, the entity beside Xu Shan is stunning. Did he find another one? Of course, why else would Xu Shan be called a god? But what about that beautiful lady who was in Xu Shan's car last time? Why isn't she here? At this moment, various countries' peculiar live streams displayed a series of data. The current number of surviving contestants stands at 155. The rankings of deposits are as follows. Longwood contestant has 1.6 billion. Laomi contestant holds 210,000. The E contestant possesses 110,000, and Inghua contestant has 90,000. Observing the information of contestants from their respective nations, The audience from other countries shook their heads in dismay. Longhua has ventured into entrepreneurship, while our contestants are still toiling away in jobs. What do we do? In the previous two bizarre incidents, Xu Fei made a staggering 200 million. Moreover, there seems to be a reward for entrepreneurship. Is this a hidden rule? Who could have anticipated such regulations? Everyone is striving to earn money. Do you still harbor hope for your own contestants? I might as well watch Xu Fei and Longhui's livestream. Those who betray their own should believe in their own contestants. After some matchmaking, perhaps they could turn the tide. Inghua S. Yamamoto contestant is on the verge of reaching 100,000. Let us see what bizarre match he can secure. Indeed, while Xu Fei has earned a considerable sum, he is also in the most precarious position. Can he manage so many female entities? Just then, the sound of a series of honks echoed as 4 black trucks halted in front of the flower shop. The scythe entity was the first to disembark. Holding a delivery list, beaming as he said, "President Xu, the first batch of flowers has arrived with Blood Bloom, Blue Curse, and Night's Edge." Xu Fei glanced through the list and handed it to Mary, saying, "You will be the manager of this shop from now on. You two can coordinate directly moving forward." "Understood," Mary replied with a bright smile. At that moment, a red sports car screeched to a halt nearby. Luo Li hastily exited the vehicle and approached Xu Fei. She had initially thought Xu Fei would be at the flower base. Upon discovering he was not there, she followed the convoy to this location. To her astonishment, "You've even set up the shop?" Luo Li was taken aback. "Why are you driving the president's car?" Xu Fei inquired, equally puzzled. Luo Li quickly clarified, "I just dropped the president off at a meeting and decided to come over." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently shifted to Mary beside Xu Fei. Recognizing the familiar aura, she instantly recognized her. "Mary?" "Hello." Mary nodded with a smile, but then recalled her task. Xu Fei's love story must be captivating, so she immediately linked her arm with Xu Fei's, pressing close as if to declare her claim. "President Xu, let me manage this flower shop from now on, all right?" "Yes," Xu Fei nodded. At this juncture, Luo Li suddenly remembered the earlier words of the blonde entity, her expression shifting dramatically. "Xu Fei, come here. I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "It's important. Let us talk in the car." After saying this, Luo Li climbed into the car, and Xu Fei had no choice but to follow suit. Once the doors and windows were secured, Luo Li immediately asked, "Are you referring to this shop?" Xu Fei was taken aback. Yes." Luo Li hesitated slightly, but then nodded. Xu Fei found this puzzling. "I'm just earning money, hence the shop." "I know you're making money." As Luo Li's brows furrowed, as if suppressing something. Xu Fei recalled the events of that morning in the office. Although a colleague's appearance had spared him from being coerced, the president's strange behavior and her acknowledgement of their romantic relationship left him skeptical. Initially, he dismissed it as a joke or some peculiar amusement. However, it now seemed that this colleague genuinely wished to pursue a romantic relationship. Xu Fei tentatively asked, "Are you jealous?" "Jealous?" Luo Li's eyes flickered, and she retorted, "I'm not. I'm merely curious why she came over and seemed to know about your shop before I did." "Honestly, I'm not sure why she came," Xu Fei sighed, "but I didn't know she's already my entity." "Your entity?" Luo Li exclaimed, her eyelashes fluttering in surprise. "When did this happen? Didn't you only meet her twice?" "Just earlier." "Earlier? With so many people around?" Luo Li looked utterly perplexed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xu Fei, noticing her misunderstanding, quickly clarified, "She's working here, and I made her the manager." "Why should you be the manager? Are you close with her?" "What? Do you want to be the manager? Who would want that? It's just a measly manager position. Only a fool would want it." Luo Li pouted, her face a mask of defiance, yet her fidgeting demeanor betrayed her. She felt aggrieved, knowing she had known Xu Fei longer. If a mere pseudo-level entity could be his manager, why couldn't she? Particularly since she excelled in that field. "I see clearly now," Xu Fei remarked, gazing at Luo Li with a deep sigh. "What do you see?" Luo Li was anxious, her fingertips damaging her stockings. Though the other's demeanor was resolute, Xu Fei was nearly certain of his own feelings. This colleague indeed harbored affection for him, albeit she refused to admit it. While her beauty and figure could be deemed exceptional, particularly her legs, her true capabilities remained uncertain. One thing was clear: even if she possessed extraordinary talents, it would not suffice against the other three. After all, they all knew each other, and the sudden emergence of a stranger would undoubtedly provoke resistance. After careful consideration, Xu Fei fixed his calm gaze upon Luo Li. Colleague Luo, there is something I must clarify. I acknowledge your beauty and your lovely legs, but I advise you to abandon your aspirations. This is for your own good. Given your abilities, you wouldn't even be able to compete with Mary, would you? I. Luo Li hesitated, feeling a surge of frustration and indignation. I can't compete with her? What a joke. If Mary dared to sign a life-and-death dual contract, she wouldn't last half a second against me. Yet, she couldn't voice this frustration just yet, considering the current situation. It was likely she would lose her wager with Xu Fei if her true level and identity were revealed. She knew Xu Fei well enough to realize she would be utterly humiliated. That would be the ultimate defeat. Yes, a pseudo-level is formidable. I can't match her, fine. Luo Li huffed, her face now shrouded in frost. Mary, huh? Even without signing a contract, I'll find a way to make her break her own rules. A pseudo-level entity daring to challenge her thoughts brought Luo Li to a standstill, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The earlier words of the blonde entity echoed in her mind. Could this be what it feels like to like someone? Slowly lifting her gaze to the man beside her, she felt as though everything had become surreal. How could this be? How could I possibly like Xu Fei? Isn't he simply someone with a keen investment eye? He always seems to challenge me. No one has ever treated me this way. Xu Fei is clearly an insufferable person. Yet, why does my heart feel uneasy when I see him with other female entities? What a strange feeling. Observing Luo Li in a daze, Xu Fei gently patted her shoulder. I'll be leaving now. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of Longhua, the expressions of all the viewers were nothing short of spectacular. The intricate relationships were palpable, and it seemed that Su Shan's colleague had developed feelings for him as well. But so what? She was up against Luo Yao, Zitong, and Bai Li, three formidable rivals. Indeed, no female entity could withstand such competition, not even that so-called Mary. It was evident that Su Shan still held an interest in her, but was wary of causing her harm. How remarkable! It was truly a feat for Su Shan to maintain such self-control. The narrative had shifted from survival in the bazaar to youthful campus life, and now to urban romance. One couldn't help but wonder if the next chapter would delve into familial ethics. The survival theme had long since become a thing of the past. Now, I merely wished to know when Su Shan would seek to start a family, in stark contrast to the joy of the Longhua audience within the bizarre world. Luo Li gazed through the car window at Xu Fei and Mary, who were engaged in cheerful conversation. It felt as though ants were crawling all over her, causing her great discomfort. The corners of her eyes even began to redden slightly. Was this discomfort a manifestation of affection? Luo Li muttered to herself, then pressed down on the accelerator while dialing her father's number once more. Hello, Dad, the flower base has been completely monopolized. I'm at a loss. A sigh escaped her lips, but it doesn't matter anymore. By the way, Dad, can you tell me what it truly means to like someone? At this point, you're still asking? I've already given you the answer. You simply need to pay attention. You're referring to those 3 books? Well, had you read them sooner, you could have dominated the flower market by now. I understand. Luo Li accelerated, heading home. Shortly thereafter, she hurriedly exited the car and dashed to a secluded corner of the villa, fervently searching. After a thorough search, she finally cradled the 3-story collections in her arms. She then sprinted to her room, fearful of being discovered by any other entities. Of course, aside from her father, no other beings dared approach this place. I'm only reading this for educational and financial reasons, not because, Luo Li murmured to herself as she locked the door and drew the curtains tightly closed. Lying on her bed, she gazed at the 3 collections of love stories, her heart racing with anticipation. Let us start with the first collection. Taking a deep breath, Luo Li opened the first book, and as she read the initial story, it seemed to possess an enchanting allure that instantly captivated her. The vivid imagery described in the narrative materialized in her mind. As time passed, a rosy hue began to grace her cheeks. No, I cannot continue reading. After finishing several stories, her breathing became erratic. Yet, as soon as she set the book down, she picked it up again. Just one more story, and then I'll stop. With the second pickup, her heart raced even faster, her emotions profoundly influenced by the words on the page. Hours slipped away unnoticed as she devoured 2 entire collections, hundreds of love stories in one sitting. Particularly, the content of the second collection was both absurd and irresistibly compelling. Themes of love, triangles, and the rise of a third party unfolded, scenarios she had never dared to envision, yet they were undeniably sweet. The final story mirrored the plot recounted by the blonde entity that morning. Initially, she felt indifferent to the blonde's simple description, yet once she immersed herself in the narrative, she was utterly moved. Love, it seemed, truly wielded extraordinary power. The flower symbolized the love between the protagonists in the final story. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for the blonde's inadequate storytelling skills. As evening approached, she examined the last book, which appeared to be quite thin with limited content. The cover boldly proclaimed, "Not for sale," clearly indicating that ordinary entities could not acquire such a treasure without connections. Upon reviewing the table of contents, she noted that the stories seemed brief and should be completed quickly. Luo pursed her lips and opened the third collection. Upon reading its synopsis, she was momentarily taken aback. The first 2 collections primarily focused on romantic tales between humans, devoid of any relation to the bizarre. Yet, upon opening the third collection, she was greeted by the phrase "stories of love between humans and entities." At that moment, Luo took a deep breath, her mind involuntarily drifting to Xu Fei. After finishing the first 2 collections, she had gained an understanding of what love entailed, but that was merely the bond between humans. The writing was indeed excellent and captivating. However, no matter how enthralling the preceding stories were, they lacked a certain sense of immersion. Yet, when the phrase "stories of love between humans and entities" emerged, the sense of immersion amplified significantly. Luo quickly turned to the main text. A dormitory? Is this yet another campus romance? It appeared to be set in a university within the bizarre world. Driven by curiosity, Luo soon found herself once again engulfed in the narrative. The descriptions lacked specific university names, and the protagonists were referred to simply as male lead, female lead 1, and female lead 2. It appeared to be nothing more than a rough outline, yet the environmental descriptions felt as though they were genuinely occurring in the bizarre world. At first glance, Luo found it utterly ludicrous. How could humans dare to enter a female dormitory without understanding the rules? Moreover, how could such love-struck entities be so easily swayed by a human's kiss? Shaking her head, she felt that everything was far too fantastical. However, the deeper she read, the more her brow furrowed. The second female lead was shameless, claiming she would kill the male lead, only to fall for him herself. She even dared to consume something akin to a demon's egg for him. How perverse! This truly lowered the standards of their kind. The story was brief, and crucial details were lacking, so Luo quickly finished it. The final page read, "To be continued." Perhaps due to her lack of understanding regarding human love, she could not discern the flaws present in the first 2 collections. However, the third collection was different. Since it was about the bizarre, she, as an entity herself, would naturally view it from her perspective. Thus, she found it impossible to grasp the thoughts of these entities. No wonder it was labeled as fiction. It was indeed incomprehensible. These humans, with no power whatsoever, had managed to attract 2 formidable female entities. Surely they must possess some skill, like financial acumen or investment savvy. In her opinion, the male lead was utterly inferior to Xu Fei, merely a fish among fish. As Luo contemplated this, images of Xu Fei began to surface in her mind. Yet, the more she thought, the more she felt something was amiss. Something isn't right. Logically, even if it were fiction, a formidable entity should not be portrayed as so foolish. On a whim, Luo reopened the third collection and began to read meticulously. Finally, she discerned a particularly peculiar point, the depiction of kissing. Indeed, in the previous human stories, descriptions of kisses were an indispensable element of romance. But in the third collection, they appeared even more significant. In fact, both female leads seemed to have developed feelings for the male lead only after being kissed by him. Thus, could it be that the human kiss possesses some peculiar energy? Or perhaps, does a kiss, in its very essence, harbor a unique enchantment? One kiss and one is ensnared? Luo pursed her lips, once again recalling Xu Fei. If Xu Fei were to desire a kiss from her, akin to the male protagonist in the story. No. Absolutely not. She despised that mouth of his, which only knew how to argue with her. Why couldn't he learn from the male protagonist in the book? Just kiss and say nothing. Ah, how vexing, how very vexing. She certainly did not wish for him to kiss her. Moreover, he boasted about having consumed the evil demon's egg. While it is true that a minuscule number of strange beings and humans can ingest such an egg, those who dare do so must surely have foul mouths. Luoli tossed and turned on her bed, her face flushed with both embarrassment and anger, tinged with a hint of confusion. They claim it is a fictional tale. The author of this book must be fabricating nonsense. Indeed, it must be sheer fabrication. Humans are inherently meant to be trampled upon and ravaged by the strange. Unable to resist, any human who dares to defy the strange will meet their demise. Yet, regarding the wager with Xu Fei, this time she was certain to lose. Would he then kiss her? If he truly did, what would she do? Kill him? But the rules of the contract have been signed. Such an act would be impermissible. Yet to scold him or to trample him seems not to contravene the rules. Chapter 78. Stilled, all flowers bloomed in the strange world. The day and night appeared indistinguishable. Without glancing at the clock, it was challenging to discern whether it was morning or evening. By 7 o'clock, Luoli had arrived early at the company office. Draped in her black trench coat and donning a pair of brand-new gray silk stockings, she stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the parking lot below, seemingly awaiting something. In her hand, she clutched a copy of the collection of Love Stories, Volume 3. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels echoed as the door to the president's office swung open. The golden-haired strange paused upon seeing Luo Li's silhouette, momentarily taken aback. Luo Zong, you're here so early? MHM. Luo Li nodded, turning to toss the book into the other's hands. What is this? The golden-haired strange accepted the book, and, upon seeing the cover, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, divine book! Beaming with enthusiasm, she exclaimed, only Luo Zong could acquire something like this. Read this first. Luo Li's expression turned serious. After you finish, I have a few questions to pose. All right. The golden-haired strange eagerly flipped open the book. Due to its brevity, she soon finished reading. Wow, the author is getting increasingly ridiculous, even daring to touch upon the strange. Nonetheless, I am keen to see what unfolds next. At this point, she chuckled with excitement. By the way, Luo Zong, what questions do you have? Luo Li took a deep breath and inquired. Is it true that a human kiss possesses magical power? The golden-haired strange's eyes lit up. Ah, you've asked the right person. Luo Li raised an eyebrow. Oh, have you kissed someone? Who? Speak honestly. Luo Zong, I know you're anxious, but calm down. The golden-haired strange waved her hands. I certainly haven't kissed anyone, but I've analyzed the previous collected stories and arrived at a conclusion. Luo Li exhaled, curious. What conclusion? The earlier stories elucidate quite clearly. Whether one has feelings can be discerned through a kiss, the golden-haired strange explained, gesturing to Volume 3. Look, if there were no affection, why would these two strange beings, even after consuming the evil demon's egg, still choose to kiss? Would you? Luo Li immediately shook her head. I would never kiss someone who has eaten the evil demon's egg. Who knows? The golden-haired strange thought to herself, already bursting with joy at the realization that Luo Li was thoroughly ensnared, akin to the female protagonists in those love stories. After all, she recalled a certain strange who had vowed never to engage in romantic relationships. And yet, within mere days, silence. Luo Li's face flushed crimson. Fine, I only delivered the book to you. It doesn't mean I wish to try. All right then. The golden-haired strange shrugged, then emphasized, I don't know about anything else. But the flowers from that flower shop have been selling like hotcakes. Furthermore, they have begun collaborating with a delivery service, directly selecting flower varieties from the shop and delivering them straight to your door. Today, flower deliveries have outpaced all other purchases combined. As she spoke, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Luo Zong, the flowers you ordered are now at the front desk. Look, my flowers have arrived. Though they were roses, the petals resembled flowing blood, appearing exceedingly vibrant and beautiful. What do you think, Luo Zong? ISNT, this packaging exquisite? Imagine receiving such a bouquet from a suitor. How romantic! Luo Li stared at the bouquet, momentarily lost in thought. She had to admit that, under Xu Fei's arrangement, it indeed looked splendid. Yet, the mere thought of the flower shop made her involuntarily recall Mary from yesterday. How vexing! Luo Li nibbled on her lip, her face filled with impatience. Why does this flower smell sour? The golden-haired strange glanced at Luo Li and remarked, Luo Zong, it's already this late. You're still holding back? Given your relationship with Xu Fei, sharing such a substantial cake should not be difficult, right? If even the delivery service can establish a partnership, surely you can as well. Xu Fei currently possesses a sea of flowers. With just a nod from you, it's all yours. Do not lose the wager and love simultaneously. Enough. Luo Li hurriedly averted her gaze, looking down once more. Her lips pressed together. She wished to speak but found herself at a loss for words. Just then, a flash of yellow lightning zipped by, appearing in the parking lot below. Xu Fei was seen approaching the office building, cradling a bunch of flowers. Luo Li quickly stole a glance, then hastily looked away. However, in the next moment, she could not resist inching forward, slightly tiptoeing to peer below. But by then, Xu Fei had already reached the base of the building, vanishing from her sight. He is coming, isn't he? The golden-haired strange observed Luo Li, then extended the flowers in her hands toward her. Luo Zong, these flowers were actually meant for you. Do not hesitate any longer. Luo Li swallowed hard, her breath becoming increasingly rapid. She had read the stories in volumes 1 and 2. Gifting flowers signified the expression of love. Yet, she was the president. And he was merely, Luo Zong, what time is it now? The golden-haired strange appeared even more anxious than Luo Li and hastily exclaimed, Is Xu Fei not a boss now? With his market acumen, he will inevitably catch up to you. Moreover, as long as I do not disclose your identity. How would he know? Knock, knock, knock. President, it's me, Xu Fei. The knocking sound interrupted their conversation. The golden-haired strange swiftly pushed the bouquet toward Luo Li and said, Come in. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei entered, glancing at the golden-haired strange and then at Luo Li. Oh, colleague Luo is also here? Yes, Luo Li nodded. Wow, I never expected you to buy flowers too, Xu Fei chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement as he pulled out a bouquet and approached the two women. President, I'm sorry, but I wanted to ask for a leave today. This bouquet is for you, Xu Fei said, extending the flowers towards the golden-haired strange. For me? The golden-haired individual appeared somewhat perplexed. Xu Fei scratched his head and remarked, I mean no offense. After all, my flower shop has just opened, and I'm also an employee of the company. The golden-haired individual nodded in acknowledgement and cast a glance at Luo Li, whose face was unmistakably marked with displeasure. Xu Fei then turned his gaze towards Luo Li, saying, Of course, there are flowers for our colleague Luo too. I placed them on your desk. Really? Luo Li's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she prepared to toss the flowers in her hands aside to go take a look. However, upon noticing Luo Li's intention to escape, the golden-haired individual immediately grasped her arm and chuckled at Xu Fei. Xu Fei, she had actually prepared those flowers early this morning, intending to personally deliver them to you. At this revelation, Luo Li stood frozen in place, akin to a wooden post. Chapter 79. He is playing hard to get. Testing your resolve. Oh well. Those flowers were bought by her, not me, Luo Li exclaimed, shoving the flowers she held into the golden-haired individual's embrace before hastily departing the office. Ziyu CEO, I have gone out of my way to assist you, and yet you have fled? The golden-haired individual sighed, rubbing her forehead, inwardly cursing. Yet, she could only grumble silently. After all, being her boss, she felt compelled to assist her as much as possible. Thus, the golden-haired individual turned to Xu Fei and said, You have only been at the company for a few days, yet you have taken leave repeatedly. While I cannot dictate how you earn your money, do not forget your primary responsibilities. All right. Xu Fei sighed deeply and reluctantly exited the office. In the office area, Luo Li sat at her desk, gazing at the flowers Xu Fei had sent her, but she could not summon any joy. The reason was simple. It was not only her. Nearly every desk in the office was adorned with the same flowers sent by Xu Fei. Furthermore, the colors differed, the quantities were similar, and each consisted of only 4 blooms. They were entirely insufficient compared to the lavish bouquet Xu Fei had gifted the golden-haired individual. How infuriating. Why must this be? I must teach him a lesson. I cannot allow the golden-haired individual to request leave for Xu Fei. How about it? Do you like them? Just as Luo Li pondered this, Xu Fei approached her. Weren't you on leave? She inquired. Not approved, Xu Fei shrugged. Wonderful. I can work alongside Xu Fei again. Luo Li's heart leaped with joy, for if Xu Fei was not permitted to take leave, then his working hours would belong to her. However, she maintained a serious facade as she replied, The CEO is correct. Our bet remains separate from your duties as an employee of this company. Huh? Luo Li felt a slight pang of disappointment at his words. Xu Fei paused and asked, What is wrong? Isn't it better if you're not punished? Not all. Not one bit. What if the punishment involves a kiss? Luo Li's mind raced, but she dared not voice her thoughts. She stood up and told Xu Fei, I want to discuss this further. You should focus on the investment report while I speak with the CEO about your upcoming tasks. Watching Luo Li's retreating figure, Xu Fei pondered momentarily. Today, both the CEO and his colleague behaved unusually. He was no fool. It seemed that his conversation with his colleague yesterday had not successfully dissuaded her. Moreover, the CEO appeared to be matchmaking. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly seek a way to resign from this predicament. Yet, the pressing matter was the task assigned by the ZLOM. Currently, the flower shop was steadily generating profit, and based on the sales figures from a single night and inventory in the floral market, achieving a 10 billion goal was merely a matter of time. Before him lay another critical task, to covertly cause the company to incur losses. At the very least, when ZLOM's wager expired, the company's funds should not be overly abundant. With that in mind, Xu Fei began to peruse the investment project list. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Luo Li sat at her desk while the golden-haired individual looked at her with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Luo's Ngui, I have gone out of my way to help you, yet you falter at the crucial moment? Luo Li's expression was evasive as she gritted her teeth. Those flowers were originally purchased by you. I merely spoke the truth. Honestly, if you weren't my boss, I would truly want to. The golden-haired individual felt utterly frustrated, but dared not voice her stronger sentiments. Forget it. You are clearly smitten with him, yet remain stubborn. I shall not involve myself in your affairs. You are on your own. Wait. Suddenly, Luo Li became anxious again and hesitated before admitting, Fine, I confess. The golden-haired individual couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. And then, nothing follows. Luo Li took a deep breath and stated earnestly, In truth, he did tell me yesterday that we are merely colleagues and advised me not to overthink things. Is that all? The golden-haired individual shook her head. Luo Zi-ing. You have clearly wasted your time on those romantic tales. Do you not understand the concept of playing hard to get? He is testing your resolve. My resolve? Luo Li was momentarily taken aback, her usually nimble mind now on standby. Indeed, he is creating obstacles to assess your ability to overcome them. The golden-haired individual asserted with utmost seriousness. Consider it. When we hire employees, we seek out those with capabilities, do we not? If you take the initiative to express your feelings with your status, wealth, and beauty, how could he resist? Your reasoning seems somewhat plausible. Luo Li attempted to think earnestly, but soon shook her head. However, confessing is still too difficult. Is there a way for him to confess to me instead? To elicit his confession? The golden-haired individual fell into contemplation, scrutinizing Luo Li intently. After a long pause, an idea struck her. Actually, there's a way. What method? Luo Li inquired, her curiosity piqued. Quite simple, the golden-haired individual exclaimed as if she had discovered a new continent. Given your stubbornness, I believe you would never admit your feelings for him. Therefore, all you need to do is treat him well unconditionally. Foster a sense of dependence in him, and soon he will find it impossible to function without you. At that point, the initiative will rest entirely in your hands. Upon hearing this, Luo Li bit her lip and asked, So, specifically, what should I do? This is straightforward. The golden-haired individual eagerly retrieved the first 2 volumes of the collection of romantic tales from her bag. Have you forgotten? There are numerous examples within. Do not pay attention to those high school romance clichés. They are not suitable for you. Focus on the domineering CEO tropes, where identities are concealed, yet love blossoms, such as preparing homemade bento boxes or secretly supporting his work. Prolonged exposure will surely lead Xu Fei to confess. After absorbing this analysis, Luo Li became increasingly excited, nearly losing her rational thought in her eagerness to prompt Xu Fei's confession. All right, I will give it a try. The golden-haired individual nodded in encouragement. Go for it. Chapter 80, Xu Fei, a miracle in the realm of the bizarre. As Xu Fei stared at the densely packed investment list, he focused solely on noting the projects requiring substantial investment amounts. He was uncertain of the company's liquidity. To successfully complete his undercover task, he had to prepare for larger investments. One day, he would surely find a use for this information. Before he knew it, lunchtime arrived, and Xu Fei felt increasingly drowsy, his mind solely preoccupied with the urgent need to procure sustenance. Xu Fei. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated beside Xu Fei's ear. Turning his head, he discovered his colleague, Luo Li, looking at him with a beaming smile. Luo Li. Oh, it's noon already. Don't forget to have lunch, she remarked, producing a lunchbox from behind her. What is this? Xu Fei asked, slightly perplexed. I made it myself. Give it a try, Luo Li said, exuding a sense of pride as she handed it to him. You made this yourself? Xu Fei accepted the lunchbox, feeling an odd sense of discomfort. Here, let me help you open it, Luo Li eagerly offered, lifting the lid of the lunchbox. Inside, he beheld chunks of dark red meat, drenched in rich sauce. Though Xu Fei had been somewhat hungry, his appetite vanished upon seeing the meat. Luo Li furrowed her brow and inquired, What's wrong? Would you rather I eat it? Xu Fei offered an awkward smile. He always kept his distance from any unknown food in this bizarre world, except for the demon egg and the ever-changing trickster's hand. His only significant change was his newfound ability to consume blood food. You don't like it? Luo Li's eyes were filled with disappointment. Xu Fei noticed her expression but refrained from offering consolation, as he wished to keep their relationship uncomplicated. The current cruelty was, in fact, for her own good. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of disappointment, Luo Li seemed to have an idea, her gaze suddenly resolute. All right, just wait a moment. With that, she took the lunchbox and left the office area. Before long, Luo Li returned, holding the lunchbox again. Look, there's something in here that you'll definitely enjoy. She opened the box, revealing a steaming, pulsating heart. There was even half a box of fresh blood. Upon seeing the heart, Xu Fei nearly choked. While he had grown accustomed to blood, this was limited to the liquid itself. The sight of a beating heart, as if freshly excavated, was utterly terrifying. However, to be honest, at a glance, it somewhat resembled the jelly from a bloody restaurant. Given its pale hue, Xu Fei actually found it quite appealing. At that moment, the colleagues immersed in their work in the office looked up, their eyes gleaming with greed and envy, as if they had discovered something remarkable. Simultaneously, Xu Fei sensed something amiss. Just as he thought of jelly, the heart in the lunchbox transformed into blood-colored jelly. Shape-shifting? Luo Li explained, This is fresh trickster's heart. I spent quite a bit on it. Xu Fei recalled that the parts of the trickster were exceedingly expensive, even when he was at the horror university. Though the exact price eluded him, it was certainly not something just any oddity could afford. It was an exceptionally valuable delicacy. It seems you have quite an affinity for blood food, Luo Li remarked, a glimmer of clarity in her eyes. She couldn't help but think of Xu Fei's flower shop, which was conveniently located next to the bloody restaurant. I'm truly clever. You're not wrong to say that, but this gift is too precious. I can't accept it. Xu Fei declined. Don't misunderstand. I didn't prepare this for you because I like you. It's simply to give you a little advantage for the demanding tasks ahead. Oh, just because of work? Xu Fei considered her words and found no fault in them. There must be something unusual behind her sudden kindness, even if there were feelings involved. She had never treated him so well before. Thus, it was not unacceptable. After all, work had to be done for the company. With a continuous smile, Luo Li suggested, How about I feed you? No need for that, Xu Fei replied, taking the lunchbox and starting to savor the food. It's delicious. Thank you. He really enjoys the food I gave him. The calmness on Luo Li's face belied the excitement within her. While reading, she had never fully grasped such emotions. But now she truly understood. Even though this fresh trickster's heart cost hundreds of thousands, Xu Fei's simple phrase made it worth every penny. Not to mention, it was worth millions. But that wasn't enough. Since this heart was not prepared by her own hands, she thought, if he likes blood food, then I shall learn to make it at the bloody restaurant. With that thought, Luo Li was instantly filled with motivation. I have to step out for a bit. Take your time eating. After saying this, she promptly exited the office area. Xu Fei furrowed his brow, sensing that the upcoming tasks would not be simple. After leaving the company, Luo Li drove her red sports car to the bloody restaurant. Upon arriving, she noticed a queue of oddities outside the flower shop next door. Mary stood at the entrance, tirelessly introducing the various bouquets to customers. With a cold glance at her, Luo Li entered the bloody restaurant. As soon as she stepped inside, the manager approached her. Aren't you Su General's colleague? Luo Li nodded. Yes, I'm here to learn. Learn what? The manager asked, puzzled. I want to learn how to make your blood jelly. The manager immediately refused. That won't do. This is our specialty. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura enveloped the blood-sucking manager. In an instant, he felt as if he were surrounded by a sea of corpses and blood. As a bloodsucker, he had never experienced such profound fear regarding blood. It was evident that the person before him was a formidable figure, part of the Blood Demon clan. It was crucial to know that the blood in their bloody restaurant relied entirely on the Blood Demon clan supply. Without their blood, the restaurant could not operate. However, the highest quality they could use was only that of a low-grade blood. Such blood was exceedingly rare, and he might not even be able to acquire it despite paying a hefty sum. Even if he did, it was exclusively for Bai Li. Having low-grade blood was already quite exceptional. Little did he expect that a high-grade, blood-sucking figure would come to his establishment to learn. This caliber of blood was truly priceless. Among the entire Blood Demon clan, only a few had reached such a rank, though he did not know who it was. He certainly did not have the right to inquire. However, he was acutely aware that if he refused to teach, the bloody restaurant would not survive, and he might even lose his life. Most importantly, he could see that the expression on the other person's face clearly showed that someone was in her heart. Coupled with her jealousy from yesterday, it was evident that she was here to learn how to make blood food for Xu Fei. Xu Fei had already become the man of their bloodsucker clan's princess and had even recruited a pseudo-oddity to work for him. Now, another high-grade oddity had come to learn how to make blood food for Xu Fei. This situation could only be described as a miracle even in the entire bizarre world. The bizarre world was truly on the brink of a transformation. At the same time, his heart surged with excitement, for he had won the gamble. Moreover, it seemed that the stakes were increasing. Luo Li looked at the blood-sucking manager before her and reminded him, I think you're a clever bloodsucker, and you should know what to do. Chapter 81. Passing it on, Xu Fei becomes the emperor of the bizarre world in the afternoon at the horror company. Xu Fei continued to sift through investment project lists. No. Xu Fei smacked his forehead. Rather than allowing the company to invest in these projects, why not invest in himself? At least this way, he could directly control that portion of the investment capital, as long as the money rested in his hands. Should ZLOM act suspiciously, he might still have the chance to turn the tide of battle. After all, he remained oblivious to the nature of ZLOM's peculiar wager with another party. Regardless, the aim was to deplete the company's funds as much as possible. Without further ado, I took a deep breath. His immediate task was to draft an investment report akin to those submitted by companies seeking investment, persuading the firm to invest in him. Thus, he swiftly began typing away at the keyboard to compose the investment application. However, it wasn't too long before the sound of high heels echoed in the air, accompanied by a figure holding a beautifully packaged crimson jelly, reminiscent of a translucent little cake. XFI, feeling tired? Aren't you supposed to be working instead of shopping? XFI queried, perplexed. Luo L promptly unwrapped the package, a smile adorning her face as she urged, Don't mind this. Just eat. What do you mean? XFI felt increasingly uneasy and reiterated, Luo L, you really don't need to be so kind to me. We're not meant to be. Luo L waved her hand dismissively, replying casually, Don't misunderstand. It's just jelly. I have no intentions of being with you. XFI scrutinized her expression with skepticism. It better be that way, but I cannot accept this gift. Upon hearing this, Luo L's heart sank. That was her personally crafted top-tier crimson jelly, the only one of its kind in the entire realm. Soon, she cast a glance at the investment application in front of XFI, her eyes lighting up. Are you looking for the company to invest in your flower shop? Yes, XFI admitted, as he would eventually need to inform the president of this matter. Luo seemed to seize the opportunity and said, "Then I suggest you eat it quickly. Otherwise, your application will be for naught." XFI frowned. "What do you mean? I can hand it directly to the president without your involvement. Feel free to try it yourself and see if you succeed," she retorted. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the jelly on XFI's desk. "Eat. Silly, hurry and eat. Once you do, your application will be approved immediately." However, as XFI stared at the jelly, he fell into contemplation. His flower shop was bound to be profitable. Under normal circumstances, the president should be eager to invest. Yet, the words spoken by his colleague earlier resonated with a hint of confidence. Just then, a long-forgotten hidden prompt echoed in the depths of his mind. Hidden prompt. Only by consuming it will you secure the investment. XFI understood. If he did not satisfy this colleague, he would indeed encounter difficulties in his work. Wasn't this another form of workplace bullying? Fine, I'll eat it. XFI picked up a spoon and scooped a small piece of the jelly into his mouth. Upon contact, the jelly transformed into a rich, sanguine essence that flowed within him. XFI's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the jelly, astonished. The flavor of this blood was indescribably exquisite. In terms of taste, it seemed even sweeter than the purest blood. After just one bite, the fatigue from his long day at work vanished without a trace. Witnessing this, Luo felt a mix of anxiety and excitement, quickly asking, "So, how does it taste?" "Delicious. It's truly delectable," XFI replied, taking another bite while looking at Luo. "Where did you get this? Not even the blood restaurant serves jelly this good." "I made it myself," Luo said, her hands clasped together, pride radiating from her as she gazed at XFI. "You made it yourself?" XFI expressed disbelief. Although the jelly resembled the craftsmanship of a blood restaurant, the source of the blood felt extraordinary. "Where did you obtain such ingredients? As long as it tastes good." Luo beamed with joy, harboring a unique feeling within. The blood jelly made from high-grade blood was indeed unparalleled. After learning the recipe for the crimson jelly, she realized that the process was not particularly complicated. The key ingredient was the blood itself. As a member of the Blood Demon clan, she used her own blood as the raw material to create this jelly for XFI. In the entire bizarre world, this was the sole delicacy crafted from high-grade blood. Seeing XFI relish her creation, a faint blush crept onto Luo's cheeks. "You keep eating. I'll go have a word with the president." With that, she skipped happily toward the president's office. XFI watched her retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, in the Longwa live streaming room, viewers clenched their fists, their eyes gleaming with envy. "Oh my, what treatment does XSHN receive in this bizarre world? When hungry, a female colleague brings food, and a single bite could secure investment. Yet, it seemed that XSHN had no intention of accepting this colleague's offerings." "What do you mean accept?" "XSHN has standards. P1T just take any female demon. Indeed, there are many female demons interested in XSHN. They must wait in line." "Don't be ridiculous. XSHN is not a promiscuous individual. He merely seeks to survive." "Exactly. XSHN is focused on completing the tasks, not blindly spreading emotions." "This is too exhilarating. I must visit other countries' live streams. The number of foreigners has decreased lately." In an instant, numerous viewers from Longwa surged into the live streams of other nations. Are you still munching on steam buns? XSHN savings have reached 200 million. 200 million? Is that a big deal? XSHN is about to seize the company president. Are you joking? Clearly, the president is throwing herself at him, ready to hand the company over to XSHN. Your news is outdated. XSHN has already begun his reign as the Demon Emperor. As viewers from other countries witnessed the barrage of comments from Longwa and XFI's ever-increasing savings, their expressions turned sour, yet they could only swallow their grievances. Should the current trend continue, it was entirely possible that the most demanding XFI would be the first to complete his task. Simultaneously, in the eerie world, within the office of the horror investment company, the blonde demon looked at Luo, whose face was alight with youthful exuberance, feeling a throbbing headache as her cheeks trembled. "Luo Ziying, did I hear you correctly? You intend to invest all our liquid assets into XFI? Yes. Is there a problem?" Didn't you say before that I should step in and claim a portion of XFI's profits? And you mentioned that if I treated him unconditionally well, he would confess to me. Luo absent-mindedly twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Just the thought of him caused her gaze to drift and her lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. Oh no, is this what they call being love-struck? The blonde demon surveyed Luo, sensing the situation escalating gravely. Yes, we should invest, but we cannot invest that much. Young miss, do you know how much liquid capital this company possesses? You wish to invest it all? Is it too much? But doesn't TXFI's project require 10 billion? The blonde demon hastily clarified, with 10 billion in liquid assets. We could invest in at least 10 or even 20 companies. If you give it all to him, our company would cease to function. Upon hearing this, Luo became displeased. Then how much do you think is appropriate? Miss Luo, we must consider sustainable investments. The golden-haired individual, with an air of seriousness, remarked. What you need is to cultivate a sense of dependence in him gradually, rather than overwhelming him all at once. Regardless, this company cannot rely solely on one person. 200 million is already sufficient. Do not forget that the old man has a wager with ZLOM. It is quite possible that due to this sum, everything could be lost. Why? The golden-haired individual countered. It is quite simple. By making XFI a partner in our company, if we find ourselves lacking, he may very well come to our aid. The notion of romantic entanglements is indeed terrifying. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired individual felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Luo Ziying, do not overthink it. Simply inquire how much XFI requires. Indeed, Luo pondered briefly before turning back towards the office area. I have already prepared the investment application form. We are merely awaiting the president's approval. Luo focused her gaze and noted that the investment amount was merely 200 million. In truth, XFI had also deliberated carefully. 100 million was too meager, yet he dared not request too much lest he arouse suspicion. 200 million seemed just about right. In comparison to other investment projects within the company, it was considered moderately substantial. Should he desire more, that could be addressed later. Given ample time, he could enable the company to earn some profits before applying for further investments. Is 200 million all you require? Luo inquired, examining the application form. Yes. Is that too much? XFI retorted. Not at all. It appears the president mentioned this figure as well. XFI exhaled in relief. Good. Then I shall trouble you to make another trip. Certainly, Luo responded, taking the application with both hands and gracefully making her way back to the president's office. In the president's office, upon seeing the application form, the golden-haired individual also felt relieved. She observed the flustered expression on Luo's face, who was clearly anxious. Thankfully, XFI only requested 200 million. Had he demanded the entire company, I fear even Luo Ziying would acquiesce. You make a valid point. Given XFI's abilities and vision, he might indeed generate greater profits for the company. Luo's spirit brightened, and she continued, Moreover, I lost this wager. Whatever he desires, I must comply. Even if he wishes for the company, I would have no choice but to concede. This is disastrous, completely catastrophic. The golden-haired individual inhaled deeply, recalling Luo's earlier remarks. They were nothing but convoluted words. None of it was truthful. Of course, she herself could not evade responsibility. Having suggested the idea of unconditionally treating XFI well. Now, she found herself regretting it. However, the golden-haired individual reminded her, Luo Ziying, do not forget that XFI is unaware of your true identity. Thus, he would not dare to ask for the company. Indeed, I hope he does not desire the company. At this point, Luo appeared to have an epiphany, her cheeks flushing once more. I mustn't linger. Quickly prepare the rules for the contract. I shall retrieve the card from finance. XFI is waiting. Understood. The golden-haired individual refrained from further commentary, promptly drafting the rules for the contract and handing it to Luo. The investment contract along with the 200 million investment funds. Such speed? XFI expressed his surprise. Indeed, shouldn't you express your gratitude? If not for me, this investment would not have proceeded so smoothly. Thank you. As XFI prepared to sign the rules contract, Luo suddenly reached out, grasping his wrist. What's the matter? XFI inquired, momentarily taken aback. Did you forget? According to company protocol, we still need to conduct an investigation on the investment site. Didn't you already conduct an inspection? XFI questioned. That was prior to the investment. Now we must adhere to company regulations. At this juncture, Luo L's eyes sparkled as she mustered her courage, blushing as she said, "Unless you can forego it, let us proceed. It is merely a visit. There is nothing to it. We can go now." Seeing this, XFI immediately interrupted her, taking her hand and heading outside. Wait, a half a sentence was stifled within Luo L, who was momentarily stunned. Yet, with XFI holding her hand, her mind ceased to function. How wonderful it would be to hold hands every day. They descended the stairs and entered the car. XFI wasted no time, quickly starting the yellow lightning vehicle. Luo T. NGSH, do you wish to visit the flower base or the flower shop for investigation? Can we not do both? Luo L gazed at XFI, wishing merely to spend more time in his company. Certainly, that is no problem. XFI agreed cheerfully. After all, the 200 million was within reach. There was no reason not to seize it. As for how this colleague felt, it was of little consequence. He had done all he could to provide reminders. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon his insufficient abilities for insisting on involvement. Thus, he promptly started the vehicle, steering toward the flower shop. However, just as Luo L was filled with joy, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and saw that the caller was none other than ZT Ying, with whom she had been unable to connect previously. Upon seeing ZT Ying's name, Luo L's brow furrowed, and she swiftly ended the call. What's wrong? I noticed the change in her demeanor and asked, "Whose call was that? Why did you hang up?" "It was nothing," Luo L replied evasively, gazing out the window, feigning nonchalance. "Just an ordinary friend. It is of no consequence." Chapter 83. What does this mean? You've even met the parents? Luo L stared out the window, her thoughts in disarray. After having made numerous calls to ZT Ying without success, her refusal to answer this time was partly out of spite. However, the primary reason was her fear of ZT Ying discovering her romantic involvement. Unless she had evidence to prove that ZT Ying was in a relationship first, she would have nothing to fear. After all, it was ZT Ying who had breached their agreement. Yet, due to the lack of evidence, she dared not answer the call. Before long, XFI's vehicle came to a stop at the flower shop's entrance. The appearance of a yellow lightning instantly captured the attention of the flower-buying patrons within. Simultaneously, the manager of the bloody restaurant hurried over. XLOBN. However, as he called out, upon spotting Luo L, he broke into a cold sweat. "Hello, boss lady." Hearing the term boss lady, I was momentarily taken aback. "What did you just call her?" The manager of the blood-sucking establishment chuckled. XZ Ing. "She has personally come to our shop today to learn how to make blood-colored jelly. She has worked diligently. I'm aware of that. But please refrain from mischaracterizing our relationship. I have nothing to do with her." I stated with utmost seriousness. Understood. The manager of the blood-sucking establishment felt embarrassed. She had personally bled to make the jelly that he had consumed, and yet he claimed otherwise. However, recalling Luo L's earlier reminder, he dared not expose the truth and could only nod repeatedly. "Let's examine your flower shop first," Luo L declared, striding confidently into the shop. With I promptly following suit. Inside the flower shop, I was busily recommending bouquets to customers. Upon noticing Luo L's arrival, L immediately fixed her gaze upon her. The surrounding customers instinctively retreated at the intensity of the two women's stares, parting to allow a clear path for Luo L. With her arms crossed, Luo L scrutinized XFI. Upon hearing this, hurriedly grasped Luo L's arm. "What are you saying?" "ML is doing quite well." Luo L, however, shook her head. "Do you still wish to secure the investment?" I was exasperated, not expecting Luo L to use such reasoning against him. "What are the company's investment standards? It appears that you have established your own investment criteria, haven't you?" Xu Fei took a deep breath and inquired, "What would it take for you to invest?" "It's quite simple," Luo Li replied. "Fire her and find another manager." With a gesture toward the vampire outside, she added, "I think that vampire out there would make a splendid manager. After all, He is looking to open a restaurant. Indeed, his restaurant is conveniently nearby. What harm is there in him helping out with the flower shop? Xu Fei was taken aback by his colleague's audacity to directly challenge Mary. At that moment, Mary emerged, her gaze provocative as she addressed Luo Li. Sister, it seems you're the one eager to become the manager, aren't you? Oomph. It's just a mere managerial position. Who would want it? Luo Li scoffed. Oh, how delightful it is to be a manager, serving the boss at night, Mary teased. Moving closer to Xu Fei, wrapping her arms around his, her expression seductive. Boss, did you enjoy my performance last night? What do you mean by that? Luo Li glared at Mary, demanding an explanation. Meanwhile, the other peculiar customers displayed a mix of astonishment and intrigue, as if they had stumbled upon something monumental. It's nothing much. I have long been the boss's person, Mary said, her tone almost pitiful. Boss, how much investment has she offered you? Upon hearing the number, Mary chuckled lightly. I thought it would be more. As long as you nod, I can offer you 2 billion without seeking any shares. You also possess 2 billion? Xu Fei Vito. Yes, I made 1 billion from the last peculiar incident, and selling a hospital will yield a substantial amount as well. It should be about right. The surrounding peculiar individuals displayed shock, even beginning to murmur amongst themselves. Bro, tell me this isn't true. 2 billion just like that? Indeed. And she's willing to sell the hospital just to be a manager? Haven't you all read enough? This is the power of love. Oh, if only my girlfriend could treat me like that. It seems this boss's colleague is at a disadvantage. No kidding. She's a pseudo-level peculiar and is even willing to offer 2 billion. At this moment, many peculiar individuals turned their attention to Luo Li, who was now thoroughly incensed by Mary's provocations. So you think being wealthy is enough to compete with me? Luo Li's expression turned serious. Xu Fei, fire her. I will request 5 billion from the president and won't ask for any shares. At these words, the surrounding peculiar beings gasped in astonishment. 5 billion. That's more than double. And she won't even take a share? She's just a mere employee, not the president. How can she make such a decision? Xu Fei realized the gravity of the situation and quickly grabbed Luo Li's arm. Are you out of your mind? You can't just declare 5 billion like that. Can we not act on impulse and follow the proper procedures? Just as Luo Li was about to respond, Mary interjected. 5 billion? I believe with the boss's charm. 5 billion is still too little. I am willing to offer 8 billion. 8 billion? Xu Fei exclaimed, immediately asking, where did you acquire such wealth? He was slightly taken aback. I didn't realize your father was so affluent. Mary proudly replied, of course. After all, he is a level peculiar. Luo Li felt increasingly uneasy upon hearing this. It wasn't the level peculiar status that surprised her. After all, she was also a level peculiar, and her father was as well. She wouldn't lose in a comparison of lineage. However, the key point was that Xu Fei had only known Mary for a short while. Yet he had already met her parents. So you've met her parents? Yes, Xu Fei nodded, adding, actually, her father is quite interesting. This was alarming. Meeting the parents typically signified a serious relationship, and the next step would be considering marriage. At that moment, Mary suddenly spoke again. Sister, I can see you have feelings for Xu Fei, but if you truly care for someone, you should not keep it hidden. If you confess to Xu Fei now and he accepts you, I will willingly step aside. How does that sound? Chapter 84, Little Xu Fei. Your blood seems a bit different. Confess? Upon hearing those words, Luo Li felt a wave of fear. Did she like Xu Fei? The answer was undoubtedly yes. However, asking her to confess was beyond her. She had no idea if Xu Fei even liked her. If her confession were to be rejected, she wouldn't know how to face the consequences. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Xu Fei, too, wore a puzzled expression, while Mary's words were misleading. He sensed she likely did not harbor genuine feelings for him. It almost felt as if she were trying to assist him in rejecting his colleague. So he refrained from offering too much clarification. Yet, now it seemed the situation was far more complex than he had assumed. After a long pause, Luo Li took a deep breath, her expression turning exceedingly weary. She retrieved the company contract, signed it, and handed over the peculiar card to Xu Fei. Luo Li? She said before turning and leaving the flower shop, hailing a taxi as she departed. The vampire shop manager, observing this from the entrance, was filled with confusion. It was clear she was a powerful level peculiar, yet she had willingly conceded. Was confessing truly so daunting? If this were to be resolved so easily, then his earlier wager had inexplicably lost a crucial chip. If Luo Li had never appeared, it would have been one thing, but now that the opportunity was present, it was about to vanish. How could he accept this so readily? No. Although I belong to the vampire clan, I must assist Lady Luo Li. As Luo Li exited, the other peculiar individuals returned to their normal states. While Xu Fei felt a twinge of sympathy for his colleague, he recognized that severing ties sooner rather than later was the best course of action. After all, the pain of heartache would only last for a brief moment. Mary, continue with your work, Xu Fei said before leaving the flower shop. Upon stepping outside, the vampire shop manager intercepted him. Mr. Xu, I can no longer stand by. Xu Fei, puzzled, asked, what is the matter? I refuse to believe you can't see it. She is clearly fond of you. Of course I can see that. But precisely for that reason, I don't want her to face any trouble. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Just a mere Bai Li is already quite dangerous for her. Upon hearing this, the vampire shop manager instantly comprehended Xu Fei's concerns. It was evident that Xu Fei was unaware of Luo Li's true capabilities. However, having previously promised Luo Li, he dared not state this openly. The vampire shop manager quickly produced a jelly and placed it in Xu Fei's car. This is for Lady Li. All right, Xu Fei acknowledged, pressing the gas pedal as he drove home. Little Xu Fei. As soon as he opened the door, Bai Li leapt into his embrace, her small head nuzzling against his chest while emitting soft whimpers. Witnessing this scene, the audience from Longwa's live stream displayed envious expressions. Ah, wherever Su Xin goes, there's always a female peculiar by his side. How enviable. Brothers, you won't be able to experience that. You're all gone on the first day in the dungeon. It's a pity for that colleague. Su Shun couldn't successfully win her over. Su Shun is indeed a good person. Had he succeeded, it would have posed a danger for her. Have you all forgotten about blind dates? The blind date partner is the most perilous, all right? It turns out Su Shun isn't picky. He simply lacks the strength to compete. I don't care about the rest. I just hope there's no blackout tonight. At this moment, within the peculiar world, Bai Li clung to Xu Fei, unable to let go. Xiao Xu Fei, what is wrong? You seem troubled. Nothing. Xu Fei replied with a smile, while seated on the sofa. It's all right. I can help you extract your worries. At this, Bai Li opened her mouth and bit down on Xu Fei's neck. Xu Fei had long grown accustomed to the sensation of being drained of blood. However, at that moment, Bai Li suddenly released him, furrowing her brow. What is the matter? Xu Fei asked instinctively. Something feels off. Bai Li smacked her lips and bit down again. Finally, she confirmed that Xu Fei's blood seemed to have changed slightly. The taste appeared to have improved. How peculiar. Bai Li released him once more and queried, Xiao Xu Fei, you must tell me honestly, have you consumed the blood of another strange creature? No. Xu Fei shook his head. Bai Li bit her finger, remarking, then it's odd. Why does your blood seem different? Different? Upon hearing this, Xu Fei seemed to recall something. Right? The blood-colored jelly made by a colleague. At that time, he had wondered why the jelly tasted so much better. Logically, it should have been made with ingredients sourced from a bloody restaurant. Thus, Xu Fei promptly opened the jelly the manager had given him earlier, and took a spoonful. Not right, he thought. It tasted just like before. Not nearly as delicious as the one made by his colleague. Bai Li observed him, saying, you must have eaten the wrong blood food. Perhaps. I did mention that I had a jelly at the bloody restaurant, which felt a bit off. Perhaps the manager prepared a special blood for you, secretly giving you a treat without informing me. Bai Li chuckled, adding, but it's fine. Your blood has become tastier. With that, she resumed biting into his neck. Yet, Xu Fei felt an ongoing confusion in his heart. How had his colleague's blood transformed? Perhaps due to the exquisite sweetness of Xu Fei's blood. Bai Li eventually dozed off atop him. He glanced at her phone resting on the bedside table. Should he secretly retrieve Yao's number? Xu Fei pursed his lips and stole another glance at the slumbering Bai Li. He slowly extended his hand, preparing to grasp the phone. Just then, a sudden ringtone erupted. Seeing it was a call from the bloody restaurant, Xu Fei was bewildered but had no choice but to answer. Hello, Xu, your colleague has encountered an incident. Hurry over. Incident? What happened? Don't ask, just come quickly. If you don't, she might not make it. Hearing this, Xu Fei immediately hung up the call. He swiftly picked up Bai Li's phone for a glance. Sure enough, it was password protected. Xu Fei, not bothering with anything else, found himself in the bloody restaurant. Luo Li sat at a dining table, watching the vampiric manager beside her with a nervous expression. Are you sure that by doing this, Xu Fei will confess to me? My lady, whether he confesses, I cannot say, but his addiction to you is undoubtedly genuine. Chapter 85. Xu Shun is caught in a love trap. What could have happened to his colleague? And, at the bloody restaurant, no less. Throughout the journey, Xu Fei's mind involuntarily spiraled into wild thoughts. Soon, he parked outside the restaurant and strode inside. What on earth has happened? Xu Fei immediately inquired. You'll find out once you come in. The vampiric manager, wearing a troubled expression, hurriedly led Xu Fei to a private room on the second floor. Upon entering, he was met with an overwhelming scent of blood. There lay his colleague, collapsed amidst a pool of blood on the table, unconscious. The vampiric manager feigned tears, saying, Xu, you have no idea. Your colleague came to our restaurant and began desperately drinking the blood beverages. She claimed she wanted to drink what you liked, and then she just kept drinking until she fainted. Only you can save her now. Only I can save her. Xu Fei felt something was amiss. How do I save her? She has consumed too much blood. You need to help her extract it. Xu Fei was momentarily stunned. Do you really think I'm a vampire? No, you've misunderstood. She truly overindulged. The vampiric manager quickly clarified. Thus, she needs someone close to help her. And I can only think of you. Xu Fei's expression gradually stiffened at this notion. Such a ploy would only deceive a creature. It was absurdly reminiscent of the artificial respiration carried out by a chef on the playground. Did these peculiar beings in a strange world all enjoy such ruses? This explanation might fool a creature, but it was obviously nonsense when directed at him. Xu Fei took a deep breath, gazing at the vampiric manager. Speak honestly. Are you trying to deceive me? I'm not. The vampiric manager grew visibly anxious. He truly wasn't lying. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind. The newcomer was none other than Mary. Her appearance surprised the vampiric manager. Mary, with a serious demeanor, stated, I am a doctor. I can attest that he is not deceiving you, and this situation can only be resolved through mouth to mouth. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei was utterly bewildered. He had initially thought Mary would come in to expose the ruse. Instead, her explanation was even more ludicrous. It was absurd to the highest degree. Meanwhile, Luo Li, who was feigning unconsciousness, was equally astounded. She was pretending, yet now it sounded as though it were true. Why was her rival Mary aiding her at such a moment? But if it were indeed as Mary said, wouldn't that mean they would have to kiss? This was simply too delightful. Fool, hurry and kiss me. Xu Fei remained motionless, leaving Luo Li in a state of panic. Simultaneously, viewers in the Longwa live stream were equally anxious. I see it now. All the creatures in the world are helping Xu Shun. Xu Shun, kiss her quickly. I'm on the edge of my seat. Indeed, it would be terrible if something unexpected occurred. A creature's life is still a life. Do not speak recklessly. It seems Xu Shun truly does not have feelings for this female creature. Yet, we cannot just stand by and let a colleague be harmed. At that moment, viewers from other nations watching the scene could no longer remain calm, each one tensing up. It was increasingly absurd. Although they were in the same world, Xu Fei's experiences were entirely different. Xu Fei had fallen into a trap, yet it was a trap steeped in romantic intrigue. Thankfully, our country's contestants had already been eliminated. Otherwise, witnessing this would truly infuriate me. How unfair. Why does Xu Fei get to enjoy this? If our contestants encountered such a situation, the one collapsing would surely be an aberrant creature. Moreover, it's not just the aberrant creatures. Regardless of whether you kiss or not, you would violate the rules and be eliminated. In the realm of the bizarre, observing his colleague feigning unconsciousness before him, Xu Fei could distinctly sense that she was pretending. However, he hadn't anticipated that not only the vampiric manager, but even Mary seemed to be covering for her. This struck Xu Fei as exceedingly strange. Just then, a hidden prompt resonated deep within his mind. Hidden prompt, do not speak. Kiss her. Special prompt. This will determine the success of your upcoming bizarre event, a prompt identical to the one Yao Yao received. The subsequent special prompt was evidently of great importance. Initially, Xu Fei had no intention of escalating his relationship with his colleague into something ambiguous. However, at this moment, he seemingly had no other choice. Xu Fei could only hope that in the future, when blood flowed like a river, The hidden clues could save him. Finally, Xu Fei made a move. He sat beside Luo Li, observing the evident flush creeping across her face, feeling utterly speechless. This was not acting. There was simply no acting at all. With a sense of resignation, Xu Fei reached out his hand and helped her up. Luo Li appeared to melt into him, nestling in his embrace. The proximity allowed Xu Fei not only to see the tremor of her eyelashes, but also to perceive the quickening of her breath. After the kiss, he turned to leave. With this thought, Xu Fei bent down and kissed her. Luo Li shuddered involuntarily, a distinctive sensation igniting in her heart. At that moment, her mind went blank, leaving nothing but Xu Fei. Let's step outside and let them express themselves freely. Upon witnessing this, Mary grasped the hand of the enigmatic shopkeeper and exited the private room. The two peculiar beings exchanged glances, sharing polite smiles. One sought greater stakes, while the other aimed to enrich Xu Fei's romantic narrative. Despite their differing motives, they found themselves allied in the present moment. Sensing the vanishing of the eerie atmosphere, Luo Li ceased her pretense. She transformed entirely, wrapping her arms around Xu Fei's neck. Then, she rose and pushed Xu Fei onto the sofa. Xu Fei was taken aback. He had never encountered such a domineering female entity before. Yet at that moment, Luo Li swayed and collapsed to the side. What does this mean? Xu Fei was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Seeing this, Mary frowned and quickly reached out to touch Luo Li's forehead. It was a common affliction among the Blood Demon clan. The shopkeeper, too, wore a serious expression as he remarked, "The Blood Demon clan is inherently rich in blood. Such situations are indeed challenging. Normally, members of the Blood Demon clan undergo regular bloodletting, which is why they are our restaurant suppliers." Xu Fei furrowed his brow and retorted, "If you understand this so well, why not find a solution?" I dare not." The shopkeeper scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "Unauthorized use of Blood Demon clan blood without consent violates their rules, a fact that is well understood among all entities. Hence, he dared not act recklessly. Unlike Luo Yao, who annually sought Bai Li's assistance for blood extraction, they were of the same rank and shared a good relationship, thus avoiding such complications. Xu Fei then turned his gaze towards Mary, asking, "What about you? You're a doctor. You must have some means." It's not convenient for me either." Mary waved her hand dismissively. While she was indifferent about stirring the pot, the act of bloodletting would directly violate the other party's rules. If Luo Li were to awaken and perceive her as a rival, she would be in serious trouble. Xu Fei observed the two entities evading responsibility, feeling helpless. "So, it appears I have no choice but to rely on myself?" Indeed, both entities nodded in agreement. The shopkeeper candidly stated, "Rest assured, Xu, you possess the bloodline of Li. You'll be fine." "All right, I shall give it a try." Xu Fei had not anticipated that he would, in a sense, resemble a vampire. Feeling a mix of nerves, he took a deep breath and bit down on Luo Li's neck. Strangely, when his teeth grazed her skin, it felt like a keen blade, effortlessly piercing through. Scalding blood surged into his mouth. The taste startled Xu Fei, prompting memories of the blood-red jelly from earlier in the day. It was strikingly similar. Chapter 86. A firm mouth, yet apparently soft? The blood flowed down his throat. Sweet and delectable, Xu Fei was now fully convinced that the blood-red jelly he had consumed earlier was indeed the essence of her blood. Yet, the more he pondered, the more intrigued he became. Despite both being from the Blood Demon clan, why did his colleague's blood possess such a unique flavor? Furthermore, based on Bai Li's previous reaction, it seemed capable of enhancing the flavor of his own blood. It was utterly perplexing. As Xu Fei continued to sip her blood, he could distinctly feel his body growing stronger. Simultaneously, Luo Li's temperature began to drop. That should be enough, Xu Fei thought, releasing Luo Li and turning to the shopkeeper. "I must ask, why does her blood taste so different?" The shopkeeper, hearing this, could only respond with resignation. The blood of a higher-level blood demon is undoubtedly distinct. However, he couldn't articulate the exact flavor, as not everyone has the privilege of tasting the blood of a higher-level blood demon. He was also concerned about exposing Luo Li's identity. So he smiled and explained, perhaps it is due to her unique constitution. "Very well." Xu Fei nodded, though his thoughts involuntarily drifted to Luo Yao. If it were Luo Yao, her blood would likely be even more exquisite than his colleagues. After all, that was the blood of a higher-level blood demon. One could only imagine how delightful Bai Li's previous meal had been. However, he would no longer need Bai Li's assistance. At this moment, Luo Li's breathing gradually stabilized, and her consciousness began to return. She rubbed her eyes, gazing at Xu Fei, her mind recalling the earlier scene. Damn, how could I passed out? I was on the verge of conquering Xu Fei. If given a little more time, she would have had him beneath her heel. But then, no way. I fainted, and Xu Fei saved me. Luo Li caught a glimpse of the bloodstain at the corner of Xu Fei's mouth and instinctively touched her damp neck. In an instant, she felt as though she had missed out on an astronomical fortune. Luo Li, Xu Fei's voice interrupted her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Xu Fei said, "Please refrain from such antics in the future." Luo Li felt guilty and stammered, "I didn't." All right. Xu Fei was well aware of his colleague's stubbornness. The facts were glaringly evident, yet she still refused to acknowledge them. Moreover, during their kiss, she had been undeniably assertive. With that thought, Xu Fei rose to his feet. "I hope you can maintain that spirit. I shall take my leave." With that, he decisively departed from the bloody restaurant and made his way to his vehicle. Noticing Luo Li still in a daze, the shopkeeper urged, "What are you waiting for? At this hour, you should hurry and pursue him." Pursue? Luo Li was momentarily stunned. "Hurry. All right. Biting her lip, Luo Li quickly got up and followed him. As Xu Fei saw Luo Li descend the stairs, he promptly started his vehicle and drove away from the restaurant. At that moment, Luo Li also hurriedly started her red sports car and chased after him. Observing the red sports car in his rearview mirror, Xu Fei's mind raced with thoughts. Soon, he found a place called the JNGHNGB and parked his car. Luo Li closely followed suit. Upon seeing Xu Fei enter, she hastily followed him inside. Inside the JNGHNGB, eerie instrumental music played. A few bizarre figures scattered around were sipping their drinks. Spotting Xu Fei seated at the bar, Luo Li steadied her breath and sat beside him. "Boss, 2 glasses of deep red kiss, please." "Sure." Xu Fei glanced at the 2 glasses of crimson liquid before pushing one towards Luo Li. "It's a drink prepared with blood. You should give it a try." "I don't like blood-based drinks." Luo Li instinctively recoiled at the sight of the drink. After all, the Blood Demon clan already possessed an abundance of blood, so naturally, they would not have an affinity for it. What is the matter? The blood concentration in this wine is not as high as that in blood beverages. I noticed you consumed quite a few blood drinks earlier, and I assumed you had a fondness for them. However, the truth is that Luo Li merely raised her brow and refrained from continuing the conversation, as she had not genuinely partaken in any. It was purely for the sake of performance. "Fine, if you won't drink, I shall seek out another spirit." Xu Fei's gaze swept the vicinity, landing on a solitary long-haired lady spirit seated at a nearby table. She sipped her drink while perusing a collection of human love stories. Judging by her aura, she was indeed a high-level spirit. Her beauty was on par with that of a CEO, not too shabby at all. Xu Fei approached her, holding his glass. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, might I invite you for a drink?" "Certainly," the long-haired lady spirit replied with a smile, glancing up at Xu Fei. He took a seat across from her and offered her his drink. The lady spirit accepted it without hesitation, her eyes twinkling as she inquired, "Human, I can drink, but I wish to know if the tales of love at first sight in this book are true. Would you like to know the answer?" "Indeed." Xu Fei pointed to his own lips. "A kiss, and I shall reveal it to you." "Oh, you mischievous human." The long-haired spirit blushed, but added, "I like it." At that moment, she seized Xu Fei's collar, closing her eyes in preparation for a kiss. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, and Luo Li pulled Xu Fei away. The long-haired lady spirit furrowed her brows and questioned, "Miss, what do you think you're doing?" Luo Li remained silent, her gaze fixated on the long-haired spirit as if she were a foe. Noticing this, the lady spirit turned her attention back to Xu Fei. "Human, what is your relationship with her? I thought she was your girlfriend. Why concern yourself with such matters?" The long-haired spirit shot a cold glance at Luo Li before continuing. "How about we retire to my home for a deeper conversation? There are no bothersome colleagues there." As she spoke, she attempted to pull Xu Fei away, but Luo Li would not yield. With narrowed eyes, she linked her arm with Xu Fei's and coldly stated, Apologies, but this human is not yours. Oh, the long-haired lady spirit's interest piqued. So this human is yours? Indeed. How can you prove it? She pressed further. Luoli raised an eyebrow, her gaze drifting to Xu Fei's lips. Taking a deep breath, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his, even playfully biting his tongue, as if to exact some form of revenge. This lady spirit. Chapter 87. The final eerie incident before the blind date. Isn't it just blood-infused wine? I can drink with you. As long as it brings you joy, I can keep you company. Just refrain from seeking out other lady spirits. Back at the bar, Luoli grasped Xu Fei's hand, her expression filled with remorse. She abruptly downed a glass of deep red wine and said, "Yes, it was wrong of me to deceive you through acting, but you mustn't hurt me in this manner." Xu Fei, witnessing her distress, felt utterly helpless. If this was pain, what would she think if she knew about the others at his home? You have no idea how uncomfortable I feel when you let other lady spirits kiss you. Amidst her words, Luoli drank several more cups, clearly intoxicated, pulling Xu Fei's hand. Feel this, feel this. All right, if you can't handle it, then don't drink. Xu Fei removed the wine glass from her grasp. No, I insist on drinking. Luoli snatched the glass back and gulped it down. If I don't drink, you'll just indulge with other lady spirits. Let us go. Xu Fei forced Luoli into the passenger seat. Xu Fei, this is my first time liking someone. So initially, I didn't know what it meant to like. But now I understand. All I want is to see you every day, to have you by my side. Fueled by the alcohol, Luoli rambled on. I know you like gray stockings. I can wear them every day. If you enjoy the jelly I make, I can prepare it for you daily. But I beg you, don't get too close to other lady spirits. It makes me so upset. If you promise me this, I will grant you anything you desire. Xu Fei looked at the tipsy Luoli, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, the audience from Longwo watching the live stream was deeply touched by her words. Bro, this lady spirit truly loves Xu Shun dearly. She seemed quite domineering earlier, but now she appears so fragile. Xu Shun's charm is undeniable, something ordinary people cannot emulate. It seems another contender has joined the battlefield. I wonder how it will unfold. Go for it, Xu Shun. One more won't make a difference. There are still more blind dates to come. In the eerie world, Xu Fei remained motionless in the car. Should he find a hotel to take her to? Just then, Luoli's phone rang incessantly. As Xu Fei reached for it, Luoli abruptly hung up. Moments later, Xu Fei's own phone began to ring. CEO? He quickly answered. On the other end, the voice of the blonde spirit came through. Xu Fei, are you with Xiao Luo? Yes, Xu Fei nodded. Just as he hung up, he received a location from the blonde spirit. The navigation displayed a point without a name, simply indicating a location in the city center. Seeing Luoli still in a daze, Xu Fei drove over without delay. Soon, he arrived at a villa in the city center. A residence of such caliber in the city center was impressive. This colleague's background was not simple. No wonder, during the previous car viewing, that individual offered a supercar. It seems this colleague holds significant influence, explaining the close relationship with the CEO. Xu Fei parked and assisted Luoli out of the car. At that moment, an elderly spirit with graying hair appeared beside the vehicle. He held two small skulls in one hand and kept the other behind his back. He regarded Xu Fei and Luoli with a serious expression. It was none other than Luoli's father. Although he did not exude any eerie energy, merely standing there made Xu Fei feel an inexplicable pressure. Who are you? I am her father. After speaking, Luoli's father turned his gaze to Luoli, his face filled with concern. Please, hand her over to me. Hand her over to you? Xu Fei hesitated. Although they were at the doorstep of her home, the sudden appearance of an old man felt off to him. What? Do you doubt my identity? Luoli's father inquired. I do have some doubts. Doubting is futile, for you're about to leave this place. As he spoke, a wave of black mist enveloped Xu Fei. An eerie incident. Xu Fei's heart raced. He was all too familiar with such occurrences. Longwa contestant successfully triggered an eerie incident. Current incident, Crimson Curse, just like before, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. All human contestants were transported to the grand stage once more. The bald spirit reappeared before everyone. This eerie incident will accelerate your blind date progress and serves as your final eerie event before the blind date. You're now to locate your respective rooms. And once you enter, you'll be transported to various locales within the realm of XNGHing. This event will not result in actual death. The longer you remain there, the more rewards in the form of Gooby you will accrue. Furthermore, I am the sole issuer of tasks for this challenge, with no other peculiar hosts involved. As these words echoed, the audience from other nations watching the live broadcast became instantly exhilarated. Excellent. As long as we survive, there will be rewards. We can simply muddle through. The swiftest among us should be the player from Wangu, as there are only a few thousand Gooby away. We hope our nation can pair up with a high-level Gu, and we must not lose to Gu. Player XFI from Gu has searched so extensively. It's only a matter of time before his backyard catches fire. We are not greedy. We only desire one. Upon hearing this, the audience from Gu grew displeased. Huh? Do you truly only wish for one? You lack the capability. You dark-faced individuals. Can you even reach a high-level Gu? There is no point in conversing with them. They are utterly oblivious to reality. Go. XSHN, we believe in you. You will surely prevail. Amidst the spectators' mutual taunts, several contestants had already found their respective rooms. Upon pushing open the door, a deep crimson vortex resembling a portal appeared before them. Simultaneously, the voice of the bald-headed Gu resonated in everyone's ears. Step inside, and you will enter a world drenched in blood. This will be the birthplace of a certain Gu race, and your task is to complete the mission. The birthplace of a Gu race? It can't be the Blood Demon clan, can it? I furrowed his brow, then stepped into the vortex. The scene shifted, revealing a blood-red world before him. Almost immediately, he heard the eerie cries of infants. Chapter 88. The Cursed Gu Infant of XNGH-ing. I surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in a sealed space bathed in crimson. At the center lay a pool of blood, where a translucent, infant-like Gu writhed incessantly. He could distinctly see the blood from the pool continuously saturating the infant's innards and bones. At that moment, the voice of the bald-headed Gu echoed in XFI's ears. Every Gu has its own unique birthplace. There are the undead who rise from the dead, the mysterious born of fear, and those who come into existence from the XNGH-ing curse, among others. For instance, the Blood Demon clan is birthed from this curse, gaining formidable Gu energy from it. Player XFI from Gu. What lies before you is an abandoned Gu infant. She is not of the Blood Demon clan, yet she suffers deeply from the XNGH-ing curse. Your task now is to find a way to unravel her curse, freeing her from danger and ceasing her cries. Of course, if you simply stand by without offering aid, you will be driven to death by her cries of terror. Upon hearing these words, I gazed at the suffering Gu infant in the blood pool, taking a deep breath. Despite his current lack of aversion to the scent of blood, the cries of the infant stirred an inexplicable fear within him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Concurrently, the audience from Gu, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down their spines. Goodness, we were enjoying ourselves too much earlier. We almost forgot we are in the realm of Gu. Perhaps this is the true nature of the Gu world, while the entities outside merely mimic human society. If XSHN is to rescue this Gu from the curse, could he himself be cursed? Would it matter if he were? After all, this incident will not cause real death for the contestants. As long as they endure a bit longer, they should be fine. Setting aside the curse for now, that crying sound is terrifying enough to hear through the screen. How long can XSHN last? So, what will XSHN ultimately decide? Will he strive to buy time or take action? However, just as the crowd pondered this, an announcement echoed from the Gu world. Gu contestant tragically perishes due to the XNGH-ing curse. Exiting the realm of XNGH-ing. Reward amount, 10,000 Gu. As the announcement concluded, contestant Gu's YNB-in was transported to the grand stage. I have gathered enough for 100,000. His expression was a mix of terror and exhilaration, his body trembling. At that moment, the bald-headed Gu also appeared on the grand stage. Excellent, excellent. YNB-in eagerly agreed, visibly calming down. The success of the Gu contestant left the audiences from other nations envious. Only 100,000. If our contestant had completed it earlier, our contestant's task is to traverse the XNGH-ing swamp. We hope to prolong our time. Why is that? Our contestant was captured by the Blood Demon clan and turned into a slave. By the way, what about XFI? What task does he have? I just saw it. He is supposed to lift a curse from a goo, or else he will be scared to death. I must go and see. Although it won't result in real death, it will still be satisfying. Let us go. Another wave of spectators from other nations flooded into El Ngu's live stream, watching XFI on the screen. At this moment, within the realm of XNGHing, XFI gazed at the infant in the blood pool and ultimately chose to approach it. He recalled an earlier hidden hint, which had advised him that after kissing a colleague, it would determine the success of this goo incident. Therefore, the so-called XNGH curse likely referred to the traits of the Blood Demon clan. In other words, having consumed the jelly made by his colleague and absorbed a considerable amount of blood, he might already bear the so-called XNGH curse. Moreover, if he did not intervene, his heart rate would accelerate with the cries, and he feared he might ultimately perish from terror. Besides, the flower shop outside continues to profit. If he could linger here a little longer, perhaps he could fulfill the requirements for matchmaking after completing the incident. With this thought, he stepped into the blood pool. The pool was not deep, barely reaching his knees. However, at that moment, the blood within the pool seemed to come alive, continuously converging towards XFI. The blood enveloped him entirely, transforming him into a living figure of blood. Witnessing this scene, all the spectators held their breath. Even the barrage of comments fell silent. As waves of blood surged in, I was astonished to find that the blood could penetrate his skin and enter his body. Remarkably, he felt no discomfort during this process. It felt more like taking a bath. Thank goodness I came down. I gradually relaxed his mindset. The cries of the goo infant in the blood pool began to diminish. Thus, I chose not to stand but to comfortably sit in the pool. At this moment, all the viewers from El Ngu sighed in relief. The earlier scene was indeed somewhat frightening, but now XSH and appeared to be merely enjoying a bath. This is no blood pool, it's a hot spring. Moreover, look, the goo infant has ceased crying. Earlier, the bald-headed goo mentioned that some goo energy is birthed from the XNGH curse. Do you think XSH and might gain goo energy? Indeed, it's worth noting, the wine goo contestant perished upon encountering blood rain. Wasn't there a lot of foreigners who entered earlier? Why are they all silent now? Surely, they have not witnessed what they hoped to see. Someone remarked, causing the audience from other nations in the El Inga live stream to silently begin to withdraw. As time passed, I continued to soak in the blood pool, while the goo infant at the center remained eerily quiet, as if in a deep slumber. Yet at this moment, the broadcast from the realm of goo incessantly echoed in XFI's ears. Their faces displayed a mixture of fear, joy, and defiance. Soon, over 100 participants gathered on stage, engaging in animated discussions. How unfortunate it is that if I had just persevered a little longer, I would have been able to complete my task. I feel the same way. However, even if this event concludes, there should still be an opportunity to venture out again. I was so close. I eagerly await the conclusion of the event and the announcement of the outcomes, hoping my counterpart will be an exceptional individual. Yes, I hope so. I aspire to be like Xu Fei from Longhua. By the way, where is Xu Fei? Has he not emerged yet? Haha, do you really need to ask? He might be inside, perhaps engaged in a romantic affair. Damn, I also want to meet an exceptionally beautiful partner and indulge in a passionate romance. Chapter 89. You wouldn't have signed up for the peculiar matchmaking, would you? Time flies like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Xu Fei remained in the bloody realm, absorbing the essence from the blood pool, appearing remarkably composed. Meanwhile, in the realm of oddities, when Luo Li learned she would be participating in a human matchmaking event, her calmness dissipated. She glared fiercely at her father, Luo Fu, who was feeding fish by the pool, and angrily exclaimed, "You witnessed him yesterday. I hope you can cancel this so-called matchmaking." Luo Fu sighed deeply, seeing, "You are too late. This is a rule of the world. Xu Fei must either complete his task with the oddity he chooses or face obliteration. The stranger you choose must complete the task I set, and only then will you be paired successfully. I don't care." Luo Li's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I only want Xu Fei. When the time comes, I will find a way to eliminate the female oddity he chooses and the stranger I am paired with. It seems you have truly found your soulmate." Luo Fu looked at Luo Li with a mix of pride and concern. But now, if the stranger you choose meets the requirements, you must adhere to the world's rules and be with him. You must unconditionally protect him. Otherwise, you would violate the world's rules. No, it cannot be. Upon hearing this, Luo Li became increasingly agitated. I refuse to believe you cannot eliminate him. Even if you can't, I can have my sister or Zitong take action. Luo Fu shook his head and replied, if your partner dies, you too will be obliterated for violating the world's rules. I cannot allow you to do this. As Luo Li heard the mention of the world's rules, panic began to set in. Are you saying I am powerless to change this reality? Not necessarily, Luo Fu replied, entwining his fingers around his skull, then turned to her. We can only hope that the stranger you choose fails to meet my task requirements. Then, you could eliminate Xu Fei's chosen partner and take him for yourself. Luo Li quickly inquired, what exactly are the requirements you set? 1 billion in savings. Hearing this figure, Luo Li felt a slight relief. Surely, an ordinary person could not amass such wealth, could they? Generally, that is true. But what? Luo Fu furrowed his brow and said, this peculiar event is different. There is no limit on rewards. Therefore, the stranger you choose might just have a chance. You. Luo Li's expression turned fierce, her fingers nearly piercing her palm. Her gaze was as sharp as an icicle directed at Luo Fu, and the temperature around her began to drop. If Xu Fei is obliterated for failing to meet the requirements, or if the stranger I am paired with succeeds, I assure you, you will deeply regret the decision you made. Seeing the intensity in Luo Li's eyes, Luo Fu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. It appeared that if his daughter were unable to be with Xu Fei, the consequences could be dire. Perhaps she would even resort to patricide for love. What a twist. She once doubted the existence of love, yet now, for Xu Fei, she would willingly give her life. Thus, he hurriedly explained, daughter, do not rush. Perhaps Xu Fei has chosen you after all? Do you truly believe your own words? Luo Li's expression remained icy. I only just learned about the matchmaking, and when you signed up, Xu Fei and I were strangers. Daughter, believe in true love. It can create miracles. Miracles? Luo Li's breath quickened and grew sharp. If true love can create miracles, then why didn't you end up with your true love? Luo Fu became flustered, hastily explaining, but it's not the same. My true love did not love me. It is the same. Xu Fei may not love me either. Upon hearing this, Luo Li felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. Indeed, she now understood her own heart, yet Xu Fei's feelings remained a mystery to her. Throughout her life, she had nearly everything she desired, and she had never experienced such anxiety and uncertainty before. Fine, the registration should be confined to the realm of oddities, right? Since the event has yet to conclude, I will see who else has signed up for matchmaking. With that, Luo Li wiped away her tears and headed towards the courtyard. Luo Fu felt a jolt of alarm. Daughter, where are you going? Where else? Luo Li turned her head, her pupils turning crimson as a cold glint filled her eyes. I'm going to find the female oddities who signed up for the peculiar matchmaking and eliminate them all. Only in this way can I ensure that my Xu Fei is not taken away by other female oddities. Luo Fu's heart raced, and he quickly dialed the number of the golden-haired oddity. Luo Li left home, driving Xu Fei's yellow lightning directly to the company. Soon, she arrived at the company and stepped into the elevator. The terrifying energy of her oddity sent shivers down the spines of those around her, who dared not meet her gaze. Bang! Luo Li kicked open the door to the CEO's office. Luo CEO, seeing Luo Li in such a state, the golden-haired oddity was taken aback. With a frosty expression, Luo Li stated, I am assigning you a task. Investigate which female oddities have signed up for the matchmaking in the realm of oddities. CEO Luo, please don't rush. The golden-haired oddity pulled out his phone and said, the old master has already informed me of the situation. If you indiscriminately harm the female oddities participating in the matchmaking, then even if Xu Fei fulfills the requirements, he will still face pairing failure due to the absence of a match, leading to his obliteration by the world's rules. If this is unacceptable, and that is unacceptable, then what am I supposed to do? Am I really to stand by and watch him with another female oddity? At this point, Luo Li was on the verge of tears. CEO Luo, please calm down and let me analyze the situation. The golden-haired oddity quickly comforted Luo Li and had her sit at the desk. The old master told me that the requirements for this matchmaking are primarily based on savings. In theory, your decision is correct, but the key issue is that we do not know the specific amount Xu Fei is required to have. Setting aside how much Xu Fei originally had in savings, just the 2 days of operating the flower shop brought in over 10 million. If the matchmaking requirement is low, he should have fulfilled it by now, yet he has not gone for matchmaking. Of course, it is also possible that Xu Fei does not intend to fulfill the task right away. So even if the requirements are low, we cannot act recklessly. If we mistakenly harm the wrong person, no one will be able to save Xu Fei. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's expression turned anxious. According to your reasoning, what if Xu Fei's partner is killed by another oddity? What then? The golden-haired oddity, exasperated, thought to himself that aside from Luo Li, no other female oddity would entertain such notions. Lacking formidable strength and an information network, she could not act on her desires. Therefore, we can investigate and then gather all the female oddities participating in the matchmaking to the company. This way, we can ensure all the female oddities are within our control. The golden-haired oddity spoke earnestly. This way, even if they all successfully pair, you will know exactly who Xu Fei is with, allowing you to negotiate terms later. Your reasoning is sound. Luo Li's expression grew increasingly serious upon hearing this. Yet soon her brows furrowed, and a terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped her. Wait, you wouldn't have signed up for this so-called blind date, would you? Chapter 90 what? Your demand is 10 billion. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired figure's peculiar pupils trembled, and his entire body shook. Luo Zong, I haven tea. If I had Wun tea, I have told you by now. You better not have. Luo Li narrowed her eyes and promptly declared, as you suggested, commence an investigation and bring them to the company at all costs. Understood. The golden-haired figure nodded repeatedly before exiting the office. On the other side, in a certain tower in the city, Bai Li sat on her bed, biting her pillow with fervor, her brows knitted tightly, her delicate face awash with anxiety. Where had he gone? Could he be on a date with another female? Or had he encountered danger? The more she pondered, the more her heart raced. No, I must go find him. With that thought, Bai Li sprang from her bed. She opened the window and transformed into a small bat, soaring into the night. At this moment, in a gruesome restaurant, the vampire shopkeeper was preparing a bloody feast when he received a call from Luo Li. Has Xu Fei mentioned anything about his blind date? No, he hasn't. You have been running this restaurant for so many years. Keep an eye out for any female candidates for blind dates. Rest assured, if I find anything, I will notify you immediately. Well, it would be best if I could learn about the other party's requirements. I suggest you ask Mary first and then relay the results to me. Understood. After hanging up, the vampire shopkeeper exhaled deeply. Although Luo Li had not explicitly stated it, he surmised her intentions. She undoubtedly wished to eliminate any potential female candidates that could successfully pair with Xu Fei. It seemed the once tranquil world of the supernatural was on the brink of upheaval. Just as the vampire shopkeeper prepared to inquire with Mary next door, a small head appeared before him. What did you say was changing? Looking down, he saw Bai Li frowning at him. Lily Durin? What brings you here? The shopkeeper was startled, cold sweat breaking out on his palms. Bai Li wasted no time, directly asking, have you seen Xu Fei? Xu Fei, oh no. Sudaran. The shopkeeper's heart raced, and he reluctantly admitted, Sudaran is involved in a supernatural event and is likely preparing for a blind date. A blind date? I almost forgot. Upon hearing those words, Bai Li recalled their first meeting and bared her sharp little teeth, fiercely declaring, if I find out who Xu Fei's blind date is, I will make her pay. The vampire shopkeeper felt a jolt of fear, but quickly remembered Luo Li's earlier instructions. Lily to run. Do you know who Sudarin's blind date is? Bai Li placed her hands on her hips and huffed, humph, if I knew. I will be going after her right now. Then, did Sudarin mention what his blind date's requirements are? Bai Li narrowed her eyes at the inquiry. Why do I know so much? The shopkeeper replied earnestly, I'm merely assisting you in gathering information. If I encounter her, I can inform you. That does make some sense, but I must warn you, you cannot disclose this requirement. Upon mentioning the token of trust, the vampire shopkeeper's demeanor became serious. He extended his hand, slicing his fingertip, and blood flowed, forming a strange rune. Lily to run, rest assured. I vow by my blood that I will not reveal Su de Ren's blind date requirements. All right, I shall tell you. Bai Lily crossed her arms and made a gesture for 10. 100,000? The shopkeeper's face displayed confusion. Bai Lily shook her head. Could it be 10 billion? Indeed. Bai Lily nodded, her face filled with indignation. Is this demand not excessive? Even I cannot summon 10 billion at present. 10 billion. Upon hearing this figure, the vampire shopkeeper instantly understood why Xu Fei was so eager to earn money. Yet, he wondered, what were Luo Leader Ren's requirements? By the way, Xu Fei mentioned that you gifted him several storefronts. Can you take me to see them? Of course, they're next door. The vampire shopkeeper quickly led the way to the adjacent flower shop. At the entrance, numerous supernatural beings were still purchasing flowers, and Mary was busy as ever. Sensing Bai Li's presence, Mary immediately halted her work. However, upon seeing Mary, Bai Li's displeasure was evident as she muttered, I detest busted female, supernatural beings. The vampire shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. Bai Li strode toward the flower shop. The surrounding supernatural beings felt her aura and hastily bowed their heads. Making way, some frequent visitors found the situation strange. Could it be that the flower shop owner was a succubus? Bai Li approached Mary and demanded, Are you Xu Fei's shopkeeper? Very well, you can stop working. This shop now belongs to me. Go next door and help with cleaning. Bai Li waved her hand dismissively. Mary was momentarily stunned before responding. Esteemed being, you likely are not familiar with the flowers here. Ignoring her, Bai Li raised 3 adorable fingers. 3? If you're unfamiliar, then Su Zone will likely lose out. Fine, I'll leave. Mary took a deep breath and turned to exit the flower shop. Underestimating me? You can help Xu Fei make money, but I can do it too. Before I opened the flower shop, I was the one helping Xu Fei earn. Watching Mary leave, Bai Li turned her attention to the supernatural beings eager to buy flowers. Show me your supernatural cards. Those who dare not spend voluntarily. I shall send you to the neighboring restaurant to be consumed. At this declaration, the supernatural beings obediently produced their cards, lining up at the front desk to purchase flowers. The vampire shopkeeper was pushed outside by the throng of eager customers. At that moment, Mary gazed at Bai Li inside the shop, her eyes flickering. The love story was becoming increasingly intriguing. Perhaps it was time for her to exit. Suddenly, the vampire shopkeeper approached her and inquired, Miss Mary, do you know about Su de Ren's blind date? Yes, I do. Mary nodded, her gaze fixed on the shopkeeper as she waved her hand, saying, You need not probe further. Just tell her I am not participating in the blind date and will not compete with her for Xu Fei. The vampire shopkeeper awkwardly chuckled. Just then, his phone rang again. Have you gathered any information from Mary? Yes, she is not participating in the blind date, but now I must ask. Luo Leader Run, what are your blind date requirements? This is of utmost importance. On the other end of the line, Luo Li paused for a moment before responding. I can tell you, but you must keep this secret. Rest assured, I guarantee it. The vampire shopkeeper's tone was filled with earnestness. 10 billion. Chapter 91. Xu Fei's first interaction must be mine. What the? Is this for real? The vampire shopkeeper gulped, staring blankly at Mary beside him. He approached the corner and softly confirmed once more, Lord Luoli, are you certain that the number you mentioned is accurate? What is the matter? Nothing. I'll visit your company shortly. The vampire shopkeeper hung up the phone, his heart racing. How fortuitous. After all this time, the suitor turned out to be Xu Fei? No, that might not be the case. Perhaps other female entities also had 1 billion as their matchmaking requirement? Nevertheless, even in such a scenario, it was already sufficient. Due to the blood oath he had just established, he could not directly disclose Xu Fei's matchmaking demands to Luoli. However, he could inform Luoli about which female entities could be excluded from matchmaking. Moreover, even if he knew that the intended match was indeed Luoli, he had no intention of revealing it directly. After all, he was curious to see Luoli's expression upon discovering that her suitor was Xu Fei. Mary, could you please oversee the shop's affairs for a while? I have a significant matter to attend to. If Lord Lily comes looking for me, just say I'm helping him find Xu Fei's match. After speaking, the vampire shopkeeper hurriedly left the scene. Watching his hurried departure, a subtle smile graced Mary's lips. Simultaneously, she dialed the phone number of the detestable butcher. Father, the 3rd volume can continue to be updated. It's incredibly exciting. Meanwhile, In the office of the horror company, Luali was scrutinizing 6 female entities brought in by the blonde entity, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Luali glanced at the blonde entity beside her, surprised by their continued efficiency. Of course, the blonde entity replied proudly. With the reward of a luxury car for a successful match with a human, I couldn't resist signing up myself. I believe even more entities will join in the future. Very well. Luali slowly rose and approached a long-haired female entity. Upon seeing Luali, the long-haired entity's face was etched with panic. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to sign up for the entity matchmaking. And milady, the long-haired entity stammered, her lips visibly trembling. Please spare me. I truly did not intend to steal your man. Oh, so it's my man's fault then? Luali's gaze was filled with murderous intent. Even if my man stood before you completely naked, a mere glance would seal your fate. Milady, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Hearing this, the long-haired entity's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. At this moment, she was filled with immense regret. However, in the realm of entities, those of lower rank had no voice. Once ensnared and entering the territory of the other, life or death lay solely in the hands of the dominant. The blonde entity then presented a document to Luali, revealing that her matchmaking requirement was a minimum of 100,000. Luali narrowed her eyes, contemplating the feasibility of taking action for such an amount. The blonde entity cautioned, it would be best to refrain from violence. What if Xu Fei knock knock knock? The sound of knocking interrupted the blonde entity's words. Lord Luali, it's me. Come in, Luali replied coldly. The vampire shopkeeper entered the office, and upon seeing the terrified expressions of the female entities before him, he couldn't help but gasp. Luali assessed the vampire shopkeeper and inquired, what do you know? Speak. I've received intelligence. The vampire shopkeeper extended his palm, a strange rune appearing before Luali. A blood oath? Indeed, he nodded, then added, due to the oath, there are certain matters I cannot disclose directly. Oh. Although Luali was unsure how the vampire shopkeeper had acquired the information, the vampire clan placed great importance on blood oaths. Violating such an oath would result in the loss of their vampiric lineage, a fate far more brutal than death itself. The vampire shopkeeper immediately asked, by the way, Lord Luali, do you know their matchmaking requirements? Here is their information. Luali handed the information sheet to the vampire shopkeeper, who examined it and declared, none of them are. Are you implying that they are not Xu Fei's suitors? Correct, the vampire shopkeeper affirmed earnestly. Luali pondered for a moment, while the blonde entity reiterated, Luali, it's best not to act rashly. We cannot rely solely on the blood oath to trust his words. At this point, the blonde entity glanced at the vampire shopkeeper. Since she was not familiar with this unexpectedly appearing vampire, her skepticism was reasonable. Rest assured, I want to kill them all. But if I don't eliminate at least one, I will feel uneasy. Upon finishing her statement, Luali fixed her gaze on the long-haired entity. You stay. Take the others to the basement and await further instructions. Upon hearing this, the other female entities breathed a collective sigh of relief, while the long-haired entity trembled, pleading, Milady. Please no. Luali, unfazed by her supplication, remained as cold as ice. She slightly raised her hand, transforming the office into a scene of carnage. Amid the long-haired entity's screams, figures of blood coalesced into zombies, dragging her into the sea of crimson, after which she vanished from sight. At that moment, the vampire shopkeeper trembled uncontrollably. As a vampire, he had never felt such terror towards blood before. This horrifying entity energy could likely only be countered by Lord Lily. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more he felt a chill of trepidation. Just earlier, Lord Lily had mentioned wanting to eliminate those who made 1 billion as their matchmaking requirement. What if Lord Lily and Lord Luali were to meet? Gasping, the vampire shopkeeper dared not continue his train of thought. Lord Xu, I'm counting on you. As the overwhelming entity energy dissipated, a semblance of relief crossed Luali's face. She had long harbored murderous intent. However, to avoid any mishap with Xu Fei, she refrained from acting recklessly. Yet, recalling how the long-haired entity had openly expressed her desire to engage deeply with Xu Fei the previous day ignited her fury. The first deep interaction with Xu Fei must be hers. She then turned her attention back to the blonde entity. Continue to seek out as many participating entities in the matchmaking as possible. As time progressed in the grand matchmaking arena, nearly all human contestants had withdrawn from the Crimson Realm, save for Xu Fei. Most contestants had received generous rewards, successfully fulfilling their matchmaking requirements, with some even exceeding their own expectations. Haha, this is far quicker than working outside to earn money. Indeed, I just realized how amazing I am for holding out for nearly 10 hours. Once the event concludes, I'll submit my task and begin matchmaking straight away. I can barely wait. When will that wretched Xu Fei emerge? Could it be that Xu Fei has actually claimed all the rewards? After a while, Xu Fei remained seated in the blood pool, which was now nearly empty. As the last drop of blood was absorbed, the peculiar infant entity that had been submerged fell into a deep slumber. Xu Fei slowly rose, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He felt that even if Bai Lily were to hang on him and drain his blood at this moment, he would not feel fatigued. How peculiar, this terrifying infant entity. Xu Fei gazed thoughtfully at the strange juvenile entity in the pool, lost in contemplation. Just then, the announcement of the entity world abruptly echoed through the air. Longwood contestants complete the task in the Crimson Land. Reward amount, 600 million gibi. Current number of surviving contestants, 155. Deposit rankings are as follows. Longwood contestant, deposit 9, 8 billion. Why does it seem that the flower shop is witnessing an increasingly flourishing business today? Xu Fei gazed at his account, watching the gibi accumulate continuously, and he was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 92. Darling, stop playing and come out. As the announcement concluded, the crowd turned their eyes towards Xu Fei, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. Each time an eerie event occurred, it was invariably Xu Fei who triggered it, consistently reaping the most bountiful rewards. Although Xu Fei had yet to meet his own requirements, the gap in percentage was not insurmountable. It is essential to understand that this target was a staggering 1 billion, a figure that dwarfed theirs by untold multiples. At that moment, the bald, eerie figure once again appeared before the crowd. Some of your performances have surprised me. Currently, statistics show that 101 contestants have met the matchmaking requirements. As his words echoed, those who had met the criteria could no longer contain their excitement, racing toward their chosen rooms in a frenzy. In no time, over 50 contestants remained on stage, their faces marred by melancholy and concern. Naturally, upon witnessing Xu Fei's unmet matchmaking requirements, they felt a faint sense of consolation. Meanwhile, the audience from Longwool watching the live broadcast felt a tinge of regret. It was merely a breath away. However, Su Shun had done his utmost. He had consistently secured the highest amounts during each eerie event, and even managed to profit substantially from his ventures. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for the absurdity of the partner requirements. Had they been slightly more lenient, Su Shun would have completed it long ago. Indeed, it had not been long. The wealth Su Shun had amassed was enough to deem him a divine being. Look, Su Shun's deposits are still increasing. Perhaps he will complete the task soon? Surely, the flower shop must be raking in profits again. Let us first observe the matchmaking endeavors of contestants from other nations. As the crowd discussed, they naturally dispersed into the live streams of various other countries to witness the matchmaking processes. Among them, the most visited was the live stream from Inghua country. At that moment, the comments from Inghua country were filled with anticipation. Finally, the day we have been waiting for has arrived. We hope our contestant Yamamoto can match with a high-level eerie being. Please, even if it is an alien, I would accept it, as long as it is of a high level. Indeed, after all, it is all for victory. Enduring a bit of hardship is no matter for contestant Yamamoto. There should be a chance. After all, this room was initially selected by a Longwood contestant, similar to the audience from Inghua. Upon entering the room, Yamamoto discovered that the layout had once again transformed. Before him stood a long table, but the middle was separated by a red curtain, obscuring his view of the figure seated across from him. At that moment, the voice of the bald, eerie figure echoed in their ears. Now, your matchmaking partner is behind the curtain. Once you insert the eerie card into the slot, the required amount will be automatically deducted, and the curtain will open. Of course, before that, you may attempt to communicate with your partner to gain a deeper understanding. Upon hearing this, everyone's excitement intensified. Within the vast, eerie city, they toiled tirelessly, earning gibi, all for this day. They longed to experience the feeling of being cherished and adored by a high-level eerie being, just like the contestants from Longwa. They wished to relish the sensation of being cared for and loved by such a being. Especially for contesting Yamamoto, he took a deep breath, sitting at the table without immediately inserting the eerie card. Instead, he nervously gazed at the curtain, a flutter of anticipation surging within him. For he had already crossed 30 years of age. Due to his unique profession, he had only ever harbored a secret crush on one girl throughout his life, never having genuinely engaged in a romantic relationship. Hello, hello. Yamamoto's voice faltered, but no sound came from the other side. Hee, how aloof you are. Yet, this was quite agreeable. Ordinarily, I could indulge you, and I hope to bring you happiness in the days to come. Yamamoto pressed his lips together, yet his heart raced with excitement. In his reasoning, the more aloof someone was, the higher he deemed their level. Typically, those who were overly enthusiastic were often of a lower caliber. May I inquire if you have any other requirements for me, your other half? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yamamoto sensed something was amiss. At that moment, announcements resonated throughout the eerie world. Contestant Lao Mi's matchmaking was successful. Contestant E's matchmaking was successful. Contestant Mao Xiong's matchmaking was successful. Upon hearing the contestant from other countries had successfully matched, Yamamoto panicked. He hastily inserted his eerie card into the slot on the table. The moment it was inserted, over 100,000 gibi diminished to mere pennies. Simultaneously, the red curtain gradually lifted, and Yamamoto's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being frozen in place. For across the table, there was not a single eerie figure. All he could see was a pool of blood. No, where's the eerie being? Where's my partner? Similarly, the audience from Inghua country was left in utter shock. What does this mean? Other countries have succeeded. Where's our contestant Yamamoto's partner? What does this pool of blood signify? Could something have happened to the partner? How could this be? Why haven't the others faced any misfortune? No. Could it be a powerful eerie being just playing around? It is possible. After all, it is an eerie being, and it is normal for them to toy with humans. Yamamoto, hurry and find out. Perhaps your partner is just playing a game with you. At that moment, Yamamoto seemed to hear the guidance from the comments. Darling, come out. Please stop playing. I can't take it. Yamamoto first looked beneath the table. Little rascal, come out. However, beneath the table lay nothing but emptiness. Subsequently, he stood up in frustration, shaking the curtain. The entire room was so small. Aside from the table and chairs, it was merely the curtain. Yet, he could not even glimpse a shadow. Instantly, an ominous feeling washed over him. He promptly opened the door and sprinted toward the grand stage. He looked at the bald, eerie figure on stage and immediately asked, Why? Why did my partner disappear after I swiped my card? Your partner has disappeared? The bald, eerie figure raised an eyebrow, then slowly closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Moments later, he opened his eyes with a blank expression, stating, I'm sorry, due to certain uncontrollable factors, your partner has passed away. What? Upon hearing this, Yamamoto's heart lurched, and he nearly lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. The other contestants exchanged bewildered glances, equally perplexed. A bitter taste rose in Yamamoto's throat. I worked tirelessly to earn 100,000, and you tell me my partner has died? Indeed, the bald, eerie figure nodded. Yamamoto's teeth clenched in rage as he shouted, What about my 100,000 gibi? Refunded. Gibi cannot be refunded, and now, due to your failed matchmaking after choosing to participate, you will face a death penalty. Despite Yamamoto's furious outburst, the bald, eerie figure remained impassive. Slowly, he raised his hand, and an iron cage descended from above, enclosing Yamamoto within it. In an instant, countless steel rods pierced through the cage. In mere moments, Yamamoto was rendered motionless within the iron cage. Until his breath ceased, his eyes remained wide with disbelief. The failure of Sakura contestants' matchmaking. Upon witnessing this scene, the viewers in the Sakura Nation's live broadcast room erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 93. Everything is for the ultimate acquisition of Xu Fei. This is so unfair. It's clearly due to the bizarre partners. Why should we contestants be punished? Exactly, we have met all the requirements, so why are we still eliminated? I cannot accept this. Why are other contestants' partners unharmed? The audience from Sakura Nation was filled with indignation, their necks flushed with anger. At this moment, on the grand stage, seeing the Sakura contestant eliminated, other contestants were filled with apprehension. Fortunately, their partners remained unscathed. This left those contestants who had yet to meet the matchmaking requirements in a state of worry once again. Xu Fei, too, furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the successful pairs around him. The 100 successful partners all directed their gazes toward the lifeless body of the Sakura contestant, their eyes brimming with hunger. Among these 100 bizarre partners, nearly half were aberrations, their levels not low, starting at level B, yet their appearances varied greatly. Only a few of the level B aberrations resembled ordinary humans. In comparison to Xu Fei's family members, they were even less appealing than the long-haired aberration he had encountered in the bar earlier. Just then, an aberration that had initially stood beside Lao Mi slowly approached the body of the contestant Yamamoto. All eyes were instantly drawn to this aberration, filled with envy. This individual was the most powerful among the 100 successful pairs. Although this aberration also took on a human form, it exuded an aura of decay. Its long hair concealed its face, its body emaciated, and its clothing tattered. The skin exposed was a pale lavender hue. Most strikingly, the area where its heart should be appeared hollowed out, with an opening the size of a fist. From this hollow, countless worms emerged, writhing incessantly. It emanated a terrifying presence as it approached Yamamoto's corpse. Countless worms slithered from the cavity in its chest, beginning to consume the remains. Other aberrations, though envious, could only watch helplessly. However, Xu Fei, witnessing this, could distinctly perceive the level of this aberration. Indeed, it was level B, but it was a pseudo-level B aberration. Nonetheless, even this was sufficient to surpass the other 99 aberrations present. How could one not feel envy? Naturally, Xu Fei was not among them. As Yamamoto's body was finally dealt with, the bald aberration spoke again. Those who have successfully paired will live together with your partners. All aberrations must adhere to the World's rules and unconditionally protect your partners. Of course, in the events to come, those with partners can participate together. But I must remind you, time is running short. As these words fell, the bald aberration's gaze shifted to Xu Fei. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the screen on the grand stage. Current number of surviving contestants, 154. Number of successful matches, 100. Current savings rankings are as follows. Long Nation contestant, 98. 3 billion. Upon seeing Xu Fei's continuously rising savings, all other human contestants exchanged glances, utterly astonished. The rate of increase was simply too rapid. They vividly recalled that just before the matchmaking, when Xu Fei had emerged from the Scarlet Land, his savings stood at 8 billion. Though it might seem like a mere increase of 3 billion, that equates to 300 million. This amount was sufficient for dozens of contestants to fulfill their matchmaking requirements. It was utterly absurd. How on earth had Xu Fei accomplished this? In truth, Xu Fei himself was equally perplexed. The speed at which the flower shop was generating profit was astonishing. Logically, apart from the first couple of days, the subsequent rate should gradually decline. Had the flower shop received some extraordinary bulk order? Very well, the bald aberration nodded, then waved his hand to open the gateway to the realm of aberrations. Hearing this, those contestants who had yet to complete their tasks hurried toward the entrance. They lacked the ability to earn millions passively like Xu Fei. Meanwhile, the contestants who had successfully paired remained in place, as they were in no rush. Instead, they were curious about what kind of aberration Xu Fei might attract. On the other side, in the realm of aberrations, the street in front of the flower shop was nearly filled with aberrations. These aberrations ranged from level A to level C. Some were merely passing by, while others resided nearby. Almost all the remaining aberrations had been forcibly coerced by Lily to come here to spend. Although Lily could not directly kill them without violating territory or rules, no aberration dared to refuse. After all, being targeted by a level C aberration meant doom was inevitable. One could easily fall into their trap, violating the rules, leaving them with no chance to regret. After all, while one could earn back lost aberration coins, a life lost was irretrievable. Thus, the atmosphere of the entire street was even more bizarre than the aberrations themselves. Those aberrations, originally intending to purchase flowers, upon hearing the news, dared not approach at all. To buy even a single flower would deplete their savings. Who could endure that? Behave yourselves, and empty your card for me. If I catch any of you secretly hoarding money, you're finished. By Lily exclaimed, hands on her hips, scrutinizing each aberration's card as it turned transparent before her eyes. Internally, she was muttering, if I can help little Xu Fei meet the 10 billion requirement sooner, I can help him complete the task. Then I can eliminate her. This way, little Xu Fei will be mine. Yes, at least before Yao Yao's vacation. I must completely secure him. With this thought, a faint blush crept across by Lily's face. Hee hee. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was equally tense at the horror company. Luo Li stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, casting anxious glances outside. Upon hearing the news, her face filled with urgency. Where are they? I must go find them and ask them now. No, time is of the essence. I'll go myself. I must locate the human who selected the 10 billion requirement and find a way to eliminate him. After speaking, a crisp sound echoed as Luo Li, without a second thought, crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window, soaring toward the yellow lightning below. Is she in such a hurry? Observing the shattered glass, the blonde aberration wore a look of helplessness. They're coming, they're coming. The vampire aberration, shopkeeper nearby, however, appeared to be fully aware, anticipation written all over their face. What a hurry! Luo Li swiftly removed her high heels, pressing her foot against the accelerator in her gray stockings, causing the yellow lightning to vanish from the parking lot, racing towards the district at an imperceptible speed. Quick! Faster! If I can find a human soon, perhaps I can discover which human foolishly chose the 10 billion matchmaking requirement. Then I can find a way to eliminate him. As long as the one who chose her partner dies ahead of time, I won't have to worry about killing Xu Fei's partner and causing him to fail his task. Then I can have him completely to myself. At this moment, Luo Li was filled with immense regret. Regret for not having captured the human to interrogate them earlier. But now it was too late for anything. She could only strive to save time. Just then, her phone rang again. Seeing it was Zitong calling, Luo Li's expression hardened as she pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, a voice with amethyst eyes inquired, My esteemed Miss Luo, what have you been occupied with lately?